The poor, frightened girl ran down the long corridor, screaming in terror. She was overcome with fear. The attractive girl's hair literally turned gray from the uncontrollable feeling of panic. She understood that she would soon lose her life. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, her worried brother sat next to the unconscious girl. The sad boy stroked his cute sister's cheek and said that she always loved to go against him, but now she was just sleeping. Suddenly, the young man decided to confess to his sister that he had been carefully hiding a secret from her for many years. The young man said that his sister was not the only person in their family who had awakened abilities. He had also awakened. The young man claimed that he could easily steal the abilities of other people who possessed incredible talents and gifts. Using his ability, the boy took away his innocent sister's gift, which was called a mental explosion. Now he could challenge his opponents. The young man noticed that the girl's ability was rank D. Fei Fei could not turn into an ice statue from an unintentional attack. The boy wondered again if the attack on Fei Fei was unintentional, since the distance to her was quite large. The boy continued to think, and finally decided that Miss Yang had ended up in that store quite by accident. Meanwhile, a terrible scene was unfolding in the hallway. The man in the suit with the large suitcase was justifying the hero's actions. The angry couple said they would not sign the document. They did not need the dirty money the lawyer was offering them. However, the expensive lawyer was not going to leave, and just looked at the parents who were crying because of their grief. The girl's brother couldn't take it anymore, and went out into the hallway to pick up the important papers. The girl's father was going to throw them in the trash. The young man turned to the father and said that Fei Fei was now in a vegetative state, and they needed money for her treatment. The young man put his hand on the poor father's shoulder and repeated that they needed money to provide Fei Fei with everything she needed in the hospital. The poor, frightened father did not know how to respond to his clever son's words and simply remained silent with a sad look on his face. The young man turned to the respected lawyer and said that the documents were missing one more important and special condition. The lawyer had calmed down a little and asked the friendly young man to explain what condition he was referring to. The young man replied that the person responsible for his sister being in the hospital would come and apologize in person. The young man continued, saying that Kunlun Company must also offer an official apology to his beloved family. The young man returned to his sister, Fei Fei, and asked her to forgive him for signing the contract. The young man said that some awakened ones should not be real heroes and did not deserve such an honorable title. This young man's name was Yang Shi. He worked as an intern reporter. The poor guy was unlucky because his sister, Yang Fei Fei, had been hurt by a Category A hero. After the tragedy with his sister, Yang Shi decided to move out of his parents' house and move to the prestigious Mingyue district, which was very different from his previous neighborhood. In this unfamiliar territory, Yang Shi decided to stay in an elite building with an incredible number of floors. And so, the modest young man Yang Shi stood in the center of the gigantic hall with a suitcase in his hand and looked at two mysterious strangers. These charming girls, Ding Lan and Xiao Ai, were Yang Shi's new neighbors. The girls said they had a third neighbor. Ding Lan and Xiao Ai began to ask Yang Shi about his past life, but the guy was reluctant to trust strangers right away. Ding Lan suddenly said that it was rare to meet a new normal neighbor these days, so they suggested celebrating the housewarming. Xiao Ai said that she was a freshman and would have to spend the whole day in the library. She couldn't go to the party. Yang Shi silently went to his room, and after a few seconds, replied that he planned to rest from his journey for now. Yang Shi climbed the stairs to his room and fell onto his comfortable bed to gather his strength. The guy was really tired. Yang Shi took out his phone and thought that the video where the heroes fought terrible monsters had already garnered a serious number of views. Yang Shi watched this dizzying video and continued to think that there had been too many videos about heroes on the internet lately. Yang Shi couldn't remember how long ago these events had begun, but suddenly, dark portals appeared all over the world, from which monsters emerged. Only so-called heroes with incredible abilities could stop the invasion of these terrifying monsters. To prevent these hunters from abusing their abilities, they were forced to undergo a certain certification process. As a result, they received certificates. Suddenly, Yang Shi realized that this was the very video in which the so-called hero accidentally injured his little sister, Fei Fei. Yang Shi carefully studied this strange video, and so far found nothing suspicious. Tomorrow, the guy will watch the video again. Yang Shi saw that it was already too late, and he was clearly tired from the boring and unpleasant move. The guy was already getting ready for bed. Before going to bed, Yang Shi decided to wash his face and brush his teeth, as tomorrow would be another difficult and unpredictable day. Yang Shi left his room to go to the bathroom, but suddenly stopped and was very surprised. In front of Yang Shi stood a charming, pretty girl who was clearly drunk. The poor thing couldn't stand and was holding on to the wall. Yang Shi silently looked at the attractive girl and thought that she was the last neighbor who had been out all night. The girl literally had glassy eyes, and at first glance, it seemed that she couldn't see anything around her. Yang Si waited a moment, and soon decided to greet the cute, seductive girl. However, there was no response. After a few seconds, the drunk girl finally spoke and said that she needed to use the restroom. Yang Shi didn't have time to answer the gorgeous girl, and just stood there, waiting for the restroom to become available. A few seconds later, Yang Shi watched as his mysterious, cute neighbor began to vomit violently. The guy didn't know how to help her. The beautiful girl was literally on her knees, trying to get up after she threw up. Her attempts ended in failure. Then the tired, long-legged beauty found no other way out but to stay inside the bathroom. The poor thing even started to fall asleep a little. Yan Shi finally couldn't take it anymore and asked the innocent girl if she needed help. She clearly couldn't stand up on her own. Yang Shi knew perfectly well that a man should not get too close to an unfamiliar girl when she was in such a state. A few minutes later, Yang Shi decided to knock on the door where Ding Lan lived. The guy decided to ask her for help. Ding Lan opened the door and asked Yang Shi why he was still awake at such a late hour. Yang Shi explained that his roommate was currently in the bathroom and was heavily intoxicated. However, Ding Lan told Yang Shi to leave his roommate alone, as this was not the first time this had happened. A few seconds later, Ding Lan said that it was time for her to go back to bed because she had to get up early, and she closed the door on Yang Shi. Yang Shi realized that he would have to help his unfortunate roommate. He asked the beautiful woman if she could get up. Naturally, Yang Shi did not receive an answer, so he decided to pick up the beauty and place her in a warm, soft bed. When Yang Shi put his roommate in bed, he immediately realized that she possessed an ability called brain overload. Yang Si thought that the mysterious girl was really smart, and if she studied well, she could achieve dizzying heights. Yang Shi decided that he had to take his roommate's abilities. The guy promised that he would repay her in the future. Yang Si kept thinking about what interesting effects would happen after he stole the charming girl's ability. The ability inside Yang Si told its owner that brain overload and mental attack were related to mental specificity. After a few seconds, Yang Shi realized that these two similar abilities needed to be urgently combined into one. The blue and red balls collided with dizzying energy and soon turned into one huge ball. Yang Shi held this fiery ball in his hand, and soon his ability told him that the merger had been successfully completed. Now Yang Shi was sure that with this unique ability, he would be able to find certain aspects in the video where her sister was injured. Finally, Yang Shi was able to go to his room to get some rest. The next morning, the weather was sunny. Yang Shi lay in his comfortable bed under a warm blanket and was in no hurry to get up. The guy continued to think deeply. A sudden knock on the door finally made Yang Shi get out of bed and put on a fancy, expensive shirt and pants. Yang Shi slowly walked to the door and asked loudly who had disturbed him and forced him to get up so early. Standing at the door was the mysterious stranger from yesterday, whose name was Lin Nai Shui. The attractive girl handed Yang Shi his coat. Yang Shi reached out to take the coat from Lin Nai Shui and said that he had simply given the poor girl a helping hand yesterday. Yang Shi asked the charming Lin Nai Shui how she was feeling after yesterday. Besides, the guy had taken her abilities. Lin Nai Shui replied that she was fine, because she had long been accustomed to such a dizzying lifestyle. Yang Shi replied with incredible calmness that he was happy for the charming Lin Nai Shui. The young man continued to look at her. The conversation between the main characters was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful, loud guy who was Yang Shi's best and most loyal friend. Yang Shi and Lin Nai Shui were startled by the surprise and continued to look at each other. The friend began to study the attractive girl. Yang Shi's best friend also fell silent in surprise, as he had no idea that his loyal and devoted friend had been hiding such a girl from him. The cheerful young man suddenly changed his expression and pointed at the charming Lin Nai Shui, asking Yang Shi who she was to him. Yang Shi quickly replied to his loyal friend and asked him not to talk nonsense, as Lin Nai Shui was just his neighbor. Yang Shi suddenly realized that he had been too impulsive, as renting an entire apartment for her alone was not cost-effective. Meanwhile, Yang Shi's best friend grabbed his head to calm down quickly. The young man approached Lin Nai Shui. The happy guy introduced himself as Fan Peng, Yang Shi's best friend and colleague. The young man was really pleased to meet her. Lin Nai Shui responded to Fan Peng's greeting and held out her hand to shake his. Fan Peng said that he had the ability to take photos and videos with his bare hands. The young man asked if the beauty would like to have a couple of pictures taken. Yang Shi decided to join the strange conversation and said that Fan Peng had come to give him a ride to the editorial office. Yang Shi and Fan Peng went to a publishing house called Lugan. This majestic building was truly impressive in size. Back in his office, Yang Shi played the ill-fated video again, in which the hero fought a monster and accidentally wounded his sister. This so-called hero really did have amazing abilities and never showed any cowardice. With his amazing ability, this angry hero dealt with terrifying monsters with incredible ease. Yang Shi watched this video and suddenly decided to activate his new amazing ability, his super brain. Yang Shi literally stared at the monitor screen and watched the plot of the video intently without taking his eyes off it. A few seconds later, Yang Shi suddenly noticed in one fragment how this so-called hero made a strange movement. His attentive viewing of the video ended unexpectedly when Yang Shi heard his loyal friend Fan Peng approaching him loudly. Fan Peng asked his colleague why Yang Shi was not interested in flirting with beautiful girls. Fan Peng repeated his question and added that if Yang Shi didn't take the initiative with Lin Naishu, he would do so in the future. Yang Shi seemed not to listen to the absurd statements of his colleague Fan Peng and replied that they were just neighbors, and there was no need to go too far. The cheeky Fan Peng replied that it was a small step from being roommates to being bedmates. He was ready to teach Yang Shi if he didn't know how to behave. The peaceful conversation between Yang Shi and Fan Peng was interrupted by a dizzying scream coming from the street. Someone was shouting that a monster had appeared. The main characters immediately ran to the window to look at the dark, mystical portal through which the monsters were coming. This time, the city was invaded by a bloodthirsty, terrifying one-eyed monster that planned to take the lives of many people. The frightened people on the street began to scream and run away as soon as they saw the giant tentacles of this one-eyed monster. People were already shouting in the streets that the disaster was classified as Category B and that people needed to take urgent shelter. It was also clear that the real heroes were already on their way and ready to save the innocent victims from the crazy one-eyed monster. A few minutes later, the swift feet that the frightened people had been so eagerly awaiting finally appeared. The brave and courageous hero slowly approached the giant one-eyed monster. It was the superhero of sharp and sour noodles, who declared that he would not let the city of Lugan face the terrible consequences of the monster's presence here. With every passing second, the powerful and courageous superhero got closer and closer to the one-eyed monster. Frightened people whispered among themselves that it was a superhero of spicy and sour noodles of rank B who had come to save them. This spicy and sour noodle superhero was now practically right up against the one-eyed monster with giant tentacles. Meanwhile, Fan Peng reasoned that one-eyed monsters possessed not only unusual defenses, but also psychopathic abilities. Fan Peng said that the spicy and sour noodle superhero might even lose to such a powerful opponent. The cunning Fan Peng, using his unique ability, began to take dizzying shots and thought he would get rich. A fiery C-rank butterfly came to the aid of the spicy and sour noodle superhero. The red-haired girl asked the elder if he needed help. The spicy and sour noodle superhero replied that he would hold off the one-eyed monster while the fire butterfly attacked. The brave and charming fire butterfly changed her expression to a more serious one and said that she understood the order. Meanwhile, Director Ge and Mao Huang were already preparing to commentate on the upcoming battle live on air. Director Ge began to say that the superhero of spicy and fast noodles was too selfish and arrogant when he first appeared. Suddenly, Mao Huang, the assistant, joined the conversation and asked Director Ge why he made such a harsh comment and review. Mao Huang laughed loudly when Director Ge said that this superhero got his powers after eating a bowl of noodles. Director Ge decided to stop this meaningless chatter to watch the live broadcast of the dizzying battle. Meanwhile, the spicy and sour noodle superhero was making amazing attacks on the one-eyed monster. It was clear that even the spicy and sour noodle superhero was too weak to defeat the huge monster on his own. A fiery butterfly flew around the giant monster, asking the superhero of spicy and sour noodles to step aside. A few seconds later, the cute fire butterfly directed a fire beam consisting of butterflies at the bloodthirsty monster. There were indeed too many fire butterflies, but there was no time to hesitate with such an opponent. A moment later, The fire butterfly repeated the attack, and the street was literally covered with a fiery avalanche. Director Ge and Mao Huang were sure that the life of this one-eyed monster was coming to its logical conclusion. Director Ge explained that he had not yet noticed a single sign of alarm in the one-eyed monster, which was distinguished by its intelligence. The superhero of sharp and quick noodles closely watched the reaction of the one-eyed monster, which seemed to have been defeated. The calm came to an end when suddenly there was a piercing, dizzying explosion that no one expected. A huge, enormous monster emerged from the terrifying flame, seemingly unscathed by the attack. The fire butterfly was literally at a loss. The girl began to look at her mentor, who was thinking about the next step. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles declared that the one-eyed monster had evolved and now wore a fireproof shield. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles suddenly plunged into his terrible memories from the recent past. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles remembered how the head of the company said that he could no longer lose. His fame would fade. The spicy and sour noodle superhero realized that he could soon lose his senior position at his beloved company. Yang Si watched the outcome of the unpredictable battle intently from around the corner. The guy seemed to be trying to help, but didn't dare to come out into the open. The fire butterfly and the superhero of spicy and sour noodles seemed to bow their heads and were about to give up. The situation changed dramatically when the superhero of spicy and sour noodles suddenly took a mysterious blue pill out of his pocket. Yang Shi watched the actions of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles closely and thought that he had seen this blue pill before. Events quickly changed when the one-eyed terrifying monster suddenly grabbed the fiery butterfly with its huge tentacles. The fire butterfly literally begged the superhero of spicy and sour noodles to save her and destroy the terrible one-eyed monster. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the dizzying battle between the one-eyed monster and the superheroes continued. Director Ge said that the superhero of spicy and sour noodles actually had only 15 minutes of real manpower. The spicy and sour noodle superhero could hear the poor fire butterfly screaming and saying that she had no intention of dying. A moment later, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles managed to free the fire butterfly from the tentacles of the one-eyed monster. Mao Huang, dizzy with joy, slammed his fist on the table. The guy was really happy about the fire butterfly's rescue. Mao Huang said that this superhero of spicy and sour noodles was stronger than usual and managed to break through. Mao Huang and Director Ge got up from the table to greet the brave superhero of spicy and sour noodles. Director Ge looked down and said in a quiet voice that the success of the spicy and sour noodle superhero was quite unexpected. The journalists were not quick to rejoice, as they noticed on the screen that the one-eyed monster had no plans to give up yet. A loud, frightening voice was heard saying that it was time to end this dizzying battle. For the first time during the incredible battle, the huge one-eyed monster felt uncontrollable fear and panic. There was a terrible, piercing roar from a crushing blow. Everything around them glowed with bright light. This amazing blow was dealt to the one-eyed monster by the legendary superhero of sharp and sour noodles. The giant one-eyed monster continued to stand on its tentacles, and suddenly a cry rang out from it. Someone shouted the word, "Sharp!" And again, there was a dizzying sound from a terrible blow. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles decided to end this fight. With lightning speed, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles attacked the one-eyed monster, who realized he had lost. The one-eyed monster took its last breath, and the superhero of spicy and sour noodles stood back and watched intently. However, in the next second, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to drop to one knee. The pain in the superhero's chest was indeed very strong. The man seemed to be suffocating. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles continued to stand on one knee. His faithful assistant, the fiery butterfly, rushed to help the poor man. The fiery butterfly ran up to her senior mentor. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles turned around and scared the girl. The superhero's eyes literally turned bright blue. The fire butterfly froze in shock. The firefly put her hand on her mentor's shoulder and asked what was happening to him. A few seconds later, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles turned to the girl and said that he had used too much strength. A moment later, the spicy and sour noodle superhero was already listening to the cheers of a huge crowd of ordinary people. Next to the superhero of spicy and sour noodles walked his charming companion, the fiery butterfly, who waved her hand. Yang Shi looked at the giant body of the one-eyed monster and said that he urgently needed to prepare the news when he returned. Yan Shi suddenly remembered again how the superhero of spicy and sour noodles had taken a strange blue pill. Yang Shi felt with all his heart that there was something fishy about this. but he couldn't remember where he had seen this mysterious pill before. Meanwhile, a small clone of the one-eyed monster emerged from its body, looking very alarmed. Yang Shi was a little scared when he noticed that this little clone of the one-eyed monster was moving towards him. Yang Shi thought that the physical and elemental defenses of this little clone were too weak for a mental dizzying attack. Meanwhile, the little clone of the huge monster said that he would take revenge on the superhero with spicy and sour noodles when he found himself a master. Suddenly, the little clone of the one-eyed monster noticed Yang Shi and shouted that the guy would be his new master. Yang Shi said in a quiet, calm voice that the little clone of the one-eyed monster had decided to go to certain danger on its own. Yang Shi quietly said again that the abilities of the little clone of the one-eyed monster would now become his. A few seconds later, Yang Shi used his unique gift and stood peacefully in place, waiting for the little clone of the one-eyed monster. The small clone of the one-eyed monster crept closer and closer to Yang Shi, and already realized that he had chosen the wrong person. In an instant, the little clone of the giant monster lost its life and simply fell to the cold ground. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly sensed that someone nearby was using their unique abilities. Yang Shi thought that the little clone of the one-eyed monster was indeed too weak for him, but he couldn't lose his life so quickly. Yang Shi held the tentacles of the small clone of the one-eyed monster in his right hand, and was already planning to take the beast's abilities. In a moment, Yang Shi was already holding a small blue ball in his hand that glowed with dizzying energy inside. Yang Shi took the ability called Fireproof Shield, which was an invisible protective shell. Yang Shi thought that no matter how powerful an ability was, it always had a weak spot. This phrase was already very popular. Yang Shi's thoughts were interrupted by the loud voice of the fire butterfly, asking who was hiding in the shadows around the corner. Yang Shi carefully hid from the gaze of the fire butterfly, which was watching this place closely. It was not yet time for everyone to know the boy's name. The fire butterfly hovered in the air, and was very surprised that no one responded to her cries and pleas. The firefly continued to think that she had felt a sharp influx of psychic energy here, and even saw someone. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger in a mocking mask with a beak appeared behind the charming firefly. The fire butterfly quickly turned to look at the stranger's face and asked if he had just used his powers. The strange man in the cheerful bird mask approached the fire butterfly with slow but confident steps and replied that it was him. In the reflection of a huge puddle, Yang Shi looked at himself in this clumsy bird mask and even smiled a little. The fire butterfly decided to ask the mysterious stranger in the bird mask if he was also a hero, like her. Yang Shi, who was hiding behind the bird mask, threw a small clone of a one-eyed monster on the ground and said that he was just a passerby. The fire butterfly looked at the body of the small clone of the one-eyed monster and couldn't believe that the stranger had taken its life on his own. The fire butterfly looked at the strange stranger in the bird mask and thought that the little clone of the monster could have easily taken his life. The fire butterfly understood that she was not facing a real hero, and therefore he should not have used his abilities. The fire butterfly had already clenched her fist when suddenly Yang Shi asked the charming beauty for forgiveness. Yang Shi slowly approached the fire butterfly, who unexpectedly ordered the mysterious stranger to stop immediately. The fire butterfly demanded that Yang Shi follow her to the Heroes Association so that he could be thoroughly checked there. Yang Shi, in the guise of a mysterious bird, asked the fire butterfly if she thought she could stop him. Clearly, this strange question from Yang Shi greatly angered the charming beauty, the fire butterfly, who was not used to such treatment. The fire butterfly declared that Yang Shi had broken the established rules, and now she could take action against him. Yang Shi asked the fire butterfly if this was how real heroes should treat ordinary people. Yang Shi, in the form of a mysterious bird, raised his hand when he saw a crowd of fire butterflies approaching him. A second later, the fire butterfly's flame was completely extinguished, and Yang Shi said it was his turn to launch a dizzying attack. Yang Shi put his hand in front of the frightened fire butterfly, which noticed that strange smoke was still coming from his hand. Naturally, the fire butterfly realized that she could not defeat such an opponent alone, and asked Yang Shi for forgiveness. The fire butterfly asked not to be killed, and soon the attractive beauty flew away in an unknown direction. Yang Shi remembered again that the superhero of spicy and sour noodles and the ice hero took blue pills before their terrible battles. Yang Shi slowly took off his strange bird mask and thought that he would definitely find out the whole truth that the so-called heroes were hiding. Yang Shi headed to the Luhansk subway to go home and finally rest after a dizzying, difficult day. Yang Shi sat on a bench and thought again that he should not take away the abilities of other heroes for now. Yang Xi thought that now he needed to focus intensely on his unique gift called Brain Reset. Yang Xi also couldn't get the mysterious blue pill that the superheroes took before the battle out of his head. Suddenly, Yang Xi's thoughts were interrupted when a strange stranger in the subway accidentally bumped into him and apologized. Yang Xi did not respond to the mysterious stranger's words and continued to rummage through his numerous thoughts. Everything changed when Yang Xi reached for his backpack, only to find it was gone. Someone had dared to steal the young man's belongings. Yang Xi was terrified when he realized that his rooster costume was inside the backpack. The young man realized that the strange stranger had stolen the bag. The mysterious stranger had miraculously disappeared without a trace, but Yang Xi had not yet reached the station. He couldn't have gone far. Yang Xi wondered if the mysterious stranger had the ability to become invisible. In that case, he would have to use his sense of smell. Yang Xi concentrated and activated his brain reset ability to heighten his senses. He quickly found the smell of the backpack in the train car. Yang Xi stared intently at the creepy robber, but didn't understand why he had changed so much. His aura was also different. Yang Xi realized that the guy did not have the ability to become invisible. Most likely, the robber could control his appearance and clothing. After the mysterious robber left the subway, Yang Xi slowly followed him and tried to carefully monitor his movements. Meanwhile, the cunning and crafty robber thought to himself that today had been a day of dizzying harvest. Yang Xi kept his eyes on the mysterious robber, who had no idea that he was being closely watched. For some unknown reason, the robber began to sweat profusely and feel uncontrollably nervous. The nimble thief suddenly stopped and looked around. Soon, the talented thief realized that he had encountered his pursuer. The robber looked in the direction of Yang Xi and remembered that it was from this boy that he had stolen the backpack in the subway car. The frightened robber did not understand how the owner of the backpack had miraculously identified him. The thief tried to escape from his pursuer. A second later, the nimble thief ran at full speed in an unknown direction. Yang Xi asked the guy to stop. On the way, Yang Xi saw a public city toilet and realized that the cunning and quick thief was probably hiding there. Yang Xi shouted loudly that the robber should not use middle-class tricks and that he was too weak for him. Yang Xi carefully examined the small room, which was too bright. There was no one around. Yang Xi realized that there really was no one around. The guy wondered if the nimble robber could have gone into the women's restroom. Yang Xi stood there for a moment and looked closely at the sign on the door to the women's restroom again. Yang Xi shouted loudly for the cunning and treacherous criminal to finally come out. The guy knew that the thief was right there. A few seconds later, Yang Xi couldn't take it anymore and kicked the door to the cubicle where the cunning robber was carefully hiding. After a crushing and swift blow from Yang Xi, some women's cosmetics flew out of the bag into the air. Yang Xi said that the cunning robber had a special ability that allowed him to change even his own voice. The frightened thief, disguised as a not-so-pretty girl, swore that it was his first time stealing, and that he would never do anything like that again. Yang Xi carefully examined the frightened thief's face and realized that his ability could not completely change his body and face. Meanwhile, the already upset thief continued to sit and think that he was having a very unpleasant day. The cunning robber didn't think long and handed Yang Xi his backpack, asking him once again to forgive him for all his sins. The cunning thief even began to smile a little, because he had been caught for the first time. The robber began to collect things from the backpack. The frightened criminal said that he hadn't touched anything, and that all of Yang Xi's belongings were still inside the bag. The thief was terrified and thought he was going to be beaten. Yang Xi quickly took the backpack and asked the talented robber if he had looked inside the backpack. The thief swore that he had not taken or touched anything. Yang Xi thought that everything had ended well. The guy told the robber to find a normal job in the near future. The cold-blooded criminal crossed his hands and seemed to beg Yang Xi to spare him for the first time. But Yang Xi unexpectedly replied that he clearly had no intention of sparing the cunning criminal and robber. He deserved a fair punishment. Yang Xi concentrated and activated his unique ability. The guy took away the insolent swindler's dizzying talent. After extracting the abilities from the cunning robber, Yang Xi thought he would no longer take talents, but he couldn't resist such temptation. Yang Xi carefully studied the newly acquired ability and realized that he could now change his clothes and image with a single movement of his hand. A few seconds later, Yang Xi was standing in an elegant, expensive suit that he would never have been able to buy with his own money. Yang Xi also noticed the chic shoes that literally sparkled in the sun. The guy looked too expensive. Yang Xi was pleased with his new talent, when suddenly, 2 police officers approached him, responding to screams coming from the women's restroom. Yang Xi pointed at the frightened robber, who was still sitting in the stall. The armed police quickly arrested the hooligan. Yang Shi watched as the arrested robber was led away by the two police officers and thought that most people should not have such gifts. A whole dizzying week had passed since then. Yang Shi sat in the taxi that had brought the guy to his destination. Yang Shi slowly opened the taxi door and got out of the car. The guy immediately heard the loud, familiar male voice of his friend. It was Fan Peng, who shouted that he was very happy to see his loyal old friend, Yang Shi. Yang Shi asked his friend and colleague Fan Peng what dizzying purpose he had in mind when he decided to call him to such a strange place. Fan Peng hugged his friend and colleague Yang Shi tightly and asked him if he could guess who he had just seen at the nightclub. Yang Shi asked Fan Peng who he had seen there. His friend slowly replied that his neighbor, Lin Nai Shui, was inside the nightclub. Yang Shi quickly responded to his friend Fan Peng's statement and explained that Lin Nai Shui was not his girlfriend, but just a neighbor. However, Fan Peng naturally did not believe Yang Shi's words and asked him not to pretend in front of him. The main characters went inside the prestigious nightclub. There, the guys looked around and decided to sit down at one of the tables. A moment later, Yang Shi saw his friendly neighbor Lin Nai Shui dancing around a pole in a cat costume. Lin Nai Shui's dance was truly passionate as she pressed her whole body against the long pole. The face of the lovely and seductive Lin Nai Shui changed dramatically when she saw Yang Shi appear in the club. Meanwhile, Yang Shi and his colleague from the workshop were already approaching the table to sit down. Lin Nai Shui looked at her sad neighbor Yang Shi and did not understand why he had come to such an unsavory establishment. Fan Peng decided to calm his friend Yang Shi, who literally lowered his head and began to feel sad. Fan Peng said today, Yang Shi was, as they say, on his turf, and he needed to relax urgently. Fan Peng raised his hand and called over some girls he knew. Yang Shi continued to stare at the floor and said nothing. A moment later, 3 charming girls approached the table where Yang Shi and Fan Peng were sitting and greeted the important guests. Fan Peng introduced the 3 attractive girls by their names, Cici Paupa and Tian Tian. According to the young man, they were his younger sisters. The 3 seductive beauties sat down at the table, where Yang Shi was already sitting. One of the girls said that Yang Shi was a real handsome guy. Meanwhile, at the next table, there was also a cheerful group drinking expensive, strong alcohol. At the table sat a group of friends who complained that their older brother had taken their car. The guy would not have lost to Gao Zheng then. The guy's best friend, named Lei Yan, said that his friend had ultimately lost the race to Gao Zheng, and that nothing could be done about it. The cheerful young man in the company of a seductive beauty just laughed loudly, but did not respond to Lei Yan's remarks. It was Liu Yuan who was hugging 2 charming girls. The young man replied to Li Yan that he had become his bodyguard. Liu Yuan continued to humiliate his loyal friend and told him that he did not know how to keep his mouth shut. Liu Yuan's bodyguard asked him why it bothered him so much. Maybe he was just jealous of his high rank. However, Liu Yuan had already stopped listening to his bodyguard's words and quickly stood up to hit the poor waitress hard. That poor waitress turned out to be Lin Nai Shui. The attractive girl in a cat costume fell to the cold floor from the blow. Liu Yuan stood and watched as Lin Nai Shui sat on the cold floor. The guy asked why the alcohol was of such low quality. Liu Yuan continued to insult the frightened Lin Nai Shui and asked the poor girl how she dared to make him drink such cheap alcohol. A few seconds later, the cruel Liu Yuan drank the cheap alcohol on the head of the frightened Lin Nai Shu. Yang Shi could no longer tolerate such humiliation of Lin Nai Shui and got up from the table. Fan Peng tried to stop the naive guy. Fan Peng said that Liu Yuan had powerful parents, and Yang Shi was no match for him in the upcoming fight. Meanwhile, poor Lin Nai Shui sat in a cold sweat in her wet cat costume and just cried quietly. Liu Yuan sat back down at the table and hugged the stunning girls tightly. He asked them if they knew how to apologize properly. Liu Yuan forced his entourage to pour an entire bottle of alcohol into the mouth of the frightened Lin Nai Shui. The other guests clapped their hands. The scene changed when Yang Shi entered the room dressed as a rooster. The guy attacked Liu Yuan's bodyguard with lightning speed. Frightened, Lin Nai Shui decided to crawl away and see what would happen next. Yang Shi slowly approached his opponent. Yang Shi asked loudly, which of the distinguished guests was the son of the famous mechanical hero? Liu Yuan's bodyguard asked Yang Shi who he really was. Liu Yuan replied that this man was probably planning to take his own life. Yang Shi, dressed in a rooster costume, replied that he was going to make a lucrative deal with his so-called brother, Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan heard the words of the mysterious stranger and asked what kind of deal he wanted to make with him. Liu Yuan's bodyguard replied that it was quite late and that they had better leave the nightclub. However, Liu Yuan could not stand such a negative attitude towards himself, and again showed aggression by hitting his bodyguard in the back. This weak blow did not cause any injury to the burly bodyguard, who simply glared at his master. Liu Yuan was already intoxicated, and was showing off his courage in front of the mysterious stranger in the bird costume. Liu Yuan's bodyguard put his hand on the young man's shoulder, and asked him to sit down at the table and rest. Liu Yuan's bodyguard decided to talk to this so-called actor, dressed as a rooster himself. Yang Shi was sitting at the next table, holding a glass of strong alcohol. He asked the bodyguard if he wanted to attack him. Yang Shi slowly put the glass on the table, and said that the bodyguard had interrupted an important conversation with Mr. Liu Yuan. Yang Shi slowly got up from the table, and loudly replied to the bodyguard that he would teach him a lesson soon. The brave and courageous bodyguard had already activated his fiery aura, and replied that it was still unknown who would teach whom a lesson. The bodyguard wrapped bandages around his fists, which subsequently burst into bright flames. The man was already approaching his opponent. Yang Shi quickly analyzed his opponent, and realized that he was using a C-rank fire element attack. Meanwhile, the girls were helping poor Naixu, who was already wiping away her tears. The girls said that this guy was really brave. The frightened girls discussed whether the mysterious stranger in the form of a chicken could defeat the fiery boxer. Meanwhile, the fiery bodyguard ran up to Yang Shi, who did not even try to dodge the crushing blow. Finally, the dizzying blow from the brave bodyguard hit Yang Shi's shoulder squarely, but he continued to stand his ground. Liu Yuan's bodyguard thought that the mysterious stranger was too naive. Once he became a hero, no one could resist his attacks. The fiery boxer decided to form a giant flame to attack his innocent victim once again. Meanwhile, the frightened nightclub patrons screamed in dizzying panic as they realized that an explosion was about to occur. A giant fiery vortex formed around Yang Shi. The body of the man in the rooster costume was almost invisible, but a second later, Yang Shi's hand suddenly appeared from the huge fiery hurricane, indicating that the guy was still alive. A moment later, the terrifying whirlwind of fire completely dissipated, and Yang Shi stood as if nothing had happened. Liu Yuan's bodyguard opened his mouth in dizzying amazement. The man did not understand how the mysterious stranger could have done such a thing. In addition, the fiery boxer turned his attention to the fact that Yang Shi was safe and sound. A moment later, the man in the rooster costume activated his dizzying mental attack ability. Poor bodyguard Liu Yuan froze in utter horror. The man realized that for the first time, he had lost in a fair fight. The fiery boxer fell to one knee from Yang Shi's mental attack. The guy in the rooster costume hit him on the head. Naturally, the frightened bodyguard fell to the cold floor from the surprising blow, and showed no signs of life. Liu Yuan couldn't believe that such a strong, fiery boxer had been disarmed with just one crushing blow. Yang Shi had already approached the unconscious bodyguard and activated his ability extraction option. When Yang Shi took his innocent victim's gift, he looked at Liu Yuan, who was experiencing uncontrollable fear. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan still couldn't believe that his brave bodyguard could lose so quickly to some cocky guy. Yang Shi grabbed Liu Yuan by the throat. The frightened young man asked him what deal he was talking about and how much money he needed. Yang Shi did not let go of the frightened Liu Yuan, who asked him if he knew who his father was. The man in the rooster costume remained silent. After a few seconds, Yang Shi replied to Liu Yuan that he knew very well that his father was a legendary mechanical hero. Yang Shi tried to calm the frightened Liu Yuan and said that he did not plan to take his life, but simply wanted to share something. Yang Shi asked Liu Yuan loudly and clearly if he had ever wanted to have amazing abilities. Liu Yuan did not rush to answer the mysterious and powerful stranger, thinking that there might be a trap involved. Meanwhile, Yang Shi, dressed in a rooster costume, loosened his grip and released the terrified Liu Yuan's throat. Liu Yuan sat on the cold floor and asked the strange, powerful stranger if he considered himself a god. Yang Shi was about to leave and threw Liu Yuan a note with an address. The guy said that if he wanted to gain abilities, he had to come to that address. Liu Yuan asked when he should come. Yang Shi replied that he should come in 7 days, alone. Yang Shi took off his legendary rooster costume and went outside, where his loyal friend Fan Peng called him. Yang Shi quickly replied that the bar was too stuffy, and he had gone outside to catch his breath. The guy asked what had happened. Fan Peng claimed that Yang Shi had just missed a spectacular, dizzying show. He He also asked if his friend would like to try some kebabs. Yang Shi continued to think about his little sister Fei Fei and said that the first part of his grand plan had been accomplished. Meanwhile, inside a huge building called Heroes of Kowloon, a dizzying scene was unfolding. Important, high-ranking heroes sat at a huge table watching a replay of the video where Yang Shi defeated his opponent with one blow. At the head of the giant table sat the legendary mechanical hero, who asked his comrades what they thought of what they had seen. The lazy swordsman lowered his eyes to the floor and thought intently about the strange scene he had witnessed. The glacial adventurer decided to speak first and said that the mysterious man in the suit in the video used his hand like a knife. The lazy swordsman wanted to intervene and said that it was clearly not a simple hand that had taken Lei Yan's life. This rooster possessed incredible strength. The lazy swordsman realized that Lei Yan had lost the moment the man in the rooster costume made a move with his hand. A moment later, Luo Mun intervened in the conversation and said that a report had come in from the identification department about Lei Yan's injury. Luo Lun's eyes widened to a dizzying extent as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Luo Mun said aloud that Lei Yan's abilities were gone forever. The fiery boxer could no longer be considered a full-fledged hero. All the powerful and legendary heroes looked back and simultaneously realized that they were facing a terrifying problem for the first time. The mechanical hero, like a true leader, lowered his head and began to think about how to deal with the new, unknown hero. The lazy swordsman asked the other invited guests where this mysterious man who could erase abilities had come from. Lo Moon quickly replied that only a true S-rank hero was capable of taking away the unique abilities of other heroes. The mechanical hero stood up from the table and asked Lo Moon if he thought a new, powerful hero had appeared on Earth. The glacial adventurer also stood up and said that the transporter was a strict man who was literally about to pass away. It was obvious that Kunlun Company could not deal with such a complex issue on its own. Help was needed. The lazy swordsman also supported the idea of asking the Heroes Association for help, as this rooster would continue to act. The mechanical hero thought for a moment and suggested not to report this story to the Heroes Association for the time being, and to keep it a secret. Meanwhile, a dizzying scene was unfolding in Mr. Liu Yuan's huge mansion. Liu Yuan lay on his comfortable bed and wondered if he could get at least one ability from the mysterious stranger. Liu Yuan looked at the note he had received from Yang Shi and wondered what the mysterious man in the rooster costume really wanted from him. Liu Yuan nervously clutched the mystical note in his hand and continued to ponder. The young man did not know whether to agree or not. Meanwhile, Yang Shi, accompanied by his friend Fan Peng, headed to the Lugana City Museum to see the monsters. Fan Peng, as usual, said that Yang Shi had actually come to the museum to look at the charming girls. After all, Fan Peng knew perfectly well that only real long-legged beauties went to the Lugana City Museum. However, Yang Shi no longer listened to his friend's remarks and pointed to a mysterious exhibit. Yang Shi was pointing at the skeleton of a huge electric Tyrannosaurus that was 7 meters tall. Yang Shi stared intently at the Tyrannosaurus's giant sharp teeth and said that he was planning to write an article about the invasion of monsters soon. The electric Tyrannosaurus really did inspire dizzying fear in ordinary people. This beast was S-rank. Yang Shi and Fan Peng opened their mouths in surprise and said at the same time that this giant monster was too powerful. Meanwhile, Yang Shi stretched out his hand and wondered if he could extract the electric Tyrannosaurus's abilities. However, Yang Shi was unable to put his plan into practice because he heard the rough male voice of a museum guard behind him. Yang Shi and Fan Peng slowly approached the brave guard and handed him a business card stating that the young man was a journalist. The policeman carefully examined the documents and said that even journalists were not allowed to touch the exhibits on the museum grounds. Yang Shi suddenly looked at his cunning friend Fan Peng, who stood still and simply grinned. Fan Peng hugged the respected police officer and took him aside to ask a strange and very provocative question. While the guard was distracted, Yang Shi decided to use his unique ability after all, and reached out to the exhibit again. After a few minutes, Yang Shi felt that he could strongly sense the Tyrannosaurus's ability, but extracting it was no easy task. And finally, the process of extracting the abilities from the electric Tyrannosaurus was complete. Yang Shi studied it carefully. Something went wrong when Yang Shi suddenly discovered that the ability he had obtained from the giant Tyrannosaurus had not passed the evaluation. Soon, the evaluation took place, and Yang Shi received only an E-grade gift. The boy did not understand why electricity was rated so low. Yang Shi wondered if the ability of this powerful Tyrannosaurus could have weakened after so many years. Yang Shi recalled the image of when he had easily taken the abilities from a small clone of a one-eyed monster that was still alive. Yang Shi decided to leave when he realized that they would not get anything useful here at the Lugana City Museum. Yang Shi was upset and headed for his home. There, the guy had to figure out why he had failed. Yang Shi sat at the table and thought that he had only obtained 3 low-quality abilities after searching the entire huge city museum. Yang Shi carefully studied these 3 abilities, one of which was low-quality cloning. Yang Shi continued to look at the 3 small multicolored balls, whose energy literally frightened the boy. Yang Shi wondered again if the abilities could be combined, and if they could be destroyed. Yang Shi had no choice but to conduct a dizzying experiment with his S-rank fire ability. Yang Shi concentrated intensely on the small fireball and whispered to himself that he had to destroy this talent. Yang Shi had never concentrated so hard on a single ability before. The poor frightened boy's hand began to tremble. After several attempts, Yang Shi saw that nothing had worked. But the young man was not going to give up and would try again. A few minutes later, Yang Shi was overjoyed when suddenly the small ball in his strong hand cracked. Yang Shi scanned the destroyed little ball, and in the end, his ability responded that the energy had been destroyed. Yang Shi was surprised when he realized that the small ball had turned into a dark-colored cube that now consisted of ordinary dark matter. Thus, Yang Shi guessed that any ability could be divided into small components. A few minutes later, Yang Shi wondered again if he could use these dark cubes to enhance his other abilities. Yang Shi watched as the small fireball merged with the cube of dark matter in the air. The boy waited for an answer. A moment later, the ability to control people took on a pink hue, and Yang Shi realized that it had indeed improved. Yang Shi couldn't contain his dizzying joy, and now the boy could use these little cubes to strengthen himself. Yang Shi thought that from now on, he would be able to independently form a new ability that would be rated S. Yang Shi's thoughts were interrupted when someone knocked on his door. The boy asked the uninvited guest to leave and not disturb him. For some reason, Yang Shi thought it might be Liu Yuan, who had come to visit the charming girl, Lin Naishui. Meanwhile, dizzying events were unfolding in Lin Naishui's room. Her father and mother had come to see her. Naishui's father smoked right in the room and said that he and his mother did not try to deliberately deceive the beauty. Yang Shi knocked on Naishui's door several times, but no one answered, so the guy decided to enter without an invitation. Naishui's father said that if they hadn't done so, Lin would clearly not have been willing to send them money. Naishui's strict mother claimed that her brother needed money to buy a house and get married in the near future. However, Lin Naishui was angry because her mother and father had actually said that her father was sick and needed treatment. Lin Naishui asked her relatives through tears if they knew how desperate she would be when she found out that her father was ill. Poor Lin Naishui said that she had worked 4 shifts in a row to earn the damn money for her beloved father's treatment. Her sister's tears did not bother her father in the least, who continued to exhale bitter smoke from his smoke-filled mouth. Lin Naishui said that her relatives had simply found a way to sell her to a rich man she didn't even know. Lin Naishui's mother tried to calm her angry daughter down and said that this man would never treat her badly. Lin Naishui asked her mother where she thought the last 50,000 she had sent last week had come from. Lin Naishui replied that she was now working as a bartender and waitress at a prestigious nightclub where she was being treated like dirt. This shocking news left Naishui's relatives speechless with surprise. They couldn't believe that Lin had agreed to such a thing. Naishui's father stood up and started yelling that Lin had ruined their family's reputation forever. She was a disgrace. Her father felt uncontrollable rage and raised his hand to strike his offended sister, Naishui. Yang Shi managed to grab the man's arm in time. The young man said that he needed to calm down because Lin was still his daughter. Naishui's father was very surprised that some young outsider had gotten involved in their family quarrel. Naishui's father asked Yang Shi who he thought he was to interfere in a family conflict between a father and daughter. Yang Shi slowly scanned Naishui's stern father and realized that, unlike her mother, the man did not feel the slightest bit of pity for his own daughter. Yang Shi used his ability to control people to make Naishui's mother deliver a crushing blow to her husband's head. The courageous woman asked her husband if his heart was made of stone. His daughter had become a servant. Naishui's father knelt before the courageous woman and said nothing. The man was truly ashamed of his behavior. Naishui's mother hugged her frightened daughter Lin tightly and said that she had hurt her deeply, but in fact she had always loved her daughter. Naishui's father gathered his courage and raised his head, saying that her brother must now earn his own money. Yang Shi watched closely as his relatives finally found common ground, and for some reason remembered his little sister Fei Fei. Yang Shi Shi asked himself who in this unfair world would not feel sorry for his beloved family. The next morning, Yang Shi and Lin Naishui stood at the train station and saw off the girl's parents. Naishui's mother waved to her daughter from the train window and asked her only child never to do anything foolish again. Lin Naishui thanked Yang Shi for agreeing to accompany her to the station. Now the main characters had to return. Yang Shi said that he really hoped that Lin Naishui's brother would understand everything. It was more useful than the girl sending money every week. Lin Naishui asked Yang Shi to come closer so she could whisper something in his ear. Yang Shi literally blushed and turned red as a lobster. It had been a long time since the guy had been so embarrassed in front of a girl. Lin Naishui came up close to Yang Shi and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Lin Naishui closed her eyes and whispered in Yang Shi's ear that she was infinitely grateful to him for his great and courageous deed. That night, Yang Shi put on his fancy rooster costume again and headed to the center where the remains of powerful monsters were kept. Yang Shi watched the cars moving around carefully and thought that he needed to find a way to break into the building. Just then, a huge truck drove by Yang Shi, and the young man quickly ran towards it. Miraculously, Yang Shi managed to grab onto a small beam, thanks to which the young man would now be able to sneak inside the center. The next moment, Yang Shi, in the form of a rooster, was already on the roof of the truck. The young man felt that half the battle was already won. However, Yang Shi's expectations did not come true, and soon the young man heard a strange rustling sound from the side. Someone was quickly approaching him. A charming, pretty girl with red hair appeared near Yang Shi's head, silencing him. But Yang Shi couldn't let the mysterious girl get the upper hand, so in the next moment, he rebuffed the attractive beauty. Yang Shi realized that the red-haired criminal was also trying to sneak into the center. The guy was embarrassed when he realized that she was female. Yang Shi decided to greet the charming beauty in such difficult times, and said hello to her. It was a coincidence. The red-haired girl became angry, and said that she was very unlucky to encounter the so-called man in a rooster costume at that moment. A few seconds later, the red-haired rogue replied that she was a representative of the Manhwa Kang Dodo company. Yang Shi asked Qian Dodo to be quiet, as the truck was approaching the unloading area. The girl couldn't get off the vehicle, but Yang Shi was no longer listening to Chang Dodo, and asked the red-haired vixen to hold on tight, as they were about to jump out while the truck was still moving. The main characters grouped together, and in the next moment, were lying on the cold ground, in a very strange position. After a while, Yang Shi asked his new acquaintance, Qian Dodo, how long she was going to hug him on the ground. Cao Dodo literally lost her temper and said that if the situation did not require it, no one would want to hug such a person. Sang Dodo and Yang Shi slowly made their way to the room where the remains of the terrifying monsters were being processed. Chang Dodo asked Yang Shi why he was acting so strangely, as if he were a novice in this criminal business. Yang Shi did not hide anything, and told the charming red-haired beauty that it was his first time doing this. He said he would listen. Cao Dodo believed in Yang Shi's sincerity and ultimately allowed the young man to follow her. And so the main characters approached the table on which lay a real werewolf. The monster looked almost alive. Chang Dodo said that her powerful boss needed hair from the chest of a real werewolf. Suddenly, Chang Dodo used her unique ability, and a mysterious bag appeared in her hand. Sang Dodo began to laugh and told Yang Shi that she could create a storage bag in which many things could be kept. A few minutes later, Qian Dodo turned to Yang Shi again and asked him to follow her to the next room. However, Yang Shi had already activated his ability extraction option and reached out his hand toward the immobilized werewolf's body. Qian Dodo froze in place from the dizzying sound. A loud alarm went off, and the heroes were quickly discovered. A scary man burst into the room and ordered Qian Dodo and Yang Shi to stay where they were and surrender immediately. The angry man told Qian Dodo and Yang Shi that the bloodthirsty monster was not actually dead. In the next moment, terrifying tentacles appeared around the body of the mysterious stranger. The man begged to be saved. Yang Shi was a little scared, but continued to stand still. Qian Dodo leaned on the guy's shoulder because her legs had weakened. The calm of the main characters was disturbed when suddenly those ill-fated tentacles reappeared near Kang Dodo's shoulder. A minute later, Sang Dodo was hanging in the air, begging Yang Shi to help her escape. Naturally, the courageous young man reached out his hand to her. With lightning speed, Yang Shi activated his Fire Strike ability and delivered a crushing blow to the bloodthirsty monster. Soon, Yang Shi realized that he had once again encountered a tentacle that was distinguished by its speed. Yan Shi quickly ran to help Qian Dodo, who continued to scream and call for help. The boy noticed the metal poles. Yang Shi reacted instantly and activated his metal transformation ability to save the innocent victim. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty tentacle carried Kang Dodo's fragile female body further and further into the darkness. A few seconds later, the tentacles finally released the terrified Kang Dodo, who was already falling onto the icy floor. The red-haired beauty Kang Dodo hit her head hard on the floor. Yang Shi ran over to check on the girl. Sao Dodo was already trying to get to her feet and said that the tentacles had sharp hooks that caused her a lot of pain. The frightened protagonists did not understand why the mysterious monster had survived and was attacking ordinary people again. Soon, Yang Shi and Kang Dodo saw the terrifying, bloodthirsty monster that had captured several people. Yang Shi and Qian Dodo did not rush to help the frightened people because they did not yet have a rescue plan. Poor Qian Dodo was very concerned about the physical condition of the people who were being held captive by the cunning giant monster. Slippery tentacles like those of an octopus protruded from the huge eyes of the terrifying monster. It was truly horrible to look at. Yang Shi and Qian Dodo watched closely as the terrifying monster planned to take the lives of all the captives. Yang Shi had no other plan for rescue, so he once again activated his unique ability to transform metal. The huge beast had already seen the guy's attempts to attack and launched several tentacles at Yang Shi. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was already finishing his preparations for a crushing blow and had prepared metal arrows for the monster. Along with the metal arrows, spears and other metal weapons also flew at the huge monster. When Yang Shi saw that the tentacles were approaching his friend Qian Dodo, he formed a shield around her that gradually shrank. When the metal shield became very small, Qian Dodo grabbed her head and began to scream that she would soon be eaten. Yang Shi realized that this could not go on, and that he had to quickly find another way. Somewhere nearby, the guy saw cans of gasoline. Yang Shi turned to the frightened beauty Chang Dodo and said that he had a brilliant idea that would save them from death. The brave and courageous Yang Shi began to make some strange movements, as if ordering someone to go forward to the end. A number of cans containing gasoline appeared in the air. These containers began to fly around the monster. After a few seconds, the gasoline cans were already circling around the giant mouth of the mysterious monster. Yang Shi watched intently for the moment when the cans would be near the mouth of the huge monster, and directed a small flame there. A moment later, there was a terrible, dizzying explosion. Frightened people ran in different directions. The crackling and rumbling of the terrifying explosion literally made ordinary people feel real panic for the first time. Yang Shi held his new friend, Qian Dodo, tightly by the hand. The main characters tried to leave the room. Finally, Yang Shi and Qian Dodo ran out into the street, but an unexpected encounter with a mysterious stranger awaited them. The creepy stranger was already pulling a huge sword from behind his back and saying that Yang Shi and Kang Dodo should not have revived the giant monster. Qian Dodo flew into a rage and asked the old man who he was and why he started talking nonsense as soon as he appeared on the horizon. The strange old man declared that Qian Dodo was a disrespectful child. When he was in his prime, this girl was still drinking her mother's milk. Qian Dodo shouted that the old man was being disrespectful, despite the fact that he was considered an elderly person. Memories flashed through Yang Shi's mind. Standing before him was Duan Shulu, the man who had defeated King Kong Berserk 10 years ago. Yang Shi greeted the real hero, who was considered an A-rank. The young man did not understand why the old man was in the center of the remains processing plant. Duan Shuilu stopped listening to the young man's chatter and began attacking the terrifying monster that was still alive. In a dizzying battle with the monster, Duan Shuilu used the greedy wolf attack and the polar star attack. Yang Shi and Qian Dodo were astonished when they saw what Duan Shuilio was capable of. This was to be expected from a true hero. The poor, frightened monster already realized that he was facing a powerful, legendary opponent and that he could not win. Meanwhile, Duan Shuilu launched his second polar star attack and decided to use the Heaven's Hunger style. In an instant, the huge tentacles of the evil monster fell to the ground with a terrifying crash. Duan Shuilu had no intention of stopping and was already finishing off his terrifying opponent. The old man jumped to an incredible height. Duan Shuilu once again amazed the witnesses of this spectacular event with his unique style called heavenly water. A dizzying whirlwind of water droplets formed around Duan Shuilu's sharp blade. The bloodthirsty monster didn't stand a chance of surviving. The poor creature prepared to take its last breath. In an instant, the mighty hero Duan Shuilio landed on his feet. The true savior was proud of his work. After Duan Shuiliu dealt with the bloodthirsty monster, he raised his sword toward Yang Shi and said it was his turn. Yang Shi noticed that Duan Shuiliu's eyes were filled with malice and anger. The old man clearly intended to take his life. Yang Shi decided to talk first and told Duan Shuiliu that it wasn't them who had revived this giant, terrifying monster. Naturally, the old man Duan Shuiliu did not believe the stranger's word. The legendary hero asked them to provide evidence. Sang Dodo asked his loyal partner Yang Shi if he was confident that he could defeat the old man in a fair fight. Chang Dodo placed her delicate hand on Yang Shi's shoulder and said that she actually just wanted to lend him her unique weapon. Sao Dodo said that she had given Yang Shi amazing armor that would help him in his upcoming battle with Duan Shuiliu. Yang Shi thought for a moment, and for some reason remembered his poor little sister Fei Fei, who had suffered at the hands of the so-called heroes. Meanwhile, the ruthless old man Duan Shuiliu had already jumped up and shouted at Yang Shi to taste this blow. Miraculously, Yang Shi managed to put up the amazing shield he had just received from the charming assistant Qian Dodo. Yang Shi was greatly surprised when he realized that this dizzying armor was capable of withstanding Duan Shuiliu's blows. The devastating attacks from the powerful old man Duan Shuiliu were literally endless, and poor Yang Shi had to retreat. After several minutes of frenzied fighting, Yang Shi decided to use his brain reset ability. Meanwhile, Duan Shuiliu tried again to deliver a powerful blow to Yang Shi's head. But now the picture had changed. After activating his brain reset ability, Duan Shuiliu's numerous attacks became significantly slower for Yang Shi. However, Yang Shi would not be able to defeat such a powerful opponent just like that. Duan Shuiliu shouted that the guy had just opened up. Yang Shi already understood that there was no way to dodge the impending terrifying attack from Duan Shuiliu, and he had to come up with something immediately. Yang Shi had no choice but to activate his ability called Human Control. The guy hoped that he would be lucky. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically when Duan Shuiliu froze in midair for some reason. The frightened old man Duan Shuiliu did not understand how a youngster named Yang Shi managed to stop his dizzying movement. The wise old man eventually landed on the ground and tried to launch another surprise attack. Meanwhile, Yang Shi thought that if he hadn't activated his brain reset ability, he would have been in danger. Duan Shuiliu prepared to deliver a long-awaited crushing blow to his opponent and thought that the young man was simply using tricks. However, Yang Shi sat in wait and prepared to use the ability called Metal Transformation again. Yang Shi turned a wooden stick into a steel pipe, which he used to fend off Duan Shuiliu's terrifying attack. The weapons of the two opponents met in the air. Yang Shi planned to use Human Control again to temporarily stop Duan Shuiliu. Nearby, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, claiming that Yang Shi was like a god of weapons because he was still standing. The crowd of interested people continued to wonder who this cunning god of weapons really was. Finally, Duan Shuiliu decided to stop the hateful battle and asked the crowd of onlookers to leave the room immediately. Duan Shuiliu said that he had already realized that Yang Shi was not a simple thief or robber, and that he had something to say to the young talent. Yang Shi continued to stand in place and waited impatiently to hear what the wise hero Duan Shuiliu wanted to tell him. The words of the mighty hero Duan Shuiliu were heard by Sang Dodo, who wondered if she should also leave the room. It turned out that Duan Shuiliu was the manager here. Sang Dodo decided to quickly leave this monster remains processing center. Duan Shuiliu said that Yang Shi was not a god of weapons. Only his metal ability remotely resembled him. Duan Shuiliu continued to say that Yang Shi's skills could not be compared to the abilities of a powerful god of weapons. Duan Shuiliu once again praised the talented young man and said that he would never have come here to steal a little fur. Duan Shuiliu decided to ask the main question. Had Yang Shi come here to find the secret of the world that few people in the world knew about yet? Yang Shi did not understand what exactly the wise hero Duan Shuiliu was saying to him, but he did not interrupt the old man again. Yang Shi thought about what world secret Duan Shuiliu was talking about and tried to ask for details. Yang Shi quickly responded and said that he had come to this center in search of the world's secret. The young man wanted to see the old man's reaction. Duan Shuiliu laughed loudly and called Yang Shi an ambitious and courageous person. The old man thought that such a hero could be entrusted with secrets. Yang Shi still didn't understand anything, but decided not to show it. The young man planned to appear more knowledgeable. Duan Shuiliu said that the real purpose of opening this center was to build a one-way tunnel into the unpredictable world of monsters. Duan Shuiliu called this terrifying tunnel a white hole. Yang Shi grimaced behind his mask in dizzying surprise. Duan Shuilu began to say that 15 years ago, the white hole of Luhan City was open, and several high-ranking heroes were sent there. Duan Shuilu continued to assert that the heroes had to penetrate the world of monsters at any cost. The old man was a direct participant. Duan Shuilu said that in this difficult mission, only he and 2 other heroes managed to stay alive. Duan Shuilu pointed to a strange figure and said that each center was built on the weakest places on the planet. While Duan burned the remains of monsters in these weak spots, they could easily enter the world of terrifying monsters and beasts. Yang Shi decided to ask the wise hero Duan Shuilu what he could tell him about the revived monster that attacked innocent people. Duan Shuilu said that it was actually a mutation of a bloodthirsty monster that happened to be near a white hole. Duan Shuilu claimed that people needed to gather their strength to face the most dangerous monsters in that unpredictable world. Duan Shuilu was about to leave Yangtze, and before leaving, he shared some important information that it didn't matter which organization he belonged to. Meanwhile, an important and responsible conversation was taking place at the headquarters of the Heroes Association. A passionate woman with red hair reported to her boss that old man Duan Shuilu continued to tell his tales. However, the strict boss did not argue with the charming beauty and said that sooner or later, everyone would find out about the white hole. The red-haired girl said that she had a video conference from headquarters in which a large number of heroes participated. Someone on the big screen announced that they had already fulfilled all the basic requirements for consideration of the S category case. Next on the list of important conversations was a report from the Association of Heroes from the glorious town of Lugan. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the news. The elderly chief nodded his head and made it clear that he was now ready to begin the important conference between the association. The assembled guests were waiting for news from the Association of Heroes of the city of Lugan, who were hesitant to tell the truth. Meanwhile, from the hospital room where poor little Fei Fei lay unconscious, the voice of her older brother could be heard. Yang Shi decided to share with his sister a fascinating story about the real reason for the creation of monster remains processing centers. Yang Shi also said that when he was lucky enough to get out of the center alive, ordinary people were surprised at how he managed to do it. Frightened witnesses to the big explosion asked the man in the rooster costume what had actually happened inside the center. At the exit, Yang Shi was met by his charming companion, Qian Dodo, who asked her so-called boss how he was feeling. Yang Shi was in no hurry to tell the lovely girl, Qian Dodo, about the white hole. Besides, the young man did not want people to know his name. Yang Shi, nevertheless, replied to Qian Dodo that he was fine. A few seconds later, the young man asked her to come closer to him. When Sang Dodo came up to Yang Shi, he decided to use his ability to control people. Frightened, Kang Dodo did not understand what had happened and simply obeyed her new master. In fact, Yang Shi ordered the modest red-haired Qian Dodo to forget that the guy had used his fire and metal abilities. Yang Shi also ordered Qian Dodo to remember that it was he who had brought her this unique armor, which cost 10,000. A few minutes later, Yang Shi snapped his fingers to end the process of controlling the person. The guy hoped that everything would work out. Cao Dodo replied that everything was fine with Yang Shi, but it was time for her to go home because curfew had already begun. Yang Shi told his little sister Fei Fei that Qian Dodo reminded him of his sister, who loved money and was always cheerful. Yang Shi practically swore that when he finally took revenge on his offenders, he would find a way to wake her from her long sleep. The long-awaited night arrived, and Yang Shi went home again to think things through and conduct some experiments. Yang Shi was already sitting at his favorite table, deep in thought. The young man was trying to strengthen his abilities. Using metal transformation, Yang Shi made himself an amazing and very mystical ring, which he put on his hand. This amazing piece of jewelry was now called the Ring of Absorption, which could do incredible things. A few minutes later, a mysterious bottle with a strange blue liquid inside appeared in Yang Shi's hand. It was a potion of abilities. Yang Shi said that he must not let people know about his true ability. He had to deceive Liu Yuan. Moments later, a magical mask that looked like a real snake miraculously appeared on the table. Yang Shi tried on the new, amazing, and frightening snake mask, and realized that now no one would recognize him. When Yang Shi boldly put on this snake mask, he once again used his amazing ability to transform. Thanks to Yu Ji becoming part of the planned story, an organization consisting of many Yang Si will appear, and when Yang Shi now appears in public in the form of a snake, he will introduce himself as Mr. Liu. The next morning, Yang Shi was on his way to an important and special meeting with his new friend, Liu Yuan. Yang Shi, dressed as a rooster, slowly approached Liu Yuan, who was literally lying unconscious on the cold ground. Yang Shi gently tapped the sleeping boy and ordered him to wake up immediately. He had an important conversation with Liu Yuan. Through his sleep, Liu Yuan at first began to act defiantly, but soon realized that standing before him was his new boss, Yu Ji. Yang Shi, in the guise of a rooster, thanked Liu Yuan for believing his words and coming here at the appointed time. Liu Yuan literally began to hug and kiss the feet of his new master Yu Ji and said that he would soon receive money and status. However, Yang Shi ordered his servant Liu Yuan not to do this again and not to talk about girls and money. He was not interested in that. Yang Shi said that Liu Yuan could obtain the coveted abilities with incredible ease. To do this, the boy needed to look into his eyes. Yang Shi quickly activated his ability to control people and looked intently into the eyes of his new servant, Liu Yuan Yu. Yang Shi understood that Liu Yuan was now completely under his control. The boy quickly asked what he knew about the blue pill. However, Liu Yuan was in no hurry to reveal all his secrets. The poor guy's eyes became completely transparent. Yang Shi was even a little scared because he didn't understand what had happened. For the first time, the guy thought that his mind control ability had failed. Yang Shi ordered Liu Yuan to slap himself, but the boy continued to sit in place. He thought that maybe he already had the ability. Yang Shi stretched out his hand and placed it on Liu Yuan's forehead, who continued to sit in place. He used a mental attack. Yang Shi thought that last time, Liu Yuan didn't attack him when there was a fight in the bar. It didn't seem like he had any abilities. In any case, Yang Shi would now try to take Liu Yuan's abilities away. The guy put his hand on the immobilized man again. After a few seconds, Yang Shi realized that his new servant, Liu Yuan, did indeed have some kind of unique talent. The extraction process was almost complete, and soon a small green ball appeared in Yang Shi's hand. Yang Shi closely examined Liu Yuan's gift and realized that the boy had the ability to revive himself one day after his death. Naturally, Yang Shi kept this ability for himself, as this amazing gift could change the course of upcoming events. Soon, Yang Shi decided to insert into Liu Yuan's body the pearl he had stolen the day before from the Monster Remains Processing Center. A few minutes later, Yang Shi decided to kick Liu Yuan again, who was still lying unconscious on the icy ground. Liu Yuan woke up and jumped to his feet, not understanding how he had managed to fall asleep again. The young man asked for the ability again. Yang Shi replied to his faithful companion, Liu Yuan, that he was just very tired. The master handed the boy the ring. Yang Shi said that this amazing ring was created by an organization of heroes and was capable of stealing the abilities of others. Yang Shi also handed Liu Yuan a bottle of blue liquid, and said that this medicine gave ordinary people the opportunity to become heroes. Liu Yuan looked at this miraculous elixir with surprise, and asked Yang Shi if he was deceiving him. Liu Yuan thought that perhaps he was holding real poison in his hands. However, the young man did not think twice, and was about to drink the contents. A few seconds later, the naive Liu Yuan had practically drained the bottle of blue medicine. After taking the last sip, Liu Yuan strangely decided to get rid of the medicine and smashed the bottle into tiny pieces. Liu Yuan's eyes gradually began to fill with red liquid, and soon the boy felt an unexpected dizziness. A moment later, poor naive Liu Yuan found himself kneeling before Yang Shi again, and now he was experiencing incredible pain. Yang Shi, in the form of a powerful rooster, closely watched the effects of taking this mysterious medicine. Liu Yuan screamed in unbearable pain and said that his whole body was literally on fire. Gradually, his face became covered with hair. In fact, Yang Shi did not tell Liu Yuan that what he had just drunk was not medicine at all. It was Yang Shi who was remotely controlling his new gift. Liu Yuan continued to change before Yang Shi's eyes and gradually turned into a vicious monster that resembled a wolf. Frightened, Liu Yuan examined his new hairy body and realized that he had now become a real bloodthirsty monster. A few minutes later, a giant hungry beast with bright red eyes appeared before Yang Shi. Yang Shi replied that from now on, Liu Yuan had become a real werewolf and could now transform into a vicious beast. Liu Yuan couldn't believe his eyes, but he still expected more. The guy said that his brother could turn into a dragon. Yang Shi said that Liu Yuan's brother had a Category A gift, while he only had Category E abilities. He was weaker than his relative. The foolish werewolf Liu Yuan did not understand what Yang Shi was saying and asked what the difference between these classes was. Yang Shi calmed the werewolf Liu Yuan and said that now he had joined a powerful organization that would later give him enhanced talent. Yang Shi saw how the werewolf Liu Yuan's face became cute and funny. The guy didn't understand why the beast still lacked intelligence. Yang Shi continued to stare at the foolish face of the werewolf Liu Yuan, and even compared him to a cute breed of husky dogs. Liu Yuan thought that there were different types of abilities within the organization, and that could mean that one day he would become stronger than his father. Liu Yuan gently pounced on his master Yang Shi, and asked him to change his characteristics to Category A. Liu Yuan told Yang Shi that from now on, he would call him his godfather, as he had never met such kind people before. Yang Shi continued to say that Liu Yuan could only obtain Class A after fulfilling certain rules of the organization. So Yang Shi explained that their organization was called the Judges, which consisted of 12 powerful zodiac masters. Liu Yuan was very surprised that Yang Shi, who represented only a rooster, was not the most powerful boss in the organization. Yang Shi replied that the real boss was a secretive person who rarely showed his true face in public. Soon, the werewolf Liu Yuan asked his master how long he would have to earn his achievements in order to strengthen his abilities. Liu Yuan's first task was to infiltrate the Kunlun company as a young master and obtain information. Liu Yuan had to find out about an experiment called the Blue Pill, which could supposedly increase strength. Liu Yuan was very happy because this miracle pill could also increase his abilities to a new level. Yang Shi warned the naive werewolf, Liu Yuan, not to entertain evil thoughts, as a master had once harmed an innocent person. A few seconds later, Liu Yuan found himself back in the body of an ordinary person. The guy asked which hero had harmed an innocent person. Yang Shi did not hide the truth, and quickly replied that it was a hero of their A-rank organization named the Ice Adventurer. Liu Yuan named the Glacier Adventurer as Li Qianyang. The guy thought that this hero was a true legend, but in reality, he was deceiving everyone. Yang Shi continued to say that when Liu Yuan managed to find interesting information, they would meet again at this place. Yang Shi had already turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and told Liu Yuan that he had forgotten to tell him some important information. Yang Shi said that the effect of the medicine lasted for 1 week, and Liu Yuanyu needed to complete the task in time. This information made Liu Yuanyu very anxious, as he thought that from that moment on, he had become a real werewolf. The next day, Yang Shi was walking down the city street with a hot coffee in his hands, thinking about his upcoming important plans. Suddenly, Yang Shi stopped in surprise. The guy noticed a poster that was stuck on a huge building. The dizzying information made Yang Shi spit out his coffee. It said that a certain Qian Dodo was looking for Yu Ji. Yang Shi forcibly tore down the negative poster and thought that this girl, Kang Dodo, had some tricks up her sleeve. Suddenly, Yang Shi's thoughts were disturbed when he saw mysterious strangers leading Kang Dodo around the corner. Yang Shi instantly recognized the charming red-haired girl and wondered what could have happened to her. Again, the frightened look on Kang Dodo's face indicated that she urgently needed outside help. Naturally, Yang Shi, being a noble savior, decided to follow the mysterious strangers who had taken Qian Dodo around the corner. Cao Dodo stood in front of the 3 strange strangers, who had used force to drag her around the corner. One of the rude strangers began to tell the girl to stop screaming and to hand over the sharp blade to the gentleman immediately. The malicious partner of this insolent gentleman carefully hid his true face behind a black mask. Cao Dodo continued to protest, saying that she had no idea what blade the young master was talking about in their conversation. The evil trio said that Qian Dodo took advantage of their young master's naivety and exchanged the blade for fake jewels. In their conversation, the criminals mentioned a legendary weapon called Muramasa, which was considered an S-rank weapon. Meanwhile, Qian Dodo realized that this Muramasa blade was indeed worth a lot of money and could not give it to the villains. Qian Dodo held tightly to her fragile women's handbag, inside which was the legendary Muramasa blade. Qian Dodo decided to play the part of a naive fool and replied to the criminals that she had never heard of the young gentleman. Around the corner stood a strange, angry woman who thought that John Dodo was a greedy girl. The black-haired girl, who was a member of this criminal gang, said that it was time to act, not talk. The cruel man quickly ran up to the naive Qian Dodo and was ready to use a rare attack style called Triple Knife. His partner, who carefully hid his face behind a thick, impenetrable mask, also activated his shadow style, Doppelganger. Yang Shi understood that these 2 criminals possessed hereditary abilities that corresponded to the C rank. However, the courageous and desperate girl, Kang Dodo, said that she was not one of those people who were easily intimidated. Cao Dodo grabbed her weapon, called a Kamaitachi, which corresponded to rank B, It had saved her life more than once. A whirlwind of fire suddenly formed around Qian Dodo's fragile body. The brave girl repeated that the criminals should not approach. One of the angry criminals did not expect to receive a kick to the head in the next moment. Qian Dodo was already hovering in the air, and said that there was no rule that she had to return the relic. The surprised black-haired girl from the criminal gang just stood there and watched Sang Dodo. This gorgeous, stunning beauty with dark hair was clearly offended by the insolent Kang Dodo and planned to take revenge. And in the next moment, the lovely hand of this beautiful girl burst into a dizzying blue flame. It turned out that the mysterious stranger possessed an A-rank ability, and soon she turned into a snow woman. Chang Dodo was very frightened when, at one point, real snow began to fall, which clearly was not supposed to happen in summer weather. Yang Shi continued to stand on the corner and watch the negative situation unfold. The guy had to help Tsang Dodo. Using his unique ability to change clothes, Yang Shi instantly transformed himself into the legendary rooster. Meanwhile, the treacherous snow woman was already approaching the frightened beauty Kang Dodo to attack her. Qian Dodo became even more alarmed when she heard her rival summoning a snow typhoon, the outcome of which was unclear. A few seconds later, a dizzying snowstorm formed around the stunning body of the snow woman. Yang Shi was already rushing to her aid, shouting the name of the charming red-haired beauty, Kang Dodo, to himself. Meanwhile, an amazing situation was unfolding on Chongqing Street. Journalists were already broadcasting live and calling on the heroes to engage in battle. The reporters called on the brave heroes to save the innocent Qian Dodo, who begged to be rescued from the cold-blooded snow woman. Poor Chang Dodo was spinning in the air, surrounded by a dizzying snowstorm. Cao Dodo continued to scream at the top of her lungs and beg for her rescue. The red-haired beauty was indeed in great pain. The snow woman decided to take pity on Kang Dodo after all, and asked her if she now wanted to return the thing that did not belong to her. Frightened, Chang Dodo continued to groan in agony and did not rush to answer the provocative question. Qian Dodo finally asked the snow woman if she had lost a silver or a gold blade. The cunning snow woman did not understand what had happened and looked closely at the two sharp blades in Qian Dodo's hands. The cunning and angry snow woman grew tired of listening to Kang Dodo's empty chatter and literally froze her legs. After a few seconds, the snow woman ordered Qian Dodo to be more honest. Otherwise, she would freeze her completely. However, the brave Qian Dodo replied that she had obtained these unique artifacts solely through her own skills. Qian Dodo actually became very bold when she saw that Yu Ji was already standing behind the snow woman. She threw the blade at him. Yan Shi certainly expected to receive such a magnificent gift from his girlfriend. The young man grabbed the sharp blade and held it tightly. Yang Shi was greatly disappointed when he closely examined the mysterious weapon. It turned out that no one needed it. Sang Dodo shouted to her comrade Yu Ji that she would never have thought that people would chase after her for this ancient weapon. The snow woman looked around for her partners and ordered them to grab these allies and take the coveted blade. A few seconds later, several so-called ninjas appeared around Yang Shi, carefully hiding their faces behind dark masks. The cunning criminals first carefully assessed their opponent and did not rush to attack without a plan. And yet, one of the cruel criminals decided to throw his sharp star at Yang Shi and shouted for the guy to taste it. Meanwhile, Yang Shi held this mysterious sharp blade in his hands, which gradually absorbed the mental power of its new owner. After a while, Yang Shi understood the secret meaning of this powerful blade. Now the boy's body moved on its own. Yang Shi's arms and legs deflected the approaching stars from the treacherous ninjas with lightning speed. When Yang Shi realized what he had just done, it was too late. One of the ninjas had already lost his life. Yang Shi was very frightened, because he clearly did not want to immediately take the life of this ninja, who had only thrown a few stars at him. Meanwhile, a mysterious attacker was already sneaking up on Yang Shi, holding a sharp knife in his hand. Naturally, Yang Shi's body reacted to the impending attack on its own, and the poor attacker received a fitting rebuff. In addition, Yang Shi was somehow able to form mystical stars with which he could attack his opponents. A few seconds later, the Muramasa blade in Yang Shi's hands began to glow with a bright purple aura. Yang Shi rose into the air and seemed to freeze in place. The guy was very worried that the Muramasa would completely take over his body. The snow woman watched Yang Shi's actions closely and felt such power and strength from her opponent for the first time. Purple clouds began to gather around the dizzying battle. No one understood the nature of their origin. The frightened criminal did not understand what was happening around him, and simply asked his teacher, the snow woman, for help. Meanwhile, Yang Shi had already activated his unique ability to extract ability, and was taking away the criminal's gift. Yang Shi was already extracting the criminal's power, and studying it carefully. It was the three styles of the sun and moon blades. Yang Shi began to worry again, as too much of his mental energy had been expended. The guy might simply not be able to withstand it. The snow woman was already approaching Yang Shi, and threw several ice shards at the poor guy. Yang Shi had no choice but to use the ability to revive that he had taken from Liu Yuan today. Meanwhile, a crowd of random witnesses looked up and shouted at the same time, wondering what was really going on here. A dizzying number of ice shards formed by the treacherous snow woman swirled in the sky. Yang Shi looked up and saw a mysterious bright green glow. The guy realized that it was the light of despair. Chang Dodo and the Snow Woman were greatly surprised when they realized that the legendary lazy swordsman had appeared on the horizon. The lazy swordsman and his faithful companion Luo Moon slowly made their way towards Yang Xi. They said they could not forgive arbitrariness. The Snow Woman replied to Luo Moon that she was here solely to take back what belonged to her. It was they who had exceeded their authority. The Snow Woman pointed to the legendary sword that Chien Dodo had allegedly stolen from her. However, Chien Dodo quickly responded and said that this sword belonged only to her. The Snow Woman was simply lying. The Snow Woman asked Kang Dodo to be quiet, because two A-rank heroes had arrived, and she had no chance of winning. The Snow Woman froze the legs of the charming, red-haired Sang Dodo again, who now could not move. The Snow Woman turned to Luo Moon and said that she just wanted to take the blade and then leave the city of Lugan. Luo Moon had no intention of simply letting the Snow Woman, who had behaved arrogantly in the first region, go. Luo Moon said that none of the heroes could come to the territory of the first region and leave of their own free will. Luo Moon told the lazy swordsman that he was leaving the Snow Woman for him while he dealt with Yang Xi. The lazy swordsman replied to his comrade that he should not overdo it, as Yang Xi was needed for the campaign in its entirety. Luo Moon had already made a dizzying leap towards Yang Xi, who was still standing in place, waiting. Luo Moon's powerful fist was already approaching Yang Xi's face. The poor guy managed to put his blade in front of it. There was a dizzying crash from the collision of Luo Moon's powerful force and the Muramasa blade. Chang Dodo was very frightened for the condition of her loyal comrade, Yu Ji. Luo Moon stood still and smiled, realizing that he was stronger than his opponent. Meanwhile, the Snow Woman turned to Yang Xi and said that he too could lose his life at any moment. Luo Moon showed everyone around him that Yang Xi was no match for him, and loudly proclaimed that Yu Ji was considered a noba. The dizzying battle between the Snow Woman and the lazy swordsman was only gaining momentum. The man used the blade of strong wind. The Snow Woman continued to stand still and watched the approaching crazy force closely. The lazy swordsman's strong wind blade had almost touched the Snow Woman's pretty face. And finally, there was a loud crack, and the Snow Woman literally shattered into tiny ice shards. The lazy swordsman did not rush to rejoice in his victory, as it seemed to him that he had not hit the Snow Woman, and that it was an illusion. The lazy swordsman was almost certain that the cunning Snow Woman had escaped, but she must be somewhere nearby. While the Snow Woman was distracting attention, Yang Xi decided to hide around the corner to come up with a plan of attack. Yang Xi cursed the legendary Muramasa blade, which had left him with almost no strength in his body. Yang Xi suddenly thought that the Muramasa blade had been forged from a powerful monster, and that he could try to extract the monster's abilities. In the next moment, Yang Xi activated his unique ability to extract power from the powerful blade. The extraction process was complete. Now Yang Xi had 2,500 units of dark, crazy energy. Small cubes of dark energy swirled in the air, and now Yang Xi was thinking about how to use this artifact. Yang Xi was ultimately a little disappointed, because he had planned to obtain a pearl of abilities. Yang Xi wondered what ability he needed to improve in order to soon face the powerful dragon. First, Yang Xi thought about metal transformation, which had saved his life many times. Yang Xi thought for a moment, and soon made the final decision to improve his metal transformation ability. A few seconds later, his metal transformation ability was greatly enhanced, and was now called rank a metal control. Yang Xi was delighted with the situation, and sent this magnificent pearl into his brilliant body. Soon, Yang Xi saw a Snow Woman approaching him, who had accepted her defeat by the lazy swordsman. Yang Xi looked around and said that he could literally feel all the concrete and metal in the nearby planes and cars. Yang Xi clenched his fist and said that he finally had a chance to truly fight on equal terms with worthy opponents. With the help of his new gift of metal control, Yang Xi gradually began to form a giant funnel behind him. Yang Xi had never felt such dizzying strength and power before. For the first time, the boy thought he could take on the A-rank heroes. A few minutes later, Yang Xi formed a giant blade of metal and concrete behind him. The Snow Woman watched her new partner Yang Xi's actions closely, and was amazed by his dizzying talent. Due to the crazy, unpredictable hurricane, the frightened snow woman tried to stay on her feet and not fly away. Meanwhile, Yang Shi had already turned to face this huge blade of concrete and metal and was trying to control its power. The charming snow woman's eyes widened to the limit as she couldn't understand what was possible to do. Yang Shi seemed to have turned into a different person who had never known defeat in his own life. With the help of certain rays from the blade, Yang Shi grabbed the snow woman and said he would be gentle and careful with her. Yang Shi once again placed his hand on the snow woman's body and activated the option to extract her abilities. Yang Shi began to carefully study the snow woman's new ability and realized that this gift was actually a summoning ability. Yang Shi said aloud that he did not expect this elementary ability to be of the summoning type. It was practically every man's dream. Yang Shi held the fragile body of the dark-haired beauty, who had suddenly lost consciousness after losing her ability. Meanwhile, a lazy swordsman accompanied by Luo Moon appeared from around the corner. The opponents watched Yang Shi's actions. Luo Moon asked who the unconscious girl was. The lazy swordsman noticed that Yang Shi's aura had changed. Yang Shi gently sat the former snow woman down near the wall and said that he had already dealt with her. The lazy swordsman did not rush to attack his opponent, but continued to study Yang Shi's aura intently. The man understood that everything had changed. However, Luo Moon shouted loudly that trash like Yang Shi clearly couldn't handle the strong snow woman on his own. Yang Shi did not insult Luo Moon in response, and simply said quietly that he and the lazy swordsman could fight him to find out. Yang Shi loudly asked his two powerful opponents which one of them would dare to challenge him first. Yang Shi even wanted to joke a little, and told Luo Moon and the lazy swordsman that they could try to attack him together. Meanwhile, on the big screen, journalists were already chanting that Yang Shi had decided to challenge two A-rank heroes at once. An experienced journalist, standing behind the main characters, shouted that a dizzying battle was about to take place. Luo Moon said that despite the loud cheers from the audience, he would not team up with the lazy swordsman to defeat Yang Shi. Yang Shi began to feel sad, because the battle between the two A-rank heroes could indeed go down in history. Luo Moon quietly told the lazy swordsman that in order to defeat his opponent, he must first understand him. The lazy swordsman noted that the ring on Yang Shi's hand was too strained, and that thanks to it, his opponent could extract the talents of other heroes. The lazy swordsman stepped forward and asked his comrade Luo Moon not to worry, as he wanted to see how Yang Shi defeated the snow woman. The lazy swordsman told Yang Shi that if he ultimately succeeded in winning the battle, he would then have to fight the dragon. Before the dizzying battle, Yang Shi decided to cross his fingers so that luck would ultimately remain with him. And finally, the lazy swordsman made an amazing leap upward to deliver his crushing blow. Yang Shi remained standing still as the blades of the three swords approached him at lightning speed. In an instant, Yang Shi formed a fiery shield to cope with this dizzying attack from the lazy swordsman. Naturally, the terrible collision between Yang Shi's defense and the lazy swordsman's blow produced a piercing, strange crack. A few seconds later, Yang Shi was already behind the lazy swordsman, who had lost sight of his powerful opponent. Yang Shi swung hard to strike the lazy swordsman on the head, but the A-rank hero managed to raise his sharp sword. The moment Yang Shi's fiery hand collided with the lazy swordsman's sword in the air, he carefully observed his opponent's aura. The lazy swordsman guessed that Yang Shi was trying to control his sharp, legendary blade, but that was not to be. Once again, there was a dizzying crack and a crash from the crushing blow. Yang Shi watched his opponent closely. After a few seconds, Yang Shi finally landed on his feet and even crouched down a little from exhaustion. Yang Shi put up a fire shield and thought that the lazy swordsman's sword was made of monster materials that were not considered metal. Yang Shi understood that he could lose in a head-on collision with the lazy swordsman, so he needed to improve another ability. Yang Shi decided to combine the abilities of the snow woman and human control into one to see what would happen. Ultimately, this resulted in an ability called puppet control, which was considered the most shameless ability. However, Yang Shi promised himself that he would never use this terrible ability for shameless purposes. The lazy swordsman got tired of waiting for Yang Shi to figure out his ability and yelled at the guy to continue. Yang Shi quickly replied to the lazy swordsman that he shouldn't be so impatient. Soon, the battle would continue. Yang Shi activated his new magical ability to control puppets, and his eyes literally turned black. The lazy swordsman did not understand what was happening around him, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The next moment, a sweet, modest girl stood in front of the lazy swordsman and told Agon not to point his sword at his sister. The lazy swordsman couldn't believe that his kind and beloved little sister was standing in front of him. The guy didn't know what to do. After a few seconds, the lazy swordsman decided to ask the mysterious stranger if she was really his sister. The strange, mysterious girl reached out her hand to the face of her so-called brother to caress his cheek. However, the planned plan did not come to fruition. The lazy swordsman tried to wound the girl with his sword. Yang Shi stood nearby, and his sharp sword shattered into small pieces. The lazy swordsman realized that Yang Shi had used his mental abilities, and that he indeed had several gifts and talents. Yang Shi replied that the lazy swordsman had realized this too late. The boy also did not expect his opponent to possess the intent of a storm sword. The lazy swordsman made a grave mistake when he allowed himself to become angry. It was his sister who had recently lost her life. The crowd of witnesses and spectators was indignant because the lazy swordsman knelt on one knee and seemed to be giving up. Another spectator said he didn't expect Yuji to defeat the lazy swordsman so quickly. Now, he has become his fan. The reporter asked the spectators if the man in the funny rooster costume could use a mental attack on the lazy swordsman. The reporter continued to say that the lazy swordsman's hands were shaking with dizzying fear, and that Yuji's victory was just around the corner. The lovely Qian Dodo intervened in the conversation, raising her hand in support of her so-called brother Yuji, who had not yet given her 10,000. Yang Shi heard loud cries from the charming red-haired Qian Dodo, and wondered if someone in the audience had started complaining about him. Luo Moon calmed his loyal companion, the lazy swordsman, and told him that he had actually done quite well in the fight. Luo Moon said that the lazy swordsman had forced his opponent to use his last card, and now a real dragon would enter the battle. The lazy swordsman decided to tell Luo Moon not to look Yang Shi straight in the eyes, because then the closest person would appear. However, Luo Moon no longer heard the advice of his faithful companion, the lazy swordsman, and was already slowly approaching the enemy. Yang Shi cautiously looked at the so-called dragon, who clearly possessed unprecedented power and strength. Luo Moon stared intently at his worthy opponent, Yang Shi, who suddenly said that he was glad that the evil dragon had appeared. Lo Mun said that, in his opinion, the upcoming unpredictable battle was of special and very important significance to him. Lo Mun suggested that Yang Shi make a bet on the final outcome. The young man asked what he would be betting on. Lo Mun said that if Yang Shi lost, he would immediately reveal the secret of the golden ring on his hand. Yang Shi agreed, and suggested that Lo Moon personally come and take the star absorption. The young man wanted everyone to pay attention to the ring. Meanwhile, Luo Moon had already jumped towards his opponent to hit the poor guy on his smart and talented head. Miraculously, Yang Shi managed to block the attack. The surprised guy couldn't explain where Luo Moon got such incredible speed. A few seconds after the heavy kick, Lo Moon quickly moved behind his opponent in battle. And so Yang Shi received his first crushing blow from the vicious and aggressive dragon, Luo Moon. Naturally, Yang Shi, in the form of a cheerful rooster, felt incredible pain in his back, and the poor guy had to fly up. Lo Moon continued to stand in place, where he watched closely the torment of the poor, frightened boy, Yang Shi. The reporter told viewers that the metal controlling the rooster could not keep up with the amazing speed of the vicious dragon. Lo Moon watched as his opponent in the dizzying battle suffered from terrible pain. Yang Shi was practically invisible. Luo Moon already sensed the sweet taste of long-awaited victory, and even began to smile a little. Lo Moon said loudly that a hero could not use a double ability, and therefore, something had to be done about it. Meanwhile, Yang Shi had already appeared when the dust around him cleared. The poor guy looked like he was suffocating. Yang Shi caught his breath a little, and thought that Luo Moon was really too fast for him, and that the dragon scales had a high level of protection. Luo Moon also decided to tell Yang Shi that he had pretty strong bones. Another hero would have been seriously injured long ago. Yang Shi realized that it was time to use his unique ability to control puppets. Luo Moon clearly did not expect such a dizzying attack from his worthy opponent, and was greatly surprised. Before Lo Mun's eyes stood his younger brother, who for some unknown reason was suffocating and unable to speak. Lo Mun grabbed his head and shouted loudly that Yang Shi had no right to transform into his beloved younger brother. To ruin his opponent's mood, Luo Moon summoned his ability to transform into a black flame earth dragon. The nails on the hands of the enraged Lo Moon began to grow into huge claws. The transformation process was in full swing. Yang Shi began to worry a little, as his illusion had just been destroyed, and Luo Moon had only become angrier. Meanwhile, curious reporters announced that they had finally seen the second phase of the evil dragon's transformation. As soon as Luo Moon's transformation into a giant dragon reached its logical conclusion, he ran towards Yang Shi. Yang Shi placed a huge metal shield in front of him, which he easily controlled, and waited for the consequences of the collision. Luo Moon laughed loudly and asked Yang Shi if the naive young man really thought he could stop a real dragon with these metal spikes. Yang Shi quickly replied to the mighty dragon that he had now turned into a terrifying drill and that the dragon could not catch him. Yang Shi stood on a small metal board and hovered in the air, while Luo Moon, in the form of a drill, remained on the ground. Luo Moon did not want to turn back into a human yet, so he looked for ways to quickly catch up with the naive Yang Shi. Luo Moon pompously asked Yang Shi if he really thought he could escape again with the help of his unique flying technology. However, the brave and courageous man in the cheerful rooster costume did not answer and tried to leave at lightning speed. A few seconds after the chase, Yang Shi managed to grab Luo Moon by his arms and legs. It seemed that the dragon was captured. However, the cunning and nimble Luo Moon said that the naive Yang Shi had simply forgotten about his amazing gift of black flame. A moment later, the metal ropes were destroyed by Luo Moon's dizzying transformation. Journalists continued to broadcast the events live and said that they had seen black flames melt metal more than once. The cynical Chien Dodo interrupted the reporter's conversation, hitting the journalist hard on the head and saying that Yu-Ji relied on his technique. However, the audience was astonished when Luo Moon stated that for some reason, the black flames could not melt the metal. Yang Shi explained that the metal was made of fire-resistant material and would not melt if burned only once. Now it was time for Yang Shi to prepare a dizzying attack for Luo Moon. A yellow machine rose into the air. A few seconds later, a red car, trash cans, and lampposts joined the yellow machine. Luo Moon probably felt unexpected panic for the first time, as he realized that his powerful opponent had used new technology. Meanwhile, Yang Shi stood atop a huge metal structure that he had formed in a few minutes. Yang Shi concentrated intensely on his unique ability to control metals and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. In the next moment, Yang Shi ordered this monstrous and enormous metal structure to show Luo Moon the true fist of a titan. The evil dragon Luo Moon did not understand how to deal with such a task and continued to rummage through his thoughts. Meanwhile, the frightened people who were on the street and were closely watching the fight screamed loudly and ran away. Luo Moon looked at this mysterious metal structure from Yang Shi as if for the last time, and thought to himself that he would soon lose his life. A few seconds later, there was a devastating explosion on a global scale. Frightened people ran in all directions. Curious journalists waited for the hateful dust to settle, to see if the evil dragon Luo Moon had survived such a blow. Angry reporters stood in the street and watched the metal structure closely. It was clear that Luo Moon had not survived. Suddenly, a cute, charming fire butterfly appeared in the air, flying in to find her brother Luo Moon. Behind the offended fire butterfly was the legendary metal hero, who ordered the girls to step back. The metal hero approached the edge of this dizzying metal structure to find Luo Moon. Lasers formed from the eyes of the powerful metal hero, which he planned to use to destroy the structure. After a few seconds, the huge metal structure began to crack and make strange noises. The curious people who had gathered again to watch the battle cheered when the metal hero appeared on the horizon. When the dust finally settled, the lazy swordsman appeared in the company of his faithful companion, the evil dragon Luo Moon. The lazy swordsman announced that he had ultimately managed to stay alive, thanks to the power of the Wall of Breath. The metal hero decided to calm his student, the lazy swordsman, and said that everything was fine as long as he was alive. A charming fire butterfly interrupted the conversation and asked the lazy swordsman if he needed help. The lazy swordsman turned his head to Luo Moon, who was lying unconscious on the ground. This hero needed medical attention. After the metal structure fell on the evil dragon, Yang Shi returned home to regain his strength and energy. Yang Shi took a mysterious vial of medicine in his hand to heal his numerous wounds and injuries. Yang Shi felt incredible pain in his left side and thought that Luo Moon had shown no mercy and had struck with all his might. Yang Shi told himself that the encounter with the evil dragon and the snow woman was quite expected. The main goal was to find the blue pill. At the moment, there were only 2 clues for Yang Shi, one of which was the glacial adventurer. Liu Yuan was supposed to take care of him. The second clue was the hero of spicy and sour noodles, who was planning to organize a meeting with fans in the near future. Yang Shi thought that now he could not share an apartment with other strangers who might be involved in his schemes. Yang Shi's thoughts were interrupted when the charming Miss Lin Naishu entered the room. The charming girl was happy to be home. Yang Shi was very frightened by the strange sound, but he didn't want to show the charming Lin Nai Shui that he was afraid. Lin Na Shui asked Yang Shi why their living room smelled so strongly of medicine. The guy replied that he had badly injured his leg on the edge of the table. Lin Na Shui did not immediately believe the strange story about Yang Shi's leg, and carefully examined her neighbor. To divert attention from himself, Yang Shi decided to tell Miss Lin that she had come just in time, as he was about to tell her something important. Yang Shi plucked up his courage and announced loudly that he was planning to move out of this expensive apartment soon. Yang Shi said that it was a little uncomfortable living under the same roof with 3 beautiful girls. Besides, he had received a promotion. The angry neighbors couldn't believe that Yang Shi was really going to leave, so they asked what would happen to Lin Na Shui now. Yang Shi grabbed his head and quickly replied that he had nothing to do with Miss Lin Na Shui and that everything would remain as before. Lin Na Shui was deeply offended by Yang Shi's words and turned to leave. The other neighbors did not try to stop the young man. Yang Shi also said that he would throw a farewell dinner the day before he moved. This event was supposed to help the boy. The neighbors' conversation was suddenly interrupted when they heard Miss Lin Na Shui slam the door loudly behind her. Yang Shi wondered what he had said wrong. After all, the expression on the charming Lin Na Shui's face would now remain in his memory forever. Yang Shi said that if they were going to have a festive dinner soon, they should invite all the neighbors. The neighbors continued to say that Sister Nai Shui did not deserve such treatment from Yang Shi. Everyone thought that in the end, they would be together. The neighbors went to their rooms and said they would come to dinner after Yang Shi had repaired his relationship with Lin Na Shui. Yang Shi thought about how he really felt about Lin Na Shui. The guy was really in love with the charming beauty. Yang Shi approached Lin Na Shui's room and knocked loudly on the door. The guy was very nervous about the important conversation. From the room came the beautiful female voice of Lin Na Shui, who said that the door was unlocked and he could come in. With an uncertain movement, Yang Shi opened the door to enter Miss Lin Na Shui's room. The young man was searching for words in his head. Meanwhile, the attractive Lin Na Shui was lying on the bed, staring at the wall and pretending to be deeply offended. Yang Shi had no choice but to loudly and clearly ask the stunning beauty for forgiveness. An angry Lin Na Shui asked the young man why he was apologizing, since he had said that there was nothing between them. Lin Na Shui turned to Yang Shi to look him in the face. The beauty asked the guy loudly what he didn't like about her past. Yang Shi continued to look at the attractive Miss Lin Na Shui, and again chose the right words so as not to offend the girl. After a few seconds, Yang Shi shouted that he didn't care about Miss Lin Na Shui's past at all, and that she had simply misunderstood. Lin Na Shui was tired of listening to excuses, and asked directly why Yang Shi didn't like her. Was it because of her appearance? Yang Shi took Miss Lin Na Shui firmly by the shoulders, and asked the beauty why they couldn't just remain best friends. Yang Shi actually thought that Lin Na Shui's relationship with her parents was falling apart, and now she was trying to find a new branch for her heart. Yang Shi also understood that most of Lin Na Shui's kindness towards him stemmed from her lack of security. Since Yang Shi did not answer Lin Na Shui's questions directly, she thought that her past made people look down on her. The lovely Lin Na Shui was literally like a fragile porcelain doll that could break at the slightest touch. Finally, Yang Shi was about to confess his feeling, but his words were interrupted by Lin Na Shui, who said that the guy's words were correct. Lin Na Shui said she was too impatient and thought that after their kiss, their fragile hearts would stay together forever. Lin Na Shui continued to say that even if now was not the time, could Yang Shi agree to be her first official boyfriend. After a few seconds, Yang Shi replied that he promised his new girlfriend, Lin Na Shui, that he would try to make her happy. Meanwhile, a frightening and dizzying scene was unfolding in the ice adventurer's house. After an amazing evening that was literally overflowing with a variety of alcohol, the ice adventurer lay down on the bed. Liu Yuan, who was trying to carry out the task given to him by his godfather Yu Ji, was closely watching the ice adventurer's actions. As soon as the glacial adventurer finally passed out after another bottle, Liu Yuan rushed over to search him. A few seconds later, Liu Yuan discovered a wallet, a communicator, and some strange, unidentified object. The situation got out of control when the ice adventurer suddenly woke up and asked Liu Yuan what was going on. Liu Yuan had to come up with an original excuse so as not to get caught. The poor guy began to rack his brains. After a few seconds, Liu Yuan replied that he was actually searching the ice adventurer's pockets for a lighter. The ice adventurer handed his lighter to his friend Liu Yuan and asked him where the cheerful girls had gone. Liu Yuan replied that the cheerful girls were waiting in the next room. The guy asked the ice adventurer who he liked this time. After several hours of fun, the ice adventurer finally passed out completely, and now Liu Yuan was looking for something specific. Soon, Liu Yuan finally found the mysterious box that the glacial adventurer had carefully hidden from him. Liu Yuan took a small cube out of this mystical box, which emitted a very familiar smell. The guy didn't understand what he was holding in his hands. Liu Yuan barely restrained himself, as he really wanted to eat this strange little blue cube, but he was still afraid of the consequences. Liu Yuan began to ponder, in his not-so-bright mind, what this little cube could be. Soon, an original idea came to Liu Yuan's mind, that inside this blue cube was the very coveted blue pill. Poor Liu Yuan's thoughts were interrupted when a dizzying bang and crash sounded in the next room. Liu Yuan was very frightened and thought that Li Chanyang had gone wild in the company of a cheerful, exotic girl. Liu Yuan saw no other way out but to take one cube out of the precious box and hide it on himself. Liu Yuan thought that his back pocket would be just right for hiding the precious little blue cube. Liu Yuan soon knocked on the door of the room from which a terrible rumbling and banging had just come, to see if everything was all right with Li Chanyang. The ice adventurer did not understand why his loyal comrade, Liu Yuan, was distracting him at such an important moment. Liu Yuan tried to look around the room, to analyze what the glacial adventurer had just been doing there. Liu Yuan paid particular attention to a mysterious object in the middle of the room that was completely wrapped in blue bandages. Liu Yuan gradually realized that inside these blue bandages was one of the cheerful exotic girls. The ice adventurer said in a quiet voice that the attractive girl had accidentally lost her life. Liu Yuan tried to calm his agitated comrade Li Qianyang, who was already about to run away. The people in the company had to figure it out. The ice adventurer was already hastily leaving the room, from which Liu Yuan's head was sticking out, asking him to take care of himself. Liu Yuan was not worried about the poor, lonely girl at all. He thought that the ice adventurer might have noticed the absence of the blue cube. Meanwhile, the ice adventurer was already going down the stairs to the parking lot and approaching his expensive car. The ice adventurer was already holding the mysterious box in his hand, which he was about to throw against the wall. A few seconds later, Li Chanyang threw the mystical box against the wall in the parking lot. Small blue cubes scattered in all directions. The glacial adventurer stared at the malicious box with a furious look and said that after taking them, he had lost control of his power. The frightened glacier adventurer began to worry again and tried to calm down in the next minute. Li Qianyan looked at the scattered blue cubes once more, and finally decided to put them back in the box. As soon as the glacial adventurer gathered all the little blue cubes, he was astonished to realize that one was missing. Li Kanyang got into his fancy car and thought that there were only a few days left until the next game. It didn't matter anymore. Li Kanyang calmed down a little before starting his shiny car. The glacial adventurer didn't care how many cubes were left. Meanwhile, the conversation between Yang Shi and Fan Peng was gaining momentum. His colleague at work couldn't believe that his friend had decided to move out of the apartment. Yang Shi replied that it was just Fan Peng's delusion. He couldn't imagine what it was like to live with 3 charming girls. Fan Peng said that it was precisely in this so-called inconvenience that all the charm of living together lay. Yang Shi turned to Fan Peng to say that sometimes his dirty and vulgar thoughts made him think bad things about it. The main characters approached a huge house. Fan Peng asked where Yang Shi got the money to rent an apartment in this area. Yang Shi replied that his adopted son had given him the apartment. Fan Peng didn't believe him and thought that his friend had simply won the lottery. However, a few minutes later, Yang Shi told his friend that he was telling the truth and that Fan Peng simply didn't believe him. After a hearty dinner, Yang Shi went to the bedroom, where he fell onto a huge, comfortable bed. The guy was happy to be alone. Yang Shi thought that after the dizzying battle with the evil dragon, he had not used the Snow Woman's call. Yang Shi took out a small yellow ball and thought that now he would see the so-called older sister of the Snow Woman. A few seconds later, Yang Shi ordered the Snow Woman to appear immediately, and a mystical circle formed in the air. Yang Shi continued to sit on a comfortable bed and controlled the dizzying process with his powerful hand. A few minutes later, Yang Shi saw the strange, pointed ears of a mysterious stranger who had formed from a bright glow. The eyes of the lovely, modest stranger were bright red, which greatly excited Yang Shi. It was the first time the guy had seen such a girl. Yang Shi's surprise knew no bounds when he finally looked at the result. Standing before Yang Shi's eyes was Loli, who blushed with embarrassment at a certain moment. The girl called him her new master. Yang Shi also noticed the mysterious Loli's peculiar clothing and her cute, modest shoes. A few seconds later, the window in the room where Yang Shi was sitting was completely covered in frost. It became incredibly cold. Yang Shi wrapped his arms around himself as he felt an incredible sensation of cold. The guy didn't understand why the temperature had dropped so quickly. Meanwhile, Snow Loli asked her new master if he was all right. The guy asked her not to come near him. Snow Loli introduced herself as Snow. She said she would never harm her master, and that he didn't need to worry so much. Yang Shi asked Snow why the temperature in the room had dropped so quickly, and how to fix the situation. A few seconds later, the only correct idea came to Yang Shi's mind, to use his flame fist ability. When Snow saw the bright flash, she asked her master, Yang Shi, if she could come closer and look at the fire. Yang Shi asked Snow loudly if she was afraid of fire. The sweet girl replied that she loved warmth very much and was never afraid of flame. Snow began to laugh loudly and smile. The girl said that her new master, Yang Shi, was a great guy. Yang Shi thought to himself that, fortunately for him, the frost and cold created by Snow's appearance were only a passive effect. Meanwhile, while Yang Shi was distracted by his various thoughts, the cunning Snow approached her master's body and wanted to warm herself. However, Yang Shi's reaction greatly frightened the little girl Snow. The boy ordered the poor girl never to do that again without permission. Snow made it clear that she understood her master Yang Shi perfectly, but continued to hug his warm legs. Snow literally began to fall asleep due to the change in her body temperature. Yang Shi stopped resisting and allowed the charming girl to hug his legs. Yang Shi gradually began to hug the cute girl Snow so that she would warm up quickly. Suddenly, the girl began to sneeze strangely. The next morning, the weather was beautiful and mesmerized. The sun warmed the people who were enjoying the new day. Huge posters depicting the hero of spicy and sour noodles were hung everywhere on the city streets. Curious people understood that soon, the legendary hero of spicy and sour noodles would meet his army of fans. A dizzying crowd of loud fans had already gathered in Lugana's city square, shouting the name of the hero of spicy and sour noodles. Yan Si stood in the middle of a giant army of fans and took on the role of the biggest fan of the spicy and sour noodle superhero. A sultry woman in a purple robe shouted loudly that the superhero of spicy and sour noodles was ready to take the stage. Fans and admirers of the spicy and sour noodle superhero, led by their so-called leader Yang Shi, shouted that they were ready for the long-awaited meeting. The spectacular woman continued to stir up the crowd of fans of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles, and asked the army of admirers to shout his name louder. A mysterious girl with pink hair shouted at the top of her lungs that she had been in love with the superhero of spicy and sour noodles for several years. Next to this crazy girl stood men holding up giant posters with the image of the superhero spicy and sour noodles. And finally, the legendary superhero of spicy and sour noodles came on stage and shouted that the city was now safe. Curious spectators and fans listened attentively as the superhero of spicy and sour noodles said that all dangers were behind them. The spicy and sour noodle superhero said that all the criminals had already tasted his iron fist. Yan Si thought it was time to draw attention to himself. The guy told his neighbor to stop pushing him. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles suddenly heard a loud conflict coming from the crowd and began to watch closely. Meanwhile, Yang Shi shouted that he was about to fall because the nasty young man had pushed the poor guy in the back. And so, poor frightened Yang Shi was already flying head first. The boy was afraid that he would hit his head on the hard asphalt. Yang Shi didn't understand how it happened, but in the next moment, he was being held by the brave and courageous superhero of sharp and sour noodles. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles turned to his fan and told him to be more careful and cautious. Yang Si tried to demonstrate his amazing acting skills and told the superhero of spicy and sour noodles that he was very grateful to him. Yang Shi reached out his hand to the legendary superhero of spicy and sour noodles. The guy also thanked his savior. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles, suspecting nothing, reached out his hand to his fan, who inserted a yellow ball into his body. Yang Si's cruel plan came to fruition, and now he was waiting for his moment of glory. Finally, the solemn meeting of fans with the legendary superhero of spicy and sour noodles ended, and the army of admirers began to disperse. The spicy and sour noodle superhero had already taken off his exhausting hot costume and was walking down the long corridor accompanied by his assistants. The superhero's assistant said that he had done a great job and showed shown the army of fans his true power. However, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles was no longer listening to his assistant's comments and asked her for hand sanitizer. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles asked his assistant to go to lunch while he slept in the car. After all, he still had to go to another show. The responsible assistant agreed to her boss's suggestion and asked if the superhero of spicy and sour noodles' body could withstand such a load. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles closed the car door and asked his assistant to clear her schedule for the following weekend. The spicy and sour noodle superhero was left alone with his thoughts, wondering how to repay the company's huge debt. The spicy and sour noodle superhero grabbed his head and swore to himself that he would never gamble again. The peace and quiet for the superhero of spicy and sour noodles ended when a mysterious stranger wearing a rooster mask appeared behind him. Yang Si asked the superhero of spicy and sour noodles if he was tired of living such a negative life. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles immediately recognized the so-called UG, who fought the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. The spicy and sour noodle superhero asked UG how he had magically ended up inside his fancy car. Yang Shi told his interlocutor that now there was a pearl with abilities in his body, and he could know his location. Yang Shi decided to calm the excited superhero of spicy and sour noodles, and said that he had come here to ask some important questions. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles replied that he was not afraid, and despite the fact that he was in the same company, he had certain goals. Yang Shi asked the spicy and sour noodle superhero to first look closely into his beautiful eyes. The guy turned on his puppet control. Naturally, the look in the eyes of the spicy and sour noodle superhero immediately changed, and now he was completely under Yang Xi's control. A few seconds later, Yang Shi opened his eyes and found himself in complete darkness, which represented the inner world of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. After a while, Yang Shi noticed several images with memories from the life of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. Yang Shi guessed that these were memories from the past, and he needed answers to his questions about the blue pill. And finally, Yang Shi saw a mysterious stranger in a purple suit talking to the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. The strange stranger held out the coveted blue pill to him. The only problem was that the man had no face. Yang Shi stared intently at the figure of the mysterious stranger, but still could not understand who he really was. Yang Si heard the strange stranger tell the superhero about spicy and sour noodles, that after taking the pill, his gift would grow stronger. During this dizzying encounter, the mysterious faceless man asked to exchange the blue pill for important information. The spicy and sour noodle superhero loudly asked what kind of information the faceless man was interested in. The strange stranger asked him to reveal some of the secrets of the most famous superheroes in the company. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles began to tell about the hero of the axe, who kidnapped people and held them captive. Yang Si was not interested in listening to these primitive secrets and mysteries of other superheroes. The guy was interested in the blue pill. Yang Shi continued to sort through the numerous memories of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles, and thought about how to get the blue pill. Yang Shi sifted through the memories, looking for any other profitable and very important deals in the life of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. Yang Shi desperately wanted to find a second or third meeting between these two villains, but his attempts ended in failure. Finally, Yang Shi managed to find an important clue. The faceless man asked the superhero of spicy and sour noodles who this UG was. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles replied that UG not only mocked the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon. The mysterious stranger asked the spicy and sour noodle superhero if he knew anything about his abilities. The long-awaited meeting between the stranger and the spicy and sour noodle superhero took place in a parking lot near an expensive car. The strange, faceless stranger ordered the spicy and sour noodle superhero to tell him everything he knew about the so-called UG. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles said that UG had learned to erase the abilities of other heroes, but had never shown his true face. The mysterious stranger scratched his chin and repeated the words of the spicy and sour noodle superhero that UG could erase the abilities of others. In exchange for important information, the strange, faceless man handed the spicy and sour noodle superhero a small bag of blue pills. The strange stranger ordered the superhero to gather more information about UG, he set a new meeting. Yang Shi thought about how the appearance of the blue pill was primarily intended to gather information about the hero's weaknesses. Yang Shi thought that the mysterious strangers were secretly controlling the powerful superheroes. Yang Shi did not understand the one important thing, which was the real reason for the appearance of this mysterious blue pill in the world. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles woke up from his sleep and was very surprised to find that no one was there anymore. Yu had left in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu Yuan was waiting to meet his so-called godfather, Yu. The poor guy was tired of mosquitoes. A few minutes later, Yu's godfather appeared on the horizon and asked him what he was muttering so quietly about. Liu Yuan was very happy to see his guest and ran to hug him. Yang Shi clearly did not want to touch the guy. Liu Yuan couldn't control his emotions, so in the next moment he began to smile and say that he was doing his best. Liu Yuan handed Yang Shi a box containing a small blue cube. The guy said he had taken it from Li Qianyang. Yang Shi broke the cube open to reveal the coveted blue pill. Its size and color resembled that of the sharp and sour noodles. Liu Yuan said that because of this mysterious pill, Li Qianyang had taken the life of an innocent girl. The consequences were nightmarish. Yang Shi said that these cruel superheroes were willing to do anything for power and strength. They were not afraid of side effects. Liu Yuan agreed with his godfather. Yang Shi asked the boy who could truly be called a hero. Liu Yuan did not rush to answer this very difficult question, as Yang Shi was probably just testing him to show the results to his immediate superior. Liu Yuan put his hand on his chest and said that the more power a person has, the more responsibility they must bear to the masses. Yang Shi thought he had acted very foolishly, because now Liu Yuan had simply copied a phrase from some action movie. Yang Shi handed Mr. Liu Yuan a mysterious flask with red serum that would change his abilities to Category D. However, this joyful news did not make Liu Yuan happy at all, as he had hoped for a completely different outcome to the situation. Yang Shi said that Liu Yuan should improve his skills slowly. You can't get the desired result instantly. However, Liu Yuan no longer listened to his godfather's words and quickly drank the flask of red liquid. Liu Yuan was very surprised and asked Yang Shi why the red liquid tasted like ketchup. His godfather replied that it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Yang Shi combined Liu Yuan's two abilities, and now he could summon a werewolf, regardless of the lunar cycle. Liu Yuan continued to be very surprised, because this time, he did not transform into a huge, bloodthirsty werewolf. Yang Shi smiled slightly, and said that Liu Yuan needed to warm up a little first, in order to fully understand his powerful abilities. Liu Yuan turned to his godfather, and didn't have time to ask him what he was going to do, because a strong fist was already approaching his face. Liu Yuan literally howled in pain. Yang Shi told the boy to endure it, because he had to be ruthless first and foremost. A few minutes later, Mr. Liu Yuan was already looking at his giant tail and saying that he finally felt his power. Yang Shi was literally proud of his godson and ordered the guy to try to cancel his ability now. Liu Yuan obeyed and asked his godfather if it wasn't too tiring to constantly maintain such a form. Yang Shi asked his disciple, Liu Yuan, to continue gathering important information about the blue pill. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan had already transformed into an ordinary person. The young man knew that those who took these pills were unstable. Yang Shi said that in the second task, Liu Yuan also needed to gather information about heroes who were involved in very bad deeds. Liu Yuan took himself by the shoulder and swore that he would complete his godfather's next task. The boy was truly grateful for the care. Yang Shi said that after they found these heroes, they would turn them into raw materials. Liu Yuan didn't understand why some heroes weren't important. Yang Shi was about to leave Liu Yuan and said that he was going to absorb every ability of the unjust heroes. Yang Shi flew away on a metal board and said that his disciple had worked hard to improve his skills to rank C. Yang Shi flew over the calm, quiet sea. The view of the crystal clear water from above was breathtaking. Yang Shi continued to fly on the metal board, which now resembled a surfboard. Yang Shi took off his rooster mask and thought that the empty, deserted beach was the perfect place for the snow woman to practice. A moment later, Yang Shi raised his hand and activated the snow woman's call. A mysterious orange hole formed in the sky, and then the cheerful, sweet girl Snow ran at lightning speed toward her master, whom she missed dearly. Yang Shi asked Snow to stop showing her affection and forced the innocent victim to engage in a training fight with him so that he could study her. Snow said she didn't want to hurt her beloved master. Yang Shi said that she was unlikely to succeed. In that case, Snow replied that she was ready to launch a dizzying attack. Yang Shi had to prepare seriously. Yang Shi smiled slightly, so as not to show Snow that he actually considered her too weak for his abilities. A giant snow whirlwind gradually began to form around the pretty girl, which would eventually bring her victory. A few seconds later, a mysterious, mystical black hole appeared in the night sky, from which small snowflakes slowly fell. Yang Shi thought for a moment and tried to study the dark hole closely. Soon, the boy realized that he could be seriously injured. The fact was that a strange paw of a huge beast of unknown origin began to emerge from this mysterious black hole. And then, a few seconds later, a huge, angry toad was staring at Yang Shi, clearly wanting to kill him. Yan Shi examined the terrifying beast and realized that it was an overpowered frog. It was a D-rank monster invasion. But the surprises didn't end there, as a predatory unicorn that could run on water soon appeared on the horizon. The danger was that these two powerful monsters were quickly approaching the sweet, modest girl Snow, who was still unaware of anything. A few seconds later, the frightened girl Snow turned her head and saw these terrifying, merciless monsters. The face of the modest girl Snow changed beyond recognition as the poor thing saw such huge predators from another world for the first time. The brave girl Snow did not wait for the bloodthirsty predators to attack her, and quickly flew into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was already rushing to the aid of the frightened, sweet girl Snow on his metal board. Yang Shi was approaching the frightened girl on his flying metal board when suddenly a bright light illuminated him. Yang Shi was very surprised because he did not understand what had lit up the night sky near the sea so brightly. The boy tried to peer into the glow. Finally, the glow faded and a kind of snow shield formed through which nothing could be seen. In front of Yang Shi, a charming, bright beauty hung in the air, who just a few minutes ago had called herself the cute girl Snow. The brave Snow Woman turned to the two predators who were trying to attack her and asked them if they were going home. The moon in the night sky illuminated everything around them perfectly, so the main characters could clearly see where the terrifying monsters were. The pumped-up frog looked up at the sky and tried to answer the Snow Woman in human language, but the beast couldn't do it. The brave Snow Woman continued to hover in the air and watched the actions of the pumped-up frog closely. Meanwhile, the pumped-up frog also looked at the Snow Woman and croaked in its language, which no one understood. The Snow Woman grew tired of listening to the incessant croaking of the bloodthirsty predator and tried to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, Yang Shi flew up to Snow on his metal board and noted that the girl had grown noticeably. Snow turned to her master and quickly replied that this appearance was actually her combat uniform. Yang Shi did not hide his embarrassment, as he clearly liked this female combat uniform as a man. A moment later, the Snow Woman Snow fired several ice shards at the nasty pumped-up frog. Upon reaching their target, the ice arrows turned the huge, pumped-up frog into a solid giant piece of ice. Yang Shi asked the Snow Woman Snow if that nasty and vile pumped-up frog had lost its life. A few seconds later, the enraged, pumped-up frog jumped towards the main characters, who were not prepared for this. Yang Shi realized that he had no choice but to attack the angry beast with his unique plasma ability. The pumped-up frog seemed to be lying in wait. Yang Shi understood that the predator understood human language perfectly. And finally, several more ice arrows flew toward the cunning and crafty beast from the Snow Woman's Snow. The pumped-up frog quickly noticed the ice arrows approaching and started to run. Snow received the order to stop the beast. Finally, the ice arrows from the Snow Woman's Snow hit their target, and the overpowered frog was seriously wounded. Yang Shi noticed how Snow, the Snow Woman, had stopped such a bloodthirsty D-rank predator too quickly. Yang Shi had no intention of showing mercy to the overpowered frog, so he directed plasma beams at the beast. Once again, the attacks from the main characters hit their target. It was obvious that the pumped-up frog would soon lose its life. Yang Shi slowly and confidently approached the overpowered frog, lying on the cold ground to take its abilities. Yang Shi started the process of extracting the ability from the immobilized monster and began to study it closely. It was an amazing D-rank ability called physical training. The Snow Woman Snow turned to the master. Yang Shi interrupted Snow and said that he understood perfectly well that they had lost someone because of the pumped-up frog. Yang Shi, accompanied by the stunningly beautiful Snow Woman, asked in unison where the legendary horse had gone. Yang Shi clearly did not like Snow's answer. The gorgeous girl replied that the unicorn had most likely headed for the city. Yang Shi ordered Snow to quickly follow the predatory unicorn. The guy noticed that something was wrong with the charming girl. Snow said she had left her body for a short time, and now her master, Yang Shi, was trying to regain control. Snow Woman Snow said that it was unfair. She said her name was Lin Nai, and that she did not identify herself with the snow girl. Yang Shi was a little shocked by Lin Nai's dizzying statement. Now the guy didn't know how to treat her. Lin Nai grabbed poor, confused Yang Shi by the neck and said that he would not be able to control her body. She had to be first. Yang Shi didn't understand anything, so in the next moment, the seductive beauty Lin Nai approached him to kiss him. Lin Nai was unable to kiss Yang Shi, because a second later, the long-legged beauty turned back into the cute girl Snow. Yang Shi knelt down to look into the frightened eyes of the girl Snow and asked her what her complaint was. The naive, poor girl Snow stood before her lord and master and said nothing. The poor thing didn't even hear the question. Yang Shi rested his hand on the frightened Snow's icy cheek and asked if she remembered what had happened a few minutes ago. Little Snow quickly replied that she didn't remember anything and asked Yang Shi if they hadn't been training hard. Yang Shi instantly realized that the cute girl Snow had two personalities that were not connected by a common memory. In the next few minutes, Snow asked her master Yang Shi to hug her tightly. The girl called herself Xiao Yue for the first time. Yang Shi blushed again with dizzying shame and thought that both Snow White beauties liked him at the same time. A few seconds later, Xiao Yue said she felt very sleepy. Yang Shi told his student to hurry back and get some rest. Xiao Yue quickly agreed to her master Yang Shi's suggestion and said she would miss him very much before leaving. Suddenly, a bright light shone around the pretty girl Xiao Yue's body, and in the next moment, the poor girl disappeared. Yang Shi was already looking at the city, located near the sea. The boy understood that the predatory unicorn was heading there. Yang Shi climbed onto his flying metal board, which resembled a surfboard, and set off to rescue innocent people. Meanwhile, nearby, Mr. Liu Yuan was driving his expensive convertible car. The cheerful Liu Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs that he was a real, ferocious wolf, who was truly considered a terrible predator. Mr. Liu Yuan's mood immediately changed when he saw a mysterious beast that looked like a unicorn. The predatory unicorn moved across the waves at lightning speed, as if running on land or asphalt. Naturally, seeing this dizzying sight, Liu Yuan pressed the brake pedal to follow where the terrifying monster had gone. Liu Yuan got out of the car and saw a cheerful group of ordinary people relaxing on the city beach. A chic brunette in a dark swimsuit immediately noticed the strange guy waving at them. A red-haired, muscular guy also noticed the mysterious stranger, but didn't pay any attention to what was happening. The red-haired young man assumed that the stranger was just showing off his expensive sports car. The pretty beauty with blue hair decided to listen to what the mysterious stranger in the sports car was shouting. The girl with blue hair clearly heard the stranger shout the word monster, and that they needed to quickly run away from the beach. Meanwhile, the predatory unicorn had already emerged from the depths of the sea and was about to attack the innocent inhabitants of the city. Liu Yuan was very frightened for the physical well-being of the vacationers and wondered what to do. Maybe he could save them after all. Liu Yuan ultimately ran quickly to help the frightened people and said that he had clearly not been so responsive before. The girl with blue hair was already in the sea and was screaming for her boyfriend Hua Hua to come to her rescue. A few seconds later, her old friend, nicknamed Chubby, came to the rescue of the frightened girl with blue hair. The courageous Chubby was the only one of the group of vacationing tourists who was not afraid to help the girl. He brought the poor girl a log. This beautiful girl with blue hair was named Lulu. Chubby was glad that his friend was okay. Lulu asked her friend to grab the log as well. Chubby said that for Lulu's sake, he was ready to literally fight this monster in a fair fight, just so she would stay alive. In the next moment, Pooh's promise came true. The predatory unicorn grabbed the poor girl by the arm. Lulu held on to the log and tried to call for help, hoping to save Pooh from the unicorn's clutches. Lulu kept screaming at the top of her lungs so that someone would eventually hear her cries. The girl tried to save Puchliash. Only a few seconds later, Puchliash and the bloodthirsty predatory unicorn disappeared under the water of the sea abyss. The next moment, Lulu noticed a mysterious stranger from a sports car, quickly swimming towards her. Liu Yuan told Lulu to swim to him immediately, and he would help her get to shore. There was almost no time left. Lulu cried bitterly and begged her new friend Liu Yuan to first rescue Puliash, whom the unicorn had dragged to the bottom. However, Mr. Liu Yuan said that he would return for Puchliash only after he had taken Lulu to safety on the shore. Lulu finally obeyed and hugged Liu Yuan tightly. She whispered in his ear that she was very afraid of powerful monsters. Liu Yuan was already swimming towards the shore and quickly picked up the charming beauty Lulu, who looked so thin but was heavy for him. The situation took a dizzying turn when a military helicopter with unknown people on board appeared in the air. Liu Yuan noticed that on board the so-called military helicopter were experienced journalists who had flown in to film a report. The chic red-haired beauty, who was the leader of the journalists, said that there had been many reports of a monster and huge waves. The journalists saw how brave and courageous Liu Yuan carried Lulu out of the sea in his arms. The girl thought that they had miraculously managed to survive. A few seconds later, the reporter recognized Liu Yuan as a local internet celebrity. The girl thought that the young man had risked his life. Meanwhile, a difficult and very intriguing situation was unfolding in a high-rise building. A muscular man watched the report intently and said that the hero Bing Chuan had followed his father to a meeting at the Heroes Association. The muscular man's best friend asked him if he was jealous that Li Kang Yang had taken his place of honor. The muscular man was surprised that his friend thought he was jealous. Better that than currying favor with nasty bureaucrats. They were the lazy swordsman and Lu Meng. The lazy swordsman told the evil dragon that his younger brother had been shown on TV saving a girl. Lu Meng quickly replied that the lazy swordsman was probably mistaken, as Liu Yuan would be afraid to meet a powerful monster. However, Lu Meng soon realized that it was indeed his younger brother, Liu Yuan, who was running away from the unicorn on the big screen. A red-haired reporter said that the predatory unicorn was chasing after Liu Yuan. The woman hoped that the heroes would arrive in time. Lu Meng grabbed the TV with his hand and did not understand why Liu Yuan was acting like a real hero. After all, he could have lost his life. Meanwhile, the predatory, bloodthirsty unicorn was already approaching the frightened Liu Yuan and his new girlfriend, Lulu. Despite his uncontrollable fear, Liu Yuan was really trying to help the innocent girl, Lulu, for the first time. Liu Yuan's fear intensified several times when he heard the bloodthirsty monster almost catch up with him and breathe down his neck. The lazy swordsman and Luo Moon watched the events unfold on the big blue screen and realized that Liu Yuan could lose his life. Luo Moon even squinted so as not to watch the predatory unicorn take the life of his beloved younger brother, Liu Yuan. However, a few seconds later, the lazy swordsman saw Liu Yuan transform into a real werewolf. Liu Yuan, in the form of a huge, hairy werewolf, ran as fast as he could from the bloodthirsty predatory unicorn without letting go of Lulu. Luo Moon was very surprised, as he had never guessed that his younger brother, Liu Yuan, possessed the power of transformation. Liu Yuan continued to run in an unknown direction and began to jump high to speed up. The unicorn could not keep up with the werewolf. Meanwhile, the seductive girl Lulu was not at all afraid that she was in the arms of a werewolf, and even called Liu Yuan her hero. Liu Yuan decided to show off in front of the charming girl Lulu, and told her to just call him a legend. Liu Yuan, in the form of a hairy werewolf, put Lulu down on the ground and turned to face the unicorn to finally engage in battle. Meanwhile, Yang Shi flew to the field of the dizzying battle, not yet eager to help his godson. Yang Shi carefully examined the body of Puliash, who was lying unconscious on the cold sand. The guy was glad that Puliash was still alive. Yang Shi turned to take a closer look at how his powerful godson, Liu Yuan, could actually fight. Just in case, Yang Shi prepared several metal shards to help Liu Yuan in his upcoming battle with the unicorn. Meanwhile, the ferocious Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, was already chasing the frightened predatory unicorn that was running across the waves. Liu Yuan clearly had no intention of stopping and continued to catch up with the so-called horse with a single horn. A moment later, Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, managed to grab the swift unicorn by the hoof. The monster planned to attack. And then, a few seconds later, Liu Yuan slammed the predatory unicorn hard into the water, causing a dizzying wave to rise. The predatory unicorn could not resist the enraged werewolf, who was already holding it by the tail and twisting it in different directions. A few seconds later, Liu Yuan, in the guise of a shaggy werewolf, threw the frightened horse with a horn high into the air. The poor unicorn fell at high speed onto the surface of the water and suffered dizzying injuries. The horse had clearly lost this battle. Liu Yuan thought that when uninvited monsters began to invade the earth, he was no longer just a man who was always hiding. Liu Yuan demonstrated his unique abilities and said that he must surpass his older brother and strict father. Yang Shi shouted loudly and clearly that he really liked the work done by his godson Liu Yuan and that he had changed his opinion of him. Meanwhile, Lulu's loyal friends, who were very concerned about her health, had already rushed to the poor and frightened girl. Lulu told her friends that a cunning and nimble monster had dragged poor Puliash under the water when he was trying to save her. Her frightened friends were stunned and began to worry again that Puffy had probably lost his life underwater. Lulu pointed her finger at the werewolf Liu Yuan, who promised that he would ultimately save Puchliash and pull him out of the water. Liu Yuan, in his werewolf form, suddenly began to worry greatly as he sensed that something was wrong with the water he found himself in. A few seconds later, the werewolf Liu Yuan found himself in the center of a water tornado and screamed that he couldn't move or take a step. From the depths of the sea appeared the face of a cunning and treacherous unicorn who was going to take revenge on the insolent werewolf. The bloodthirsty unicorn delivered a treacherous blow to the werewolf Liu Yuan's back. The horn of the so-called horse inflicted a severe injury on the poor creature. In this dizzying battle, the predatory unicorn emerged victorious, and Liu Yuan fell from a height onto the surface of the water. The situation changed dramatically when a terrible explosion suddenly occurred, causing the gathered people to run and fuss. The werewolf, Liu Yuan, was already on the ground, surrounded by dust. The helicopter flew closer to see what had happened to the monster. The reporter began to say that Liu Yuan had suffered a serious injury to his back and had also experienced the pain of a double hoof strike. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan's older brother, Luo Moon, had already put on a special backpack that would allow him to fly to his destination. The lazy swordsman asked his partner where he was going. Luo Moon replied that he was going to rescue his younger brother, Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan, in the form of a hairy werewolf, was already examining his body and realized that he had suffered such a serious injury to his back for the first time. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty predatory unicorn did not retreat and was already approaching the werewolf Liu Yuan at lightning speed. The werewolf, Liu Yuan, was a little scared because he thought he had time to recover and gather his strength. A real sea tornado created by the powerful unicorn was already approaching the werewolf, Liu Yuanyu. An experienced journalist who was filming the dizzying battle on camera said that the situation had become catastrophic. Poor frightened werewolf Liu Yuan found himself once again in the center of a terrifying, incredible hurricane floating in the air. The frightened werewolf Liu Yuan howled in dizzying pain as the predatory unicorn struck again with its horn. Liu Yuan looked at the nearby high mountain. Strange, loud sounds came from there. The werewolf thought that he would be saved after all. A moment later, the werewolf Liu Yuan was again whirling in the sea hurricane and rose to an unimaginable height. The werewolf Liu Yuan had only one chance of salvation, his beloved godfather Yu Ji, who was already flying towards him. Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators and witnesses who were watching the battle closely shouted in unison that Liu Yuan was losing the fight. The attractive girl Lulu began to cry and shout loudly for her hero Liu Yuan to hold on until the end and not give up. Finally, the long-awaited godfather, Yu Ji, appeared in the air, rushing to help his beloved godson, Liu Yuan. The sweet, modest girl, Lulu, guessed that this mysterious man on the metal board was reinforcement for the werewolf Liu Yuan. The crowd chanted loudly that Lord Yu Ji could now save the innocent werewolf, Liu Yuan, who was trying to escape from the unicorn. A journalist from a helicopter also saw Lord Yu Ji flying to the scene of the dizzying battle and asked him for help. Yang Shi watched closely as his godson Liu Yuan was literally on the verge of losing his life and thought that he had played the role of bait perfectly. Yang Shi continued to wonder whether the werewolf Liu Yuan would swallow the mysterious blue pill. The guy was in no hurry to help him. One of the witnesses standing near the metal pole noticed that Lord Yu Ji had used his metal control skill. A few seconds later, several metal fragments formed around Yang Shi and his metal board, which he directed towards the unicorn. Naturally, the extraneous noise and the clanging of metal fragments caught the attention of the predatory unicorn, which was already looking in the direction of Yu Ji. Lord Yu Ji did not wait any longer and shouted loudly for the predatory unicorn to taste the rusty metal fragments. In the next moment, a huge army of metal arrows flew towards the predatory, insolent unicorn. The metal arrows hit their target, and the poor, crazy unicorn howled in dizzying, excruciating pain. The frightened werewolf Liu Yuan had almost resigned himself to the fact that he would lose his life forever and was simply waiting for his fate. The surprised journalist said that Lord Yu Ji had knocked out the monster with just one unique ability. Yang Shi flew on his metal board to the falling wounded werewolf, Liu Yuan, and managed to catch him before he fell to the ground. The werewolf Liu Yuan lay unconscious on the metal board and slowly transformed back into human form. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was already looking at the motionless body of the predatory unicorn and saying that no one had given him the right to do such stupid things. For his numerous sins, Yang Shi now had to permanently strip the unicorn of its unique abilities. A few seconds later, Yang Shi finally extracted the wounded predatory unicorn's ability, which was in the form of a ball. Yang Shi turned to Liu Yuan and said that he had helped him attract the attention of the blue pill, and now he would let his godson take the credit. Yang Shi rose into the sky again, to fly towards the crowd of spectators and witnesses of the dizzying battle with the monster. Yang Shi slowly descended on his metal board and looked at the cute, charming girl with blue hair, Lulu. Lulu was kneeling next to her comrades Puliash and Liu Yuan. Yang Xi said that their wounds had been treated in time, and their lives were not in danger. Suddenly, Liu Yuan regained consciousness and was overjoyed that his beloved godfather had ultimately helped him. Liu Yuan was very surprised when the lovely girl Lulu hugged him tightly and thanked him for saving their lives. Liu Yuan quickly replied that it was quite easy and asked the charming beauty Lulu not to press on his fresh wound. Lulu asked Liu Yuan why he had changed so much, since earlier on the internet it was written that he was a wealthy heir. Lulu's other friends said that it was actually Lord Yu Ji who deserved the praise, as he had appeared in time and saved everyone. The words of this guy were interrupted by a mysterious, strange man who was walking quickly towards Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan had incredible hearing and already understood that some mysterious stranger was approaching him. This strange man said that Liu Yuan had violated the rules for using his abilities, and therefore he would have to go to the Heroes Association. The frightened people examined the mysterious stranger's clothes and saw a badge on him that indicated his membership in the Heroes Association. This man was given the strange nickname Grumpy Scissorhand because he did very exotic things to rule breakers. Liu Yuan stared intently at Grumpy Scissorhand's face, and after a few seconds replied that he was only saving people. Grumpy Scissorhands repeated that he didn't care about the reasons, because Liu Yuan had no right to use his gift in public places. The situation took a dizzying turn when a man's angry voice was heard behind Grumpy Scissorhands. Luo Moon, or as everyone called him, the evil dragon demon, said that Liu Yuan would only answer to the bosses of the Kunlun campaign. Liu Yuan was very frightened when he saw that his older brother Luo Moon was here on the city beach. Luo Moon examined the wounds of his younger brother Liu Yuan and said that the Wolfman had a good ability to regenerate. Luo Moon continued to say that next time, Liu Yuan should not cause trouble for his family. His younger brother nodded his head. Grumpy Scissorhands was already leaving, and said that he really hoped that the Kunlun company would be able to provide some explanations in the near future. Luo Moon wondered why his younger brother Liu Yuan had never shown any signs of abilities before, and why they had awakened now. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan began to laugh loudly and rejoice, showing that he could now become a real hero. Yang Shi returned to his new apartment, where he tried to be alone with his thoughts and take a break from the constant fighting. Yang Shi had just taken a hot shower and had calmed down a bit after the dizzying battle with the predatory unicorn. Yang Shi carefully examined his newly acquired water ability. The guy thought he had quite a few talents related to the elements. Several multicolored balls appeared in the air, among which were plasma, flame, surfing mastery, and metallokinesis. Yang Shi closed his eyes and remembered his beloved younger sister, Fei Fei. The boy thought that now it would be nice to find a healing talent. Yang Shi thought that now he could easily enter the body of the superhero, Sharp and Sour Noodles, to look for something interesting. Yang Shi concentrated intently and suddenly found himself on a city street surrounded by green trees and bushes. The superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles was walking down the street without his magnificent costume, humming something to himself. Suddenly, the cheerful, playful mood of the Spicy and Sour Noodle superhero changed when she felt a sharp pain in her head. Behind the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles, near his head, was Yang Xi, who could now easily manipulate the muscular guy. Yang Shi, in the guise of the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles, said that control allowed him to easily control this huge body. Yang Shi tried to use his unique ability of metallokinesis in his new muscular body and stretched out his hand. Soon, Yang Shi realized that his metallokinesis ability had remained in his body and had not moved with his soul into the Spicy and Sour Noodles. Suddenly, Yang Shi, in the body of the Spicy and Sour Noodle superhero, heard a strange conversation between two mysterious strangers standing nearby. An attractive girl was talking to a man and saying that she did not plan to accompany him in the near future. Yang Shi, in the muscular body of Spicy and Sour Noodles, hid behind a tall tree and listened carefully to this mysterious conversation. The strange guy grabbed the poor girl by the arm and said that she had to follow the rules of their heroic association. In addition, this strange, nasty stranger was actually thinking about how to get the charming beauty into bed as quickly as possible. During the conversation, this cunning guy mentioned some kind of healing ability, and Yang Xi, in the body of Spicy and Sour Noodles, thought that someone was helping him. Meanwhile, a loud conflict was already brewing between the guy and the charming girl. The insolent man raised his hand to hit her. The poor frightened girl grimaced and screamed for the insolent man to leave her alone and go away immediately. Surprised, the lovely girl sat down on the cold ground, while her companion flew into the nearest bushes. The poor man hit his head very hard on the ground, somewhere in the green bushes, and fell silent. The girl began to worry greatly. A few seconds later, the head of the rude attacker appeared from behind the bushes. The guy asked who had just kicked him. Yan Si, in the body of spicy and sour noodles, was already standing next to the guy and said that he was his karma and now he would bring retribution upon him. The attacker hid in the bushes and simply waited for the muscular stranger to approach him with clenched fists. The angry attacker realized that it was the hero of spicy and sour noodles and asked him why he was meddling in his business. Yang Si, in the body of spicy and sour noodles, hugged the frightened beauty and asked the attacker how he would feel if he had a daughter or sister. The frightened guy said that he had never harassed this sweet, modest young lady, and that she had voluntarily undergone training at his company. The poor girl wiped her tears and cried out that she had never voluntarily agreed to participate in these dirty deeds. Yang Shi, in the body of spicy and sour noodles, told the girl that if she wanted to become a real heroine, she needed to focus on her goal. The grateful girl looked at the hero of spicy and sour noodles with loving eyes and said that now she understood everything. A few seconds later, the sweet, modest girl turned to face the insolent attacker and stuck her tongue out at him, calling him trash. The proud girl ultimately left the two men alone and disappeared in an unknown direction. The guys were left alone. The attacker thought that this superhero of spicy and sour noodles must eat some kind of food to manifest his abilities. The cunning attacker showed that he was in pain after the blow, and now the superhero of spicy and sour noodles would learn the consequences. Yan Si, in the guise of the spicy and sour noodle superhero, folded his arms across his chest and asked the attacker what the consequences would be. The cunning green-haired boy had already jumped up to attack the spicy and sour noodle superhero. In midair, the naive young man declared that he would turn the muscular superhero of spicy and sour noodles into a cripple. Yang Shi stood still. A moment later, Yang Si, in the body of the spicy and sour noodle superhero, quickly found a small orange pill in his pocket. And now, standing before the insolent attacker, was the brave and unshakable superhero of spicy and sour noodles in his dazzling costume. The poor boy opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding where the spicy and sour noodle superhero had found the right product. The frightened boy was no longer thinking about anything when, in one beautiful moment, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles struck him in the stomach. Unfortunately, the nasty, angry boy fell back to the ground, into the bushes from whence he had just emerged. For a second, Yang Shi, in the body of the muscular superhero of spicy and sour noodles, was afraid that this nasty young man had lost his life. Yan Shi knew perfectly well that the effect of this mysterious pill lasted only 15 minutes, so he had to teach the lesson in time. Yang Shi, in the guise of a superhero of spicy and sour noodles, thought he would beat his innocent victim for 15 minutes until she begged for mercy. Yang Shi suddenly realized that after gathering a bunch of abilities, his inner strength had become a little scary. The poor superhero of spicy and sour noodles completely exhausted his resources and energy within 15 minutes. Yang Shi also knew that if he used the octopus's magic amulet, he would almost immediately use up all of the spicy and sour noodles' energy. In the end, Yang Shi realized that the transformation of the spicy and sour noodle hero could last a little longer than usual. Meanwhile, the frightened attacker tried to hide in the bushes and literally did not stick his green head out. With the help of the octopus amulet, the spicy and sour noodle superhero immediately found the naive intruder. Yang Shi, with the body of a muscular spicy and sour noodle hero, grabbed the frightened guy by the throat and told him that only cowards hide. The surprised guy asked the superhero of spicy and sour noodles how he managed to find him so quickly among the bushes and trees. Yang Shi, in the guise of the spicy and sour noodle superhero, admitted that he had actually been hiding his true power for a long time. The frightened boy asked the spicy and sour noodle hero to let him go, and he would call the Divine Dragon Company. Yang Shi, in the body of spicy and sour noodles, agreed that he would let the cowardly attacker go if he did not seek revenge. Yang Shi thought that this cowardly attacker actually reminded him of someone from his dark past. The cowardly boy asked the spicy and sour noodle superhero what he was going to do with him and why he hadn't let him go yet. The frightened young man, for some strange reason, hid his hands behind his back and loudly asked the superhero of spicy and sour noodles about his orientation. A few seconds later, the offended, cowardly guy asked the superhero of spicy and sour noodles to let him go after all. Yang Shi thought that he could not only teach this scum a lesson, but also completely eliminate such a feeling as resentment. Yang Shi, in the body of the superhero spicy and sour noodles, let go of the frightened guy and suddenly grabbed him by the leg and dragged him towards the nearest bushes. A few minutes later, Yang Shi was walking down the street in the guise of spicy and sour noodles, looking at the photos he had just taken of this scumbag. After seeing these photos, this nasty person would not pursue the superhero of spicy and sour noodles or the beautiful girl. Yang Shi left a message on the spicy and sour noodles phone, telling him not to delete the new photos so that there would be no problems with the forest ranger. Yang Shi no longer planned to remain in the body of the muscular superhero of spicy and sour noodles, and the control was deactivated. A second later, the real spicy and sour noodle superhero was looking at the unique photos on his phone. The spicy and sour noodle superhero did not understand how these silly photos ended up on his phone. The guy did not remember anything. Despite the dirty subject matter of these photos, the spicy and sour noodle superhero decided to keep them on his smartphone. Meanwhile, a very interesting scene was unfolding at the branch office of the Heroes Association in the city of Lugan. The leader of the Heroes Association branch in the city of Lugan, Wu Ziji, looked closely at all the heroes present in the hall. Opposite the leader, Wu Ziji, sat the powerful metal hero in the company of his faithful assistant, the glacial adventurer. Also present at this dizzying meeting was the deputy leader, the brave Ouyang Yan. The leader of the branch, Wu Ziji, said that planning the first stage required help from the invited guests. The scale of the depressions was very high. Ouyang Yan joined the conversation, saying that after planning this period, each hero would create their own model for attacking monsters. The assembled guests unanimously shouted that they were ready to risk their own lives for the sake of the Heroes Association. The metal hero thought that this time, the main goal of the Heroes Association was to strengthen control over the depressions. The metal hero said that someone would like to take on the responsible role of a monster hunter and earn good money. One of the distinguished guests said that the most important thing was the information that the world of monsters had an amazing ability. The second of the elite guests confirmed that this ability was that this world could improve weapons and items. The Ice Age adventurer looked at his boss, the metal hero, and thought that only the strongest mattered here. The metal hero thought that his main goal was to possess the owner of powerful strength and energy. The Ice Age adventurer said loudly that now they could safely improve the main element of their abilities. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was already carefully studying his new amazing ability to clone objects and people. Yang Shi looked at his clone, which he thought turned out quite well. Only, for some reason, he looked strange. Yang Shi continued to experiment and tried to combine the abilities of plasma and metallokinesis to see what would happen. To begin with, Yang Shi had to analyze the elements of low-level metallokinesis to improve them to level A. After a few seconds, Yang Shi developed a new, amazing ability called shadow substitution. Yang Shi sent this amazing gift of shadow substitution to the body of his new clone, who is now able to create shadow doubles. Yang Shi named the double Yu-Ji and told him that he must always remain calm and level-headed at all times. Yang Shi ordered the intelligent clone to transform into a new person with a snake mask on his face. Yu-Ji was truly frightening in appearance. Yang Shi ordered Yu-Ji to set out on his journey to become the second saint. The time had come for the snake to reap abilities for its master. At the airport in the 2nd district of Shazhou, a plane was already landing with the cheerful young man Yang Shi on board. As soon as the plane landed and the passengers were allowed to disembark, the brave and courageous Yang Shi began his journey to the exit. Yang Shi walked along the city street of the 2nd district of Shazhou and thought that he did not know that the weather was so hot in this area. Yang Shi was about to cross the road when suddenly a mysterious taxi blocked his path. The driver opened the door to talk to him. Behind the wheel sat a strange red-haired taxi driver who asked Yang Shi if he was from the 1st district and where he was planning to go. Yang Shi quickly answered the annoying taxi driver and got into the car without much hesitation. They set off on their journey. During the trip, Yang Shi sent a message to Mr. Liu Yuan, who said he had obtained some information about the cult of saints. Suddenly, Yang Shi's thoughts were interrupted when the taxi driver started talking about how the gambling business was most developed here. You can visit the Sambo or Alibe's casinos here. The taxi driver didn't stop and continued to mutter that he was ready to show such a young, handsome guy a few more fabulous places. The red-haired, cheeky driver showed a photo of a half-naked girl. The place the taxi driver was talking about was called dreams of Paris. Yanxi wondered how even such dirty business could still thrive in the town of Shachu, which was overflowing with chaos and bustle. A few minutes later, the taxi driver announced loudly that they had finally arrived at the entrance to an elite hotel called Highton. The taxi driver stated that the fare was 500 azure coins. This information greatly surprised Yang Shi. A moment later, Yang Shi saw that the meter showed a completely different amount of money. The price couldn't have increased fivefold. Yang Shi asked the driver if he had simply miscalculated the amount, but the arrogant taxi driver said that this would be a lesson for him. The menacing driver turned to Yang Shi and asked if it would be difficult to choose between his life and a small amount of money. But in the hand of the arrogant, self-confident taxi driver was a firearm, which the attacker clearly intended to use. Yang Shi thought that he would not hesitate either, but it was this arrogant, red-haired taxi driver who deserved a lesson. A few minutes later, Yang Shi was standing in the huge hall of the Heaton Hotel in the company of his loyal friend, the red-haired taxi driver. Using his puppet control, Yang Shi forced the arrogant driver to take his suitcase directly to his luxurious room. The hotel staff were very surprised that Yang Shi had managed to get the taxi driver to take his things to his room. One of the charming girls began to apply lipstick, thinking that Yang Shi would want to invite the beauty to a festive dinner. As soon as Yang Shi approached his room, he turned around to let the cunning taxi driver go. He told him that one must always be polite. Yang Shi got into the elevator and went up to the 37th floor. The guy had a card in his hand with a photo of a huge, muscular guy. Yang Shi was looking for the so-called B-rank masked hero. A second later, the guy activated the transformation option and turned into a snake. And so the snake approached room 441. According to his information, this was where the masked hero lived. The snake slowly but surely approached the door, and his shadow was visible even from the other side of the room. The snake carefully approached and pricked up his ears to hear the voices coming from the hotel room. He needed to know how many people were there. Soon, Zmei could make out female and male voices. The mysterious man asked the girl to come closer to him. The huge masked hero was in the cheerful company of charming young girls who did not hide their graceful figures. The playful mood of the attractive girls suddenly changed when someone kicked the door to the room open. The masked hero was also a little frightened, but he did not rush to reveal himself, as he could not ruin his reputation as a hero. The masked hero saw strange shadow rays approaching him, so the man asked who was there and for what purpose. Meanwhile, Snake Yuji had already begun to control the shadow stream and launched several shadow rays at the masked hero. The masked hero showed his true face for the first time when he asked the attractive girls why they did not cover him with their bodies. Everything changed dramatically when several shadow rays controlled by Snake Yuji grabbed the half-naked girls by the throat. It was clear that the poor, frightened girls in their underwear were literally suffocating as the shadow beams squeezed their throats. The masked hero finally decided to engage in combat with the stranger after absorbing the uncontrollable fear of these girls. The masked hero clenched his fist and jumped towards Lord Snake Yuji. The muscular guy shouted that he would take his life. Snake Yuji tried to block the masked hero's lightning-fast attack and put up a shield made of shadow flow, but the attempt ended in failure. The masked hero finally realized that the mysterious stranger in front of him knew how to control shadows, which he had used to secretly sneak into the room. Snake Yuji stood still and said nothing. The poor girls lay on the icy floor, suffocating. Zhe Yuji thought that it was too difficult for him to remain cold and ruthless all the time. The guy was not used to such behavior. Meanwhile, the masked hero thought that if these girls had not given him their fear, he would not have had a single chance against such an opponent. The masked hero asked Yuji loudly if he didn't belong to the organization of saints. The man planned to report the attack to his boss. Snake Yuji continued to remain quiet and calm, and did not respond to his manly opponent, who was already thinking about how to defeat him. The masked hero grew tired of constantly asking questions, and thought that his opponent was simply deaf or mute. The masked hero finally decided on a crushing straight punch to the face of Snake Yuji, who did not even try to dodge. The masked hero shouted that Yuji clearly would not have time to dodge such a devastating blow, which meant that the man would emerge victorious. The masked hero was astonished when, at one point, Yuji's face disappeared and a shadow hole appeared in its place. A few seconds later, the shadow hole completely enveloped the arm of the muscular masked hero, who did not understand how to repel the attack. Gradually, the fear in the masked hero's body subsided, and he no longer felt superior to his powerful opponent, the snake Yuji. Yuji the snake stretched out his hand. The frightened masked hero begged to be spared. Otherwise, the priest would not let it go. The masked hero shouted that he surrendered, and asked the snake Yuji to spare him. However, the enemy stood calmly and called him trash. A moment later, Yuji finally touched the masked hero's face with his hand, and the poor guy began to moan loudly from the dizzying pain. In fact, Yuji had no intention of killing the masked hero, and simply activated the ability extraction option. This was a rank S ability called the Mask of Fear. This unique gift allowed the user to absorb other people's fears and increase their own power. The frightened masked hero began to scream and ask where his incredible ability had gone. The man begged for it to be returned. Yang Shi thought that with the help of puppet control, he would finally be able to see the face of this priest he kept talking about. A moment later, Yuji activated the puppet control option, and now the former masked hero was completely under his control. A few seconds later, Yang Shi plunged into the inner world of the muscular masked hero. It was too dark and cold here. The masked hero's memories told him that long ago, he had taken part in a battle for abilities and had been wounded. A mysterious man promised to heal his serious wounds in exchange for loyalty and devotion. The masked hero agreed. Using his puppet control, Yang Shi sent the masked hero to the port, where huge containers stood. The man suddenly stopped. Yang Shi paid special attention to a giant red container that came to mind for the masked hero. Yang Shi thought it necessary to see what was inside this mysterious red container that had caught his interest. Inside the huge room sat some strange and very suspicious people who were talking about unimportant topics. The masked hero noticed a charming young lady in a red dress who stood out from the other guests. It was the bloodthirsty Rose. The attractive girl asked the masked hero if it was true that a swordswoman had infiltrated his secret zone. The masked hero knelt on one knee in front of the bloodthirsty Rosa and said that the swordswoman would not cause any serious problems. The commander of the Deep Sea Army intervened in the conversation and said that the swordswoman was an A-rank hero and that the masked hero would not be able to defeat her. The great magician of the earth joined the conversation, saying that the disciples of the holy organization were not afraid of some A-rank hero. The holy priestess put an end to the meaningless chatter and ordered her subordinates to bring the swordswoman here immediately. The great earth mage, the commander of the Deep Sea Army, and the bloodthirsty Rose bowed their heads and made it clear that they understood their boss's order. The masked hero said loudly and clearly that this swordswoman was in for a dizzying lifetime vacation in the afterlife. The commander of the Deep Sea Army called the masked boxer to him. The muscular man asked his boss what his orders were. The commander of the Deep Sea Army said that soon a shipment would arrive at the port of the first district, which would be inside a red container. The commander of the Deep Sea Army told the masked boxer to go to the port tomorrow morning and find out about this insolent girl. The commander of the Deep Sea Army repeated that the boxer in the mask should not miss the chance he had been given and should not disappoint his boss. And so, Yang Shi, in the body of the boxer in a mask, stood in front of the red container, which was opened with a fingerprint lock. Right on the door of the red container, Yang Shi saw a lock that opened with a fingerprint. Yang Shi had already approached this mysterious red container and tried to place the masked boxer's finger on it to open it. However, his first attempt to open the strange lock ended in a spectacular failure, and Yang Shi had to use plasma. A few seconds later, Yang Shi, in the body of the boxer in the mask, stood in front of a tall staircase that led down in an unknown direction. Yang Shi did not think that the container would turn out to be just an illusion, and that the real goods were hidden somewhere deep underground. A few minutes later, Yang Shi, in the body of the boxer in a mask, saw a so-called security guard sitting in the room. The frightened guard at first did not believe that someone had actually gotten in, but then he recognized his immediate superior. The guard quickly stood in front of his boss, the masked hero, and began to report that no problems or difficulties had occurred in his absence. The guard continued to say that valuable goods had recently arrived, which the masked hero should already know about. Yang Shi, in the body of a muscular boxer in a mask, ordered the poor guard to take him to the designated place and show him the valuable goods. Tears of despair began to appear in Yang Shi's eyes as he observed prisoners in this frightening place along the way. The insolent guard shouted loudly at one of the children to stop crying. If the child angered the masked lord, the guard would punish him. The poor boy quickly stopped crying and simply fell silent. The child did not even try to look at Yang Shi. Next to the boy stood a second friendly boy with blue hair who did not make a sound so as not to deserve punishment. Yang Shi, in the body of the boxer in the mask, thought that these so-called saints were clearly real sinners because they kept children in cages. Yang Si noticed that the older boy was no more than 15 years old. They had been kidnapped from different parts of the planet. A brilliant plan to rescue these innocent children, who had forgotten what sunlight was like, was forming in Yang Si's mind. Yang Si, in the body of the boxer in the mask, began to shout that he was ready to punish anyone involved in this unjust event. The voice of the muscular masked hero made everyone present feel uncontrollable fear and panic. Loud, nasty voices could be heard from one of the many cells. A man was beating a harmless boy who was chained up. The yellow-haired guard yelled at the boy, whose whole body was covered in bruises and abrasion. The man said that the prisoner had dared to bite him. The guard with yellow hair was indeed experiencing dizzying pain because the prisoner had bitten off a piece of his ear. The enraged guard had already tried to deliver a crushing blow to the boy's head, but the masked boxer stopped him. Yang Si, in the body of the masked hero, asked the guard why it was so loud here and what trouble the poor man had caused. The poor boy with green eyes, who was chained to the wall, looked up at the masked boxer. The masked hero approached the sweet-looking captive boy and asked him why he had attacked the guard. The green-eyed boy said nothing and continued to stare into the eyes of his enemy, the masked boxer. The guard with yellow hair explained to the masked boxer that the boy just wanted to escape, and that was why he had attacked him. Suddenly, a preacher from the holy organization Bogomol approached the boxer in a mask with a two-handed sword and said that it was time to teach the captive sister a lesson. Surprised, the masked hero even jumped up and asked Bogomol, with the two-handed sword, what sister he was talking about. The praying mantis with a two-handed sword pointed to a quiet, sweet girl who was sitting in the corner and saying nothing. The mantis with the two-handed sword said that the girl had been practically deprived of her life by ordinary fear. The mantis soon turned to the masked boxer and asked why he had come here, since it was time for his long-awaited vacation. The masked hero replied that he liked the two blondes that the mantis had recommended to him, but that he had come here on the orders of the commander of the deep-sea army. Yang Si, in the body of the masked hero, ordered the immediate release of the captive boy, as a substantial sum of money had been offered for. Bogomol approached the boy and said that he didn't care how many teeth he had, as a huge sum would be paid for the boy. Bogomol grabbed the boy by the throat and was about to pull out his last teeth. The boy screamed that he would kill everyone. Yang Si, in the guise of a boxer wearing a mask, thought that the boy should be patient a little longer and that soon he would fulfill his cherished wish. Bogomol suddenly stopped and turned his head toward the boxer in the mask. He asked him if he understood the boy's language. Suddenly, the boxer in the mask stretched out his hand, which began to burn with blue flame, and replied that of course he understood everything. With a dizzying blow, the boxer in the mask literally pierced the naive Bogomol with a two-handed sword, who did not expect a trick from his boss. The mantis with the two-handed sword slowly got up and realized that he would soon lose his life. The poor guy asked the masked hero why he did it. The masked hero decided to answer his wounded comrade and said that he wanted to help the child, who was considered his fellow countryman. Only now did the mantis with a two-handed sword realize that it was not the masked hero standing in front of him, but some stranger. A second later, Yang Si, in the guise of the boxer in a mask, delivered a dizzying blow, after which Bogomol with the two-handed sword said nothing more. Meanwhile, the other guards looked at their boss, the man in the mask, in bewilderment, unable to understand what had happened. Yang Si activated his shadow control ability and said loudly that the guards would lose their lives today. The guard with yellow hair soon realized everything and jumped up to deliver a crushing blow to the boxer in the mask. However, the blow from the guard with yellow hair did not reach its final destination. He was enveloped in shadow. Soon, the shadow stream created by Yang Si spread throughout the room and began to attack the other guards. The yellow-haired guard screamed loudly in unbearable pain and asked his second partner to save him. However, the second guard, who had recently saluted the masked boxer, could not bring himself to strike his boss. And now it was the second guard's turn. A shadow stream from Yang Si chased after him. Naturally, the guy tried to flee the battlefield. Meanwhile, the green-eyed captive boy looked at the masked boxer with a surprised look and did not understand what was happening. The masked hero stood in front of him, already holding two small, multicolored balls of energy in his muscular hands. A few seconds later, the poor frightened boy with green eyes said his name was Yu Fan. He asked the masked hero who he really was. Yu Fan was kneeling, chained to the wall, looking at the back of the muscular boxer in the mask. The boy asked the question again. The masked boxer turned around and replied loudly that he was the one who had come to save him from excruciating pain. Yang Si, in the guise of the masked hero, raised his hand again, which was covered in blue flames, and said that soon everyone would find out what this would mean for them. A strange blue plasma appeared around Fan, freeing his hands from their heavy shackles. The boy continued to look at the masked hero in surprise. The masked boxer told Yu Fan to stay where he was for a few minutes, while he dealt with the other guests. Yu Fan slowly got up and headed towards his little sister, who was still sitting in the corner watching the situation unfold. Yu Fan knelt down and hugged his little sister tightly, who was crying with happiness at being reunited with her brother. Yang Shi suddenly remembered his younger sister, Fei Fei, who was currently lying unconscious in the hospital at the hands of the superhero. A few seconds later, several more armed guards ran towards the masked hero, shouting for him to surrender. Yang Shi, in the body of a muscular masked hero, had no intention of surrendering and shouted that they would all soon lose their lives. Suddenly, Yang Shi felt a mysterious stranger approaching him from behind, who had a very feminine, pleasant voice. The lovely, beautiful girl was the mistress of sounds. The charming young lady greeted the spearman and said that they needed to surround him. The spearman clearly heard the words of the attractive girl, Wu Yu, who was the mistress of sounds, and agreed to prepare for the attack. The spearman said decisively that the mistress of sounds should attack first. Then they would have a chance. The charming young lady Wu Yu, the mistress of sounds, looked closely at Yang Shi in the guise of masked heroes. The cool-headed Wu Yu, the mistress of sounds, said loudly and clearly that the dizzying music that could not be stopped was about to begin. Meanwhile, the other guards who had managed to stay alive covered their ears with their hands from the piercing sound of Wu Yu. Yang Shi, in the guise of a masked hero, also clutched his ears and realized that this music was causing him to have a nervous breakdown. The mistress of sounds watched as the masked hero began to cheer for some reason and said that no one could resist her. Wu Yu jumped high into the air and aimed her devastating, incredible blow at Yang Shi. The mystical disc from the mistress of sounds, Wu Yu, approached Yang Shi's face at lightning speed in the form of the masked hero. However, the mistress of sounds, Wu Yu, did not expect her opponent, Yang Shi, to use his unique ability of shadow disappearance. In an instant, the muscular boxer in the mask was standing behind the charming young lady, the mistress of sounds, Wu Yu. The mistress of sounds, Wu Yu, opened her mouth in surprise and did not understand how the boxer in the mask could literally disappear before her eyes. The masked boxer did not wait long and delivered a powerful, crushing kick to the back of the mistress of sound, Wu Yu. The agonizing cries of pain from the mistress of sounds, Wu Yu, were heard by her loyal and responsible partner, the spearman. The spearman rushed to the aid of his wounded friend, the mistress of sounds, Wu Yu, and threw a fiery spear at the masked hero. This mystical fiery spear approached the back of the powerful Yang Shi, who was still in the guise of the masked hero, with astonishing speed. Yang Shi, in his masked body, was already finishing off his opponent, the master of sounds Wu Yu, and had no intention of sparing the attractive girl. Finally, the enemy's fiery spear hit its target, the back of the muscular, huge masked hero. It was a serious wound. The masked hero's eyes turned black, and he tried to activate his unique shadow stream option. Yang Shi, in his masked body, concentrated so that the energy of his body was focused in one point, and he struck the ground with his fist with all his might. Meanwhile, the spearman decided to address his opponent, the masked hero, and asked him why he had betrayed the organization after all. However, Yang Shi, in the guise of the masked hero, said nothing and continued to sit on one knee on the ground. After a few seconds, Yang Shi finally replied to the wounded Bogomol with a two-handed sword that he had come here to save these children and for justice. The spearman began to laugh loudly and said that even if the masked boxer managed to defeat him, he simply could not escape from this room. The spearman also said that the commander of the deep-sea army was already somewhere nearby. The masked boxer said that he would kill everyone. The spearman held his fiery spears in his hands and stared intently into the eyes of his opponent, the masked boxer. The spearman decided to use his unique gift, but for some reason began to fear the masked boxer. Yan Si, in the guise of a masked hero, began to absorb the spearman's dizzying fear and increased his incredible strength several times over. The spearman did not want to show his fear to his opponent, so he shouted that if the boxer in the mask approached, he would easily take his life. Yang Shi, in the body of the masked hero, stopped listening to his opponent's empty chatter and took up a fighting stance. The spearman threw several fiery spears at the muscular masked hero in the hope that his opponent would be seriously injured. The spearman watched closely to see if the masked hero would dodge the dizzying attack. The spearman did not expect Yang Shi, in the body of the masked hero, to launch a terrifying attack with the help of a shadow stream. The spearman was wounded. Yang Shi sat down a little, exhausted, and thought that the dizzying battle with the worthy opponent, the spearman, was really difficult. One of the boys asked the masked hero if he was injured. Yang Shi replied that it was nothing, and that he had come here to free them. Yang Shi quickly opened the cage, and the frightened children began to come out one by one. The man told the children to hurry up. Yang Xi turned his head and saw Yu Fan approaching him, holding his younger sister behind his back. Yu Fan said that he no longer intended to suffer constantly and wanted to become as strong and fast as Yang Xi in the near future. Yu Fan knelt before Yang Xi and asked him to become his teacher. The masked hero said that the boy must swear eternal loyalty to him. Yu Fan raised his green eyes and said he was ready to swear that from now on, he would be Yang Xi's most devoted student. Yang Xi, in the body of a muscular masked hero, instantly believed in the sincerity of the naive boy and handed him something. In Yang Xi's hand was a small ball with energy inside. It was the ability to control puppets. Yu Fan was in no hurry to take such a relic. Excited, the boy Yu Fan asked his new teacher again what this power was. Yang Xi said that it was the gift of the mantis. Yang Xi explained that Yu Fan would now be able to turn his hands into sharp swords, just as the mantis had done with his two-handed sword. Yu Fan smiled and began to bow. The boy was truly delighted with such a dizzying ability. Yu Fan put his frightened little sister on his back and hurried to get out of this terrifying room and into freedom. Meanwhile, Yang Xi, in the body of a muscular masked hero, began to look around. Now he had to deal with the bodies on the floor. The spear-wielding mantis with a two-handed sword and the mistress of sounds lay motionless on the cold floor. Yang Xi, in the body of the masked hero, raised his hand and activated his talent extraction ability. A few seconds later, the process was complete. A mysterious guard who hid his true face under a scarf also lay on the icy floor. He also possessed abilities. Next in line was the mistress of sound. Yang Xi also took away the charming girl's dizzying gift. Yang Xi thought that last time he had to make several mistakes before taking away the abilities of the frog and the wavy horse. Yang Xi continued to think that these people were too weak. To begin with, the guy planned to improve the shadow exchange to rank A. Yang Xi looked at the improved version of the shadow stream and thought that now it should be much easier for him to fight the powerful priest. Yang Xi, in the body of a muscular masked hero, finally left this terrible territory and had already exited the red container. The situation changed dramatically when the masked boxer saw a sharp sword belonging to a stranger approaching his neck from the left. Yang Xi turned and saw a seductive young girl in combat gear, who asked who he was and where the children had come from. The strict, fair girl did not remove the sharp sword from the masked hero's neck and repeated her question. The girl was waiting only for the truth. Yang Xi, in the guise of a muscular masked hero, turned his head and realized that he had seen this attractive young lady before. The cunning girl continued to stare intently at her opponent, the masked hero, and wanted to hear an answer. Meanwhile, the happy children looked at the attractive girl and said that she was their beloved sister Blanche. The happy children ran up to their sister Blanche and said that this strongest superhero had saved them from captivity. Sister Blanche finally lowered her sword. The joyful children said that this masked hero had been injured while trying to protect them during the battle. For some unknown reason, Blanche began to blush and said that it was something else. The girl asked for forgiveness. Yang Xi, in the guise of a masked hero, said that everything was fine and that he had seen her before. The girl was the A-rank heroine, Blanche, the swordswoman. Blanche ran at lightning speed to Yu Fan, who was carrying his younger sister on his back. The girl said she was late. Meanwhile, one of the rescued boys showed signs of fear and panic. The poor thing didn't understand what was going on. Yang Xi, in the body of a muscular boxer wearing a mask, also sensed something strange and understood what was happening. Suddenly, some huge green bushes appeared and grabbed the poor boy by the legs. He begged his sister Blanche to save him. These thick green bushes literally enveloped all the containers in the port. The well-fed boy began to cry and scream for one of the powerful heroes to save him. The second poor child also shed crystal-clear tears and cried out to the gathered crowd for someone to save him. Yang Xi, in the body of a huge masked hero, asked the other children to stay away while he rescued the rest of the kids. And finally, Yang Xi saw where these thickets were growing from. It was a cruel trio, led by a holy priestess sitting on a large red rose. In the guise of a muscular masked hero, Yang Xi stared intently at the commander of the deep-sea army, the bloodthirsty Rose, and the great mage of the earth. The bloodthirsty Rose spoke and said that the masked hero made her laugh. The girl thought that he imagined himself to be a real hero. The commander of the deep-sea army stared intently at his opponent, the masked boxer, and continued to stand still. The great mage of the earth also stood still and watched closely for Yang Shi's reaction in the body of the muscular boxer in the mask. The holy priestess, sitting on a huge red rose, ordered her 3 subordinates to show this bug the true power of the saints. The bloodthirsty rose was to be the first to engage in a dizzying battle with the masked hero. The attractive girl froze for a second in surprise. The bloodthirsty rose stated that using abilities with such a wide range was undoubtedly very tiring for her. Meanwhile, the holy priestess turned to the swordswoman Blanche and said that she was not allowed to touch the valuable property of the organization of saints. The holy priestess told the swordswoman Blanche to surrender, and then she would spare her life. The woman looked at the masked hero. Swordswoman Blanche thought that if the bloodthirsty Rosa was a V rank, she could easily deal with her, but the other priests could be a problem. Swordswoman Blanche shouted at the holy priestess to order them to lower their weapons, as they would lose their lives if they disobeyed. The holy priestess smiled slightly, thinking that the swordswoman Blanche was just joking. The woman never gave up. The holy priestess pointed to her trinity of saints and ordered them to deal with the insolent Blanche before the arrival of the Association of Heroes. The swordswoman Blanche was already prepared to repel the attacks of the powerful trinity of the holy organization and activated the power of the seal. Yan Shi, in the guise of a masked hero, thought that the swordswoman Blanche knew how to unleash such a dangerous ability. This was to be expected from an A-rank heroine. Swordswoman Blanche ran at lightning speed toward the holy organization's trinity to attack them. Meanwhile, the great mage of Earth used his unique ability called the Sand Magic Circle. Despite the negative situation, the swordswoman Blanche continued her lightning-fast movement towards her opponents. With a single swing of her fiery sword, Blanche cut through a huge rock that was flying towards her. The swordswoman Blanche was already running towards the commander of the Deep Sea Army and shouted loudly for the seal to be reactivated. The commander of the Deep Sea Army quickly reacted to the lightning-fast attack of the swordswoman Blanche and activated the flow. Swordswoman Blanche shouted loudly and clearly that she planned to activate her ability called the Cleaving Sword. The situation changed dramatically, and soon, the swordswoman Blanche was looking at the consequences of her dizzying attack. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Rosa captured the poor, frightened boy, who was enveloped in thick green undergrowth. Swordswoman Blanche began to shout loudly that bloodthirsty Rosa was using the frightened boy as a human shield. It was despicable. The attractive bloodthirsty Rosa said that mercy was the weakness of the swordswoman Blanche. She had many prisoners. The powerful commander of the Deep Sea Army joined the dizzying battle and began to turn into water. A few seconds later, the cunning commander of the Deep Sea Army was already standing behind the swordswoman Blanche with a weapon in his hands. Swordswoman Blanche had no idea that the cunning commander of the Deep Sea Army was standing behind her, raising his sword to her throat. Yang Shi decided to intervene in the difficult situation, as the swordswoman Blanche could lose her life in the next moment. The commander of the Deep Sea Army delivered a crushing blow to the mask of the Snake Lord Yu-Ji. The mask fell to the floor. The cunning Snake Lord Yu-Ji loudly proclaimed that the commander of the Deep Sea Army had just broken his second mask, which was a great pity. The Snake Lord Yu-Ji prepared to deliver a dizzying blow to the head of the nimble commander of the Deep Sea Army. The commander of the Deep Sea Army doubled over in agony as Yu-Ji's blow landed squarely on his frail neck. The Lord of Snakes, Yu-Ji, watched intently as his opponent, the commander of the Deep Sea Army, lay on the cold floor. The Snake Lord Yu-Ji stopped the brave and courageous beautiful swordswoman Blanche with his hand. The guy asked her not to come near for the time being. Meanwhile, the holy priestess raised her hand and activated her unique healing ability. The commander of the Deep Sea Army was greatly surprised when he noticed that his serious injury had miraculously healed. The commander of the Deep Sea Army laughed loudly and said that together with the high priest, they were immortal. The holy priestess continued to whisper something under her breath, and it later became clear that the cunning woman had used an enhancement. The rays of improvement from the holy priestess were directed at her powerful trinity, the bloodthirsty Rose, the great magician of the earth, and the commander of the water army. The Lord of Serpents, Yu-Ji, thought that the holy priestess was capable of improving her opponent's characteristics to rank A in seconds. Meanwhile, the great mage of the earth stood in some strange pose and began to concentrate on his energy. The swordswoman Blanche was very frightened, as the great mage of the earth's spell power had now reached rank A, and she could not cope with him. The Lord of Snakes, Yu-Ji, thought that a long-range attack could seriously harm the children, and he needed to figure out how to prevent it. The Lord of Snakes, Yu-Ji, turned to the charming swordswoman Blanche and told her that she needed to deal with these two opponents, The swordswoman Blanche was very frightened because the poor children could be in danger. She also thought that the boy would not be able to defeat the great mage. However, the Snake Lord Yu asked the swordswoman Blanche to trust him completely. The girl thought about it and realized that she really did believe him. The powerful swordswoman Blanche's expression changed dramatically, and she shouted that she would help the Snake Lord Yu clear the way. The swordswoman Blanche once again activated her amazing seal power and approached the commander of the Deep Sea Army. With her sharp, fiery sword, the charming swordswoman Blanche struck the commander of the Deep Sea Army on the head. The commander of the Deep Sea Army managed to put his sword in front of him and was therefore not injured, but he needed help. Bloodthirsty Rose was already prepared to come to the aid of her partner, the commander of the Deep Sea Army. Cunning Rose asked the commander of the Deep Sea Army to stop insulting her. Otherwise, she would no longer help him. Bloodthirsty Rose was preparing to put her amazing spell, called the Rose Spell, into practice. Swordswoman Blanche was frightened again, as she felt her powerful strength begin to weaken for the first time. Bloodthirsty Rose said that her body needed strong love, and could awaken this desire in the swordswoman Blanche. It became really hot. At that moment, the cunning commander of the Deep Sea Army used an illegal cloning technique in the battle. In the end, the bloodthirsty Rose and the commander of the Deep Sea Army managed to capture the poor swordswoman Blanche, who was trying to break free. The swordswoman Blanche was not going to give up, as she had another clever trick up her sleeve. The girl activated the Seal of the Mind. The commander of the Deep Sea Army was a little surprised, as he had never seen an A-rank hero possess a mind seal before. A few seconds later, the swordswoman Blanche literally disappeared in an unknown direction before the eyes of her powerful opponents. Swordswoman Blanche loudly declared that she had recently received this devastating gift of the Seal of the Mind, which gave her the right to be reborn. With a single blow of her sharp sword, the swordswoman Blanche dealt a crushing blow to the bloodthirsty Rose, from which red liquid poured out. Meanwhile, the great magician of the earth completed his transformation and unleashed an amazing ability. A few seconds later, standing before the Serpent Lord Yu was no longer just a man in a hat, but a huge dragon. The frightened boys hanging on the thorny spikes of the roses continued to scream for someone to finally free them. The giant dragon, who had just been the great earth mage, was already approaching the frightened swordswoman Blanche. Overcome with fear, the poor, attractive swordswoman Blanche opened her mouth. She did not understand how to fight the monster. The Lord of Snakes, Yu arrived in time to help the frightened swordswoman Blanche. Now the heroes had to come up with a plan of attack. The Snake Lord Yu tried to use a shadow stream against the huge dragon, but the attempt clearly ended in failure. Then an original idea came to the mind of the Snake Lord Yu, and he directed a powerful energy blast straight into the mouth of the enraged dragon. Now the main characters had only a few seconds to escape before the dizzying explosion. When the incredible explosion sounded, a military helicopter with journalists on board arrived at the scene. The holy priestess stared intently at the approaching helicopter and did not know what to do this time. The great earth mage approached the holy priestess from behind and decided to thank her for saving him with her healing gift. The holy priestess said that her trio of holy heroes had been of no use. They would have easily dealt with the swordswoman Blanche if it weren't for the serpent, Yu. The great earth mage bowed his head and said that even though the holy organization's trio had been defeated, the holy priestess was still alive. The holy priestess turned away and said that the great magician of the earth was right. As long as she was alive, the position of the holy organization in Shachou would remain the same. Meanwhile, the Snake Lord Yu carried the wounded swordswoman Blanche away from the battlefield. The girl understood perfectly well that the snake was stronger than her. The swordswoman Blanche continued to think that the best option for her now was to retreat. However, the holy priestess was already standing in her way. The Lord of Snakes, Yu thought that the holy priestess and the great magician of the earth had actually decided to flee. Let them rejoice a little. The Snake Lord Yu approached the commander of the Deep Sea Army and said that his ability no longer belonged to him. The Lord of Serpents, Yu stretched out his hand to finally take away the Deep Sea Army commander's dizzying gift. The Lord of Serpents, Yu began to carefully study the ability of rank 5, which was called the Ghost of the Sea Depths. The Serpent Lord Yu took the incredible talent of the commander of the Water Army for himself, and thought that it was now the turn of the bloodthirsty Rose. The Snake Lord Yu was already standing next to the cold body of the charming Bloody Rose, and said that the seal of the sword knew no mercy. Now the Snake Lord Yu knew how to summon vines from roses that could emit a powder that improved characteristics. The Snake Lord Yu planned to first destroy these abilities to the lowest rank, and then improve a certain characteristic to rank A. Yu the Lord of Snakes, believed that he would soon acquire a considerable number of exceptional abilities and become stronger. A few minutes after manipulating the small, multicolored balls, Yu-Ji received the gift of a super brain. The Lord of Snakes, Yu-Ji, realized that his sense of smell, taste, and other senses had now sharpened to a dizzying level. Meanwhile, the poor wounded swordswoman Blanche began to open her eyes. The frightened girl did not understand what had happened. The Snake Lord Yu-Ji noticed how the lovely, charming swordswoman Blanche opened her eyes and thought that it was time to leave. The main characters stood on the ruins after a powerful, dizzying explosion and looked at the horrific consequences. The swordswoman Blanche decided to ask her new friend, the Snake Lord Yu-Ji, what rank his abilities actually were. The Snake Lord Yu-Ji introduced himself and said that he represented an organization of judges. The swordswoman Blanche thought about it, as she had never heard this name before. Swordswoman Blanche noticed the numerous rose vines on which the children had once been hanging, but now the boys were nowhere to be found. Lord Yu-Ji decided to calm the angry swordswoman Blanche and replied that the boys were behind her. Swordswoman Blanche was a little confused and continued to look at the Lord of Snakes, Yu-Ji. Soon she realized that the guy was not lying. Blanche turned her head and saw the happy children running towards her. The girl was surprised and did not understand how they had managed to escape. The joyful boy told Sister Blanche that the shadow of Lord Snake Yu-Ji had saved them from certain death. Lord Yu-Ji ordered his obedient shadow to cut down all the existing rose vines and take the boys to a safe place. Then, when a dizzying explosion occurred, the powerful shadow of Lord Snake Yu-Ji formed a protective shield to save the children. Swordswoman Blanche still did not understand which master the cheerful, joyful boys were talking about. A few seconds later, the swordswoman Blanche turned to Lord Snake Yu-Ji and sincerely thanked him for saving the children. But Lord Snake Yu-Ji miraculously disappeared in an unknown direction right before the eyes of Blanche's surprised sister. Meanwhile, the helicopter flew to the designated location, and someone said that the Heroes Association had arrived and was now in control. People began to emerge from the military helicopter of the Heroes Association and shouted for everyone to refrain from reckless actions. Soon, the charming Lin Nai Shui also got out of the helicopter, accompanied by her cameraman. The girl was working as an intern. Lin Nai Shui turned to the cameraman and said that it was her first time interviewing as a professional journalist, and she didn't know what to ask. The cameraman looked at the powerful swordswoman Blanche and told Lin Nai Shui that she could ask her about what had happened. Lin Nai Shui agreed and approached the swordswoman Blanche, introducing herself as a journalist from the Heroes Association. Swordswoman Blanche stood still and listened as Lin Nai Shui asked her to tell her what had happened here. The swordswoman Blanche happily greeted the inexperienced journalist Lin Nai Shui and said that she was an A-rank hero. Lin Nai Shui held the microphone to the mouth of the great swordswoman Blanche and said that the Heroes Association had received her message. Swordswoman Blanche began to tell about the organization of saints who kidnapped children from different parts of the world and held them captive. Swordswoman Blanche continued, saying that she had finally managed to sneak into the building and rescue the innocent children from captivity. A few seconds later, the swordswoman Blanche admitted that if she had fought the holy priestess alone, she would have failed. Swordswoman Blanche said that at the most crucial moment, a man wearing a snake mask appeared and saved her from a painful death. Swordswoman Blanche admitted that Lord Yu-Ji was stronger than her because he destroyed the enhancement effect with just one blow. Swordswoman Blanc also drew the audience's attention to a scorched area nearby. This was also done by Lord Yu-Ji. Swordswoman Blanc said that Yu-Ji represented the organization of judges. Lin Natsu tried to find this mysterious man in a mask. Swordswoman Blanc pointed her finger and said that the high priest had fled in that direction, and Yu-Ji chased after him to catch the criminal. Meanwhile, on the lower floor in the parking lot, the lights were shining brightly. No one was visible inside. The high priest, accompanied by the great magician of the earth, slowly moved in an unknown direction. The holy priestess asked the great earth mage if his sand ability could deal with an opponent like Yu-Ji, the Lord of Snakes. The great earth mage said that he had filled everything around him with his magic, and even if Yu-Ji used plasma, he would not succeed. The holy priestess ordered the great earth mage to quickly find a suitable vehicle to get away from this place. However, around the corner, the serpent lord Yu-Ji was already waiting for the treacherous intruders, clearly not planning to let them go. The snake lord Yu-Ji gathered his courage, and finally came out from around the corner to engage in a dizzying battle. The holy priestess and the great magician of the earth heard a mysterious stranger approaching them from behind. For a few seconds, the Snake Lord Yu tried to form a plan of attack in his head. At the most inopportune moment, the Snake Lord Yuji's phone rang in his pocket. It was his beloved girlfriend, Nai Shui. The holy priestess and the great earth mage listened, and also heard the strange vibration from the phone. The cunning Snake Lord Yuji had no choice but to use his ability to change clothes. The great earth mage was already approaching the corner where the Snake Lord Yuji was hiding, but suddenly Yang Shi came out from around the corner, talking on the phone. The holy priestess watched the so-called civilian closely, trying to find a catch. The great earth mage also stared intently at the face of the calm young man, Yang Shi, who was explaining himself to his alarmed girlfriend, Nai Shui. Lin Na Shui told Yang Shi to guess where she was right now. The poor guy began to worry because he thought she was at home. Lin Na Shui said that she had actually just flown to Shazhou in a huge helicopter and was now filming a report. A happy Lin Na Shui said that she had just seen the powerful dreamer Blanche, who had saved some small children. Yang Shi continued to listen to his beloved Lin Na Shui and couldn't believe that he was actually so close to her. Yang Shi tried not to show his excitement and asked the beautiful Nai Shui what the weather was like in the Shazhou area. The holy priestess and the great magician of the earth listened attentively to this empty conversation, in which the girl boasted to the guy that she had found a job. Yang Shi was very surprised that Lin Na Shui hadn't told him earlier that she had found a decent job. After all, just yesterday she was dancing in a nightclub. A joyful Miss Lin said that she had been hired as an intern journalist at the Heroes Association and would soon be interviewing Yuji. Yang Shi was stunned by the dizzying news. His beloved girlfriend, Lin Na Shui, was planning to interview Yuji. Yang Shi thought that with the help of the Heroes Association, Lin Na Shui could now find him with incredible ease. A few seconds later, Yang Shi said that such an event should be celebrated tonight, and that he needed to buy a decent gift. The great magician of the earth told his boss, the holy priestess, that this young man was just talking to his girlfriend. However, the high priest did not believe the innocent boy's words, and shouted loudly that they had been deceived. This man had come for them. Meanwhile, Yang Shi had already changed his clothes, and now he had become the Snake Lord Yuji, who was already running towards his enemies. The great magician released his hellhounds, which were supposed to tear the enemy to pieces. However, the Snake Lord Yuji easily dealt with these ferocious dogs with the help of his shadow streams. The holy priestess told the great magician of the earth that they needed many more of these earthly animals to deal with Lord Yuji. The great earth mage claimed that each dog in this pack was capable of opposing a powerful A-rank hero. The Snake Lord Yuji had already released his shadow rays, which destroyed a huge army of these nimble dogs. The poor, frightened dogs did not have time to react to the numerous attacks from the shadow stream. The dogs realized that they could lose their lives. A few minutes later, the Lord of Snakes was already standing behind the holy priestess, and even managed to wound his powerful opponent in the shoulder. In addition, the Lord of Snakes, Yuji, also touched the shoulder of the great earth mage with his shadow rays. The holy priestess was very frightened and did not understand how Yuji managed to wound her. She thought he possessed electrical magic. The cunning holy priestess said that if Yuji let her live, she would repay him and make him a rich man. However, Yuji, the Lord of Snakes, said that he saved people's lives only for the sake of justice, not for money. Meanwhile, the shadow stream created by Yuji tightened its grip on the great earth mage's neck. The poor old man literally couldn't breathe. While Lord Yuji's attention was focused on the great earth mage, the holy priestess managed to swallow several blue pills. The Snake Lord Yuji noticed that the holy priestess had somehow managed to overcome the shadow rays and free herself. A dizzying aura began to form around the powerful holy priestess, possessing incredible power. The embittered holy priestess began to smile and said that she could not only heal, but also possessed another amazing gift. A few seconds later, the cunning holy priestess took a magical sword that glowed brightly out of her own mouth. The Lord of Serpents, Yuji, had already felt a similar aura when he encountered the sword of the powerful swordswoman Blanche. The cunning holy priestess said that she possessed an amazing weapon called the Spear of Justice. The holy priestess raised the Spear of Justice and loudly shouted the spell of the Thorns of Rebirth, which Yuji clearly did not like. Magically, mystical holes began to appear in space, from which strange weapons emerged. The holy priestess continued to speak in a quiet voice, but Yuji, the Lord of Snakes, heard her talking about endless spears of compatibility. The mad holy priestess shouted at the top of her lungs for these endless spears of justice to make the enemy suffer. The Snake Lord Yu-ji did not understand what was happening and simply stood in place, preparing for a dizzying attack. And finally, the endless spears began to approach the Snake Lord Yu-ji, who was darting from side to side. Yu-ji had no choice but to try to escape from these hateful spears of infinity, but they kept up with him. A few minutes later, one of the spears of infinity struck the leg of the poor Snake Lord Yu-ji. The holy priestess rejoiced and said that the young man would not live. The Snake Lord Yu-ji sat still and thought that even such a light attack could hook one of his limbs. Yu-ji noticed that the light spread across the ceiling, allowing these spears of infinity to easily find his location. The Snake Lord Yu-ji could think of nothing better than to try to outmaneuver these spears with his dizzying speed. The holy priestess laughed loudly and asked Lord Yu-ji if he really thought there was anything faster than light in the world. The holy priestess continued to rejoice and be glad, because she understood that the Lord of Snakes, Yu-ji, had fallen into a terrible trap. Meanwhile, the Snake Lord Yu-ji used his new super brain ability and began to sort through various ideas in his head. Lord Yu-ji had less and less time, as the spears of infinity were already approaching his head. The holy priestess froze in place and waited for these powerful and fast spears to finally do their job. But in the next moment, the Snake Lord Yu-ji managed to activate his dizzying ability of instantaneous movement. The Snake Lord Yu-ji literally began to move around the room faster than the speed of light. The guy seemed to surround the holy priestess. Soon, the Snake Lord Yu-ji came up with a new and original idea and resorted to the help of fast shadow blades. Finally, the holy priestess began to sense that something was wrong. She did not think that any shadow blades could harm her. In an instant, the Snake Lord Yu-ji was already behind the holy priestess, whose spears were still searching for the enemy in the light. The Lord of Snakes, Yu-ji, turned to face his powerful opponent and shouted loudly that it was time for her to surrender. However, the holy priestess had never known defeat before, and therefore continued to believe that the spears of infinity would take Yu-ji's life. The holy priestess was astonished when she realized that numerous shadow blades were flying towards her. The holy priestess screamed in agony and said loudly that Yu-ji, the Lord of Snakes, could not simply repel such attacks. The holy priestess suggested that the Snake Lord Yu-ji possessed 3 abilities and began to heal herself spontaneously. The Snake Lord Yu-ji began to approach his opponent and declared that there was no point in healing herself, as she would have to lose her life again afterwards. The holy priestess's blue eyes began to fill with tears. She understood that she could not defeat such a powerful opponent. The Snake Lord Yu-ji stood behind the holy priestess and raised his hand to activate the option to steal the abilities of the great hero. Yu-ji carefully examined the new A-rank ability, which could heal not only himself, but also other people with the gift. Yu-ji took this ability for himself and began to heal his leg, which had been wounded during a dizzying battle with the priestess. Yu-ji thought that he had not planned for the holy priestess to swallow the blue pills. The guy really almost lost his life. A few minutes later, Yu-ji approached the body of the great magician and activated the ability theft option. He took the magic of sand. Suddenly, Yu-ji, the Lord of Snakes, turned around when he heard loud noises. This meant that the Heroes Association had arrived. The Heroes Association and the helicopter shouted loudly that the entire area was now under their complete control. People began to disembark from the Heroes Association's military helicopter, saying that the sound they heard had broken the windows here. The charming Miss Lin Naishui also got out of the helicopter and told the live audience that a terrible battle had taken place here. Lin Naishui entered the building and was shocked when she saw the holy priestess lying on the cold floor. The cameraman also ran up to Lin Naishui to survey the area. The man saw the body of an old man who was a great magician of the earth. The pretty young lady Lin Naishui clearly didn't like what she saw, covering her mouth with her hand and saying, "I'm sorry." The cameraman saw that his partner Lin Naishu was uncomfortable and said that such an attractive beauty needed a rest. However, Lin Naishui was no longer listening to what the cameraman was saying, as all the food she had eaten that day was coming back up. The poor girl's head began to spin. Everything changed when a familiar hand reached out to Lin Naishui's face, holding a bottle of water. It was Yang Shi, who said he was actually nearby when the girl called him. The guy saw the helicopter and realized that Lin would be here. Lin Naishui was a little embarrassed because Yang Shi always appeared at the most awkward moments for her. Lin Naishui pressed herself against her beloved Yang Shi's chest and said that she didn't like making mistakes during her first interview. The cameraman decided to ask the charming journalist Lin Naishui if she felt better with her lover there. The cameraman said that the association had found the girl who had been kidnapped by the holy organization. Now the girl needed to be interviewed. Lin Nashui was a little confused because she didn't want to appear on camera in front of viewers in such a terrible state. Meanwhile, people from the Heroes Association were pulling crying children who had forgotten what sunlight was like out of some kind of pit. Lin Nashui finally decided to return to her important work and asked her beloved Yang Shi to wait for her after the broadcast. Meanwhile, Lin's cameraman and assistant turned to Yang Shi and thought that he actually had no chance of getting the beauty. The pretty Miss Lin Nashui had already run up to the frightened girl and whispered in a sweet voice that she was okay now. Yang Shi stood in the corner behind the camera and enjoyed watching his beloved Lin Nashui talk to the little girl. Yang Shi also looked at the new, unique healing ability and remembered his little sister Fei Fei, who could now be saved. Yang Shi thought to himself that he had now gathered the elements of water, sand, wind, and water into one whole. It was amazing. Yang Shi also understood perfectly well that soon a third person from the holy organization would appear on the horizon. Interesting images popped into Yang Shi's head of what this powerful hero from the holy organization might look like, and he named him the Dragon. Finally, Yang Shi could calmly go to the Shazhou City Hospital to visit his beloved younger sister, Fei Fei. The experienced doctors here treated their patients with respect and provided all the necessary assistance. Yu Fang and his little sister sat in the hallway and waited for their turn to see the doctor. The boy thought about his teacher. The situation changed dramatically when Yu Fan suddenly heard loud footsteps approaching from a mysterious stranger. Yu Fan saw his mentor and teacher, Lord Yu Ji, who asked him not to make any noise. Yu Fan listened with particular attention to the words of his teacher and mentor, Yu Ji. The little girl also covered her mouth. Using his unique ability, Yu Ji ordered the experienced doctor to temporarily leave the office to talk to Yu Fan. Yu Ji asked the boy how his little sister was doing. The boy said that she had most likely lost her life. However, the Snake Lord Yu Ji said that it seemed to him that the girl was still alive, just very weak. Yu Fang was very surprised and looked his mentor, the Snake Lord Yu Ji, straight in the eye. Was he telling the truth? The Snake Lord Yu Ji took the poor girl by the hand and tried to use his new healing ability. This pretty girl was named Yu Xian. She opened her eyes and looked at her brother Yu Fan. The Snake Lord Yu Ji said that he would take them out of this hospital later. For now, the girl should not be shown to experienced doctors. Yu Fan looked at his mentor slyly and made it clear that he had heard the order loud and clear. Nothing could stop the boy. The Snake Lord Yu Ji handed the boy a suitcase with money and asked him to infiltrate the class of heroes at Yanjing University as soon as possible. However, Yu Fan was a little scared because only people with enormous power were admitted to this prestigious university. The Lord of Snakes Yu Ji told the boy Yu Fan not to worry about it and took the ball with the ability to imitate. Yu Fan also needed to combine the abilities of imitation and the mantis in order to subsequently enter the prestigious Yanjing University. The Snake Lord Yu Ji was already leaving when the boy Yu Fan said that he would do everything possible not to let his teacher down. The Snake Lord Yu Ji replied that Yu Fan should not look for him in the near future. He would find him himself if necessary. The boy went out into the street. Once outside, the Snake Lord Yu Ji used his ability to change clothes and turned into an ordinary boy named Yang Shi. Yang Shi's calm was shattered when he suddenly turned around and saw his beloved Lin Nashui. Angry and hurt, Lin Nashui shouted loudly and asked where Yang Shi had gone after her live broadcast. She had to search for a long time. Yang Shi quickly replied that he was actually helping the rescued children at the hospital. The boy asked his beloved what had happened. Lin Nashui asked her beloved Yang Shi what would happen to the homeless children. The young man replied that they would be distributed among children's shelters. Yang Shi said that the orphanage was like a big, friendly family to him. The guy hoped that they would grow up healthy and strong. After such heartfelt words from her beloved Yang Shi, Lin Nashui couldn't help herself and kissed the young man right on the lips. Yang Shi clearly did not expect such a passionate kiss from his beloved Lin Nashui, and his eyes widened to a dizzying extent. Lin Nashui was a little embarrassed and said that Yang Shi had been working too hard over the past 2 days and needed a rest. Meanwhile, Lin Nashui's friends and colleagues waved to her and said they would see her again soon. Lin Nashui decided to say goodbye to her beloved and said that she still had too much work to do. They would see each other in a few days. Yang Shi was even a little offended because, as always, strangers had appeared at the wrong time and prevented him from enjoying Lin Nashui's company. Yang Shi headed to Shazhou Airport to fly home to Lugan, where he planned to visit the local hospital immediately. A few hours after the flight, Yang Shi was already standing by the hospital bed where his younger sister, Fei Fei, was lying. Yang Shi strongly hoped that his new ability of holy healing would help him bring back his beloved sister Fei Fei. Yang Shi held out his hand, from which a dazzling bright light subsequently formed. Almost the entire hospital ward lit up when Yang Shi activated his unique holy healing ability. Yang Shi's resentment knew no bounds when, after a while, Fei Fei reacted to his holy healing. Frightened, Yang Shi did not understand what had actually happened, as he was sure that holy healing would bring his sister Fei Fei back to him. Despite the fact that the first attempt did not lead to a positive result, Yang Shi decided to try again to wake his sister up. Yang Shi, in a state of anger, leaned on the hospital bed and began to think about why the healing ability had not worked. Suddenly, a mysterious, piercing sound rang out, which greatly frightened Yang Shi. His eyes widened in horror. Mysterious little blue balls began to appear from the fragile little body of his sister Fei Fei. Yang Shi tried to grab these mystical blue balls with his hand, using his evasion skill. Soon, Yang Shi realized that these blue balls instantly split apart, but became several times stronger than they were before. Yang Shi once again thought that the magic of light was unable to cope with this mystical blue glow that fed on Fei Fei's energy. Yang Shi understood that he needed to stop moving according to plan. It was too slow and uncertain. He needed a source of pills. Before his dizzying encounter with the mysterious source of the blue pills, Yang Shi needed to improve 3 of his abilities. Among the improved abilities were cloning, metal control, and transformation. Yang Shi began the important process. The first ability in Yang Shi's strong hand was the C-rank ability called transformation. Yang Shi also took the second ability, called cloning, into his hand, and prepared to combine these 2 talents. Yang Shi even began to sweat a little, as he concentrated intensely on one point. The young man could not afford to make a mistake. Yang Shi thought that now, with all his accumulated abilities, he should easily advance to S rank. Due to his intense excitement and anxiety, Yang Shi even fell to his knees because he couldn't control such a powerful action in his hands. After a few seconds, Yang Shi finally succeeded. An S-rank metal control ball hung in the air in front of him. Now the powerful young man Yang Shi waited to meet the mysterious source of the blue pills, with even greater desire. With the help of puppet control, Yang Shi immersed himself in the muscular body of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles, who was standing on the roof. The superhero of spicy and sour noodles stood alone on the roof, looking at the starry sky, waiting for the arrival of his invited guest. A few minutes later, a so-called purple hole appeared in the sky, from which the leg of a mysterious, faceless man emerged. The faceless man turned to the superhero of spicy and sour noodles, and told him that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The mystical faceless man asked the superhero of spicy and sour noodles if he had obtained any important information. The hero of spicy and sour noodles crossed his arms over his chest and said that he could tell him something interesting about Lord Yu-Ji. The faceless man replied that if the information from the hero of spicy and sour noodles was reliable, he would pay twice as much this time. The spicy and sour noodles superhero began to say that a few days ago, the organization of saints had been destroyed in Shaju. The faceless man was naturally already aware of this sensational story. It was done by the A-rank swordswoman Blanche. However, the hero of spicy and sour noodles said that the journalist had reported that Blanche, the swordswoman, had been helped by a mysterious man wearing a snake mask. The strange faceless man said that Yu-Ji and this mysterious snake represented the organization of judges. This is a well-known fact. The hero of spicy and sour noodles replied that Yu-Ji and this snake possessed 2 abilities at once. The hero of spicy and sour noodles said that such people were very rare on the planet. It was practically an impossible situation. The faceless man did not understand and asked the hero of spicy and sour noodles what exactly he wanted to tell him. The hero of spicy and sour noodles asked if the faceless man had ever seen a real elixir of abilities. This information naturally greatly interested the faceless man. The man reached out his hand to examine the flask closely. The hero of spicy and sour noodles also reached out his hand, which already held the mysterious flask with the so-called elixir of abilities. The hero of spicy and sour noodles said that a person without talent would gain dizzying abilities after taking this elixir. The faceless man did not believe a single word of the hero of spicy and sour noodles. The man demanded strict proof. The hero of spicy and sour noodles asked if he knew that his ability was aimed at improving his own body. Soon, this fact would change. A second later, the hero of spicy and sour noodles opened the flask with abilities and drank all the liquid to the last drop. After taking the so-called medicine, the hero of spicy and sour noodles smashed the flask to smithereens. A few minutes later, the hero of spicy and sour noodles turned to the faceless man and demonstrated the fiery magic of his body. To show the full power of his fire-type abilities, the hero of spicy and sour noodles sent a dizzying stream of flames into the sky. The hero of spicy and sour noodles said that after talking to UG, he believed in the existence of such incredible things. The faceless man said that it was unbelievable. The man still believed his eyes and asked what this elixir was made of. The hero of spicy and sour noodles replied that he never understood chemical elements, but he did a great job anyway. The faceless man said that he found this story very entertaining and would therefore give the hero of spicy and sour noodles 15 pills. The hero of spicy and sour noodles was naturally very pleased with such a reward, and soon told the faceless man that he had a question. The hero of spicy and sour noodles said that he had recently noticed that his body had begun to be covered with blue spots. This was a side effect of taking the pills. The faceless man turned away and told the hero of spicy and sour noodles not to pay too much attention to this side effect. The faceless man said goodbye to the hero of sour and spicy noodles and said that he would eagerly await their next dizzying meeting. A moment later, the mysterious faceless man disappeared in an unknown direction, and the hero of sour and spicy noodles was left alone. Yang Shi realized that it was time for him to leave the body of the hero of sour and spicy noodles, and activated the detransformation option. Yang Shi thought that the faceless man called the gradual loss of human strength a simple side effect. Yang Shi continued to wonder what the real plan of this selfish, faceless man was, and where did he get the blue pills? Yang Shi was about to leave the roof of the apartment building when he suddenly noticed the hero of spicy and sour noodles muttering something. The hero of spicy and sour noodles leaned against the wall and sat down on the cold floor. The poor man lowered his head and continued to whisper something under his breath. Yan Si decided to talk to the hero of spicy and sour noodles and told the man that if he stopped taking those pills, his daughter would forgive him. Meanwhile, a cute, cheerful girl peeked around the corner and watched what her beloved daddy was doing on the roof. The cheerful mood of the pretty girl changed when she saw her beloved father just sleeping on the roof. The girl's name was Tian Tian. She was very upset with her dad because he had promised to keep her company on her birthday. Tian Tian suddenly fell silent when she accidentally saw a bottle with mysterious blue pills lying on the floor. The hero of spicy and sour noodles quickly took the strange bottle of pills from Tian Tian and told his daughter that it was not a toy. Tian Tian hugged her beloved father's legs and looked at him with loving eyes. Her father could no longer be angry. The hero of spicy and sour noodles thought that he had actually come to the roof to meet the faceless man and get the pills. However, the hero of spicy and sour noodles couldn't remember anything. Despite all the strangeness, his father called Tian Tian back to the party to taste the cake. Meanwhile, a dizzying scene was unfolding in Mr. Liu Yuan's house. It was already night outside. Mr. Liu Yuan was walking down the hallway, shouting that he was tired of the hateful treatment. He was literally forbidden from doing anything. Liu Yuan suddenly fell silent and stopped when he saw that the light in the old man's office was still on. Liu Yuan opened the door slightly and shouted to the old man to go to bed, because tomorrow would be a difficult day. When no one answered, Liu Yuan decided to go inside the office. The young man stood there for a long time, but then began to look for something. After a few seconds, Liu Yuan noticed a strange piece of paper lying on the table. Naturally, the young man couldn't just walk past it. Liu Yuan picked up the piece of paper and wondered what could have made these old, practically rotten bones work late into the night. The sheet contained several requirements for the deployment plan for the Baichang station in the city of Lugan. Liu Yuan knew where the white area was located. Liu Yuan did not expect such an event and realized that he would not have a better chance to become a hero and savior in the near future. Yang Shi was inside the publishing house where he worked as an intern, trying to print some important documents. Next to Yang Shi sat his colleague from the workshop, staring intently at the computer monitor, studying something closely. Suddenly, Yang Shi heard a familiar voice behind him, asking if he had forgotten that he had an important job to do. Yang Shi quickly replied that a strange woman had come to the publishing house and asked him to print an advertisement about a missing person. Fan Peng took the notice and began to read the article about the disappearance of a 7-year-old boy named Ye Tian. It was the first time the young man had heard that name. Yang Shi wanted to show off his mental abilities and claimed that it was probably some kind of secret code. Fan Peng thought about it, but in reality, He didn't believe a single word his loyal friend Yang Shi said. The calm inside the publishing house was shattered when it was announced that a new invasion by a powerful monster had been detected on Mingyue Street. Frightened employees began running in different directions and asking when this dizzying horror would end forever. Yang Shi thought about Mingyue Street, where he and his girlfriend Xiao Shu rented an apartment together with the other girls. Yang Shi did not hesitate to call his beloved Xiao Shu and ask the beauty where she was at that moment. The frightened Xiao Shu replied that she was currently in the apartment near where the powerful monster had been dropped. The situation worsened when Xiao Shu suddenly hung up during the conversation. Yang Shi was very frightened. Suddenly, his loyal friend Fan Peng approached Yang Shi and asked what had happened to his girlfriend Xiao Shu. However, Yang Shi was no longer listening to the words of his devoted friend Fan Peng and ran at full speed to help the poor girl Xiao Shu. A few minutes later, Yang Shi was already wearing his rooster costume and heading for Mingyue Street on a metal surfboard. Yang Shi, in the guise of a mighty rooster, thought that it was not yet time for him to lose another person dear to him. A few minutes later, Yang Shi, in the form of a great rooster, arrived at the scene and saw a huge rat roaming the streets of the city. It was the legendary A-rank monster, the soul-devouring rat, capable of emitting a dizzying scream during an attack. Yang Shi understood perfectly well that in order to defeat this soul-devouring rat, he would need at least a team of 3 strong heroes. A few minutes later, Yang Shi saw a B-rank heroine named Green Storm flying towards the huge soul-devouring rat. Green Storm was accompanied by her loyal friend, a heroine of the rank of Fire Butterfly. The beautiful girls were thinking about how to save the people. The giant soul-devouring rat saw the so-called heroines flying towards it and let out a deafening sound. Green Storm noticed in time that a fierce sound wave was approaching Fire Butterfly and shouted at her to dodge. Green Storm asked her friend Fire Butterfly why she had come here, since a rank S hero was not capable of fighting a monster. The Fire Butterfly quickly replied that she was nearby and saw that Green Storm was fighting all alone, so she decided to help. Green Storm closed her eyes, realizing that an S-rank hero was cannon fodder for this bloodthirsty, soul-devouring rat. Green Storm listened and sensed that someone behind her needed urgent help. Someone was screaming for help. Green Storm turned around and saw that after the soul-devouring rat's attack, a huge hole had formed in the multi-story building. On the roof of this skyscraper was Xiao Shu, holding her friend Huan Huan. The poor girl was hanging over the abyss and could fall. Huan Huan begged Lin Naishui to save her, as she did not want to lose her life so soon. She was too young. Lin Naishui told her friend Huan Huan to hold on tight to her hand. The girl was determined to save the innocent victim. The difficult situation took on a completely different tone when a huge piece of debris formed above the heads of the lovely girls. The fragment began to crack and, a few seconds later, was flying straight towards Lin Naishui and Huan Huan's heads. Lin Naishui closed her beautiful eyes tightly as the damn fragment hit her hand. It hurt a lot. Due to the excruciating pain, Lin Naishui was unable to hold on to her loyal friend Huan Huan and slipped and fell down. The first to fly towards the unknown abyss was her loyal friend Xiao Shu Huan Huan, who continued to scream loudly. Huan Huan continued to fall and begged one of the mighty heroes to save her from death. A few seconds later, Huan Huan opened her eyes and saw that she was in the arms of the courageous Fire Butterfly. Huan Huan couldn't believe that she had somehow managed to stay alive. The Fire Butterfly said that she was always happy to help ordinary people. Meanwhile, curious journalists filmed how the Fire Butterfly managed to save the first innocent victim after the invasion. But the happy journalists were in no hurry to rejoice, as they couldn't see where the second charming girl had gone from the roof. A few seconds later, the journalist saw Lin Naishui falling from a great height and screaming in fear. The journalist looked closely and told viewers that something flew across the sky at lightning speed and saved the girl. Meanwhile, Green Storm continued to fight the giant soul-devouring rat and shouted loudly at the journalists to leave. The naive journalists on board the helicopter did not hear Green Storm's cry. The rat had already attacked. Green Storm used her unique ability called the Blinding Gift. The girl planned to save the helicopter with the people inside. There was a loud, dizzying explosion. Green Storm fell right into the mouth of this huge, soul-devouring rat. However, the military helicopter with journalists on board continued to fall due to the deafening, powerful explosion. The Fire Butterfly was too late to help the frightened reporters who were screaming to be saved from death. Meanwhile, Yang Shi, in the form of a powerful rooster, landed on his feet. Lin Naishui lay unconscious in his arms. Yang Shi gently laid his charming beloved Xiao Shu on the bench and apologized to her for not arriving in time. Yang Shi continued to say that he had come too late and that poor Xiao Shu should not have had to experience such uncontrollable horror. Yang Shi activated his original healing option so that the wound on poor Xiao Shu's arm would finally heal. A few seconds later, Yang Shi said that the lovely girl Lin Nai Shui was now completely fine, and no one would hurt her anymore. A moment later, the charming Miss Lin Nai Shui's eyes opened. The poor girl was regaining consciousness. Xiao Shu looked closely at the rooster mask on Yang Shi's face and asked him if she was still alive. Xiao Shu reacted quickly when she realized who was standing in front of her. The girl asked why Yu Ji had pretended to be a good person at first, and then a bad person. Xiao Shu continued to say that now she knew for sure that Yu Ji was a real hero, because he had saved the girl from death. Yang Shi looked intently into the charming eyes of his beloved Xiao Shu and thought that he could not reveal his true identity to her. Yang Shi said loudly that Lin Nai Shui needed to rest a little and then go to the nearest shelter. Evacuation was necessary. Yang Shi already had one foot on his metal surfboard and rose into the sky to fight the soul-devouring rat. Meanwhile, Miss Lin Nai Shui waved to her mysterious hero Yu Ji and wanted to talk to him some more. Xiao Shu thought she was experiencing some strange feeling. It seemed like she was seeing Yu Ji for the first time, but he seemed so familiar to her. Yang Shi flew on his metal surfboard and activated a new cloning option. It was quite unexpected. Yang Shi told his double Yu Ji that his power would now be the heart of light and the power of the Snow Queen. Suddenly, an original idea came to the clever Yang Shi's mind. Yu Ji should temporarily appear in public in the guise of a mysterious girl. A moment later, Yang Shi's double really did transform into a mysterious fairy tale girl. Yang Shi looked closely at the figure of the mysterious girl and thought that finally, the third member of the organization of judges had appeared. Yang Shi decided that the girl would be called Mao Rabbit. Now she needed to go and help the rest of the people. Yang Shi continued to watch as the huge soul-devouring rat moved through the city streets and destroyed houses. Yang Shi suddenly switched his attention to the neighboring roof, where the mysterious girl was standing, preparing to attack the rat. Journalists also noticed that there was some kind of brave and courageous heroine standing on the roof of a skyscraper, but they couldn't see her face yet. It was the heroine Explosive Fist, who said she never thought she would have to save Lugan in the middle of her vacation. The journalists soon gasped in amazement as she recognized the heroine Explosive Fist. The heroine of Explosive Fist, A rank, looked into the camera and thought to herself that the last time she was filmed here was several years ago. The heroine of Explosive Fist began to smile and wave at the camera and asked her viewers if anyone else remembered her. Yan Shi was very happy because a hero had appeared on the horizon who would take responsibility for saving innocent people. Yan Shi decided that for now, he would just watch. The soul-devouring rat had already spotted the heroine of Explosive Fist. The heroine Explosive Fist assessed the size of the giant soul-devouring rat and thought that this monster could become her punching bag. A few seconds later, the enraged soul-eating rat attacked the heroine of Explosive Fist with its signature scream. Greenstorm tried to warn the heroine Explosive Fist and said that the power of the rat's sound wave was too great. The heroine Explosive Fist prepared to repel the dizzying blow from her opponent and thought that if she didn't try, she would never know her strength. On the roof of the skyscraper, where the heroine Explosive Fist had just been standing, there was a loud, piercing explosion. The journalist opened her mouth in surprise again, as the heroine Explosive Fist could easily dodge the rat's blow but remained in place. Meanwhile, the skyscraper that the soul-devouring rat had just attacked began to literally crack before their eyes. The soul-devouring rat monster began to rejoice at its premature victory and continued to walk through the city streets. The soul-devouring rat's joy ended when the powerful heroine Explosive Fist suddenly appeared in the air. The fiery eye of the giant soul-devouring rat monster widened at the unexpected event. The heroine Explosive Fist clenched her palm into a fist to attack the insolent soul-devouring rat in the next moment. The heroine Explosive Fist formed several more fists around herself to ensure that the attack would be successful. And in a few seconds, all the powerful fists hit the soul-devouring rat right on target. The monster howled in agony. The heroine Explosive Fist began to smile and explained why the soul-devouring rat was no longer rejoicing in its so-called victory. Naturally, the heroine Explosive Fist's loud words greatly angered the cunning monster, the soul-devouring rat. Meanwhile, the heroine Explosive Fist had already landed on the roof of another skyscraper and was waiting for a response from the soul-devouring rat. The heroine Explosive Fist jumped to the ground and suddenly grabbed the giant, soul-devouring rat by its long tail. After a few seconds, the the huge soul-eating rat began to spin in circles as the heroine of Explosive Fist held its tail. Finally, the heroine Explosive Fist let go of the bloodthirsty soul-eating rat, and the monster flew into the nearest house. Green Storm watched the actions of the heroine Explosive Fist closely and thought that her strength was not much less than the power of the monster. Rabbit Mao watched intently as the monster soul-devouring rat was defeated. The girl waited patiently for her turn to appear on the battlefield. Rabbit Mao noticed a huge cobblestone flying towards a frightened civilian. The poor man screamed for help. Rabbit Mao naturally reacted quickly and saved the innocent victim from certain death. The guy sincerely thanked the mysterious heroine and asked her what organization she belonged to, since no one had seen her before. Rabbit Mao took the frightened young man to a safe place and said that she represented an organization of judges. The accidental witness thought that Mao the rabbit was indeed a very pretty and cute girl. Rabbit Mao slowly approached Fire Butterfly and Huan Huan, who were resting on a bench. The girls looked at each other. Standing with Fire Butterfly and Huan Huan was a girl who asked Rabbit Mao to heal the poor girls. Rabbit Mao nodded and approached the lovely Fire Butterfly and Huan Huan and activated her healing ability. The audience and witnesses watched intently as Rabbit Mao healed the wounds of Fire Butterfly and Huan Huan. It was a real miracle. Rabbit Mao shouted loudly that all ordinary people should immediately flee the battlefield and seek safe shelter. Rabbit Mao suddenly fell silent as she heard the huge soul-devouring rat monster behind her make its sound again. Green Storm covered her ears with her hands and thought that now this dizzying sound had become much stronger. It felt like her head was going to explode. The heroine Explosive Fist also covered her ears with her hands and asked if this soul-devouring rat was a berserker. Yan Si, who had been watching the actions of the superheroes and the huge soul-devouring rat monster all this time, thought that the situation had worsened. The fact was that the embittered and enraged rat was devouring the souls of innocent people who were nearby. With every passing second, the giant soul-devouring rat was literally becoming stronger and faster. Yang Si was already thinking about how to defeat it. The insolent soul-devouring rat continued to devour the souls of the frightened people around it, and even smiled slightly at the superheroes. Green Storm asked the heroine Explosive Fist if she had a plan for what to do next, as the rat was devouring people's souls. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty soul-devouring rat activated its second ability to heal itself and was now ready to attack again. Experienced journalists also noticed how the soul-devouring rat had recovered and wondered if Explosive Fist was capable of defeating such a monster. Reporters shouted, asking where the rest of the superheroes from the Great Resistance Squad were. The skyscraper began to crack again. The heroine Explosive Fist turned to Green Storm and said that she needed to retreat because the rat would clearly be ruthless. The huge soul-devouring rat monster once again emitted its signature sound, which destroyed everything around it. The heroine Explosive Fist jumped up again to deliver a crushing blow to the head of the nasty soul-devouring rat. The heroine Explosive Fist's dizzying blow hit its target. The soul-devouring rat monster fell onto a neighboring house. It was clear that the heroine Explosive Fist was already tired. The girl thought that this time it should have worked, and the rat would not get up again. A few minutes later, the heroine Explosive Fist felt pain in her right side. The treacherous soul-devouring rat pierced the poor girl. The heroine of Explosive Fist tried not to show that she was in pain. She just said that it was a very dirty trick. And then, after a while, the evil monster soul-devouring rat attacked the frightened heroine Explosive Fist again. The heroine Explosive Fist hit the ground with incredible force and howled in dizzying pain. The heroine Explosive Fist raised her head with her last ounce of strength and thought that she couldn't lose her life here. She had to get rid of the rat. Green Storm came to the aid of the wounded heroine Explosive Fist, who was very concerned about her mistress's physical condition. The heroine Explosive Fist was very surprised and even angry at Green Storm. The girl had to hide in a shelter. Green Storm shouted loudly that it was her duty as a true hero to protect people. She couldn't just run away and hide from the monster. Meanwhile, the heroine Explosive Fist was already losing consciousness and could not respond to her student Green Storm. Despite the fact that the heroine Explosive Fist was seriously injured, the journalist said that the audience could clearly see how she fought with dignity. The enraged monster, the soul-devouring rat, was already approaching Green Storm and the heroine Explosive Fist, who was still lying on the ground. The soul-devouring rat planned to launch another dizzying attack, so the heroine Explosive Fist shielded Green Storm with her body. The situation changed dramatically when spectators and random witnesses noticed a stranger approaching the rat. A loud and clear question was heard to the monster soul-devouring rat, asking how it dared to attack such a heroine as Explosive Fist. A huge, sharp spear flew towards the bloodthirsty rat and soon hit its target. It was Yang Shi and his faithful assistant, Rabbit Mao. The main characters watched the monster's dizzying reaction closely. The reporter rejoiced again and said that at the most opportune moment, when they so desperately needed help, the A-rank hero, Yuji, appeared. The reporter noticed the charming girl Rabbit Mao standing next to her master Yuji. The heroine's Explosive Fist and Green Storm did not understand what Yuji and Rabbit Mao were actually doing. They came to rescue them. Yuji, accompanied by his faithful assistant Rabbit Mao, threw several metal spears at the bloodthirsty, soul-devouring rat. A few seconds later, the numerous spears finally hit their target. The poor monster-eating rat howled from so many wounds. Everything became clear to the heroine Explosive Fist when the soul-devouring rat began to heal itself by absorbing people's souls. The heroine Explosive Fist thought about how to block this unique ability of the terrible soul-devouring rat. Green Storm suggested simply closing the mouth of this bloodthirsty soul-devouring rat. The heroine Explosive Fist lightly hit her partner. Meanwhile, Lord Yuji had already lifted the soul-devouring rat, which had numerous metal spears in it, into the air. The frightened, soul-devouring rat tried to resist, but soon realized that Yuji was too strong for her. The heroine Explosive Fist watched closely as the rat rose into the air and thought that it would not be easy for her after the dizzying fall. As soon as the cunning and nimble soul-eating rat tried to make its signature dizzying sound, Yuji covered its mouth. At the same time, Yuji had already formed a giant metal wall, which he would later bring down on the frightened, soul-devouring rat. And so, a few seconds later, the huge, soul-devouring rat was completely covered by the metal plate. Lord Yuji turned to his responsible assistant, Mao the rabbit, and told her not to let the rat open its mouth. Rabbit Mao clearly heard her master's order and flew over to carry out the important task. Rabbit Mao raised her hands to activate her ability called Snow Tornado. And so, the soul-devouring rat found itself in the epicenter of a real snowstorm. The monster clearly had no way out of this negative situation. Surprised spectators noticed how Rabbit Mao literally froze such a huge monster. People were sure that the heroine had a high rank. The bloodthirsty, soul-devouring rat tried to save itself and began to absorb the energy and souls of the people around it. It was noticeable how the energy and souls of people rose up to this hateful, soul-devouring rat. She was healing again. The heroine, Explosive Fist, shouted loudly so that everyone could hear that this monster's ability had to be blocked. Lord Yuji heard the wishes of the heroine Explosive Fist and therefore decided to lift the rat to a decent height so that it could not reach them. A few seconds later, Lord Yuji was already activating the dizzying function of the metal storm. A metal vortex gradually began to form around the giant body of this terrifying, soul-devouring rat. One of the random spectators saw mysterious snow falling from the sky. People understood that Yuji had cut a piece of ice. Meanwhile, Lord Yuji had already activated his power-stealing ability and was staring intently at the small green ball. Yuji understood that the new soul-devouring ability was slightly different from the power of the Holy Heart, although they were similar in their healing properties. A military helicopter with journalists on board flew over the city. People shouted for everyone to remain calm and not give in to panic and fear. A journalist said that as soon as the clouds cleared, the camera would finally be able to show the condition of Lord Yuji. A few minutes later, the clouds finally dispersed, and Bishop Yuji appeared to the public. The hero stood on his metal board. The happy journalist raised her hand so that Lord Yuji would notice her. The girl asked to interview the real hero. The audience watched closely for Lord Yuji's reaction, but he simply remained silent. People understood that the rat would not return. The heroine Explosive Fist looked at Lord Yuji with a loving gaze and realized that he was most likely an S rank. The heroine Explosive Fist and Green Storm suddenly heard someone quietly sneaking up behind them. The heroine Explosive Fist and Green Storm turned around and saw Rabbit Mao. The girls asked the stranger what she wanted. A few seconds later, Green Storm stood up to defend the heroine Explosive Fist and told the lady to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Mao Rabbit threw several snowballs at the innocent victims. The girls did not understand why the enemy was attacking. Green Storm stood still and watched closely as Mao Rabbit's snowballs approached. Green Storm couldn't handle the glare and covered her eyes with her hand as the light literally pierced through them. However, after a few seconds, the heroine Explosive Fist and Green Storm discovered that their serious injuries had begun to disappear. The heroine Explosive Fist asked Mao Rabbit who she really was and what organization she represented. Rabbit Mao replied that the new heroine who had come with Lord Yu represented the judges' organization. The audience watched Rabbit Mao's charming figure intently, and someone even wrote a comment saying they planned to marry her. Then the viewers' attention focused on Lord Yu. People were interested in how to join their powerful organization of judges. The heroine Explosive Fist asked Rabbit Mao what this mysterious organization of judges did. The girl was still grateful to them for saving her. Rabbit Mao and Lord Yu said goodbye to the audience and announced that the judges' organization had once again saved the city of Lugan from invasion. Rabbit Mao and Lord Yu flew away on a metal board in an unknown direction. The audience thanked the judges' organization. Green Storm was enchanted by Rabbit Mao's beauty. The heroine Explosive Fist was a little upset because she did not receive all the glory. Lord Yu noticed that his godson Liu Yuan had asked to meet with him. The young man was curious about what information he had found. Lord Yu kept thinking about what his godson Liu Yuan would tell him. After all, the information could be very important. Suddenly, Rabbit Mao told her master that her time was running out. The poor girl literally began to fade before his eyes. Lord Yu turned around and realized that Rabbit Mao had completely disappeared. This meant that the clone's life had ended. Lord Yu realized that the abilities of the doubles or clones were returning directly to him, which was very convenient. Lord Yu also thought that Mao Rabbit's memories had also returned to him, and that even glances in her direction were simply disgusting. And finally, Lord Yu flew to his destination and saw his godson, Liu Yuan, who continued to think about girls. Lord Yu thought that his godson, Liu Yuan, was a really stupid person. After all, it wasn't that difficult to watch himself. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu Yuan was frightened by a strange sound coming from the nearby dense forest. Lord Yu thought that his godson, Liu Yuan, did not even know that he was being followed. This once again emphasized his stupidity. Liu Yuan saw his godfather, Lord Yu approaching him and ran up to hug him. However, Lord Yu was not in the mood to hug the young man and asked what information he had obtained. However, for some strange reason, Mr. Liu Yuan stopped when he noticed that there was a rustling sound coming from the dense, impenetrable forest again. Lord Yu noticed the important documents in his godson's hands and asked the boy to give them to him immediately so that he could study them closely. Lord Yu began to read the notes on the paper and realized that the Association of Heroes had planned to open the Baichang district in the city of Lugan. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan asked his mentor if it was true that there were special items in the world that could strengthen their owner. Lord Yu noted that Liu Yuan had indeed been doing an excellent job lately, and therefore deserved to exchange his abilities for a C rank. Mr. Liu Yuan snatched a strange flask of elixir from Lord Yu hands, and immediately drank its contents. Suddenly, Liu Yuan began to cough, and said that the medicine tasted like ban langen, with powder and the sourness of dark chocolate. Lord Yu said that good medicine should have a bitter taste. Unexpectedly, Liu Yuan transformed into a werewolf. Liu Yuan, in the form of a shaggy werewolf, said that he really felt stronger and stronger every day. A few seconds later, the rustling sound from the dense, impenetrable forest turned out to be true, and the main characters looked toward the approaching stranger. Lord Yu thought that the metal hero was approaching him, but Liu Yuan said that his old man was having fun in the company of cheerful girls. The situation took a dizzying turn when the mighty metal hero actually emerged from the forest. The metal hero said loudly that before they started talking, he had to chop Liu Yuan into small pieces. A moment later, Mr. Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, lay on the ground and asked his father if he was capable of taking his child's life. The metal hero struck his son Liu Yuan again and asked if he would call his godfather for help. Lord Yu decided to intervene in the fight and said that he had made a deal with his younger son because he simply wanted to gain abilities. Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, said that he had had enough of constant beatings and that he had never revealed any family secrets. The metal hero decided to interrupt the empty conversation with his younger son, Liu Yuan, and told him to just stand by the wall. The metal hero said that his youngest son was born without abilities, and Lord Yu could not grant him power. Lord Yu looked intently at the enraged father and said nothing, thinking it would be superfluous. Lord Yu said that the metal hero did not really know his son well, as he was an A-rank possessor. Lord Yu continued, saying that granting the werewolf Liu Yuan a few abilities was not particularly difficult for him. The metal hero was very surprised and asked Lord Yu if he could improve the qualities of A-rank heroes such as himself. Lord Yuji thought that he was dealing with a real trickster and deceiver who couldn't enjoy what he already had. Lord Yuji quickly replied that he could indeed improve the abilities of an A-rank hero, but the price of such an action would be too high. The metal hero stood still and thought deeply. After all, the man had never heard of such possibilities before this moment. The metal hero finally spoke up, asking Lord Yuji to share more details about this important information. Lord Yuji nodded and held out his hand, which contained something very important. Lord Yuji opened his hand, which actually held the legendary blue pill. The guy asked the metal hero if he knew anything about it. The metal hero caught the mysterious blue pill and began to study it closely. The man replied that he had never seen anything like it before. Lord Yuji laughed loudly and asked the metal hero if he really didn't know that someone in his company was using blue pills. Lord Yuji said that if someone ate this mystical blue pill, their strength would increase threefold. The metal hero decided to ask Lord Yuji if he knew which company produced these blue pills and who was in charge of it. The metal hero turned to the werewolf Liu Yuan and ordered him to calm down immediately and tell him everything he knew about the blue pill. Liu Yuan said that Li Kangyang, the hero of Bin Chuan, had taken these mysterious blue pills in front of him to get rid of some people. The metal hero examined the blue pill more closely and said that such a small pill could have such properties. The metal hero turned to Lord Yuji and asked what he wanted the man to find out about this organization. Lord Yuji replied that he needed not only information, but also the metal hero's help to get into the Baiyang White area. The metal hero smiled slightly and replied that the White Area plan was a bad place where ordinary people lost their lives. Lord Yuji showed the metal hero the absorption ring and said that with its help, he would absorb the genes of abilities. The metal hero said that it was the most important ingredient for making the elixir, which was taken from the bodies of powerful monsters. The metal hero also said that the White region was home to a staggering number of monsters waiting for their fate. The metal hero asked Lord Yuji how he could prove that the elixir of abilities was truly effective. Lord Yuji said that if the metal hero thought that the organization of judges was impossible to deal with, that was his right. The metal hero turned to his son, Liu Yuan, and began to concentrate. Something was happening. Liu Yuan had already turned back into a human and was shouting that he was afraid his father would not let him gain dizzying power. The metal hero grabbed Liu Yuan by the hair and replied that they were a family, and if his father had meat, he should feed his son meat soup. The metal hero thought for a moment and finally said that he was ready to cooperate. He would deal with the hero Bing Chuan. Lord Yuji was about to fly away on his metal board and said he looked forward to seeing them soon. Meanwhile, night had fallen. A dizzying scene was unfolding at the Lugana City Hospital. Lin Nashue thought that the apartment building had collapsed after the rat invasion, and she had to spend the night in the hospital. Lin Nashue was astonished when she noticed that her beloved Yang Shi had come to the hospital. Yang Shi grabbed his beloved Xiao Shui and said that he had been looking for her all day. All the injured were transported from the shelter to the hospital. Lin Nashue said that her injury was minor, but now she had nowhere to live. Yang Shi didn't see a problem with that and offered to move in with her. Lin Nashue began to cry, saying that moving in together was too big a decision for her. She was clearly not ready for such a turn of events. Lin Nashue hurried out of the room to avoid a negative conversation and asked him not to talk about the subject anymore. Lin Nashue leaned against the window and said in a quiet voice that all she could think about right now was that mysterious chicken. Yang Shi was very surprised and asked Lin Nashue what chicken she meant just now. The guy didn't understand anything. Xiao Shui said that today she had almost lost her life and was saved by the very Lord Yuji that the whole city was talking about. Xiao Shui continued to say that Yuji was very handsome and that she would need to interview him in the near future to tell the story of his exploits. Yang Shi was tired of listening to such statements from his beloved girlfriend Xiao Shui and took the charming beauty in his arms. A few seconds later, Yang Shi laid the attractive girl Lin Nashue on the bed. The poor girl did not understand what was happening. Suddenly blushing, Lin Nashue looked intently into the eyes of her beloved Yang Shi and asked him what he was going to do with her. Lin Nashue really did blush noticeably, and her eyes showed that she was truly in love with Yang Shi. Yang Shi also couldn't take his eyes off the charming Lin Nashue and whispered her beautiful name in a soft voice. Yang Shi moved closer to touch his beloved beauty, Lin Nashue, who said that such things should not be done in a hospital. A few minutes later, the main characters were already under a warm, comfortable blanket on a hospital bed. Several minutes passed, and the main characters still did not show their heads from under the warm, silky blanket. And finally, the head of the attractive girl, Lin Nashue, appeared from under the blanket. The lovely girl looked at her beloved boyfriend lying next to her. It seemed that tears were about to flow from Miss Lin Naishue's beautiful eyes, but the charming beauty held on with all her might. Yang Shi also looked into the eyes of his beloved Lin Naishue through his uncomfortable glasses, and simply remained silent. The guy admired her beauty. Finally, the main characters hugged each other tightly. Yang Shi told his beloved Xiao Shui to go to sleep now, and that he would help her move tomorrow. The next morning, Yang Shi was already at the airport near a huge plane. Passengers were slowly making their way to the stairs. Yang Shi was talking on the phone with his beloved girlfriend, who asked where the frying pan was in his apartment. The guy thought it was in the kitchen cabinet. Yang Shi realized that Lin Naishui would never find the frying pan, so he told her to use the map he had given her. Yang Shi had already taken his seat on the plane, and said he would call his charming girlfriend Xiao Shui when he landed. Yang Shi's seatmate started laughing loudly when he heard the guy start meowing in a strange voice. The young man was very embarrassed. A few minutes later, the giant airliner took off and flew to its destination. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. Yang Shi sat in his seat, his mind racing with thought. Suddenly, the young man noticed a familiar face in the next row. It was the charming Miss Qian Dodo with her friend. Yang Shi thought it was strange to meet her on the plane. Yang Shi understood perfectly well that Qian Dodo would not be able to recognize him in his simple clothes. Meanwhile, other men began to stare at her. Qian Dodo turned to the polite flight attendant and asked her to replace her wet towel with a new one. A few minutes later, the flight attendant brought Qian Dodo a new towel, but suddenly, the towel fell to the floor. Something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the flight attendant raised her hands and asked someone to save her from being killed. Someone was planning to hijack the plane. The mysterious attacker ordered the innocent flight attendant not to move and to put both hands behind her head. Of course, one person couldn't hijack the plane, so suddenly several other men who were the bandits' accomplices stood up. The criminal with green hair told the man standing next to him to put his hands behind his head. He clearly had no intention of repeating himself. The frightened man begged to be spared, promising to do whatever the cunning criminals told him to do. Yang Shi noticed that the weapons in the hands of the arrogant, self-confident robbers were made from mutated animals. One of the attackers noticed Yang Shi staring intently at his weapon. The man began to shout loudly. Yang Shi put his hands behind his head and thought that he could not turn into Lord Yu Ji in front of the crowd at that moment. Qian Dodo also did not resist and did what the arrogant, cunning attackers told her to do. The poor, frightened flight attendant heard one of the attackers address her. The bandit ordered her to open the door to the cockpit. The robber pointed his gun at the terrified woman. The flight attendant begged him not to take her life and said she would do whatever he wanted. Horror struck the plane when one of the attackers fired several shots. The fact is that the treacherous attackers cold-bloodedly killed the pilot, and one of the hijackers took his place at the controls. The frightened flight attendant loudly announced that the plane was now under manual control. No one understood where the airliner was headed. The attacker put a gun to the flight attendant's temple and replied that they were heading for the tallest tower in Shaju, called Juba. Meanwhile, the other hijackers heard their leader kill the lovely flight attendant, who was not guilty of anything. Neighbor Yang Shi looked very calm, but in reality, he thought to himself that this was his last flight in his life. Yang Shi decided to say his thoughts out loud, and said that this last flight was worth it to see the charming Qian Dodo. Yang Shi did not listen to his neighbor's remarks, and was lost in his own thoughts. The guy wondered where these insidious criminals could have come from. Qian Dodo also thought to herself that the criminals actually hated the second district and were ready to get rid of the great Juba Tower forever. The fact was that when Azura Star was formed in the peaceful 50th district, which was known for its friendliness, people from the 2nd District suddenly invaded. After defending itself, the important 35th District demanded that the 50th District publicly apologize for the terrible damage it had caused. However, the chairman of the 50th District rejected this request. Yang Shi thought that the terrible times were long gone. The bald robber suddenly started yelling at Yang Shi and Qian Dodo and ordered the frightened people to shut their unpleasant mouths. Qian Dodo called this bald robber boss and asked him for forgiveness. The girl promised not to talk anymore. However, the strange bald criminal suddenly grabbed the frightened beauty Qian Dodo by the arm and said that she really wouldn't do anything else. The bald robber unexpectedly opened the door on the plane and told Qian Dodo that if she didn't stop talking, he would throw her out of the plane. Qian Dodo was really scared because she clearly didn't want to lose her life today. The girl asked for help. Yang Shi could no longer contain his dizzying anger and clenched his fist to deliver a crushing blow to the robber. Yang Shi's amazing blow hit the bald, cunning attacker right in the chest, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Yang Shi suddenly watched as the mysterious stranger in the cloak picked up Qian Dodo and said he would take her to a safe place. Unexpectedly, an A-rank hero named Starcloak also appeared on board the plane. The guy apologized for being a little late. The man holding poor Chien Dodo in his arms was also an A-rank hero named Captain Cigar. Yang Shi sat down calmly and thought that finally everything would fall into place. The A-rank heroes should be able to deal with the group of criminals. Starcloak had already entered into an unequal battle with the arrogant, self-centered criminals. The cunning kidnappers did not understand that they were facing an unequal opponent who could easily deal with an entire army. Yanxi had already guessed that this superhero's plasma was a spiritual creature with the strongest self-awareness. The leader of the criminal gang realized that he was facing the famous Starcloak and began to applaud him, thinking that he could defeat him. Starcloak said loudly that there were only 2 attackers left. The guy asked if they would like to lay down their weapons and run away. The evil leader of the criminal gang replied that all the people of the 2nd District were stupid and unworthy. He had a backup plan. It turned out that the cunning and arrogant leader of the criminal gang possessed a special ability, a fruit and meat bomb. The hero Starcloak clearly did not expect such petty criminals to possess such dizzying power. Captain Cigar also opened his mouth in incredible surprise. Now the heroes had to come up with an original plan to save the people. A few seconds later, there was a terrible explosion, and it became clear that the plane would soon crash. After a certain amount of time, the giant airliner continued to lose altitude and fall. The frightened people on board had already resigned themselves to their fate. The passengers were truly experiencing uncontrollable fear and were holding on to any heavy objects so as not to fall. Captain Cigar ordered the innocent victims to immediately put on oxygen masks so they wouldn't suffocate. The poor passengers heard the order from the powerful A-rank hero, Captain Cigar, and tried to reach for the oxygen masks. Captain Cigar asked Starcloak if he had amazing abilities to lift the plane and save them from death. Starcloak said that at best, he could lift only a few people into the air with his cloak. One of the influential business class passengers asked Starcloak to take him with him, and he would pay him any price he asked. A second passenger also begged Starcloak to save him from the horror of death. No one was going to give up. Yanxi looked at the panicking crowd of passengers and realized that these people also planned to pay Starcloak a substantial amount of money. Someone from the angry crowd ordered everyone to disperse, as he should be the first to fly with the Starcloak. Captain Cigar turned to the charming Miss Chien Dodo and asked her to go to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. Chien Dodo was already returning to her seat, where her loyal friend was waiting for her. Her friend was very concerned about her condition. Suddenly, Starcloak called his partner, Captain Cigar, and said he had a pretty good idea. Starcloak and Captain Cigar stood on the magic cloak and flew out of the plane. Cigar did not understand why his partner had done this. Meanwhile, Yanxi thought that he could create a double, or clone, outside the plane, which would then save the plane and the people inside. Yanxi had already activated his shadow cloning ability, and thought that even with 10% of his abilities, the clone would be able to prove himself as a hero. A few seconds later, the head of Lord Yu-Ji, from the organization of judges, appeared behind the beard. Now all hope rested on his shoulders. Meanwhile, the plane continued to fall steadily. The passengers waited for Captain Cigar and Starcloak to return. Captain Cigar was already thinking about using his abilities to form a huge parachute that would slow down the fall. Starcloak urged his partner to hurry up. Otherwise, the number of victims could seriously damage their reputation. Captain Cigar activated his unique ability, called Cigar Smoke, and began to suck in the air around him. After a few seconds, Captain Cigar began to blow the accumulated air out of his magical lungs. In this way, Captain Cigar managed to form several parachutes that clearly slowed down the speed of the fall. Captain Cigar knelt on one knee and said that these abilities had really exhausted him. He was left with almost no strength. Suddenly, Starcloak began to do suspicious things behind Captain Cigar's back and said that he was grateful that his partner was a good person. Captain Cigar looked into the face of his partner, Starcloak, and said that it was his duty as the bearer of such power. Starcloak whispered something to his mystical cloak, which possessed its own consciousness and mind. Lord Yu-Ji watched the falling plane closely and realized that the A-rank heroes had done something to slow its fall. Starcloak made his self-developing cloak attack Captain Cigar. The villain said that the hero's words made him sick. Lord Yu-Ji watched intently as Starcloak, for some reason, cold-bloodedly took the life of his partner, Captain Cigar. Starcloak said that he was much better than Captain Cigar, but every time during a mission, his partner took all the glory for himself. Starcloak was about to leave and said he would tell reporters that Captain Cigar had lost his life in a plane crash. A few minutes later, Starcloak left, leaving the wounded Captain Cigar alone with his last thoughts in life. Yanxi quickly flew to the wounded Captain Cigar and said that his healing ability would save his life. The guy turned on his gift of light. Captain Cigar replied that healing was useless because Starcloak had wounded him with a spiritual weapon. Such wounds cannot be healed. Captain Cigar said that he had been too naive to trust Starcloak. Now his son would never see his father again. Meanwhile, the cruel Starcloak flew toward the plane that was plummeting downward. The superhero returned as if nothing had happened. The frightened passengers shouted loudly that now the A-rank hero would finally save them from certain death. Starcloak said that his loyal partner, Captain Cigar, had put all his strength into slowing down the plane's crash and was now resting. Starcloak said he could only take a few passengers with him. The rest of the people would have to wait for help from another hero. Starcloak took several charming girls with him, among whom was Chien Dodo's loyal friend Yu-Ran. The frightened beauty Yu-Ran said that she was not going to leave her loyal friend Chien Dodo and planned to stay. However, Starcloak did not listen to anything else and simply left the plane. The rest of the passengers thought they had been abandoned. The frightened passengers looked up and began to pray loudly. Some still hoped that some kind of hero would come to their rescue. Meanwhile, Yang Shi stood over the body of the wounded Captain Cigar and activated his talent theft ability. Yang Shi took Captain Cigar's cigarette smoke ability and said that the time would come when he would take revenge for him. The poor, agitated passengers suddenly noticed a mysterious stranger approaching them, whom they recognized as Lord Yu-Ji. Lord Yu-Ji immediately activated his unique ability, Metal Control, and tried to save the innocent people from losing their lives. Lord Yu-Ji began to worry a little when his first attempt to stop the plane in midair failed. He had to try again. Meanwhile, the ground was rapidly approaching, and at any moment the plane could collide with the earth. The consequences would clearly not be to the public's liking. And then the plane finally hit the ground, or more precisely, the sand. The passengers were very happy because the impact was insignificant. The happy, joyful people quickly realized that they had landed in some mysterious desert. The passengers gradually began to exit the plane and asked each other where Lord Yu-Ji and Captain Cigar had gone. The charming Miss Chien Dodo stood on the sand, thinking that she would lose her life and never see her family again. Chien Dodo wondered if the great Lord Yu-Ji had saved the plane and all the passengers. Why hadn't she seen him yet? Suddenly, from the other side of the desert, the hero Starcloak appeared, showing the way to numerous ambulances. Meanwhile, a military helicopter appeared in the sky, with journalists on board, who planned to show the situation in real time. The journalist was very upset when she saw that none of the passengers had been injured. The girl was told that there were dozens of injured people. Starcloak was also very surprised, because he had seen the giant airliner crash with his own eyes the day before. Chien Dodo called the hero Starcloak blonde, and asked him where he had taken her sister Yu-Ran and the other pretty girls. The Heroes Association arrived at the scene, and asked what had happened, and why the plane had not been damaged after all. Starcloak heard the passengers say that before the plane crashed, they saw Lord Yu-Ji, who can control metal. Starcloak said that he had been directly involved in rescuing people together with his responsible partner, Captain Cigar. Curious journalists asked the great Starcloak to tell them all the details of the rescue of the innocent victims. Starcloak said that Captain Cigar used his cigarette smoke ability and, unfortunately, lost his life due to lack of strength. Starcloak seemed to start crying and said that he called the ambulance when he realized that the disaster was inevitable. Starcloak's conversation with the journalists was interrupted when a loud male voice behind the hero claimed that it was all a lie. Lord Yu-Ji was holding Captain Cigar in his arms, who sadly was no longer breathing. Starcloak was very surprised by the appearance of the uninvited guest, but then showed that he was very sorry for his beloved partner and friend. The charming Miss Chien Dodo immediately ran up to Lord Yu-Ji and asked him if it was true that he had saved the plane and its passengers. Lord Yu-Ji said that he had only helped to slow down the fall a little, but that the real hero was the legendary Captain Cigar. Chien Dodo asked Lord Yu-Ji if Captain Cigar had really lost his life due to exhaustion after using his abilities. Only the passengers who were staring intently at Captain Cigar's body understood that the man had been stabbed with something sharp, like a knife. The passengers began whispering among themselves, but then Lord Yu-Ji suddenly pointed his finger at Captain Cigar's partner. In front of the journalists, Lord Yu-Ji asked Starcloak what had really happened to the outstanding hero, Captain Cigar. Lord Yu-Ji decided to tell the truth and told viewers that Starcloak had tricked Captain Cigar and taken his life. Lord Yu-Ji also said that he had evidence, there was red liquid on Captain Cigar's partner's cloak. One of the passengers opened his mouth in surprise and could not believe that there could be real traitors and liars among the heroes. The second passenger saw no other option but to believe Bishop Yuji's words. There was no other explanation for the red liquid and Captain Cigar's wound. Curious reporters quickly rushed up to Starcloak and asked him to comment on Lord Yuji's accusations. One of the journalists asked Starcloak if he would allow his cloak to be analyzed to determine the nature of the red liquid. Starcloak literally couldn't answer and just remained silent. The guy was thinking in his head how to explain himself to his army of fans and admirers. After a few seconds, an angry Starcloak thought that he hadn't considered that his brilliant plan would be ruined by some Lord Yuji. Starcloak also did not understand why this Lord Yuji was so much more popular than him. After all, the guy considered himself handsome. Lord Yuji continued to say that the people from the 35th region were very surprised when they saw Starcloak on board the plane. Starcloak realized he was trapped and said that he was also from the 35th region and that he did not feel sorry for Captain Cigar at all. Starcloak seemed to be preparing for a dizzying attack and said that he had to sacrifice his own brothers. Suddenly, a real sandstorm formed around Starcloak's body. The attacker shouted that all the people from the second region would lose their lives. A few seconds later, the passengers of the plane and the people from the Heroes Association bus found themselves inside a terrible sandstorm. Starcloak decided to recall his difficult childhood, during which he had a favorite cloak. It was a gift from his beloved and caring mother. Starcloak was born in the 35th region, where people literally worshipped flowers. The sun almost never shone here. The poor boy had to rummage through the trash with his friends to survive. The boy thought that the world was like that everywhere. Then, by chance, the boy found himself in the second region, where he realized for the first time that water could be delicious and the sky could be blue. However, the locals were terrible people. As soon as they found out that the boy was from the 35th region, they literally beat the poor thing with their feet. The little boy understood that it wasn't him, but these usurpers who were to blame. And then the Starcloak awakened incredible spiritual powers within him. The Starcloak provoked his former friends from the 35th region into committing crimes, and then appeared and saved innocent people. Gradually, Starcloak earned a Category A rating, and everyone around him treated him with respect and love. Everything was going great until one fine day when the legendary Captain Cigar appeared on the horizon. All attention immediately shifted to Captain Cigar. The Starcloak tried to deliberately set up his partner, but nothing worked. Meanwhile, the frightened former passengers of the plane that had crashed in the desert continued to spin around inside the sandstorm. The force of the sandstorm was so strong that it lifted helicopters and buses into the air. People screamed in panic. Starcloak stood in front of Lord Yuji and Qian Dodo and said that every person from the second region deserved fair punishment. Qian Dodo said that Starcloak had become the kind of usurper he himself had just described. The guy had gone mad. Lord Yuji understood that Qian Dodo's words were true and that Starcloak had already turned into a real criminal. Qian Dodo turned to her friend Lord Yuji and said that this crazy hero was going to take everyone's lives. Lord Yuji stared intently as the huge bus inside the sandstorm broke into two pieces before his eyes. Lord Yuji had already begun to think about how to save the frightened passengers, who continued to spin inside the incredible sandstorm. Lord Yuji thought that the spiritual equipment depended entirely on the emotions of its owner, and had now turned into an S rank. Qian Dodo began to look in her bag, and said that she had nothing suitable to fight against S rank equipment. Qian Dodo looked at Lord Yuji's manly face and asked him if he could handle such a powerful opponent. Qian Dodo noticed that Lord Yuji's hands began to shake. The girl thought that for the first time, her master was afraid of such a great criminal. Lord Yuji said that his hands were shaking, not because of uncontrollable fear, but because of a feeling of anticipation. Lord Yuji looked intently at the charming Miss Qian Dodo and said that he had never been a coward and was not going to give up. Lord Yuji turned to the Starcloak and asked him if it was true that he had taken the lives of innocent residents of the second region to let off steam. The Starcloak replied that it was the absolute truth. The guy couldn't even count the number of innocent lives at that moment. The Starcloak said that one of the people he saved was a teacher at his university, and now his life belonged only to him. Lord Yuji loudly declared that the A-rank hero constantly vacillated between being a destroyer and a savior, and was practically at odds with his own mind. Lord Yuji said again that when a victim becomes an offender, all his intentions and misdeeds become unforgivable to the public. Starcloak smiled slightly and said that Lord Yuji was now giving a beautiful speech, just like his former partner, Captain Cigar. Starcloak shouted loudly that as a reward, he would give Lord Yu-ji a head start of 100 seconds to escape from this cursed place. Meanwhile, Lord Yu-ji had already used his original signature ability, Metal Control. A few seconds later, a strange metal object resembling a sharp weapon appeared among the sandy stream. Gradually, several more metal objects, resembling spears, appeared around the body of the powerful Lord Yu-ji. The Starcloak closed his eyes, as if playing hide-and-seek. But then he opened them and said to the impatient ones. A few seconds later, Starcloak found himself completely alone in the middle of a giant desert. After a while, Starcloak finally saw a mysterious mystical hole that had formed right inside the sandstorm. There was a dizzying explosion, which frightened the people even more, and made them think that Lord Yu-ji would not save them after all. However, after the unexpected explosion, the sand gradually began to disperse. The Starcloak did not understand what was happening. The poor, frightened passengers of the plane were flying down at a dizzying speed. They did not know whether to rejoice or not. The Starcloak continued to stand in place and did not understand where his beloved cloak had gone. Why had the spiritual equipment disappeared? Meanwhile, the cloak that belonged to Starcloak was already rising up to where the great Lord Yu-ji was. Yu-ji thought to himself that this was the first time he had used his S-rank ability to control a spiritual battle of the same rank. It was difficult. Lord Yu-ji turned to the charming Miss Dodo and asked her to come up with a way to save the people who were falling down. Dodo threw several mysterious stones into the air, and according to her logic, something should happen now that would save the people. After a few seconds, these small stones, which looked a bit like Easter eggs, began to increase in size. Dodo almost cried, because these animal eggs cost 30,000, and it was very expensive to save innocent people. A few seconds later, for some strange reason, the animal eggs began to crack before the eyes of the angry Dodo. The mystical liquid inside these mysterious animal eggs began to spread across the sandy desert. Meanwhile, the poor frightened people had already begun to approach the ground, and now they plunged headlong into this mystical, disgusting liquid. Starcloak was greatly distressed when he saw how the people had survived the fall. The guy ordered Lord Yu-ji to return the cloak to him. In the hands of the treacherous Starcloak, there was a weapon with which he began to shoot at Lord Yu-ji. Naturally, Lord Yu-ji's reflexes were sharp, and he began to dodge the numerous bullets with lightning speed. But the shots did not stop, and Lord Yu-ji was tired of constantly dodging the approaching bullets. Soon, Lord Yu-ji realized that these bullets from the mysterious weapon were actually homing bullets. Lord Yu-ji saw no other way out but to cut these homing bullets in half. The great hero's patience began to wear thin. Meanwhile, the magic cloak had already returned to the hands of Starcloak, who said that he was too careless for allowing his relic to suffer. A second later, the cloak was back on the shoulders of the treacherous villain, Starcloak. The criminal regained his power. Now the arrogant, self-loving Starcloak was already running towards the enemy of Lord Yu-ji, who was trying to deal with the bullet. After a while, Starcloak finally found himself near Lord Yu-ji and was ready to deliver a crushing blow. A few seconds later, Lord Yu-ji felt a slight pain in his arm, as the cunning Starcloak had managed to wound him. Yu-ji quickly activated his holy healing magic and tried to heal his minor wound. Lord Yu-ji remembered the words of Captain Cigar, who said that a wound inflicted by spiritual equipment could not be healed. Despite the words of the legendary hero Captain Cigar, Lord Yu-ji tried again to heal himself. Starcloak laughed loudly and asked Lord Yu-ji if he was very interested in why his wound would not heal. Lord Yu-ji did not want to listen to Starcloak's empty chatter and asked if he would mind if this equipment ended up in his hands. The Starcloak really began to feel dizzying rage and anger. The guy would do everything possible to take his opponent's life. Starcloak began to search his own pocket for a mysterious item that would help him carry out his plan. It was a few blue pills that could increase the power of the Starcloak several times over. Lord Yu-ji understood perfectly well that almost every lost hero used these mysterious pills for power. The situation became much more complicated when the cloak instructed its owner to swallow all the blue pills at once. The guy clearly did not want to use all the pills. Lord Yu-ji noticed again that with the increase in power, the owner began to lose control over the spiritual equipment. A few seconds later, the Starcloak began to shout loudly that because of Lord Yu-ji, he had to swallow the nasty pills again. Meanwhile, the cloak of the so-called hero began to increase in size, and its master was so frightened that he could not fly. And so, under the influence of the blue pills, the powerful cloak completely covered the worried Lord Yu-ji. Lord Yu-ji realized that he had fallen into a dizzying trap, from which there was no escape. Suddenly, Lord Yuji noticed mysterious glowing stars of unknown origin approaching him. Lord Yuji clearly heard the voice of the Star Cloak, saying that he no longer controlled his spiritual equipment. With each passing second, the mysterious stars that could take his life were approaching Lord Yuji at lightning speed. Lord Yuji was astonished when he realized that for some reason, these stars had begun to stick to his body. However, in the next moment, Lord Yuji understood the intention of the powerful cloak. It turned out that the stars began to heat up intensely. Lord Yuji was almost completely immersed in the whirlpool of these magical stars and said that it was getting hotter and hotter. Before completely plunging headlong into this dizzying stream of stars, Lord Yuji thought that they were bombs. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion sounded inside the mysterious mystical cloak, which clearly frightened the people on the ground. The charming Miss Kien Dodo watched the terrifying event intently and began to worry about Lord Yuji's condition. The starry cloak nearby made Chien Dodo cover her mouth and stop screaming. The guy was enjoying his victory. Soon, the mystical cloak opened, and thick smoke poured out of it. The star cloak said that Yuji had turned to ashes. The attractive Miss Kien Dodo covered her mouth in surprise. She couldn't believe that her master Yuji had lost his life. A few seconds later, Chien Dodo saw a mysterious metal cocoon appear in the smoke. It was in this metal cocoon that Lord Yuji hid, thinking that for a moment he had lost his vigilance and nearly lost his life. The people who had been watching the dizzying battle raised their hands and shouted that Lord Yuji was magnificent. Lord Yuji stood opposite his powerful opponent, Starcloak, and said that he had received something from Captain Cigar. Starcloak did not understand anything and wondered how Lord Yuji had managed to survive such a terrible explosion. Meanwhile, Lord Yuji lit a cigar and looked into the face of his sworn enemy. The guy was planning something. A second later, Starcloak saw a huge image of the legendary hero, Captain Cigar, behind Lord Yuji. Starcloak became very angry and began to run towards the so-called Captain Cigar to take his life again. Starcloak practically stretched out his hand to reach Captain Cigar's head. Lord Yuji also stretched out his hand and said that he would avenge Captain Cigar and activated the star absorption option. Suddenly, after a dizzying attack from Lord Yuji, Starcloak stopped for some reason and couldn't move. The Star Cloak began to scream loudly in agony. The fact was that Yuji was pulling all the metal out of his body, and soon he would turn to dust. A few minutes later, the Star Cloak's spiritual equipment fell to the ground. Lord Yuji carefully examined the rare artifact. Lord Yuji spoke to the cloak and told it that its former owner had lost his life and that it would now have a new owner. Yuji understood perfectly well that in order to control this cloak, one must always be stronger than it. Meanwhile, the frightened people turned to Lord Yuji and said that they were frozen in this thick liquid from the beast's egg. Lord Yuji could now turn his attention to rescuing the other innocent people who were trying to get out of the liquid. Lord Yuji turned to Chien Dodo and asked her to stay put until the resistance squad arrived. Lord Yuji headed into the city to find the house where the legendary hero, Captain Cigar, used to live. In the backyard, Yuji saw a cute little boy playing soccer. The child was clearly in a sad mood. Yuji had already changed his appearance to that of an ordinary human being and appeared before the cute child in the form of Yang Shi. Yang Shi said that he had not come here for soccer, but when he saw the boy playing, he immediately wanted to kick the ball. Yang Shi pointed to the strange man, who was literally made of smoke. The boy was delighted that now he had someone to play with. Yang Shi took out Captain Cigar's ability called Cigar Smoke and inserted it into the body of his wonderful, cheerful son. From now on, the son of the great hero Captain Cigar would continue the work of his caring father, who would remain a cloud forever. Chien Dodo and her friend Yu Ran were walking down the street, remembering how Yuji fought the powerful enemy Star Cloak. Chien Dodo emotionally showed how Yuji dodged the homing bullets and then defeated Star Cloak with one left hook. Yu Ran said that those whom Star Cloak saved from the falling plane were much less fortunate because he left them in the desert. Yu Ran said that fortunately, helicopters arrived and rescued the frightened girls from the hot weather. Yu Ran was sure that if they hadn't lost their lives in the plane crash, they would have lost their lives in the hot desert. Chien Dodo hugged her loyal friend Yu Ran and said that perhaps fate had given them another chance and that they should cherish their own lives. The conversation between the two attractive friends suddenly ended when Yuji, the Lord of Snakes, appeared behind Yu Ran. Meanwhile, Yu Ran said that she would like to see the great hero Yuji and appreciate how handsome he was. Chien Dodo quickly reacted to the appearance of the uninvited but dear guest and told Yu Ran to turn around. The Snake Lord Yuji looked at the two charming beauties and said nothing, as if waiting for their conversation to continue. Frightened, Yuran was very scared and asked the mysterious stranger who he was and why he had crept up behind them. After a few seconds, Lord Yuji finally asked the charming Miss Yuran why she was so surprised. Qian Dodo said that this man in a snake mask looked quite familiar. He must have belonged to the organization of judges. Yuran told Qian Dodo that the swordswoman Blanche had once said that a mysterious stranger in a snake mask had helped her in her battle with the holy organization. Qian Dodo said that she was a friend of the great Lord Yuji, who had recently been on the verge of losing her life. Qian Dodo thought that they were both from the organization of judges, but this snake was too cold towards her. Qian Dodo said that she and Yuran had come to this strange place on the instructions of the organization of judges to help with valuable goods. The snake decided not to answer the charming Miss Qian Dodo for the time being, and simply grabbed her friend Yuran's hand. Suddenly, Qian Dodo turned around and asked the snake and Yuran why they had moved a few meters away from her. Zmei replied that Qian Dodo had asked where the valuable goods were, and so the hero pulled on the mysterious rope. Snake thought that Qian Dodo was a little greedy, and therefore needed to be teased a little. The poor girl fell into a deep pit. Her loyal friend Yuran approached the edge of the deep pit and asked Qian Dodo how she felt after the fall. However, Yuran never received the long-awaited answer to her numerous questions. Her friend began to worry greatly. The snake stood behind her and began counting down. Yuran understood that something was about to happen in the next moment. Soon, Yuran finally heard the familiar female voice of Qian Dodo, saying that she was now a rich girl. Qian Dodo called her responsible, but still frightened friend Yuran to come downstairs and look at this dizzying picture. Qian Dodo continued to say that until that moment, she had never seen so many different kinds of jewelry. The small room was indeed completely covered with a huge fortune. There were gold bars here. Qian Dodo dove headfirst into a pile of gold coins and said that she would live here forever. The snake said loudly that these jewels belonged to the judges' organization, and, under certain circumstances, they were being transferred to Fanghai. Qian Dodo turned and winked at the snake. The girl said that she and her friend Yuran would definitely be able to help them with this merchandise. Qian Dodo asked her friend Yuran what she thought the organization of judges had transferred these treasures to Fanhai for. Snake decided to answer the question himself and said that Fanhai was the largest business center and that they planned to cooperate in the future. Yuran said that as their power increased, the heroes needed not only improved characteristics but also excellent, expensive weapons. Qian Dodo said that there were people here who could create weapons from the materials of bloodthirsty monsters. Yuran said that when the serpent needed some kind of mystical weapon in the future, they would have to help him. Meanwhile, in the hospital where Yang Shi Feifei's younger sister lay in a coma, a dizzying scene unfolded. For some strange reason, the body of the sweet little girl Feifei began to rise. A blue glow appeared. A few seconds later, Feifei clenched her fist and began to cough loudly. It was pure magic. Feifei managed to say that she was in a lot of pain. The poor girl was trying to find her older brother, Yang Shi, in the ward. Meanwhile, Yang Shi flew from Shakzhou to Lugan Airport. Passengers began to exit the huge airliner. Yang Shi slowly but surely got off the plane, thinking about something important. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar female voice. The charming Miss Lin Naishui ran quickly towards Yang Shi, saying that she had heard about the hijacked plane on the news and was very worried about him. As the attractive beauty, Lin Naishui, ran towards her beloved Yang Shi, other men looked at her with loving eyes. Yang Shi hugged his Xiao Shu and told her she was overreacting. The poor girl began to cry loudly and sob. Yang Shi continued to hug his beloved Lin Naishui and said that he felt fine. Everything was fine. Lin Naishui said that if something like this happened again, Yang Shi should immediately send her a message. Yang Shi said that it was time for them to go home, and then the guy would meet with his godson for an important conversation. Meanwhile, the cheerful Mr. Liu Yuan was surrounded by two attractive girls and said that his old man had disappeared somewhere. Liu Yuan thought that his godfather had actually used him to get close to his old man. The playful mood of Liu Yuan and his two charming companions ended when a mysterious stranger activated his psychic explosion ability. The poor frightened girls began to look at each other and realized that they were losing consciousness. Maybe they had drunk something. Liu Yuan was very concerned about the physical condition of his friends and asked them how they were feeling. Mr. Liu Yuan was very offended and angry when he realized that someone had poured a glass of cold ice water on him. Liu Yuan was already planning to hit his offender, but soon realized that his godfather, Yang Si, was standing next to him. Liu Yuan was very embarrassed and said that he would never lay a finger on his beloved godfather, Yu Ji. Yan Shi grabbed his student Liu Yuan firmly by the head and asked him if he had just told the girls that his godfather had used him. Liu Yuan was very happy and said that he had never before managed to earn the recognition of the surrounding community. To dispel Liu Yuan's doubts, Yang Shi decided to form a mysterious expedition on which he would give his godson a special task. Yang Shi activated his ability called spiritual contact. The guy approached Liu Yuan to hit him on the forehead. The space around them was covered in a mysterious darkness, and now Liu Yuan could constantly see Lord Yuji's finger before his eyes. A few seconds later, Mr. Liu Yuan lost his balance due to the weak blow of the finger and fell to the cold ground. After a while, Mr. Liu Yuan opened his eyes and saw that he was in some kind of darkness near a large magic circle. Frightened, Mr. Liu Yuan still could not understand where he was, but he decided to reach out his hand to find out. Liu Yuan dared to lie down in the center of this mystical magic circle, and a voice in his head said that the contact was connected. A few seconds later, Mr. Liu Yuan closed his eyes again as he felt a strange, dizzying pain. Then Liu Yuan opened his eyes again and realized that he had a strange feeling that he had been transported somewhere very far from home. Suddenly, a mysterious voice told him that Liu Yuan had made spiritual contact with Yu Ji and found himself between body and soul. Frightened, Liu Yuan finally saw his godfather, Lord Yu Ji, and asked him where the lower part of his body had gone. Liu Yuan tried to take even the smallest step, but the lower part of his body was missing in this strange place. Lord Yu Ji asked his godson not to be surprised, as they were in a space where a person could create anything with their spirit. Liu Yuan listened attentively to his mentor, Lord Yu Ji, and realized that he had indeed established spiritual contact with him. A mysterious gem appeared on Mr. Liu Yuan's forehead. Lord Yu Ji asked him to immerse himself in it. Liu Yuan nodded and said he would try to focus on this mystical object. The young man opened his eyes in an unfamiliar place. Mr. Liu Yuan was once again surrounded by fluttering clouds. The young man also noticed that he was in a room resembling the Colosseum. Gradually, the clouds began to disperse, and Liu Yuan admired the dizzying beauty around him. Tall columns appeared. It was truly beautiful. Mr. Liu Yuan opened his mouth in dizzying amazement. Meanwhile, Lord Yu Ji was already sitting on top of one of the colorful columns and asked Liu Yuan what he was looking at. Liu Yuan walked on and said that the organization of judges was actually much stronger than his father, the metal hero. Lord Yu Ji said that this place was called the Heavenly Palace. The organization of judges used it to exchange important information. Liu Yuan already understood that he had been given a full-fledged place in the organization of judges, and now he asked what his first mission would be. However, Lord Yu Ji was in no hurry to reveal all the secrets to his godson Liu Yuan, and simply raised his hand. Yu Ji said that at the moment, there was a vacant position in the organization of judges called Rat. Liu Yuan tensed up a little. However, a second later, Mr. Liu Yuan began jumping for joy and said that he would take on the responsible role of the rat. Liu Yuan tried to approach the column, where his beloved godfather, Lord Yu Ji, sat on the throne, but suddenly hit an invisible barrier. Frightened, Mr. Liu Yuan was very offended and asked his godfather why he could not approach the coveted throne. Lord Yu Ji quickly replied that Liu Yuan was too hasty. No one said that it was within his authority to appoint him to this position. Lord Yu Ji asked his godson Liu Yuan if he ever wanted to attain the same high rank as him. Lord Yu Ji repeated that the rat's position was vacant and that Liu Yuan could now become one of the candidates for this position. Mr. Liu Yuan was offended again and asked if there were other candidates for this honorable position, such as his clumsy father. Lord Yu Ji replied that Jisei Zhangsheng was also one of the candidates for this position, and now only the chief would decide who would take the position of the rat. Lord Yu Ji said that he had no right to decide anything, as power always came first in the organization of judges. Mr. Liu Yuan became discouraged and said that he would try not to miss such an important opportunity. The young man asked to be sent on another mission. Lord Yu Ji replied that the metal hero would never give him Bin Chuan, and Liu Yuan had to figure out how to lure him into a trap. Liu Yuan smiled and said that he could easily accomplish the task, but the young man had an important question. Liu Yuan asked if he would eventually take Yu Ji's place as the rat. Yu Ji would have to introduce him to the attractive lady rabbit Mao. Liu Yuan said that he had seen this charming beauty on television, and she had remained in his heart forever. Lord Yu Ji thought to himself that his godson, Liu Yuan, had decided to marry Mao the rabbit, who was his clone. Lord Yu said loudly that Liu Yuan needed to stop dreaming about girls all the time, and that he now needed to rush off on a mission. Lord Yu disappeared from view, and soon transformed into human form, and, as Yang Shi headed home. Yang Shi sat at the dinner table, and thought that the financial company from the second region had, for some unknown reason, imposed a fine on the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Shi was very surprised that the financial company would pay 5 million to the person who could deal with the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Shi's thoughts were interrupted. Miss Lin Nai Shui entered the room, and told her lover that the barbecue chicken was ready. Miss Lin Nai Shui carried the mouth-watering dish to the table, but it was clear from her eyes that she was upset. Yang Shi looked at this amazing dish and showed his mood to impress Lin's amazing culinary skills. Xiao Shu asked her beloved Yang Shi why he reacted so strongly. The girl thought she looked bad. Xiao Shu said that she had planned to give her beloved boyfriend, Yang Shi, a dizzying surprise. Yang Shi asked what the point of this amazing surprise was. However, Xiao Shu simply stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth. Lin Nashue asked Yang Shi if he had seen the news on TV about the dreamer Blanche. The girl was upset. Yang Shi was impressed by the taste of the dizzying barbecue chicken and asked Xiao Shu why she was so upset about it. Xiao Shu began to say that she had recently heard from other experienced reporters that the swordswoman Blanche was in cahoots with some secret organization. After that, Blanche the swordswoman was spotted during an invasion in the second region. Later, the cunning villain disappeared in an unknown direction. Xiao Shu said she couldn't believe that the swordswoman Blanche was a criminal because she considered her to be a noble heroine of rank A. For some reason, Xiao Shu asked her lover, Yang Shi, why he was so worried about the future of the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Shi said that he was actually personally acquainted with the brave swordswoman Blanche, and that she was not the type of person capable of committing crimes. Yang Shi said that a person with such an appearance and reputation as the swordswoman Blanche could still have her own secrets. Lin Nashue was greatly surprised that her beloved young man personally knew such a courageous heroine as the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Shi decided to change the subject and said that every day he simply admired the culinary skills of his beloved Xiao Shu. However, Lin Nai Shui suddenly slammed her Japanese chopsticks on the table and stood up to make an important announcement. Xiao Shu said that if she also helped others, perhaps Yang Shi would pay more attention to her. Yang Shi did not understand why his beloved Xiao Shu was showing signs of jealousy, so he took her by the shoulders. Yang Shi gently kissed his beloved Lin Nai Shui and said that he was just investigating the case and not what the jealous beauty thought. After a passionate kiss, Xiao Shu still did not let go, but on the contrary, began to distance herself from her beloved Yang Shi. Yang Shi noticed that his girlfriend, Xiao Shu's cheeks were flushed, which meant that she was very embarrassed again. Yang Shi said that for him, Xiao Shu was the perfect girl, and that the swordswoman Blanche was not even in the same league as her. Xiao Shu repeated her boyfriend's words that she had misunderstood. Yang Shi nodded and asked her not to be jealous anymore. Yang Shi said that he had been working as a reporter for several years, and it was important for him to know all the details of this high-profile case. The lovely Xiao Shu looked at Yang Shi with loving eyes and asked if it was really true. Yang Shi asked Xiao Shu if all journalists were like him. The guy replied that he only liked Lin and no one else. And finally, Lin Nai Shui melted and hugged her beloved boyfriend Yang Shi tightly. The girl told him that he was the best. Yang Shi thought that he needed to ask his beloved for forgiveness for stealing her abilities from her. Yang Shi went to his room and sat down at the computer. A few minutes later, the guy shouted loudly and said he didn't believe it would happen so quickly. The fact was that Yang Shi saw that he had received an email from someone important to him. The message was from the charming Miss Qian Dodo, who was surprised that the great Lord Yu himself had contacted her. Qian Dodo had found important information on the darknet about the Fanhai organization. Yang Shi thought that you could find anything on the underground internet. Yang Shi was very surprised that the darknet also already knew how the hero of spicy and sour noodles had taught the forest ranger a very important lesson. Yang Shi was surprised again when darknet users learned that the hero of spicy and sour noodles possessed a new unique ability. Yang Shi also tried to find information about Bin Chuan here, but unfortunately found nothing. Then the guy tried to find news about the swordswoman Blanche. Soon, Yang Shi stumbled upon the dizzying information that the masked boxer was considered one of the Knights of the Round Table. Yang Shi wondered if the organization of the Knights of the Round Table did not understand that the masked hero was actually connected to the organization of saints. Yang Shi thought that in fact, the organization of the Knights of the Round Table had something to hide from the public. Yang Shi was upset again when he saw that darknet users were saying that Yu was was related to the swordswoman, Blanche. Yang Shi jumped up in shock when he learned that information about him was worth 30 million. Yang Shi thought that at the moment, the swordswoman Blanche was being pursued by hunters, and the main reason was Lord Yu-ji. Meanwhile, Luo Moon, the dragon demon, argued with his father, the metal hero, about why he had allowed Bin Chuang to participate in the White Realm. However, Luo Moon's courageous father, the metal hero, asked his son if he doubted the fairness of his decision. Luo Moon said that his father had promised to give this place to him. He planned to go to the White region with the heroine, Explosive Fist. Metal Hero stood up from the table and started yelling at Lo Moon. The man said that he had changed his mind, and now the boy was not suitable. Lo Moon became angry again, and asked why his father had suddenly changed his mind. The angry dragon thought it was because he had lost to Lord Yu-ji. The metal hero slammed his fist on the table, and asked his insolent son Luo Moon not to mention the name of that upstart Yu-ji here. Luo Moon was a little scared and fell silent. The boy really began to fear his own father, the metal hero. The metal hero said that he had a mind of his own, and Luo Moon had no idea how dangerous this white area was. The metal hero wanted to hug his son, the evil dragon demon Luo Moon, but the boy pushed his relative's hand away. The metal hero, as a real father, clearly did not like the gesture from his eldest son, Luo Moon. Lo Moon said that his father simply did not take him seriously. The evil dragon was deeply offended and was already planning to leave the room. The metal hero thought that Lo Moon was still too stupid because he did not realize what the white area actually hid. Luo Moon did not get far before he heard his father, the metal hero, say that the white area was filled with more than just monsters. Luo Moon left the room and saw his younger brother, Mr. Liu Yuan, standing by the door and eavesdropping. Luo Moon said that his father would send Bin Chuan to the white area, not him. Now the eldest son was angry and felt uncontrollable rage. Mr. Liu Yuan said that didn't their old man know that the white area was actually a territory of immense value? Liu Yuan decided to hurry to the heavenly palace to tell his godfather, Yu-ji, what he had learned. Liu Yuan concentrated on the precious stone on his forehead, and in the next second fell to the cold ground. Liu Yuan was transported to the heavenly palace, where Lord Yu-ji was already waiting for him. His godfather asked what had brought the young man there. Liu Yuan said that he had important information. The metal hero was sending Bin Chuan on a mission to the White region. Lord Yu-ji was very surprised and asked Liu Yuan what the great metal hero was really up to. Liu Yuan replied that he did not understand and did not know. Even his older brother Luo Moon began to argue with his strict father. Lord Yu-ji thought that it would not be easy for him to deal with Bin Chuan. If he disappeared, people would start asking questions. Lord Yu-ji turned to his godson Liu Yuan and asked why they shouldn't take part in the upcoming operation in the white area together. Liu Yuan was surprised again and did not understand what Lord Yu-ji was really thinking. The young man also wanted to understand what was on his father's mind. Lord Yu-ji replied that the main task for Liu Yuan was for him and Bin Chuan to take part in the operation in the white area. Mr. Liu Yuan raised his hand to his head and said that he clearly understood the order of his godfather Yu-ji. A few hours later, Yang Shi was sitting in his room, thinking that while Xiao Shui was at work, he needed to improve his abilities. Yang Shi took out a few small cubes and thought that for starters, he needed to improve his transformation and cloning to rank B. Yang Shi began to bring the two magic cubes closer together, with dizzying energy inside. Everything began to sparkle and flash around him. The two cubes with transformation and cloning were getting closer to each other. Yang Shi understood that soon he would need to control the reaction strongly. Then Yang Shi thought that he could use the dragon's ability to improve the spirit of the deep sea and fierce fire. Yan Si thought that dragon sounded very proud. It was just right for a personal quality such as arrogance. Meanwhile, a dizzying scene was unfolding in the city port by the majestic sea. A mysterious stranger held a bag of gold coins in his hand and asked the charming beauty why she was involved in smuggling. It was the powerful swordswoman Blanche, who told the stranger not to say anything about her under any circumstances. The swordswoman Blanche hid her face behind a long hood and repeated once more to the mysterious stranger that he should not get involved with her. The cunning stranger nodded and realized that it would be better to keep his many questions to himself. Swordswoman Blanche was already walking down the city street, thinking that the masked boxer was just a minor servant of the Organization of Saints. Poor Blanche continued to wonder why the company was not interested in her motives, but simply chased her around the world. Swordswoman Blanche thought that the serpent was using the body of the boxer in the mask for his own purposes. He failed to track down the other criminals. The charming swordswoman Blanche's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when she heard loud cries from strangers behind her. Frightened, Blanche ran away, realizing that armed hunters from the company were following her. A few minutes later, Blanche saw the cold body of the mysterious stranger who had helped her cross over on the ship. Swordswoman Blanche turned to her armed pursuers and asked why they were taking the lives of innocent people. Swordswoman Blanche was tired of running and stopped. The girl demanded that her opponents come out of the shadows and fight her. The mysterious stranger said that he did not care what the swordswoman Blanche thought of him. He must take her life by any means necessary. A few seconds later, Blanche felt a sharp pain in her chest as the cunning attacker threw sharp knives at her. The swordswoman Blanche called her mysterious opponent a coward, threw on her cloak, and ran off in an unknown direction. The situation changed dramatically when the charming Lin Nai Shui suddenly appeared on the street. The girl ran up to the wounded swordswoman Blanche. Lin Na Shui saw that poor Blanche had been wounded in the chest. The brave beauty said that she needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. Lin Na Shui looked up and saw several sharp knives flying towards her. She could have lost her life. In a dizzying state of horror and panic, Miss Lin Na Shui screamed at the top of her lungs and begged to be saved. Mysterious lightning bolts appeared in the sky, also approaching the frightened beauty Lin Na Shui. The sharp knives continued to fly rapidly toward the terrified beauty Lin Na Shui, who was looking for help with her eyes. A few seconds later, the legendary serpent appeared and grabbed the swordswoman Blanche and Lin Na Shui by the arm. The serpent noticed that a mysterious attacker was hiding behind a tree and asked him about the elimination of the Organization of Saints in Shazhou. The snake replied that if they were already acquainted, why didn't the cunning attacker hiding behind the tree run away? The insolent criminal shouted loudly for the serpent to taste his dizzying technique called Chrysanthemum Explosion Chi. Zmei directed a metal shield toward the approaching attack to protect himself. However, the attempt to defend himself against the terrible move called Chrysanthemum Explosion Chi ended in failure. Zmei was very surprised that his metal shield, for some reason, did not work against such a move from the cunning attacker. There was a dizzying explosion, causing the swordswoman Blanche and Lin Na Shui to cover their faces to protect themselves from the bright light. Swordswoman Blanche instantly realized that the only person who possessed the Chrysanthemum Explosion Chi was Wang Shuxian. Wang Shuxian decided to come out of the shadows after all, and asked the swordswoman Blanche how she still remembered his real name. Swordswoman Blanche said that 2 years ago, she had already caught Wang Shuxian. He was facing life imprisonment. Wang Shuxian said that, of course, he had been helped to escape from custody, and now possessed an S-rank ability. Swordswoman Blanche had already drawn her sword, and said that even if it cost her her life, she had to get Wang Shuxian re-imprisoned. The serpent thought that Wang Shuxian was much stronger than the swordswoman Blanche, and if they started fighting, Lin Na Shui could get hurt. Snake replied to Wang Shuxian that he was indeed strong, but soon, Lord Yu Ji from the Organization of Judges would arrive. Wang Shuxian began to smile, and said that he was capable of taking Snake's life before the so-called Lord Yu Ji arrived. The snake had already begun to demonstrate his unique abilities, and loudly declared that Wang Shuxian could try to defeat him. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Blanche turned to the frightened Miss Lin Na Shui and told her to run away because she couldn't stop Wang Shuxian. Wang Shuxian said that he did not care that his opponents had a numerical advantage. He would achieve his goal. Wang Shuxian thought deeply and looked at a nearby lantern. The cunning villain decided to flee, but promised to return. The snake turned to the charming Miss Lin Na Shui and asked her if she had called the Heroes Association. The girl said no. Swordswoman Blanche turned to the snake and said she had an important question for him about the Organization of Judges. However, the snake was in no hurry to answer Blanche's question and said that she needed to get better first. A second later, Snake disappeared in an unknown direction. Lin Na Shui said that these powerful heroes were constantly disappearing without a trace. Swordswoman Blanche was already almost losing consciousness from her injuries. Lin Na Shui asked if she could take the poor woman to the hospital after all. Lin Na Shui said that the swordswoman Blanche could go with her to her apartment, where she could rest and regain her strength. Suddenly, Yang Shi ran up to the two charming girls, greatly frightened for the condition of his beloved Xiao Shu. Yang Shi was speechless, and asked if the powerful heroine Blanche was really standing in front of him. The swordswoman Blanche turned her head to Miss Lin Na Shui and asked who this strange boy was. Lin Na Shui said that he was her boyfriend, Yang Shi. They had gone out for a run, but suddenly the boy needed to use the toilet. Xiao Shu said that on the way, she saw a mysterious stranger attack the swordswoman Blanche and decided to intervene. Yang Shi agreed to let the swordswoman Blanche stay in their apartment for a while, so she could recover her strength and energy. Yang Shi also offered to carry the charming swordswoman Blanche in his arms, to carry the poor wounded girl, who was almost unconscious. The main characters approached the house where Lin Nai Shui and Yang Shi lived, and asked the swordswoman Blanche who had actually attacked her. The swordswoman Blanche said that a mysterious attacker had been following her since she was in the city of Lugan. The girl asked how the heroes had ended up at the port. Miss Lin Nai Shui said that they had just gone for a walk and were trying to spend some time together without anyone disturbing them. Swordswoman Blanche said that she was a so-called criminal and that the boys did not need to save her from an armed attacker. Lin Na Shui said that the swordswoman Blanche, she knew, always sacrificed her own life to save innocent people. Blanche Machitsa decided to confess that she had never worked with the organization of judges and had not taken the life of the boxer in the mask. Yan Si decided to intervene in the conversation between the two seductive beauties and said that he had heard that the boxer in the mask was somehow connected to the organization of saints. Swordswoman Blanche said that someone was trying to frame her for the death of the boxer in the mask. The perpetrators were trying to set up the poor guy. Yang Shi said that this mysterious person had probably also decided to frame the organization of judges. Lin Na Shui said that the organization of judges had already proven its worthy reputation, as Lord Yu Ji had saved Luhan more than once. Swordswoman Blanche said that perhaps the couple in love did not yet know that heroes from all over the world had begun to fear the organization of judges. Swordswoman Blanche said that there were rumors that the judges' organization was planning to take control of 53 regions. Swordswoman Blanche now understood that hunters from all over the world were hunting her because the reward for her head was quite high. Swordswoman Blanche also said that abilities should be evenly distributed among the numerous regions, according to the rules. Swordswoman Blanche also said that the Heroes Association had repeatedly sent its people to other regions. This was called a vacation. Swordswoman Blanche continued and said that the heroine Explosive Fist had not been seen in the Lugan territory for many years. When the rat invasion began, the heroine Explosive Fist said that she had just returned from vacation, which meant that she had been fighting in another region. Swordswoman Blanche said that now there were too many strong heroes in the organization of judges, and the most powerful was Lord Yu Ji. Yang Shi was greatly upset that the surrounding community was filled with hatred due to false rumors and speculation. Miss Lin Nai Shui was also outraged because people were literally encroaching on the peace of the whole world. This was unacceptable. Yang Shi thought that the organization that created the blue pills was very good at manipulating the minds of the public. Yang Shi kept thinking about his beloved younger sister, Fei Fei, who was still in a coma. This serious problem had to be solved. A few minutes later, Yang Shi asked the swordswoman Blanche if she had come to Lugan to oppose the powerful organization of judges. The swordswoman Blanche replied that her goal was the opposite. The girl planned to help the organization of judges. Swordswoman Blanche said that she had already met the serpent, who had saved her life many times. Even now, he had come out of nowhere. Yanxi thought that he had actually heard suspicious noises while jogging and had transformed to save Xiao Shu. Meanwhile, dizzying events were unfolding at the main office of the Fanghai Chamber of Commerce. Qian Bu Kui was talking to the charming Chen Dodo and her friend Yu Ran, saying that he didn't think strong competitors would appear on the horizon. Qian Bu Kui said that it would be nice if Dodo joined the organization of judges. However, the beauty said that Yu Ji had not offered this. Qian Dodo decided to offer to bribe Lord Yu Ji with treasures. Yu Ran said that her friend was too smart. Qian Bu Kui told Qian Dodo to invite Yu Ji to the monster weapon exhibition and give him an S-rank weapon as a gift. Qian Bu Kui began to laugh loudly, and his beloved granddaughter Qian Dodo hugged him tightly and said that she could always rely on him. Meanwhile, the charming Miss Lin Nai Shui was already setting a lavish table for herself and her guests. Miss Lin Nai Shui was approached by her beloved Yang Shi, who said he had time to have breakfast with the girls. Lin Na Shui told her beloved Yang Shi to go wash up and sit down at the table. Otherwise, breakfast would have been prepared in vain. The swordswoman Blanche had already peeked into the kitchen, having caught the incredible smell of breakfast. The girl was indeed very hungry. Lin Na Shui carefully gathered her things so as not to disturb the great heroine, the swordswoman Blanche. However, the swordswoman Blanche noticed how Xiao Shu was packing. The girl said it was time for her to leave, but the guests could stay and have breakfast. The swordswoman Blanche sat down at the table where Yang Shi was already having breakfast and said that she was grateful to the guys for taking care of her. However, Breakfast was interrupted when the charming swordswoman Blanche said that she would soon have to leave the apartment. Yang Shi was very upset. Blanche said she had important business and tasks that had to be completed on time. Yang Si thought that he had secretly treated her wound last night, not to send her into the hands of cold-blooded hunters. A second later, Yang Si noticed that there was no one at the table anymore. The guy was very surprised that he hadn't noticed Blanche the swordswoman getting up from the table. A few hours later, Yang Si was standing on the seashore, where he thought he should try out the dragon's skills. The sea really did inspire calm and dizziness. The scenery was literally mesmerizing. Yang Shi, dressed in the uniform of the so-called new dragon hero, watched as a mysterious ship approached him. Yang Shi, in the guise of a dragon, carefully examined the passengers of the giant vessel. The young man contemplated how to appear to them. On board, mysterious strangers whom Yang Shi had never seen before were having fun. Ordinary people were enjoying music and dancing. However, after a moment, it became clear that Qian Dodo and her faithful companion Yu Ran were on board. The girls were indignant at the appearance of the guests. The first uninvited guest was the dragon with the fiery staff. Qian Dodo told him that no one had invited him aboard the vessel. The leader of this gang was the so-called Dark Sword Master, who said that he was not going to miss the chance to see an S-rank weapon. Next to the Dark Sword Master stood a seductive, dark-haired beauty named Jill. Qian Dodo told the criminal trio that even after so many years, they had not stopped chasing her. The Dark Sword Master declared that he truly hated her entire family because of their constant impulsive decisions. The Dark Sword Master agreed that Qian Dodo called him a dog, but the guy was sure he could handle the insolent girl. The Dark Sword Master ordered his subordinates to immediately tear apart the clothes Yu Ran was wearing. The dragon with the fiery staff and Jill were already approaching the frightened beauty Yu Ran, who was hiding behind her friend, Qian Dodo. The tension quickly dissipated when a mysterious stranger emerged from the water and asked which way the city of Lugan was. Qian Dodo was delighted by the appearance of a new hero named Dragon, who already resembled Lord Yuji in appearance. Dragon smiled and told Qian Dodo to stop comparing him to Yuji. He introduced himself as a member of the judges' organization. The people on board the ship began to take pictures of the new superhero Dragon from the organization of judges and wondered what he was capable of. Qian Dodo and Yu Ran greeted Dragon from the judges' organization and said that they were friends of the great Yuji. Qian Dodo and Yu Ran asked their new friend to take them with him, but Dragon said he couldn't grant their request. The Dragon from the judges' organization quickly replied that it was actually the trio of cunning criminals, including the leader of the Dark Sword Master, who should leave. The Dark Sword Master began to loudly insult the Dragon from the judges' organization and said that he had better not mess with the organization of love. The Dragon continued to sit on the huge wave and watched as the trio of insolent criminals prepared to attack him. The cunning attackers began to use their unique abilities and directed several dark balls toward the Dragon. The Dragon from the organization of judges also activated his gift and began to lift droplets of water vapor into the air. The people, stunned with surprise, watched intently the beauty of this dizzying ability of the mighty dragon. Qian Dodo also opened her mouth in surprise and asked the other witnesses what tactics the dragon had used during the attack. A few seconds later, a real water monster appeared behind the powerful dragon from the judges' organization. The dragon from the organization of judges asked the trio of insolent criminals if they were really incapable of anything else. One of the Dark Sword Master's disciples, Jill, stabbed her sword into the water monster, but said she couldn't move now. Poor dark-haired Jill was facing such a powerful water monster for the first time. And so Jill was defeated. The poor girl thought that even a single drop of water could actually cause dizzying pain. The dragon with the fiery staff declared that he had already realized that his opponent's element was water, and that he became stronger near the sea. The dragon with the fiery wand thought he could easily change this terrible gap in strength in an instant. The dragon with the fiery wand asked his opponent to see what his magical, powerful wand could really do. Meanwhile, the dragon from the organization of judges told his rival that he was too weak and that no one said he could only use water. The dragon from the judges' organization thought that with the help of the Lord of Fire, he could easily control lower quality fire. The dragon from the judges' organization declared that he would now show what a person who was truly hunted by a fire dragon felt. The dragon with the fire wand realized that his opponent possessed two magical abilities at once, and that he needed to get out of there quickly. Witnesses began filming the dragon from the judges' organization again, and said that he possessed two elements at once. Yu Ran admired the amazing and powerful hero, the dragon from the judge's organization. The girl must have fallen in love. Dragon from the judge's organization noticed that his opponent had simply fled the battlefield, even though he had promised to beat him up. Yuran tried to touch the dragon from the judge's organization to sincerely thank him for saving her. Qian Dodo asked the dragon from the judge's organization if he could help them find Lord Yu, as they wanted to invite him to the exhibition. The dragon from the judge's organization said that he did indeed have a way to contact Lord Yu. Qian Dodo pricked up her cute little ears and asked the dragon from the judge's organization what that method was. The dragon from the judge's organization said that he had signed a spiritual contract with Lord Yu and was now always in contact with him. The dragon from the judge's organization showed the pretty girls Qian Dodo and Yu Ran two mysterious precious stones. Qian Dodo's eyes lit up, and she couldn't believe that it was so easy to become representatives of the judge's organization. The dragon from the judge's organization said that he had actually come here to carry out Lord Yuji's orders and invite the girls to join the organization. In fact, the dragon from the judge's organization thought that the Qian family was a profitable ally for the realization of his plans. The girls Qian Dodo and Yu Ran said they were ready to join the judge's organization if it would not harm the Chamber of Commerce in the future. The dragon from the judge's organization handed the girls precious stones and said that now the spiritual contract was concluded. Meanwhile, journalists were reporting live on the appearance of a new hero from the powerful judge's organization, nicknamed Dragon. Lo Moon, the evil dragon demon, turned toward the TV and was distracted from his dizzying physical training. Luo Moon was clearly angry and threw the barbell on the floor. The guy left the gym and was overwhelmed with anger. Meanwhile, the solemn auction of weapons by the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce had already begun. The honored guests were surprised when they saw the next visitor. It was the powerful Lord Yuji. The frightened guests said they had heard that he was cooperating with an organization that had an S-rank hero. Qianbu Kui welcomed the great Lord Yuji with open arms and said that he had heard many good things about him. Lord Yuji even bowed before such an honorable person as Qianbu Kui. Pere truly respected the head of the Qian family. Qianbu Kui asked Lord Yuji to take a seat as the dizzying auction was about to begin. However, suddenly, the Dark Sword Master, whom everyone already knew, entered the room and asked everyone around him to stop. The Dark Sword Master stated that the most important guests had not yet arrived and that there was no need to rush. Lord Yuji thought that his opponent and sworn enemy, the Dark Sword Master, had apparently prepared seriously for this meeting. The Dark Sword Master was very surprised that the guests were not happy to see him. The guy said he had an invitation. Qian Dodo had already met the unpleasant guest and said that you couldn't bring your own weapons to the auction. The Dark Sword Master said that the Qian family's situation was even worse than he had imagined. After all, they were looking for powerful allies. The Dark Sword Master continued, saying that the Qian family's weapons had always been renowned for their quality and power. Yu Ran was already ready to strike the Dark Sword Master, who dared to insult the Qian family, but Bu Kui stopped the girl. The powerful Lord Yu Ji, who was slowly approaching the Dark Sword Master, decided to intervene in the conversation. Lord Yuji asked the Dark Sword Master if he belonged to the famous Uruk family. The guy replied that he did. Lord Yuji said that he had certain connections with the leaders of his so-called family. The Dark Sword Master extended his hand to his new friend and asked who exactly Lord Yuji was acquainted with. Lord Yuji began to think quickly about how to answer such a difficult question, since he did not actually know anyone from the Uruk family. Lord Yuji replied that when the Dark Sword Master returned home, he could ask his relatives personally. Lord Yuji slowly approached the dark, impenetrable fabric under which something was hidden. A few seconds later, Lord Yuji took out an amazing sword made from monsters. The guests were greatly surprised. Lord Yuji placed the magnificent weapon on the table. The Dark Sword Master asked him if he knew his aunt. Meanwhile, a rough male voice announced that the auction was about to begin, and everyone should take their seats. Lord Yuji no longer heard what the Dark Sword Master was saying to him, and sat down next to the head of the great Qian family. Meanwhile, the solemn auction began, and a man came on stage to welcome everyone to the Fengsha Chamber auction. The host of the dizzying event started the bidding and said that the starting price for the monster weapon was 3 million. The Dark Sword Master watched the situation closely and thought that the Qian family was deliberately inflating the price for this armor. The next lot was the famous Gloves of Light. The auctioneer loudly announced that the starting price for this relic was 200 million. The Dark Sword Master was very upset and surprised, as he thought that Old Man Qian had deliberately put his trump card up for auction at the beginning of the event. The dragon with the fiery staff told his boss, the Dark Sword Master, that he was looking at an S-rank weapon. The attractive Miss Qian Dodo thought that these powerful gloves were her father's favorites. Lord Yuji was lost in thought, thinking that the budget for the entire organization of judges was 200 million. Meanwhile, the head of the Qianbu Kuei family turned to Lord Yuji and asked him if he was interested in this terrifying artifact. Suddenly, the old man Qianbu Kuei grabbed Lord Yuji by the hand and said that his Fengsha Chamber of Commerce wanted to cooperate with the organization of judges. Lord Yuji realized that Qianbu Kuei planned to give him these powerful gloves of light, practically for free. However, unexpectedly, at the end of the hall, a Dark Sword Master raised his hand and said that he was raising the price to 310 million. The host of the ceremony heard the price and the Dark Sword Master, and began to count down loudly before the sale. Naturally, Lord Yuji could not allow the gloves of light to fall into the hands of the cunning Dark Sword Master. Lord Yuji said that he would also raise the price to 315 million. The Dark Sword Master decided to give in. The auctioneer raised his hand and loudly announced that he congratulated Lord Yuji on the purchase of the gloves of light. The third lot at this solemn event was a single-star jade shield of rank A. The auctioneer was about to say something when the cunning Dark Sword Master suddenly approached him with his weapon in hand. The Dark Sword Master jumped up and said that if the Qian family was selling something, the buyer should first test the power of the lot. Lord Yuji stood up from his seat and shouted loudly that he had already expected that the Dark Sword Master would not be able to control his emotions. Yuran suddenly stood up and said that the jade sword was made of S-grade materials, similar to a patterned black bee. Qiandodo ran up to Lord Yuji and asked him to lend her the gloves of light to destroy this powerful shield. However, Lord Yuji did not respond to the charming beauty Qiandodo and simply stroked the cutie's head. Lord Yuji told Qiandodo not to worry too much and to be patient. She just needed to wait. Meanwhile, the Dark Sword Master struck the one-star jade sword with all his might with his powerful sword. The Dark Sword Master froze in place and shouted loudly that this couldn't be. The guy didn't take his eyes off the shield. It turned out that with the first strike, the Dark Sword Master couldn't even scratch the great one-star jade sword. The Dark Sword Master had no choice but to deliver one dizzying blow to the jade shield, but the sword broke. Meanwhile, the gathered spectators began to laugh and smile, thinking that the member of the Uruk family was using a fake weapon. Surprised, Qiandodo asked the great Lord Yuji if he knew in advance that the Dark Sword Master's sword would not be able to destroy the jade shield. Lord Yuji stood still and smiled, because he had activated his unique ability to steal, and now he had a real sword in his hand. The Dark Sword Master grabbed his head and continued to think about how his great sword had broken. The dragon with the fiery staff told his immediate superior that Lord Yuji had touched all the weapons, and now they had lost their power. Qiandodo sharply objected that the Dark Sword Master's weapon was S-rank and could not be broken by a single touch. The dragon with the fiery staff said that perhaps Lord Yuji was capable of changing the internal organs of objects. The assembled guests realized that Lord Yuji had indeed touched the Dark Sword Master's weapons before the auction began. The Dark Sword Master grew tired of listening to the guests' chatter and said that they should try out some other powerful weapon. Lord Yuji crossed his arms over his stomach and said that the Dark Sword Master could do whatever he wanted. The Dark Sword Master put on a mysterious mask and picked up an ancient horn that could produce amazing sounds. The Dark Sword Master began to blow hard into this powerful horn, and the assembled guests clutched their heads in agony. After a few seconds, the Dark Sword Master took off his mask and stopped blowing the horn. The guy said it was an S-rank weapon. Miss Qiandodo couldn't take it anymore and said that the Dark Sword Master should leave immediately because he was slandering their clients. The dragon with the fire wand told his boss that there was most likely a traitor in the family who understood what was going on. The Dark Sword Master listened to his subordinate's version and, together with the dragon with the fire staff and Jill, decided to leave. Lord Yuji thought that the Dark Sword Master had managed to interrupt him before he could remove the dark energy from another magical item. Lord Yuji also planned to take the dark energy from the mysterious mask worn by the Dark Sword Master. Yuran approached Lord Yuji and asked him if he had deliberately approached the Dark Sword Master to distract him. Qianbu Kui asked Lord Yuji to go to a special room for important people so that he could tell them what he had done with the sword. Meanwhile, a very dizzying scene was unfolding in the center of the town of Lugana. The swordswoman Blanche was walking alone down the street. Suddenly, the charming swordswoman Blanche stopped because she sensed someone approaching her. Swordswoman Blanche was very frightened when she realized that she had encountered a so-called special group called the Five Elements. Several mysterious criminals were waiting for poor Blanche on the roof of a skyscraper, while the rest were sitting in trees. The seductive beauty of this group asked the swordswoman if she had heard the advice that one should not walk the streets at night alone. The swordswoman Blanche was already preparing to fend off attacks from the Five Elements gang, and said that no one had taught her anything. An angry man with brass knuckles on his hand said that Blanche could not defeat their Five Elements alone. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the Qian family, Lord Yuji was already standing in front of Bu Kui and Qian Dodo to discuss an important matter. Qianbu Kui told Lord Yuji that there were no outside guests here, and now they could talk without prying eyes and ears. Lord Yuji said that he had once noticed that weapons made from monsters contained genes of abilities that could be taken. Yu Ran asked Lord Yuji if these ability genes were something similar to the energy from the great science of alchemy. However, Qianbu Kui said that masters like him could only use these ability genes, but not extract them. Lord Yuji showed his guests his unique absorption ring and said that this weapon was capable of absorbing these so-called ability genes. Miss Qian Dodo wanted to take a closer look at this magical ring on Lord Yuji's finger, as she couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Qianbu Kui continued to say that he had made some achievements in alchemy, but he had never been able to extract them from weapons. Qianbu Kui handed Lord Yuji a wolf's paw that could prolong healing. The old man wanted to see how Yuji would extract the genes. However, Lord Yuji said that inside this wolf's paw, there were only 30 units of dark energy that were better left untouched. Lord Yuji handed the wolf's paw back to the courageous leader Qianbu Kui and asked him to confirm whether he was right or not. Qianbu Kui took the wolf's paw in his hand and realized that the energy from this magical artifact had indeed completely disappeared. The charming Miss Yu Ran decided to intervene in the conversation and asked Lord Yuji how exactly he used the extracted genes afterwards. Lord Yuji thought that Yu Ran had finally asked a worthy question. The guy planned to tell the guests about the so-called elixir. Lord Yuji said that with the help of these genes, he had created amazing elixirs, which was why the members of the judges' organization had several abilities. Qian Dodo's eyes lit up quickly, because now she could try to create the 7 mythical S-rank artifacts in practice. However, Miss Qian Dodo's joy quickly ended when Lord Yuji replied that, unfortunately, it was impossible to do so. Lord Yuji decided to say directly that he had a serious question for the head of the Qian family, which he would ask in the near future. Lord Yuji said that the weapon was made from a specific part of the monster, so why did the genes only account for 30% of the mass? Qianbu Kui smiled and said that after the monster was killed, a strange phenomenon occurred, which was called a beam of energy in alchemy. Qianbu Kui continued to say that in fact, this mystical energy beam gathered in a certain place. Qianbu Kui said that he extracted this mystical fragment from the monster to later use it in the creation of weapons. Qianbu Kui also said that if Lord Yuji was interested in alchemy, he could easily share his years of experience. Naturally, Lord Yuji could not pass up such a dizzying opportunity and quickly agreed to the offer. Meanwhile, in the town of Lugan on Changqing Street, a military helicopter circled with journalists who noticed a gathering of 10 heroes. The leader of the Five Elements criminal gang did not understand how the journalists and reporters had found them so quickly. The leader of the Five Elements criminal organization became very alert when he suddenly heard loud footsteps behind him. Luo Moon, the heroine of Explosive Fist, and the lazy swordsman were already approaching the leader of the Five Elements, who were clearly very angry. Luo Moon loudly asked the leader of the Five Elements gang how they dared to encroach on their dizzying loot. The leader of the Five Elements gang pointed out that they were the first to find the sword maiden Blanche, and now it was their turn to capture her. Luo Moon said that the swordswoman Blanche was a traitor, and that the Five Elements organization was also associated with the heroes. Luo Moon quietly said that he would not let anyone leave, and suddenly, using his ability, he simply disappeared. The golden-clawed tiger was greatly surprised when Luo Moon delivered a crushing blow to his head. Meanwhile, the journalist said that the patron of dragons could easily take the life of the tiger with golden claws. The mysterious Ice Fang, who had planned to surround Luo Moon, was the first to rush to the aid of his leader, the tiger with golden claws. On the right side, a second member of the Five Elements organization, Earth Bear, was also approaching Lo Moon. The patron of dragons, Lo Moon, simply stood in place, waiting for his opponents to approach. Behind the dragon patron Lo Moon, the third member of the Five Elements organization, the Woodman, was already standing. After a few seconds, the dragon patron Lo Moon managed to deal with the three members of the Five Elements organization. The fourth member of the Five Elements criminal gang did not rush into a dizzying battle with Lo Moon. The cunning girl thought and realized that she had no chance of winning in a fair fight with the dragon patron, Lo Moon. The cunning girl decided that it would be best to flee the field of the terrible battle, but suddenly, for some reason, she stopped. The dragon slayer Lo Moon was already behind the charming girl and struck her a terrible blow in the back. No one could escape. Lo Moon was about to take the poor attractive girl's life, and quietly said that she would not be able to escape from him. The swordswoman Blanche stood still and simply watched the actions of the dragon slayer, Lo Moon. The girl clearly had no intention of running away. The dragon patron Luo Mun had already turned to the charming swordswoman Blanche and said that it was her turn. Meanwhile, Lo Moon's younger brother, Liu Yuan, watched the dizzying battle intently on television in the company of the fire butterfly. The fire butterfly said that the swordswoman Blanche was not in the best shape at the moment and would not be able to defeat Lo Moon. However, Mr. Liu Yuan thought that the most important thing for him was whether the swordswoman Blanche was a member of the judges' organization. The fire butterfly began to smile and said that Liu Yuan's expression gave him away, and that he was really worried about his brother Luo Moon. Mr. Liu Yuan asked the fire butterfly to continue watching TV without him, as he urgently needed to use the restroom. Mr. Liu Yuan actually planned to immediately contact his godfather, Lord Yu Ji. Lord Yu Ji was already waiting for his godson, Liu Yuan, to arrive at the heavenly palace. Liu Yuan was very excited and said that his older brother, the dragon patron Lu Meng, was already preparing to attack the swordswoman Blanche. Liu Yuan also asked if it was true that the swordswoman Blanche was in a relationship with the serpent. Lord Yu Ji was no longer listening to him. Lord Yu Ji said that these were all rumors, as the serpent was too old for such a young and charming lady as Blanche. Despite this strange answer, Liu Yuan still wondered if the swordswoman Blanche could be the snake's illegitimate daughter. After a few seconds, Lord Yu Ji finally said that he would immediately send reinforcements to the swordswoman Blanche. Mr. Liu Yuan replied that he would closely follow the live broadcast and report if anything went wrong. Lord Yu Ji watched intently as his beloved godson, Liu Yuan, hurried home to watch television. Meanwhile, Lord Yu Ji thought that now he could grant his doppelganger dragon from the organization of judges 2 more types of abilities. Among the new abilities of the dragon from the judges organization were control of the wind and control of the earth. Clearly, the double would now be stronger. Liu Yuan was going home to watch TV, so he could closely follow the live broadcast, in which journalists were reporting on the battle. Now Lord Yu Ji was left completely alone in the heavenly palace. The guy had time to think. Meanwhile, the patron of dragons, Lu Meng, told the swordswoman Blanche to quickly call her comrade Yu Ji here. The swordswoman Blanche stood still and did not respond. Lu Meng repeated that he did not plan to take the poor man's life today. Soon, the brave Miss Blanche finally said that if Lu Meng wanted to fight, he should not delay. The dragon patron Lu Man nodded and shouted for the swordswoman Blanche to get ready and show all her power and strength. Swordswoman Blanche was ready to parry the devastating blow from the powerful dragon patron Lu Man. But Blanche was not prepared to see Lu Man move in front of her with lightning speed. The dizzying battle stopped when the dragon patron Lu Man suddenly heard the loud footsteps of a mysterious stranger. Naturally, Lu Man turned to look his mysterious opponent in the face. At first, the dragon patron expected to see Yu Ji. However, the dragon patron Lu Man did not expect a sharp greatsword to fly towards him from his opponent. In the next moment, the evil demon Lu Man felt intense pain in his chest as the sharp sword pierced the poor man. The swordswoman Blanche realized that the dragon patron Lu Man had been wounded and now activated her powerful abilities. Miss Blanche tried to deal with Lu Man using her signature seal power technique. The evil demon managed to put up a shield. Swordswoman Blanche landed on her feet after her dizzying move and looked toward the military helicopter. The frightened reporter said that unfortunately their equipment had been slightly damaged, but the image would soon reappear. Lu Man, the patron of dragons, had almost healed and approached Blanche again. Lu Man repeated that the beautiful Blanche should immediately call her comrade Yu Ji for help, but the swordswoman did not respond. The dragon patron Lu Man jumped up again to deliver a crushing blow and said that it was just a warm-up. However, the brave and courageous swordswoman Blanche was not frightened by Lu Man's beastly roar and managed to put up a protective dome. It became clear that poor Blanche was in serious trouble and could not defeat such a powerful opponent on her own. Suddenly, Lin Naishui ran into Changqing Street, holding a microphone in her hand and saying that Lu Man and the swordswoman Blanche were still fighting. Lu Man, the dragon patron, managed to break through Blanche's protective circle and grabbed the poor girl by the throat. The evil demon Lu Man repeated that the swordswoman Blanche should call her friend Lord Yu for help or lose her life. The dragon patron Lu Man had no choice but to throw the terrified swordswoman Blanche against the wall. The poor swordswoman Blanche lost consciousness from the terrible, dizzying blow. Lu Man's strength was truly enormous. A curious reporter said that after such injuries, the swordswoman Blanche would most likely never walk again. The swordswoman Blanche was still sitting near the wall, practically unconscious. The angry dragon patron Lu Man was approaching. Suddenly, the legendary heroine Explosive Fist entered the boring battle and asked the dragon patron Lu Man to stop. The lazy swordsman also asked his mentor Lu Man to control his own power. They were afraid that Blanche might remain crippled. However, the dragon patron Lu Man turned to his friends and asked why they were protecting the so-called traitor. Suddenly, the brave swordswoman Blanche stood up and asked the dragon patron Lu Man if he was done with his negotiations. The brave Miss Blanche said that if Lu Man had finished talking, she was ready to continue. Lin Naishui said that not long ago, the swordswoman Blanche had sacrificed herself for the safety of the great city of Lugan. The dragon patron, Lu Man, said that everyone had heard clearly that the swordswoman Blanche planned to continue this crazy fight. The dragon patron was astonished when he saw that his devastating blow had hit some kind of watery space. A moment later, the dragon patron Lu Man realized that he was facing a powerful river guardian who had come to Blanche's defense. The dragon from the organization of judges was already standing next to the swordswoman Blanche and asked the charming beauty for forgiveness. The swordswoman Blanche was outraged that this mysterious dragon said she was a member of the organization of judges. The dragon came closer and replied that if the swordswoman Blanche planned to stay alive today, she simply had no choice. The dragon from the judges' organization landed on his feet and stood opposite the powerful evil demon Lu Man, patron of the dragons. The dragon asked the evil demon Lu Man what the lovely swordswoman Blanche had done to make him attack her. Lu Man became angry again because he had planned to meet with Lord Yu. The evil demon asked where their comrade was. The dragon from the organization of judges declared that he was quite capable of fighting Lu Man on his own, and suddenly activated the power of the river guardian. Huge water hands began to squeeze the frightened Lu Man, who was trying to restrain the powerful river guardian. The cunning dragon from the judges' organization decided to show off his abilities a little, and activated his gift of suppression. After a few minutes, Lu Man, the patron of dragons, noticed that the river guardian's water hands were beginning to disappear. Lu Man continued to smile, as he was truly impressed by the dizzying power of his new opponent. And then, a few seconds later, the river guardian's giant hand was back near the face of the dragon patron Lu Man. There was a dizzying explosion. It was clear that the river guardian's hand had dealt a crazy blow to the evil demon Lu Man. Meanwhile, Lord Yu was already carrying out his dizzying plan. The guy arrived at the designated place. Near the steps to the huge castle, Lord Yu realized that it was too quiet here. It was as if a strange trap was being set. Naturally, Lord Yu did not like such a frightening silence, and he began to look around carefully. Lord Yu stood on a giant tree and stared intently at the surrounding area. Something was clearly wrong. In Lord Yu's hands was a mysterious diary that he suddenly remembered at the most crucial moment. The day before, Qianbu Kui had given this mysterious diary to Lord Yu, saying that it contained the notes of a certain alchemist named Daimon. Qianbu Kui said that these were very valuable materials, and it was desirable that they not fall into the wrong hands. Even then, at Qian's estate, Lord Yu noticed that the pages of this wonderful diary glowed miraculously. Mr. Qianbu Kui said that he would gladly lend this mysterious diary to Lord Yu for a while. Lord Yu became a little carried away with reading, and then apologized for taking such a keen interest in the mysterious writings. Lord Yu reread these strange entries, and noticed that there were inscriptions that could be read by people with spiritual power. Lord Yu understood that Mr. Qian had most likely never seen this mystical inscription that only he could read. The alchemist Daimon said that he had come here from the distant planet Odysseus, and was a member of the powerful Alfonso family. Diamond also said that he landed on a plane, where he later discovered a mysterious hero stone. Before leaving, Diamond said that he had taught some people to open a door to another world of monsters, which he called the White Area. Diamond suggested that the lucky person reading this should immediately go in search of this legendary hero stone. Diamond also said that he gave this stone to humans because humanity may soon find itself in slavery. Suddenly, the diary began to emit a mysterious mystical light of unknown origin again. Yang Si thought that this light might somehow tell him where to look for the legendary hero stone. Lord Yu thought that the civilization of the planet Odysseus was probably much older than human civilization. Lord Yu flew away on his metal board and thought that there was still so much interesting and unknown in this world. Meanwhile, Lin Naishui continued to say that the patron of dragons was still underground after his injury. Suddenly, a dragon from the organization of judges, who looked more like a small teenager, landed in front of Miss Lin Naishui. The dragon from the judges' organization asked the charming Miss Lin Naishui not to be afraid of him, as he was a friend and a good guy. The dragon from the judges' organization began waving his hand at the camera and said that he represented one of the signs of the Chinese zodiac. The dragon said that the judges' organization was created solely to fight powerful evil. The cheerful dragon from the judges' organization's conversation was suddenly interrupted by a piercing, terrifying explosion behind him. Despite the eerie and frightening sound, the dragon from the judges' organization continued to stand in place and seemed to be showing off in front of the camera. The situation took an unexpected turn when Lu Man appeared behind the dragon from the organization of judges in the form of a dragon. Lu Man, in the form of a real powerful dragon, caused uncontrollable panic among the viewers of the live broadcast. The dragon from the judges' organization said that Lu Man was now in the third phase of his transformation and had practically lost his mind. The dragon from the judges' organization flew into the air and asked Lin Naishui to ensure the safety of the other people. The experienced journalist Lin Naishui remained standing in place and thought that this dragon from the judges' organization was a brave person. On Changqing Street, a very heated situation continued to unfold. The dragon from the judges' organization found himself on the River Guardian's wave again. The dragon and the River Guardian looked at the giant monster that, just a few minutes ago, had been in the form of the human Lu Mo. Suddenly, a mysterious stone hand formed by the dragon from the judges' organization began to fall on Lu Man's head. Lu Man, in the form of a ferocious monster, grabbed this stone hand and tried to bite it with his giant fangs. Lu Man, in the form of a fire-breathing dragon, tried to deal with this mystical stone hand of the River Guardian, while already in the air. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan and the fire butterfly watched the live broadcast of the battle intently. The boy thought that the dragon was a strong hero. Suddenly, the sweet and modest fire butterfly asked Mr. Liu Yuan if he thought it had gotten cold in the room. Liu Yuan and the fire butterfly looked up and saw that, for some strange reason, the roof of their building had been blown off. Fire butterfly thought that, like a great master, he had practically been reduced to fine powder. Meanwhile, Lu Man, in the form of a mighty dragon, continued to fight the stone hand of the River Guardian. And finally, Lu Man managed to bite this nasty stone in half, which gradually turned into small fragments. There was no end to the horror when these small fragments flew down to where the charming Miss Lin Naishui was standing. Frightened, the lovely Lin Naishui closed her eyes so as not to see the fragments of the stone hand approaching her at lightning speed. Soon, Miss Lin Naishui opened her eyes and saw that the cobblestone that was flying towards her was in the hands of the River Guardian, following the dragon's orders. Lin Naishui immediately thanked the great dragon from the organization of judges who had miraculously managed to save her. The dragon from the judges' organization waved to Miss Lin Naishui and thought that Lu Man's destructive power was truly impressive. Unexpectedly for the dragon from the judges' organization, he felt a sharp pain in his chest due to a serious injury. It was the lazy swordsman who said that he had waited a long time for the dragon from the judges' organization to let his guard down. The River Guardian quickly reacted to the injury of his master, the dragon from the judges' organization, and activated his ability to chase the wind. The reporter from the TV tower said that the lazy swordsman would soon use his S-rank ability. The reporter from the TV tower also said that the dragon from the judges' organization had acted recklessly when he protected Lin Naishui. Suddenly, the heroine Explosive Fist ran up to the River Guardian and tried to distract him with her devastating blows. The heroine Explosive Fist gathered all her strength into her crushing fist and tried to deal with the giant River Guardian. The River Guardian noticed that some small creature was trying to inflict numerous injuries on him and looked down. However, the The heroine Explosive Fist was already standing in place and crouched down from dizzying fatigue. The charming girl was very tired. Lin Nashue said loudly that the three heroes who had joined forces had finally inflicted damage on the river monster dragon from the organization of judges. Meanwhile, the dragon from the judges organization jumped high to attack the powerful evil demon Luo Moon. The dragon from the judges organization used his ability to influence currents to try to deal with Luo Moon. A few seconds later, Luo Moon, in the form of a giant ferocious dragon, indeed felt excruciating pain and howled. However, the dragon from the judges organization knew very well that one blow from the fusion of the powerful Luo Moon streams would not defeat him. And so the dragon from the judges organization decided to strike another powerful blow to the head of the terrifying dragon. For the first time, feelings of uncontrollable panic and fear appeared in the eyes of Luo Moon in the form of a bloodthirsty dragon. The dragon from the organization of judges once again used the stone hand of the river guardian, which he had already tried to use against Luo Moon. The dragon from the judges organization shouted loudly for Luo Moon to finally surrender and use the power of the earth again. Suddenly, a mysterious stone hand appeared from the ground and approached the fire-breathing dragon Luo Moon. This magical stone hand firmly grabbed the poor frightened Luo Moon in the form of a giant dragon and began to squeeze him tightly. A few seconds later, there was another dizzying explosion from the lightning-fast fall of the evil demon Luo Moon. When the dust cleared, it was clear that Luo Moon was lying on the cold ground in human form. The dragon from the organization of judges celebrated his long-awaited victory and asked the lazy swordsman if he knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Company's conference room, the metal hero was furious when he saw that the dragon had won the battle. The metal hero clenched a glass of water tightly in his hand, and soon the glass shattered into tiny pieces. Journalist Lin Nashue did not understand the dragon's question from the judging organization about the choice made by the lazy swordsman. The situation changed dramatically when Lin Nashue looked up and saw that Jisei Zhangxiong was already flying towards the battlefield. In the hands of the metal hero was the ice adventurer, who for some reason was unconscious. The metal hero began to recall how he had talked to Lord Yuji about starting to investigate the case of the blue pills. At that time, Lord Yuji also asked the metal hero for help in traveling to the White region. The metal hero landed in front of the dragon from the judges' organization and asked that the situation proceed according to their plan. The ice adventurer did not understand what had happened and asked his leader, the metal hero, when he had managed to make the deal. The metal hero said that for the sake of a bright future, he was willing to sacrifice one of his A-rank heroes. The metal hero put his hand on the shoulder of his subordinate, the ice adventurer, and was very happy that he agreed with him. However, in reality, the Ice Age adventurer planned to flee the battlefield and run away in an unknown direction. The ice adventurer did not manage to get very far, as the metal hero attacked him immediately. The dizzying denouement was closely watched by journalists and the charming Miss Lin Nashue. Mr. Liu Yuan, from the Kunlun Company, looked out the window and also smiled when he saw his father deal with the ice adventurer. The frightened fire butterfly stood still and remained silent. The attractive girl was very upset about the ice adventurer. The fire butterfly was astonished when Mr. Liu Yuan suddenly began to laugh loudly and talk about some kind of elixir. The wounded ice adventurer lay on the ground, his limbs already gone. The poor man asked the leader why he had done this to him. The dragon from the organization of judges said that a fair trial of the ice adventurer would take place soon. The frightened glacier adventurer begged for mercy, saying that he had not actually done anything wrong. The metal hero turned to the dragon from the judges' organization and said that he had already expelled the glacial adventurer from his organization. The tension reached its peak when the ice adventurer began to make strange noises and a blue liquid flowed from his mouth. Another dizzying explosion sounded, forcing the metal hero and the dragon to flee the scene. A moment later, the angry adventurer was standing on the ground, shouting that he would take severe revenge on his offenders. The offended Ice Age adventurer shouted that everyone gathered here was destined to lose their lives forever. The dragon from the organization of judges watched his opponent's actions closely and did not understand how he managed to grow his limbs. The metal hero turned to the dragon from the organization of judges and said that they needed to join forces to deal with the Ice Age adventurer. The dragon from the organization of judges nodded and activated a new ability called Phoenix Bird. The dragon from the judges organization hung in the air, and behind him rose a giant firebird that resembled a phoenix. The ice adventurer just laughed and said that his ice powers would be enough to turn the fire phoenix into his servant. A few seconds later, the cunning ice adventurer fired several ice bullets at the Firebird Phoenix. When the ice bullets hit their target, a giant, dizzying shard of ice was formed. A minute later, the cunning ice adventurer flew up to cut through this huge, incredible shard of ice. The ice adventurer turned his head toward the dragon from the organization of judges and declared that this was too easy for his power. The ice adventurer had already fired several ice bullets at the metal hero and asked him to demonstrate his power. Meanwhile, the metal hero was not afraid at all and was already preparing to deliver a decisive, crushing blow. In an instant, the metal bullets hit the ice adventurer's target. Another powerful explosion rang out. The metal hero thought about how the blue pills increased not the quality, but only the quantity. To completely defeat the powerful ice adventurer, the metal hero shot lasers from his eyes. A moment later, the plasma beams from the metal hero's eyes hit the frightened Ice Age adventurer right in the face. The Ice Age adventurer lost consciousness from the dizzying pain and fell at high speed onto the cold ground. The dragon from the organization of judges watched closely as the metal hero dealt with his opponent and thought it was too quick. The metal hero landed on his feet and said that he had already figured everything out and did not need help from the dragon from the organization of judges. However, the dragon from the organization of judges noticed that a strange blue liquid was beginning to flow out of the glacial adventurer's body. A few seconds later, the dragon from the organization of judges realized that he needed to quickly run away from the cold body of the ice adventurer. And then the glacial adventurer turned into a mysterious monster with many tentacles and sharp fangs. These numerous tentacles twisted the limbs of the frightened metal hero, who did not understand what had happened. The dragon from the judges' organization also did not understand anything and asked the metal hero to try to blow them up. Meanwhile, the ice adventurer was already back on his feet, and strange mystical blue tentacles were coming out of his body. The ice adventurer began to laugh loudly and said that it seemed to him that the rumors about these pills were not lies. The metal hero looked closely at the mysterious monster and couldn't believe that this was his former comrade, the ice adventurer. The dragon from the organization of judges thought that this was probably the very secret of Bin Chuan that no one was supposed to know about. The source of the blue pills, known as the Faceless Man, was closely watching the terrifying situation on the neighboring street. The Faceless Man said that he was very upset, but now number 52 had definitely failed. The Faceless Man thought that the more he studied magical power and the inner workings of humans, the stronger he became. The Faceless Man continued to think that he would have to wait until these two heroes fought the glacial adventurer. Meanwhile, behind the Faceless Man stood Lord Yu Ji, who thought that he was not the only one waiting for his prey here. Miss Lin Nai Shui told her viewers that they had to leave the scene of the superhero battle because the helicopter couldn't get close. Lin Na Shui noticed that Bing Chuan's transformation was becoming more like some kind of mysterious infection. The dragon from the organization of judges did not stand still and used his ability to merge stream. Sharp arrows flew at the monster. The dragon from the judges' organization noticed that most of these blue tentacles were tangled up, as if they had no consciousness. The ice adventurer asked the metal hero why he was acting so strangely, as if he didn't want him to join his organization. The metal hero was still hanging in the air, and the ice adventurer's blue tentacles were developing around his body. The ice adventurer suddenly began to say very crazy things, that their dark blue race used humans as food. Suddenly, Bin Chuan began to scream loudly and then grabbed his head. The monster did not understand why his head had started to hurt. Bin Chuan said that it was the metal hero's fault for setting his head on fire the day before. It was he who made him feel excruciating pain. Unexpectedly for the audience, the tentacles dug into the head of the Ice Age adventurer, who later said that he felt much better. The dragon from the organization of judges understood that the body of the real Bin Chuan was still lying somewhere on the cold ground. The metal hero shouted to his partner, the dragon, that he could try using the magic egg to blow up the monster. The dragon from the judges' organization nodded and was already ready to hide under the wings of the Firebird Phoenix. The dragon from the judges' organization ordered the fiery phoenix to immediately set fire to several tentacles of this vile monster. The metal hero got ready and finally nodded toward the monster with his mystical egg, which possessed incredible power. A few seconds later, the egg actually hit its target, and now everyone gathered was preparing for a dizzying explosion. The metal hero hung in the air, and stared intently at the dragon from the organization of judges. The man had concealed something. The fact was that the metal hero had not mentioned that the radius of the explosion would be 500 meters, and the dragon would not be able to escape. The metal hero continued to watch the incredible situation unfold, and eagerly awaited the consequences. The dragon from the organization of judges heard what the metal hero said, and began to worry greatly about the impending explosion. The egg from the metal hero began to spin at an astonishing speed, which meant that an explosion would occur shortly. And then there was another piercing sound from a terrible, powerful explosion. Everything around was covered in dust. When the thick dust began to settle, several drops of this mysterious blue liquid were visible on the ground. The dragon from the organization of judges sat in this blue liquid and thought that the metal hero was cunning, but did not understand much. The audience gathered around the screens and waited to see what would happen next. Everyone was very upset when they noticed that the dragon had no legs. However, the viewers' sadness quickly evaporated when they saw a mysterious character approaching the scene. It was the legendary hero of spicy and sour noodles, who said he couldn't stand aside when such a monster was ruling the roost. The hero of spicy and sour noodles was not surprised when the powerful heroine Explosive Fist appeared behind him. The legendary superheroes were shocked when other people began to approach them, saying that they could also help in the situation. Meanwhile, the brave Miss Lin Nai Shui told viewers that this would be the longest night in the city of Lugan since the invasion had taken place. Despite the difficult situation, journalist Lin Nai Shui said that there was no reason to lose hope, as heroes had joined the fight. Journalist director Guy from the television tower also said that they should not lose heart and that they would wait for dawn. The dragon from the judges' organization looked at the gathered crowd and said, "Did they really plan to become food for a powerful monster?" The heroine Explosive Fist loudly replied to the arrogant dragon from the judges' organization that they simply had no choice. The dragon from the judges' organization asked all the guests and heroes present to step back because he didn't want to hurt anyone. The dragon from the judges' organization activated his ability called Wind Blast. In fact, he thought his body was a clone. The heroine Explosive Fist stood on the ground and watched the actions of the powerful dragon from the judges' organization closely. The heroine Explosive Fist asked her partner, the hero Sharp and Sour Noodles, what the dragon from the judges' organization was really up to. The hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles noticed that the monster's skeleton was hidden somewhere deep inside, and that someone had to get closer to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, the brave and courageous dragon from the organization of judges had already headed towards the powerful monster using a wind blast. Due to the lightning speed, the mask on the face of the dragon from the judges' organization began to tear in the wind. And once again, there was a dizzying explosion, which raised a huge cloud of dust. Naturally, this situation forced the heroine Explosive Fist to cover her seductive face with her hand. The hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles also covered himself from the approaching fragments and small stones, so as not to get injured. Soon, the dust began to gradually dissipate, and it became clear that the monster's huge blue tentacles had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, Director Ge from the television tower stood up from his desk and prepared to tell viewers about the consequences. Director Ge began to shout that no one really believed that the organization of judges was capable of resisting such a powerful monster. Poor Miss Lin Nai Shui began to cry as she realized that the dragon from the judges' organization had most likely lost his life for the sake of the city of Lugan. The sad Miss Lin Nai Shui could not hold back her tears and said that they now wanted to thank the dragon from the judges' organization. A tear fell from the eyes of the charming Miss Lin Nai Shui and fell to the ground. But suddenly the hand of a mysterious stranger appeared. Meanwhile, Lord Yu stood on the roof of a skyscraper and watched the situation closely. Lord Yu turned around and quickly formed a new clone of the dragon from the organization of judges and told him that he had now become a new hero. Lord Yu, accompanied by the new dragon from the organization of judges, watched the dizzying sunrise on the roof of the skyscraper. Meanwhile, at the scene of the incident, the metal hero landed on his feet to see what had happened to the monster. The metal hero stared intently at the huge dark hole from which strange sounds suddenly came. The metal hero was even a little scared because he thought that all the key characters had lost their lives and asked who was there. After a while, the metal hero noticed a mysterious blue artifact floating in the air. The curious metal hero decided to touch the magical relic to understand what he was dealing with. He was astonished when a rough voice behind the metal hero said that he was not worthy of touching the relic. The metal hero was greatly surprised because the mysterious attacker was unable to pierce his armor, but he suffered serious damage. It was the same faceless man who pierced the metal hero with his blue glowing sword. Journalist director Guy stood up from the table and began to shout. Could it be that this faceless man was fighting on the side of the powerful monster? The frightened metal hero asked the stranger who he really was, and why he had not sensed the impending attack. The faceless man said that the metal hero was simply too weak, and that was why he had not sensed anything. The faceless man tried to take the mysterious blue stone for himself, but suddenly sensed that someone was quickly approaching. It was Lord Yu, who already held the blue stone in his hand, and said that from now on, it belonged to the organization of judges. Journalist director Ge was excited, and said that the legendary Lord Yu had appeared, who was capable of bringing peace to the city of Lugan. The faceless man said that the Yuan Chu organization had no intention of fighting the judges, and therefore, Yu only needed to return the stone to its owner. Meanwhile, the cameraman who was filming everything said that for some reason his camera had broken, and the equipment was no longer working. Miss Lin Naishui replied that the equipment had been affected by some kind of spiritual ability, and that this faceless person possessed a mysterious power. Yang Shi thought that the group that created the so-called blue pills called themselves the Yuan Chu organization. Lord Yu loudly asked the faceless man what would happen if the organization of judges declared the Yuan Chu organization their enemies. The faceless man quickly replied that he would help Lord Yu instantly lose his life, and already jumped up to deliver a crushing blow. Lord Yu instantly activated his unique ability called Wave Explosion. The faceless man's blue sword dissipated, and he said he was very surprised that Lord Yu knew what third-type spiritual magic was. The faceless man said that their leader had mastered spiritual magic 15 years ago, and that only he could handle such a powerful weapon. Lord Yu immediately thought that the spiritual particles of the dark blue race were somehow connected to the condition of his younger sister, Fei Fei. Lord Yu once again decided that he would not allow the faceless man to escape from the scene of the crime. However, the faceless man said that he had planned to fight Yu in a fair fight, but his leader had assigned him a new unique task. The faceless man tried to escape, and said that next time, he would definitely take the dark blue stone from Lord Yu. Lord Yu shouted loudly that no one had given the faceless man the right to run away, and that he had to stand his ground until the end. For some reason, the faceless man suddenly stopped and turned to face Lord Yu to say something. However, Lord Yu had already launched his amazing attack, called the Wave Explosion, at the faceless man. The faceless man said loudly that the power of this wave explosion was indeed too strong. The faceless man thought that his powerful shield might not be able to withstand a few more blows from Lord Yu. The faceless man tried to give a worthy rebuff to the powerful Lord Yu, but suddenly realized that his defense had been destroyed. The poor faceless man fell to the cold ground at lightning speed, suffering devastating injuries. Lord Yu said that now the faceless man was a prisoner of the organization of judges and would do whatever he said. The faceless man replied that he admitted defeat and was ready to lose his life in the next moment. Lord Yu leaned over the wounded faceless man and said that if he answered his many questions honestly, he would spare him. Lord Yu asked how the hero Bing Chuan was connected to the so-called blue filth and these mysterious pills. The faceless man said that nothing would change if he told Lord Yu about the elementary particles. The faceless man said that a large number of these elementary particles were concentrated in the bodies of the dark blue race. Their sprouts tracked the location of areas of light so that they could then brazenly obtain the soul of a representative of the dark blue race. The more stable these sprouts were, the more particles of power a person could absorb, thereby unlocking secret combat skills. The Yuan Chu organization actively trades dark blue pills to find the perfect body for its upcoming reincarnation. The faceless man said that, naturally, not every ordinary person was able to withstand the interaction of the dark blue particle. This also happened to Bin Chuan, who once failed during a dizzying battle and lost his stable rank. Lord Yu asked the faceless man if a person who had already been infected with these dark blue particles could be cured in the future. The faceless man was surprised that Lord Yu was interested in such a question. Could it be that among the numerous test subjects, there was someone dear to him? Lord Yu became very angry and used an ability called the Blades of Power to make the faceless man speak again. However, the faceless man began to laugh loudly and said that he had actually been waiting for this crushing blow. In an instant, the faceless man disappeared before Lord Yu's eyes, heading in an unknown direction. Frightened, Lord Yu stood still and thought that he had made a terrible mistake and let his enemy escape. However, The body of the mysterious faceless man continued to lie in place, and Lord Yu was soon able to see his true face. Lord Yu watched with bated breath as the magical effect dissipated around the cold body of the faceless man. The legendary metal hero also watched the amazing situation closely, as he also wanted to see the enemy's face. And after a few seconds, it became clear that the person lying on the ground was Director Oh Yang, who was considered the head of the Luhan City Heroes Association. Lord Yu thought that Yuan Chu's organization had already infiltrated the management of the Luhan City Heroes Association. The metal hero said that he could be a witness if Yu began to accuse Director Oh Yang of a crime. Lord Yu became very angry and asked the metal hero if he knew how difficult it was to raise a hero with 4 abilities. The metal hero did not understand why Lord Yu had started shouting angrily, and asked him what he really wanted. Yu replied that Mr. Liu Yuan would soon become his successor and be reincarnated as the dragon of the judges' organization. Yu also said that Liu Yuan would soon become an A-rank hero and be transferred to the Kunlun Company. The metal hero nodded, and now thought about how to present this dizzying fact to the other members of the Kunlun Company. Lord Yu stood on his flying metal board and set off in an unknown direction. During the flight, Lord Yu used his transformation and called his doppelganger, the snake from the judges' organization. Lord Yu ordered the snake from the organization of judges to immediately deal with the swordswoman Blanche. Meanwhile, Lord Yu planned to go to the city hospital to visit his younger sister, Fei Fei. Lord Yu thought that after Bin Chuan lost his life, he felt a strange wave, so he needed to check on his sister. Lord Yu rushed to the city hospital at breakneck speed to meet his beloved sister Fei Fei. Meanwhile, the metal hero held an emergency meeting of the Kunlun Company and said that Principal Oh Yang had been infected. The metal hero went on to say that Director Oh Yang was connected to some kind of secret organization. Now every member of the Kunlun Company had to answer honestly the questions from the Heroes Association, which would arrive shortly. The spicy and sour noodle hero and the explosive fist heroine nodded and hurried out of the huge office. Mr. Liu Yuan also planned to leave with the superheroes, but suddenly stopped when his father called his name. Mr. Liu Yuan was very surprised that his so-called father wanted to talk to him about something. The metal hero stated that he had actually made a lucrative deal with Lord Yu and it concerned raising his son's rank. The metal hero told his younger son, Liu Yuan, that Lord Yu planned to make him the successor of the Kunlun Company. The metal hero also said that Liu Yuan would soon become an A-rank hero and that he should not miss such a unique opportunity. However, Mr. Liu Yuan thought that he actually wanted to join the organization of judges and become the new dragon. Liu Yuan was very angry that his father was forcing him to run errands for the family and carry out various unimportant missions. Liu Yuan decided to speak his mind and replied to the metal hero that he would literally be wasting his own strength. The metal hero thought about how Lord Yu had done everything he could, but he clearly underestimated his relationship with his sons. The metal hero decided to give his youngest son, Liu Yuan, a big hug and tell him to his face that he had grown up. Meanwhile, the next morning, the lovely swordswoman Blanche sat on the city street, clearly feeling sad and disappointed. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger approached the charming, lonely swordswoman Blanche and held out his hand to her. It was Snake from the organization of judges, who offered to help the attractive swordswoman Blanche get back on her feet. However, the brave and courageous swordswoman Blanche was not ready to show her weaknesses and said that she could manage on her own. The swordswoman Blanche tried to get back on her feet, but unexpectedly fell back onto the cold ground. The poor girl was exhausted. Swordswoman Blanche began to cry loudly and said that she was very sorry that the dragon from the organization of judges had lost his life because of her. The serpent from the organization of judges replied that the swordswoman Blanche should not feel guilty and said that Yu had sent him to help her cope with her difficulties. Poor Blanche thought for a moment and ultimately decided to accept the help of the powerful serpent from the organization of judges. The next morning, Lord Yu was already standing on the roof of a skyscraper located opposite the city hospital. Lord Yu noticed that there was some strange energy in the hospital. The entrance to the building was blocked by a dark blue barrier. Soon, Lord Yu managed to get inside and found himself in a long corridor where there was no one. Naturally, Lord Yu understood that he could be trapped and tried not to rush, acting carefully and cautiously. Suddenly, a mysterious dark blue monster that the guy had clearly never seen before began to walk toward Lord Yu. Lord Yu thought that the energy had transformed all the victims in the supermarket into dark blue forms. Unexpectedly, a terrifying mutating hand appeared behind Lord Yu and grabbed him by the shoulder. This mysterious monster in a dark blue uniform shouted loudly that he planned to eat Lord Yuji, who was trying to figure out what to do. Gradually, several more mysterious monsters in dark blue uniforms began to appear inside the small but long corridor. One of the angry, hungry monsters in dark blue uniforms grabbed Lord Yuji by the shoulder and tried to bite him. Naturally, Lord Yuji could not allow the monster to attack him, so the guy swung hard and knocked the monster to the floor. When the monster in the dark blue uniform hit his head on the floor, Lord Yuji was already standing over him, clenching his palm into a fist. Lord Yuji struck the treacherous, hungry monster in the dark blue uniform in the stomach with all his might, and the poor creature squealed in pain. A moment later, Lord Yuji decided to use his sword to deal with the crowd of ferocious monsters in dark blue uniform. As soon as Lord Yuji finished with the last monster in a dark blue uniform, he thought that fortunately, Fei Fei was not among them. Lord Yuji continued down the corridor and thought that most likely his younger sister Fei Fei had not yet turned into a monster. And then, Lord Yuji approached the door to the hospital room where his younger sister Fei Fei lay unconscious. Lord Yuji was astonished to see that his sister Fei Fei was literally floating in the air, surrounded by blue particles. Lord Yuji decided to get closer to the body of his charming, innocent sister Fei Fei to help her. Lord Yuji understood that his poor little sister Fei Fei had already begun to turn into a terrifying monster and had mutated. Lord Yuji also noticed that his sister Fei Fei was trying to fight these hateful dark blue elements and particles with her spiritual power. Suddenly, Lord Yuji's younger sister, Fei Fei, began to scream loudly, as if she were literally fighting the dark blue virus inside her. After a few seconds, Fei Fei's body gently and slowly returned to the hospital bed. Poor Fei Fei began to curl up her body as if she were freezing. She was in terrible pain. Lord Yuji slowly approached Fei Fei's bed and reached out to stroke the innocent victim. Fei slowly opened her charming eyes and looked at the mysterious stranger who was her own brother. Naturally, the brave girl Fei Fei did not recognize Lord Yuji as her brother and put a knife to his neck, asking who he was. Lord Yuji quickly replied to Fei Fei that he was her older brother, Yang Shi. However, the girl did not believe him, as she knew her relative's voice very well. Yuji instantly transformed and returned to his human form. The boy also instantly changed his voice. Fei Fei was in no hurry to trust the stranger standing in front of her. She said that her brother had never been able to transform. Yang Shi remembered that when she was 7, Fei Fei had accidentally wet the bed and asked her little brother to sleep with her so she could frame him in front of their parents. Fei Fei quickly hid her sharp blue knife and showed everyone that she had calmed down and really recognized Yang Shi. Yang Shi did not answer Fei Fei's numerous questions and said that first they needed to get his sister out of this place. Meanwhile, an incredible smell was coming from the kitchen of the apartment where Yang Shi lived with his attractive girlfriend, Lin Naishui. Miss Lin Naishui, like a true housewife, was standing in the kitchen as usual, cooking something to feed her beloved. Miss Lin Naishui's beloved fiancé, Yang Shi, quietly approached her and was delighted that his bride had prepared so many delicacies. Lin Naishui turned to Yang Shi and said that Fei Fei's return had to be celebrated urgently. Poor Lin Naishui said that recently, for the first time, she had felt how powerless an ordinary person could be in the face of unknown forces. Miss Lin Naishui recalled how the dragon from the organization of judges had saved her from death, but then sacrificed himself to save the city of Lugan. Lin Naishui hugged her beloved Yang Shi tightly and said that now she had begun to appreciate her love even more. Miss Lin Naishui truly loved her handsome fiancé Yang Shi and looked at him with loving eyes. Yang Shi understood perfectly well that at that moment he needed to gently kiss his beloved Lin Naishui to show his love. Yang Shi was already slowly approaching the luscious lips of his beloved Lin Naishui when he suddenly heard his sister's voice from the bathroom. Lin Naishui was very embarrassed by her sister Fei Fei and decided to push her fiancé Yang Shi away. Her sister was already asking if dinner was ready. Miss Lin Naishui replied loudly to Fei Fei that the table had been set long ago, and she and Yang Shi were waiting for her to take a shower. Cheerful Fei Fei was already coming out of the bathroom in a great mood and said that her favorite dishes were on the table. Fei Fei turned to Miss Lin Naishui and said that she really admired her for her cooking skills. Fei Fei began to taste the delicious dishes, while Yang Shi and Lin Naishui watched their hungry little sister closely. Yang Shi thought that he was willing to give up everything in the world so that his loved ones could live in peace and health for many years to come. After a while, Fei Fei asked her brother Yang Shi why they didn't need to tell their parents about her awakening. Yang Shi replied that the Heroes Association was currently investigating the causes of the infection of innocent people in the hospital. Yang Shi said that the more their parents knew, the more dizzying danger could befall them. Fei Fei agreed and said that now Yang Shi couldn't take all the difficulties upon himself, as she could help him. Yang Shi said that he was largely to blame for Fei Fei ending up in the hospital. The guy failed to protect his little sister. Fei Fei said that she had already learned a lot, and that her blade directly attacked the mental spirit of her opponent. Fei Fei asked her responsible brother Yang Shi to try using puppet control on her. His sister was very worried that the dark blue race could control her from within. Although she seemed to be a perfectly healthy person, Yang Shi hugged his cheerful sister Fei Fei and said he would try. But her body was special, and he needed to improve his abilities first. Yang Shi continued to say that for the puppet control ability to work, it needed to be strengthened to at least S rank. After a while, Yang Shi tried to activate his unique control ability to then immerse himself in her inner world. From the very first moment, Yang Shi realized that these feelings were very different from his previous sensations. A dizzying voice rang out in Yang Shi's head, asking him what the secret of the world was and what its peculiarity was. The frightening voice continued to ask, but Yang Shi wondered if he could believe that what he was about to see was true. Yang Shi also tried to understand how he could overcome this, being bound by numerous and very diverse limitations. Yang Shi, once again, felt intense pain, and thought that this was a very small and insignificant discovery on the path to truth. Poor Yang Shi clutched his heart, which was suffering from tachycardia at that moment. The young man did not understand how to act. Yang Shi finally realized that the dark blue race was trying to break his spiritual power. The monsters almost succeeded. When Fei Fei noticed that something was wrong with her older brother Yang Shi, she decided to wake him up to find out how he was doing. Yang Shi said in a quiet voice that the control had finally been completed and carried out. Now he had a special task for Fei Fei. Meanwhile, the charming Miss Lin Naishu entered the room and asked who wanted to taste some fresh fruit. Yang Shi turned to face his beloved fiancée, Lin Naishu, and nodded his head to let her know that he would soon be eating the fruit. Yang Shi and Lin Naishui sat down at the dining table. The girl was engrossed in her laptop, and the guy asked her what she was so interested in. Miss Lin Naishui said that she actually wanted to share some good news, as she had been given a new important position. However, Yang Shi was not quick to rejoice, and asked if the new position would be as dangerous as the previous one. The guy was very worried. Miss Lin Naishui was happy because now she would be broadcasting live from a special television booth. Yang Shi was delighted and was already getting up from the table. Before leaving, the guy decided to reach out and touch his beloved girlfriend's hair. In fact, Yang Shi planned to give his charming beauty, Lin Naishui, a special snake-shaped ornament. This ornament was called a green snake chain. Miss Lin Naishui was very happy and thanked her fiancé, Yang Shi. Meanwhile, a dizzying situation was unfolding on the grounds of the Qian family's giant estate. The brave and courageous swordswoman Blanche was in a hot spring wearing only a swimsuit, watching her friends intently. Next to the charming and beautiful swordswoman Blanche sat Qian Dodo and Yu Ran, who were also enjoying the hot spring. Yu Ran decided to start the conversation first and said that this hot spring was actually good for the body and would help the swordswoman Blanche. Swordswoman Blanche was very surprised, as she really needed to restore her strength and health as soon as possible. After a few minutes, Blanche stood up and said that the organization was looking for her, and it was time to leave. Qian Dodo and Yu Ran thought that Blanche actually had to carry out an important and responsible assignment from the organization of judges. Qian Dodo thought to herself that Blanche the swordswoman was doing a great job with her important mission, which was to lie low. Meanwhile, the charming swordswoman Blanche found herself in the heavenly palace a few seconds later. Lord Yuji was already waiting for the arrival of the great swordswoman Blanche, and asked her if she knew anything about the territory of the Four Seas. Lord Yuji said that the organization of judges was sending Blanche there to study the so-called dark blue race. The swordswoman Blanche knelt on one knee before Lord Yuji and replied that she would gladly carry out her first important task. Meanwhile, Yang Shi thought that his lie had worked, and that his team of explorers finally had its first worthy member. Lord Yuji stretched out his hand and said that for now, the swordswoman Blanche should go to the Qian family and regain her strength. Swordswoman Blanche bowed once more before her master Yuji and said that she understood everything, then headed back. Yuji's assistant, Mao the Rabbit, watched Blanche's behavior closely and turned to face her master. Rabbit Mao said that she actually adored the swordswoman Blanche and would like to get her autograph next time. Lord Yuji began to smile and said that Mao the rabbit had met her true idol for the first time. Master Yuji hid from the public that from now on, his younger sister Fei Fei would be hiding behind Mao Rabbit's mask. Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, said that she was looking forward to working with Blanche the swordswoman in the future. Fei Fei also thought that she still had a unique chance to get an autograph from the charming swordswoman Blanche. Lord Yuji laughed again and said that the autograph didn't really mean anything. Now it was time to think about a bright future. Fei Fei, wearing Mao the rabbit mask, turned to her brother and asked him what he planned to do in the near future. Lord Yuji said that he had long suspected that the Knights of the Round Table were somehow connected to the dark blue race. Lord Yuji planned to give the hero of spicy and sour noodles and Liu Yuan Yu the task of gathering information about the dark blue race. Meanwhile, the brave swordswoman Blanche was to go on a reconnaissance mission to the Four Seas territory and gather information. Yu Fang was also supposed to infiltrate the Heroes Association and gradually rise to dizzying heights there. In addition, Lord Yuji said that in the near future, he needed to meet with a very important person who was a true friend to him. Yu Fan sat on a bench in complete solitude and tried to open a bottle of sweet soda. Yu Fang did not yet realize that his master, Lord Yuji, had appeared behind him and said that the boy had been very tired lately. Yu Fang was not even startled and slowly stood up to greet his powerful mentor and teacher. Lord Yuji put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked him how he was doing and how he was progressing with his important task. The sad boy Yu Fan said that he had not yet learned to awaken his power. The boy said that his power exceeded that of a human being only 7 times. However, Yuji said that when this mark reached 10 times, then a person could be considered a true A-rank hero. Lord Yuji was about to leave and said that Yu Fan could become the next winner in the upcoming hero competition. Yu Fang clenched his fist and said that for the sake of the judges, he would give it his all. Before leaving, Lord Yuji raised his hand for some reason and paused. The young man had forgotten to say something. Yuji said that the danger was too close and that he needed to use his control to control Yu Fan's body. The boy Yu Fan did not object and leaned against the wall so as not to fall when Lord Yuji would enter his head. Lord Yuji had already activated his unique control function, and the boy Yu Fan seemed to sink into prostration. Meanwhile, the mysterious little girl in the pink baseball cap was running away from her angry pursuers. They were members of the powerful Fire Cloud Club, who said that the girl had interfered in their business and ruined it. The brave girl said that their organization was actually getting rich by imitating the criminal code of the region. The tension between the girl and the fierce members of the secret organization reached its peak when a black cloud swept by. Miraculously, the brave girl managed to dodge the approaching dark cloud, which then headed towards the criminals. The brave girl jumped up and tried to deliver a crushing blow to the head of one of the insolent criminals. One of the cunning attackers was very upset when he saw that his horn was seriously damaged. The girl landed on the ground and waited for the consequences of her action. The attacker guessed that she had used poison. A few seconds later, there was a dizzying explosion that clearly frightened the entire surrounding crowd and the public. The second member of the criminal gang covered his face from the small fragments and stones flying in his direction. A few seconds later, the second member of the criminal organization noticed that a real, fiery sword was approaching him. The cunning attacker had quick reflexes and managed to quickly dodge the dizzying attack. The frightened bandit sat on the ground and asked how a simple girl could master several martial arts techniques at once. The brave girl held a firearm in her hands and said that if the attacker guessed correctly, she would ultimately spare him. The angry criminal did not want to guess anything and said that when he got back on his feet, the girl would clearly have a hard time. However, the cunning attacker did not have time to finish his important and responsible speech, as he soon saw someone punch him in the face. In fact, it was the brave boy Yu Fan, who had initially helped the girl deal with the insolent robbers and criminals. Yu Fan turned to his new friend and asked her not to blow up this magnificent place anymore. After all, the entrance exams would be held here. The brave girl was very surprised that the boy Yu Fan had dealt with the S-rank criminals, which meant that the boy had an S rank or higher. The girl said her name was Wang Ju, and that they might meet Yu Fan at the entrance exams in the near future. Yu Fan extended his hand to shake the pretty Wang Zhou's hand, and said that they might even end up on the same team. The shy young man Yu Fan felt a certain embarrassment for the first time in his life, as he did not know how to behave properly with a beautiful girl. Yu Fan gently touched the charming Wang Zhou's hand, and looked down so as not to see her beautiful eyes. Wang Zhou understood that Yu Fan was a shy boy, and decided to take the initiative, and suggested going out for dinner that evening. However, Yu Fan coughed slightly and replied that he had some important business to attend to that evening, and that it was time for him to leave. Yu Fang took his hand away from the delicate hand of the attractive girl Wang Zhou and hurried away immediately. Wang Zhou was left completely alone and did not understand why the boy who had saved her had refused her date. Wang Zhou was really hurt and watched as the friendly boy Yu Fan, who was already sorting out his thoughts, walked away. In fact, Yu Fan had imagined Lord Yu Ji telling him that he should not be distracted by other girls right now. Wang Zhou thought that this year's entrance competition would be something to watch if a boy like Yu Fan participated in it. Meanwhile, a dizzying situation was unfolding on Yonghai Street. A real competition was planned to take place there soon. The upcoming competition would be commented on by an attractive young lady named Na Bi. The girl greeted her audience. Na Bi turned to face her new partner, Lin Nai Shui. The girls greeted their audience once again. Na Bi said that she would now explain how the upcoming competition, or entrance exams to Beijing University, would proceed. Lin Na Shui quickly joined the conversation and explained that the students would have to complete a task within a certain time. Na Bi winked at Nai Shui and said that the guys would encounter dizzying traps and obstacles along the way. Standing next to Yu Fan was his so-called brother, who said that the boy did not have a car and would clearly not be able to complete the task. Yu Fan said that he would not use his unique abilities because he already possessed exceptional speed. His brother laughed loudly and replied that today would definitely not be without surprises. No one believed in the gifted boy's talent. The brother asked Yu Fan if he had heard that the organizers had invited two A-rank Purple Panthers named Luo Quan and Xiang Zi. The conversation between the two brothers stopped abruptly when a mysterious stranger behind them called Yu Fan by name. It was the charming Miss Wang Zhou, who said that they had finally met and would be participating on the same team. Wang Zhou approached Yu Fan, leaned over, and said that they had agreed to work together. The boy could not help but keep his word and promise. The two young people's conversation was interrupted by a cheeky brother who said he had super speed. However, the cunning Wang Zhou said that there were millions like him, and he had no right to flirt with a beauty like her. The brother and the boy Yu Fang were very surprised by the response of the arrogant but attractive girl Wang Zhou, who was already walking away. Meanwhile, the organizers of the ceremony shouted loudly for all participants to get ready for the start. Yu Fan threw all dirty thoughts out of his head to focus completely on the upcoming competition. The judges and organizers began the countdown, and suddenly a gunshot sounded, signaling the start of the competition. And then several participants who had the ability to levitate took to the air. The audience gasped at the sight. One of the flying participants loudly asked the others if they really thought they could outrun flying people in a sports car. However, the naive participant could not have imagined what surprise awaited him in the next moment. A real goose appeared behind the guy. The magical goose began to attack the flying boy, who was terrified of the angry monster with a beak. The mystical goose and its companions successfully attacked the naive, foolish boy, who fell to the cold ground. Commentator Na Bi told listeners that if it were so easy to move through the air, then everyone would have brought flying machines. Commentator Na Bi asked her new partner, Lin Nai Shui, if she recognized these mysterious goose-like animals. Lin Na Shui quickly replied that they were actually summoned monsters of the 5th rank, a flock of brown swan. Commentator Na Bi said that almost all of the flying participants had dropped out of the race, and now the leaders were the owners of sports cars. Someone behind the wheel of a sports car was already thinking about how difficult this upcoming test really was. The foolish young men behind the wheel saw a traffic inspector standing ahead, who had already blocked the road with an obstacle. Meanwhile, the sports car drivers decided to break the rules and speed up, exceeding the speed limit of 100 kilometers per hour. The owner of the black car literally pressed his foot on the gas and rushed forward for a dizzying victory. Ahead of him stood a traffic inspector blowing his whistle, signaling that it was impossible to drive any further. The drivers of the expensive black car ignored the traffic cop's instructions and crashed into an invisible barrier. A few minutes later, the participants got out of their cars and stood in front of the traffic cop, who told them they had broken the rules. The brother standing next to Yu Fan ran past and turned his head to look at the accident. The guy knew that the cars would be out of the race. A few seconds later, when the so-called brother turned his head back, he noticed a mysterious old man crossing the road. The frightened young man could do nothing, as it was impossible to slow down in such a short time. And then, finally, the solemn, devastating collision happened. The young man crashed into the poor old man's face. The bald elderly man clearly hit his head hard on the cold ground, and most likely lost consciousness. The frightened young man also suffered a serious injury, but he was very upset that the old man's injuries were much more serious. Spectators noticed the horrific, dizzying collision and decided to help the poor old man who needed medical attention. The cunning boy thought that no one would notice as he slowly crawled away from the scene. But the old man woke up and began to scold him. Meanwhile, Yu Fan had already landed on the roof of another skyscraper, which he was jumping from in the hope of completing his task in time. Suddenly, Yu Fan stopped and saw someone quickly approaching the roof where he was standing. It was the charming Miss Wang Ju, who called out to the boy by name. The girl was holding on to the quadcopter with one hand. The boy Yu Fan noticed that the organizers had put a lot of effort into these entrance exams, and even used illusion magic. Wang Zhou was very surprised when only Yu Fang managed to understand that the old man was actually just an illusion. Yu Fang shouted loudly for Wang Zhou to get ready, as the boy noticed two participants on the horizon. Wang Zhou understood that this was most likely the final test, and she was already prepared to complete the task at hand. On the roof of the skyscraper where Wang Zhou and Yu Fan were standing, two mysterious strangers with powerful weapons in their hands were approaching. Commentator Lin Na Shui asked her partner Na Bi who these two strange men really were. Na Bi began to check the information according to which these two cruel men did not study at Beijing University. Commentator Na Bi claimed that several mentors had already been sent after these strangers to stop them in case of an attack. Meanwhile, the famous teacher Luo Chen had already arrived at the office of the director of the prestigious Beijing University. Teacher Luo Chen said that he would soon deal with the mysterious stranger and save the two young men from danger. Meanwhile, one of the cunning attackers began shouting that he wanted to demonstrate his true power to the two teenagers. A few seconds later, the insolent criminal showed his giant fangs, which gradually increased in size, causing terror. After a while, a very cute, fluffy animal that looked like a kitten was sitting in front of Wang Zhou and Yu Fan. Yu Fan shouted loudly to his partner Wang Zhou that he would deal with this kitten while she had to distract the second criminal. Wang Zhou looked at the so-called kitten with a loving gaze and thought that it really did look very cute and calm. Yu Fan was already approaching the mysterious kitten, who was waiting for him on the roof of the skyscraper at lightning speed. Lord Yu Ji spoke to Yu Fan and asked him to concentrate and feel every muscle in his body down to the bone. The angry beast, the kitten, also jumped up and said that he had not heard anything Yu Fan had said to him. However, Yu Fan remained standing in place and waited for his faithful and responsible mentor, Lord Yu Ji, to tell him what to do next. Yu Fan clenched his fist and with all his strength struck the attacking beast kitten in the stomach, causing it to scream. It was clear that the cold-blooded beast had lost consciousness from a single blow. The sound of bones cracking could be heard in its body. The beast kitten began to threaten that his loyal companions from the fiery cloud, Black Arrow and Bull's Head, would take revenge on Yu Fan. Yu Fan thought hard that he had slightly miscalculated his strength, as he thought that his opponent, the beast kitten, was much stronger than it turned out to be in reality. Yu Fan decided to talk to the wounded beast kitten and said that everything was actually fine, as he had slightly miscalculated the force of the blow. The beast kitten was clearly very offended by the boy Yu Fan, who had defeated him with a single blow and still had the audacity to mock him. However, suddenly Yu Fan noticed a fiery, incomprehensible ball approaching him at lightning speed. No one expected it, but suddenly, there was a dizzying explosion that knocked Yu Fan to the cold ground. It was the second member of the criminal gang who struck the ground with his hammer and sent a fireball towards the boy. Wang Zhou tried to get closer to the fire extinguisher, hanging on the roof of the skyscraper, to put out the fire. Wang Zhou was unable to get close to the coveted fire extinguisher, but suddenly, a similar mystical object appeared in her hands, which she used to extinguish the flames. Lord Yu Ji and Yu Fang guessed that Wang Zhou was able to recreate certain objects. This was her special ability. Yu Fang turned around and saw that the beast kitten had disappeared in an unknown direction. The boy was very surprised. Soon, Yu Fan turned his head and discovered that the second member of the criminal organization had taken his wounded comrade away. Commentator Lin Na Shui told her viewers that one of the attackers was called the Flying Beast from the Fire Cloud organization. Lin Na Shui also noted the boy Yu Fan, who managed to defeat a rank 5 hero with a single blow, which was surprising. Commentator Na Bi raised her hands and said that now it was time to send gifts, and who knows, maybe Yu Fan would become a superhero in the future. Meanwhile, the wounded fighters from the Fire Cloud clan landed somewhere nearby and tried to heal their devastating wounds. The flying beast and his faithful assistant slowly moved down the street in search of shelter. However, the criminals were clearly unlucky. On their way, the members of the Fire Cloud organization were stopped by teacher Luo Chen, from Beijing University, who said that it was wrong to attack students. In his hands, teacher Luo Chen held a mysterious map with which he could easily deal with the heroes of rank 5. Meanwhile, Wang Ju and Yu Fang continued on their way to their long-awaited victory. The kids sincerely hoped that they would pass this exam. Wang Ju became very concerned when she looked at the tournament table, where the boys were in last place. Meanwhile, in Yu Fan's head, he heard the voice of Mr. Yu Ji saying that it was time for him to go. The boy nodded his head. Meanwhile, somewhere on a remote island that almost no one knew about, terrible events were unfolding. A dark blue monster, with giant tentacles instead of limbs, flew into the cave at lightning speed. These huge tentacles approached a mysterious stranger, who was hiding his face under a dark hood. The enigmatic man with red eyes called this giant, dark blue monster Rhodes. The stranger knew that he was still alive. With every passing second, Rhodes moved closer and closer to the mysterious stranger, trying to surround him with his dark blue tentacles. After a few seconds, Rhodes finally began to speak, and said that he had important information for his high-ranking master. Rhodes stopped and looked intently at his master's face. The monster seemed to be very afraid of the powerful ruler's reaction. After a few seconds, Rhodes stated that a certain Yu Ji from the organization of judges had reached the 3rd level of spiritual power and posed a threat. Rhodes' master was clearly not pleased with such frightening information, and his gaze was filled with fear and panic. This mysterious master thought that another 3rd level fighter had appeared on this planet, which was very dangerous. Meanwhile, little sister Fei Fei told Yang Shi that the dark blue sprouts in her body had awakened again for a few seconds. Yang Shi listened carefully to the words of his lovely sister Fei Fei and asked if she could now see through the eyes of other people. Fei nodded and said that she had already managed to see some episodes from the lives of 3 representatives of the dark blue race 3 times in a row. Yang Shi quickly grabbed his laptop to open the map. He asked his sister if she remembered at least one location of these episodes. Fei Fei quickly replied that there was the White Tower of the city of Loshi, the clubhouse in the 2nd region, and the last one was inside a mysterious mansion. Fei Fei sat on the bed and hugged her favorite pillow as she tried to calm down. The girl was very upset. Yang Shi began to quickly tap his fingers on the keyboard, and suddenly stopped, as if something very important had occurred to him. Yang Shi turned his laptop toward his sister, Fei Fei, and said that he had found the clubhouse. His sister had to confirm it. Frightened, Fei Fei did not expect her brother Yang Shi to find such important information so quickly, and that she would have to remember everything again. A second later, Fei Fei said she was sure it was the very clubhouse where representatives of the dark blue race came for their hairstyles. Yang Shi thought that there was definitely a girl among the leaders of the Knights of the Round Table, but she had no abilities. Fei Fei said that in the 3rd episode, she saw a fountain, a strange lawn, and a mysterious artifact. A moment later, Fei Fei fell onto a soft bed and told Yang Shi that she was very tired and couldn't remember the small details anymore. Fei Fei asked her brother Yang Shi to download her memory into his head and check the information himself. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the Kunlun Company, the metal hero was talking to his sons, Luo Moon and Liu Yuan. The metal hero crossed his arms in front of him and tried to find the right words so as not to offend anyone present. Metal hero turned to his eldest son, Luo Mu, and said that he had called him for a reason, to share some news. Metal Hero announced that Liu Yuan would now be in charge of the company, and Luo Moon would take his place in the heroic alliance. Liu Yuan's younger brother did not want to look directly into the eyes of his powerful brother, Luo Moon, who was very upset. Suddenly, Luo Moon said that their father had finally seen the true talent in his younger son, Liu Yuan. Luo Moon said that Liu Yuan was more suited to this responsible role, while he simply dreamed of becoming the strongest hero in the world. The metal hero said that he understood perfectly well that Luo Moon harbored resentment toward the organization of judges because of his failure in battle. The metal hero asked Luo Moon's eldest son if he knew the real reason why all the members of the judges' organization were so strong. Luo Moon couldn't hold back and showed his emotions, saying that the members of the judges' organization clearly worked harder and trained more than the other heroes. The metal hero replied to Luo Moon's eldest son that he was greatly mistaken about the judges' organization. The metal hero said that the organization of judges had a special elixir that gave people abilities. The metal hero did not stop there, and said that members of the judges' organization had long been helped by representatives of another race. Meanwhile, Yang Shi persistently searched through his sister Fei Fei's numerous memories for information that was important to him. After a few minutes, Yang Shi began to smile, and said to himself that he had finally found something important. The boy almost jumped up. Yang Shi saw the very lawn that Fei Fei had mentioned the day before. A mysterious rabbit with red eyes was sitting near the lawn. Lord Yu Ji, accompanied by Rabbit Mao, had already flown on metal boards to the House of Firearms. Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, was very offended because Yu Ji asked her to stand aside temporarily and do nothing. Lord Yu Ji patted Mao the rabbit on the head and said that he actually cherished her very much. Fei Fei nodded her head and understood everything. A moment later, Lord Yu Ji transformed into a snake from the organization of judges and asked Mao the rabbit what had happened. Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, said that she had actually recognized him, not by his appearance, but by his brilliant acting skills. On the open terrace of the firearms house, a mysterious man sat at the dining table, drinking hot tea. The mysterious guy saw Snake from the judges' organization quickly approaching him and asked why he had come without an invitation. However, Snake from the judges' organization said nothing and used his shadow flow ability to take the stranger's life. A few seconds later, the table where the calm gentleman was sitting was completely destroyed, but the stranger showed no fear or panic. Zmei from the judges' organization watched intently as the mysterious gentleman rose from his chair and prepared to speak on an important topic. The brave young man asked whether the organization of judges had collaborated with the great Bernadotte family. Zmei from the judges' organization was very surprised and did not understand where this dizzying rumor came from and why it spread so quickly. The calm gentleman repeated once again that it was true that the organization of judges could return the soul to the body of a person who had already lost their life. Zmei replied that the dark blue race had long since reached dizzying heights in this direction, and he did not understand why he was being asked this question. The polite gentleman said that it seemed to him that there was only one answer. The guy invited Snake from the organization of judges to sit in a comfortable chair. However, this was actually a diversionary tactic, and the cunning and crafty guy pulled a firearm from behind his back and pointed it at Mr. Snake. Naturally, Mr. Snake from the judges' organization did not wait and activated the shadow cloning function. The first bullet hit one of Mr. Snake's shadow clones from the judges' organization right in the stomach and then spun around. The other shadow clones remained standing in place and simply waited for the mystical bullet from the powerful weapon to hit their bodies. Zmei, from the judges' organization, quickly realized that his opponent's weapon had a homing function, but its speed was not the highest. The angry gentleman asked what would happen if he attacked all the doubles at once. It would be impossible to dodge. Meanwhile, behind the mysterious owner of the House of Firearms, the real Mr. Snake from the organization of judges appeared. Zmei from the judges' organization tried to strike the treacherous, embittered gentleman in the back with his sword. No one expected the mysterious guy to start a countdown, and soon there would be a powerful, unplanned explosion. The shadow clones of Mr. Snake from the judges' organization stood still, watching the aftermath of the dizzying explosion. The mysterious owner of the House of Firearms also tried to see who was left alive after the terrible nightmare explosion. Suddenly, dark blue particles began to approach the mysterious boy's hand, causing the poor guy to experience excruciating pain. In fact, these dark blue particles were directed at Fei Fei's enemy, in the form of the charming rabbit Mao. The unbalanced owner of the House of Firearms got to his feet and said that Mao the rabbit and Snake from the organization of judges had indeed dealt with him. In that case, the gentleman decided to call for help from the mysterious stranger whom he named Helen. In the hands of the mysterious beauty Helen was a fiery sword that clearly possessed powerful strength. Snake from the judges' organization asked Rabbit Mao to be careful and very cautious with this charming girl Helen. However, Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, no longer listened to her older brother Yang Shi, in the guise of Snake from the organization of judges. A moment later, Fei Fei, in the form of Mao the rabbit, clashed swords in the air with the attractive girl Helen. The brave and very courageous girl Helen, after several blows from the powerful rabbit Mao, asked her if she was a representative of the dark blue race. However, Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, did not rush to answer her opponent's questions and simply laughed loudly. The mysterious owner of the House of Firearms turned to the Snake from the organization of judges and told him that if he approached, he would lose his life. Meanwhile, Snake thought that Mao the rabbit was safe, and now he had to figure out how to deal with the homing bullets. The Snake from the judges' organization was deep in thought and began to rummage through his head, sorting through various ideas. The naive snake from the judges' organization did not realize that at that moment a shot would be fired, and a homing bullet would fly in his direction. A few seconds later, Zmei from the judges' organization noticed that the homing bullet had hit his left leg. Despite the minor injury, Snake from the judges' organization continued to come up with original ideas. Soon, Snake from the judges' organization shouted to himself that he had finally figured out how to deal with firearms. But then the next shot rang out, and the homing bullet miraculously missed Snake from the judges' organization, right in the face. Magically, the homing bullet ended up in the center of a giant tree standing nearby. The surprised owner of the firearm loudly asked Mr. Snake if he had figured out how to deal with his ability. However, Snake from the organization of judges did not answer his opponent and was already running towards him with a small ball in his hands. Meanwhile, Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, also began her dizzying attack on the charming girl Helen. The mysterious stranger Helen did not notice how the small purple ball in Snake's hands was already in front of her face. The attractive girl Helen was very lucky that the snake's small purple ball only slightly touched her left shoulder. Rabbit Mao delivered a crushing blow to the defensive block that the mysterious girl Helen had managed to form. The angry guy was very surprised that his opponents had managed to wound his beloved wife Helen, and decided that something had to be done. The owner of the house took several mysterious blue pills out of his pocket and swallowed them. A moment later, the mysterious owner of the House of Firearms began to transform into a truly powerful monster. Helen, who turned out to be his lawful wife, turned to her husband and asked him not to do this. For some reason, Helen called her husband teacher and slowly approached him to touch his forehead. In the hands of the attractive girl Helen was a mysterious blue knife. The girl said that her husband could not cope with such a large number of blue particles. Helen moved even closer to her so-called teacher and kissed him on the lips to absorb some of those terrible blue particles. Meanwhile, Snake from the organization of judges was already behind his opponents and was preparing to throw another purple bomb at them. The owner of the House of Firearms saw that a purple bomb was approaching the head of his charming wife Helen. Like a real man, the husband of the attractive girl Helen shielded her with his body, and the purple bomb hit him right in the back. The wounded owner of the House of Firearms fell to the ground. The frightened girl Helen begged the man to wake up and not leave her. Helen's husband asked the girl if the day had finally come when he would lose his life. The young man began to thank the snake and Mao the rabbit. The wounded man said that when his real wife lost her life, his fate underwent dizzying changes. The owner of the house with the firearm turned to the girl and asked her to change her hairstyle so that he could remember Helen's real name. The wounded man stroked the face of his wife Helen and said that representatives of the dark blue race had promised to bring her back to life. In exchange for his wife's return, the man promised that he would literally betray humanity. Poor Helen began to cry bitterly. The owner of the House of Firearms asked Snake to exchange information in exchange for saving Helen's life, whose real name was actually Will. The wounded gentleman said that representatives of the dark blue race were somehow closely connected with the Posey Chamber of Commerce. The wounded gentleman did not have time to say anything else and lost consciousness. A crying Vil asked her teacher to return to him. Fei Fei, dressed as Mao the rabbit, asked Snake from the judges' organization what would be the best way to get rid of this girl, Vil. However, Snake from the judges' organization said that Vil, who was a representative of the dark blue race, should be left alive for now. Vil said that when she joined the dark blue race, she was already prepared to give up everything in the world for the future of her beloved teacher. Meanwhile, the man's soul was already leaving his body. Vil continued to cry and hugged her beloved one last time. A few seconds later, a mysterious blue stone fell out of the wounded man's body, which was similar to the stone from Bin Chuan's body. The snake from the organization of judges immediately picked up this mysterious stone, which held many secrets. Fei Fei, in the form of Mao the rabbit, watched closely for the reaction of the offended girl Vil and asked her brother if she would meet her love. The snake from the judges' organization said nothing to his younger sister Fei Fei and simply watched Vil and her teacher. The snake from the judges' organization did not answer his younger sister Fei Fei. After a few minutes, he turned to the metal board. The snake from the judges' organization called Mao the rabbit and said it was time for them to fly home to think things over. Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, asked her brother where they were going now. The girl was impressed by Vil's reaction. Meanwhile, Snake from the judges' organization had already transformed into Lord Yu Jie and remained silent. Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao the rabbit, noted that her older brother Yang Shi was truly a master of transformation. Meanwhile, a huge crowd gathered at the stadium of Beijing University University to welcome all the participants of the competition. Among the award-winning participants of the dizzying competition were Yu Fang and his now loyal friend Wang Ju. Lord Yu closely watched the reaction of the modest boy Yu Fan, who had already managed to make friends. Lord Yu met with the boy Yu Fan in the living room of his house, and was already holding a mysterious magic ball in his hand. Lord Yu placed this magic ball in Yu Fan's body, and told him that he was now considered an A-rank hero. Lord Yu said that Yu Fan had done an excellent job with the task at hand, but now he needed to pass the entrance exams. Lord Yu also noted that he would have to leave for a while. Yu Fan asked the Lord where he was going. Lord Yu did not hide the truth from the modest boy Yu Fan, and replied that he was planning to go to the Four Seas region. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Lord of the Kunlun Company, Mr. Liu Yuan was trying to open the safe he hated so much. Mr. Liu Yuan looked at the combination lock, and wondered if the password for this safe was his date of birth. Mr. Liu Yuan smiled slightly, and finally tried to enter the code into the lock. The boy would have been very surprised if it had opened. Miraculously, the safe opened, and Liu Yuan saw that inside was a notebook containing information about the Four Seas. Mr. Liu Yuan took this mysterious book with him, and thought that Luo Moon was too naive to use his date of birth as a password. Liu Yuan did not yet realize that his actions were being closely watched by Luo Moon's older brother, who did not know why he needed the book. Despite the situation, Luo Moon thought that Liu Yuan felt very happy. Liu Yuan headed to the Heavenly Palace to give the book with records of the Four Seas territory to Lord Yu. Yu opened the book and began to read that since time immemorial, there had been two races on Earth that lived on different continents. After the invasion of beings from other worlds, the Earth was divided into four parts: the Association of Heroes, the Army of Iron Blood, and the Union of Trading Companies. All of the above forces existed in the mixed land. Defense was carried out through agreements between organizations. Whatever relationship the Dark Blue race had with the Bo Si organization and the Stone of Wisdom, it all boiled down to free maritime territory. Lord Yu closed the mysterious book and said that now he understood that he needed to get to the free sea territory. Lord Yu approached his godson Liu Yuan and said that he had done an excellent job this time. Mr. Liu Yuan was already rubbing his delicate hands and saying that he clearly deserved a dizzying reward. Lord Yu told Liu Yuan not to worry, as he clearly deserved the mystical elixir for his work. Liu Yuan was no longer listening to his godfather Yu and drank the mysterious elixir. The young man asked what rank he now had access to. Mr. Liu Yuan was very upset when Lord Yu quickly replied that the boy had only drunk a rank B elixir. However, Lord Yu hastened to cheer up Mr. Liu Yuan and said that he now had two types of B-rank abilities. Lord Yu said that now Mr. Liu Yuan had not only the ability of a werewolf, but also the mask of terror. Meanwhile, a dizzying romantic story was unfolding in Yang Shi's apartment. The clinking of glasses could be heard at the dinner table. Miss Lin Nai Shui and her beloved Yang Shi decided to have a romantic candlelit dinner. Miss Lin Nai Shui said that she was very happy to have gotten a prestigious job abroad for a whole year. Yang Shi looked sadly at his beloved fiancée, Lin Nai Shui, and said that he could easily keep her company. However, Lin Nai Shui said that she could take care of herself, while Yang Shi worked on their bright future together. Yang Shi had no choice but to agree. The guy was actually very worried that he would not be with Xiao Shu for so long. Yang Shi thought that as soon as the dizzying situation in the world calmed down, he would definitely be with his beloved. Yang Shi took his beloved girlfriend, Xiao Shu, by the hand and asked her to dance. He asked the beauty to bring him some souvenirs. Miss Lin Nai Shui smiled sweetly and simply nodded her head. The attractive girl even blushed a little. A few minutes later, the romantic dance ended, and Miss Lin Nai Shui's expensive, chic dress ended up on the floor. The couple in love found themselves in bed, under a warm blanket, touching each other and whispering sweet nothings. Yang Shi gently kissed his beloved girlfriend, Miss Lin Nai Shui, and said that he would miss her very much. Meanwhile, light romantic music began to play on the gramophone. The couple gave themselves over to passion in bed. The next morning, mysterious strangers knocked on the door of the great Qian family estate. The door was opened by a very friendly, handsome man with a large mustache, who asked the guests if they were members of the judge's organization. It was Yang Shi, accompanied by his younger sister, Fei Fei. The young people replied that the man with the mustache was right, and he asked them to come inside. Yang Shi and Fei Fei went into the office of the head of the Qian family and immediately noticed the charming Qian Dodo. Qian Bu Kui told the honored guests that he had already communicated with representatives of the judge's organization. Qian Dodo looked closely at Yang Shi's face and said that they had been on the same flight when the Star Cloak incident occurred. Yang Shi seemed a little embarrassed and said that he felt awkward that Lord Yu had seen him in such a state of panic. Yang Shi loudly proclaimed that Lord Yu had given him an elixir with A-rank abilities and allowed him to join the organization of judges. Qian Dodo was very surprised and asked if it was really that easy to obtain A-rank abilities. The girl asked what Yang Shi was capable of. Mr. Qian Bu Kui asked his granddaughter Dodo to stop asking guests about their abilities. It was inappropriate. However, Yang Shi said that it was not difficult for him to tell, and replied that his ability was called a plum-style folding military naval suit. Yu Ran was also very surprised, as it was the first time she had heard such a strange name. The girl became interested. Yang Shi replied that it was not surprising, as his ability combined martial arts and a plum-style suit. Qian Dodo noticed the cute girl next to Yang Shi and asked the guy what she could actually do. Yang Shi quickly came up with the name Han Yue and said she was Mao the rabbit's protege. She was also an A-rank ability user. Fei Fei, or rather Han Yue, said that her dizzying ability was to control ice. Yang Shi interrupted his younger sister and said that Lord Yu had ordered them to travel through the Free Sea territory under the name Qian. The head of the Qian Bu Kui family replied that he was glad to hear this information, as it was high time for his family to return to the Free Union. A few hours later, Fei Fei was already alone in the city's seaport. Her older brother, Yang Shi, approached the sad Fei Fei and asked what his beloved younger sister was thinking about. Fei Fei said that she was sad because tomorrow they would have to leave their hometown of Lugan. Yang Shi said that it would only be temporary. Fei nodded and said that she thought she would spend the rest of her life in Lugan. She had never heard of the Four Seas territory before. Yang Shi replied that this was not surprising, as the three powers and the government had carefully concealed their existence from the public. Yang Shi said that as soon as people learned about the existence of the Four Seas territory and the passage to another world, real chaos and turmoil ensued. Fei Fei agreed with her older brother Yang Shi's statements and said that the local residents had to live in constant fear. Yang Shi told Fei Fei not to worry too much, but in the end, she would still have to defend herself constantly. The next morning, the main characters were already looking at the majestic ship called the Six-Star Sea Dolphin. Qian Bu Kui told Mr. Yang Shi that the bottom of the ship was made of monster materials and protected by 4 alchemical substances. Qian Bu Kui also added that it would be enough to use spiritual power to make the ship fly, accelerate, or shoot fire. Qian Bu Kui suddenly stopped talking and snapped his fingers, signaling his servant to immediately approach his master. The servant brought items called light armor, a bubble, and sea clothing on a tray. Qian Bu Kui said that Yang Si would need these items on his journey. Qian Bu Kui said that these items would allow his master to breathe underwater and walk on the surface of the sea, and that their appearance would depend on the specific person. Yang Shi looked at these mystical items with great interest and asked Qian Bu Kui where the rest of the crew was now. Meanwhile, Fei Fei was delighted with Mr. Qian Bu Kui's gifts and said that they were really great. Qian Dodo was already approaching the ship from behind and raised her hand. The attractive girl was in the company of the dreamer Blanche. The charming beauty Yu Ran seemed very shy about appearing before the honored guests and stood somewhere behind the others. Mr. Qian Bu Kui turned to his faithful servant and asked what had caused the loud noise. The loyal servant with a large mustache said that there was a group of Bo Si, a young master from the Guilin A Se family, as well as Guilin himself. Yang Shi was very surprised when he heard Mr. Qian Bu Kui's loyal servant mention these mysterious names. Yang Si thought that this mystical group of Bo Si had decided to come here on their own, right into his hands. That was their mistake. Mr. Qian Bu Kui asked his loyal servant and comrade why the Bo Si group had started making so much noise again. The mustachioed man said that the Bo Si group had originally planned to travel on a 4-star ship, but then heard about the Qian family. The servant also noted that the young Master Se, for some reason, wanted to occupy the platinum room where Mr. Yang was already staying. Meanwhile, on the deck, young Master Se was already flirting with the shy beauty Yu Ran and saying that she was irresistible. Young Master Se also said that he had never seen such beauty in the 4 seas. Mr. Qian Bu Kui decided to intervene in the conversation between the two young people and began to cough loudly to get their attention. Young Master Se said he was glad to finally meet the head of the Qian family. Bu Kui also called the young man his honored guest. Qian Bu Kui said that he was always happy to welcome such wonderful, intelligent guests aboard his ship. Finally, Mr. Qianbu Kui addressed his servant by name and called him Fu. The man was to take care of the important guest. Mr. Fu turned to the young Master Sei and asked him to follow him to the platinum room where he would have to leave his belongings. Young Master Sei turned to his guard and said that it was urgent to find out who was staying in the neighboring cabin. Young Master Sei thought that the Qian family would pay dearly for daring to go against his great will. Meanwhile, Yang Shi sat in his comfortable, spacious cabin, watching the beautiful, colorful sunset from his chair. Yang Shi's cheerful, playful mood changed when a mysterious stranger knocked loudly on his door. Yang Shi was even a little scared and began to wipe his mouth, as he had drunk a few sips of delicious, expensive wine the day before. Yang Shi slowly approached the door and touched the handle to open it and see who had come to visit him. A few seconds later, Yang Shi was looking at the strange expression on the face of the young Master Sei, who had come in the company of his guards. Yang Shi began to smile broadly and asked why such an honored guest as the young Master Sei had come to his cabin. However, the young Master Sei became angry and asked Yang Shi if he would pack his things and vacate the room himself, or if he needed help. Yang Shi ignored the angry young Master Sei's loud remarks and asked in a quiet voice if he would like an album with Miss Yu Ran. Young Master Sei's expression immediately changed, and he asked his interlocutor where he had gotten the photo album with Miss Yu Ran's personal photos. Yang Shi quickly replied that he would never lie to the second heir of the powerful Gelin family. Young Master Sei nodded and asked Yang Shi what the price was for this unique photo album with pictures of Yu Ran. Yang Shi also quickly replied that first, young Master Sei should look at the amazing colorful photos, and then he would announce the price. Young Master Sei's bodyguards stood in place and waited for orders from their powerful master. Young Master Sei turned to face the guards and ordered them to stay outside while he enjoyed the photos of Miss Yu Ran. Young Master Sei closed the door in front of the muscular guard and followed Yang Shi. The young man was really eager to see the photos, but just a few seconds later, Yang Shi had already activated his control ability, and poor young Master Sei found himself completely under his power. Yang Shi plunged headlong into the inner world of the young Master Sei and tried to find information that was important to him. Yang Shi immediately noticed Master Sei's memories of a mysterious man with a mustache who was holding a glass in his hand. Yang Shi recognized this man. It was Bai Ran, the son of Guilin, who played a minor role in the family hierarchy. Despite Bai Ran's caution, for some reason he opened up to his nephew, the young Master Sei. Young Master Sei stood quietly before his master, Yang Shi, and listened attentively to his words and orders. Yang Shi ordered Master Sei to behave properly and communicate more with Bai Ran, as he might be part of some organization. Young Master Sei bowed before Master Yang Shi and said he would find out more information about the Gelin family and Bai Ran. Young Master Sei understood his master Yang Shi's order and hurried to leave his comfortable, luxurious room. The bodyguards asked young Master Sei if they should start taking out Mr. Yang Shi's belongings, who had occupied this luxurious cabin. But young Master Sei punched the bodyguard in the stomach and said that this room was not suitable for him and that he planned to stay in Mr. Qian's cabin. The poor guard endured excruciating pain, but a moment later he nodded his head and said that he understood young Master Sei's order. And so, young Master Sei and his muscular bodyguards left Mr. Yang Shi's room, thinking that their lives would soon change. Soon, a 6-star ship called the Sea Dolphin was already approaching a huge arch. Fei was on the deck and asked her older brother Yang Shi where they had arrived. The boy replied that it was a free customs area. Yang Shi looked closely at the mysterious giant arch and thought that some important secrets might be kept here. Mr. Yang Shi's thoughts were interrupted when he heard the voice of a strange man behind him. It was a soul hunter. The soul hunter said that he was in charge of this place. Yang Shi thought that the man was really strong. Qianbu Kui greeted the soul hunter, the new guest of honor, and said he was glad to see him again. The soul hunter extended his hand to Mr. Qianbu Kui and said that he had no doubt that they would meet again someday. The soul hunter said that Qianbu Kui had once visited the free customs territory. This time, the gentleman had brought young people with him. The soul hunter pointed to the customs office and asked the guests to follow him, as dinner was ready. A few minutes later, all the crew members of the ship found themselves in the mysterious room of the free, independent customs area. Here, Mr. Yang Shi met some lovely, charming girls who asked the young man to exchange phone numbers. However, Yang Shi was in no hurry to talk to the attractive young ladies, as he was primarily looking at the giant table laden with delicacies. One of the pretty beauties said that Yang Shi was her type of man, and asked him to be friends with her. Qian Dodo thought that these so-called beauties dared to approach Mr. Yang Shi when a lady like Yu Ran was nearby. Yu Ran turned to her friend Qian Dodo and, as if reading her thoughts, said that there was nothing between them. The charming girls flirting with Mr. Yang Xi ended when the ladies noticed the stern Fei Fei quickly approaching them. Fei Fei grabbed her older brother Yang Shi by the hand and said she would help him deal with these annoying people. Fei Fei turned her head toward Qian Dodo and Yu Ran, who were standing nearby, and told them to help deal with the insolent crowd. Yu Ran loudly asked why they shouldn't go to a prestigious hotel called the Shell in the near future. Qian Dodo supported her friend Yu Ran's idea and said that there was a luxurious event at the Shell Hotel that everyone would definitely enjoy. Poor Yang Shi asked Yu Ran what event she was talking about. The frightened boy tried to wipe the lipstick mark off his cheek. Qian Dodo approached Mr. Yang Shi and pointed to his cheek. The girl said that the boy had not completely wiped off the lipstick. Miss Qian Dodo handed Mr. Yang Shi a towel so he could wipe off the lipstick himself and said that he would understand everything. A few hours later, the main characters finally arrived at a prestigious hotel called the Shell. At the entrance, the main characters were greeted by a mysterious, beautiful girl who said that today they were having a mermaid party. Yang Xi looked closely at the mermaid's tail and thought that these people had the ability to transform themselves. Miss Yu Ran came closer to Mr. Yang Shi's face and said that she would soon find out everything herself. Meanwhile, Miss Qian Dodo told Yang Shi to stay where he was while she went to change her clothes. The assembled guests watched intently as an incredible number of different fish swam around in the huge aquarium. The guests also noticed how this giant tank began to fill with water from steel pipes. The pressure of the water really impressed the audience. The surprised guests were amazed by the dizzying situation and looked forward to the festive party. But Mr. Yang Xi did not understand why all the guests were so happy. The guy started shouting and asking what was going on. The host of the celebration shouted loudly that the mermaid party had already begun. Everyone was ready to become a free mermaid. Mr. Yang Xi was already underwater, trying to hold his breath. The young man was very frightened and thought he was going to lose his life. Mr. Yang Xi held his breath underwater and suddenly noticed someone swimming quickly towards him from the left. It was the charming beauty Qian Dodo, who asked Yang Su why he hadn't turned into a mermaid. Mr. Yang Xi still didn't understand anything and started screaming underwater for someone to help him or tell him what was going on. After a few seconds, Mr. Yang Shi's fear and panic disappeared. The guy watched the gorgeous mermaid girls closely. The lovely and very modest Yu Ran swam up to Mr. Yang Xi and watched the handsome young man closely. After a few seconds, Yang Shi realized that he had turned into a muscular, pumped-up guy with a tail like a real mermaid. Yang Xi turned toward the charming Yu Ran, who was examining his body. It was clear that the girl was embarrassed. Mr. Yang Xi watched as various fish and jellyfish swam around him and even tried to catch up with them in his new amazing body. Mr. Yang Xi's dizzying swim in the body of a mermaid suddenly stopped when he noticed a terrifying and very frightening sight. The fact was that a huge, bloodthirsty shark had appeared on the horizon and was already trying to attack its innocent victims. The assembled guests in the bodies of mermaids also noticed the giant shark approaching them, capable of biting them in half. The frightened guests in the bodies of mermaids rushed to swim away in different directions to confuse the bloodthirsty predator. However, the shark watched each guest in the form of a mermaid closely and did not rush to choose its prey among them. A serious question arose in Mr. Yang Shi's mind. Were these real monsters or just transformed humans? In any case, Mr. Yang Shi didn't have much time to think, so he used his ancient dragon ability. Meanwhile, the tail of a huge shark, which was more like a whale in size, ended up in Mr. Yang Shi's hands. The huge jaws of this so-called whale were rapidly approaching the head of the terrified Mr. Yang Shi. Miraculously, Mr. Yang Xi managed to hit this huge whale with his tail. The guy was surprised that he could easily control the mermaid's body. Yang Shi thought again that this whale had not appeared here by chance, and that someone had sent it to test his strength and power. Yang Shi understood that he could not show his true power in front of the other witnesses, so he decided to first understand the habits of this whale. Meanwhile, the powerful swordswoman Blanche came to the aid of the frightened Mr. Yang Shi and tried to attack the whale with her sword. The swordswoman Blanche did not expect that the cunning whale would suddenly grab her sword in its giant mouth and not let go. The excited beauty Yu Ran noticed that this hateful whale was able to bite the sword of the legendary heroine Blanche, which meant that it was of the A rank. Swordswoman Blanche was already sailing away from the mysterious sea monster, which clearly possessed dizzying power. It turned out that the huge whale had somehow struck the swordswoman Blanche hard on the head with its long tail. Chen Dodo shouted loudly for her sister Yu Ran to look in the opposite direction, as something terrible was happening there. Mr. Yang Si was helped by his charming younger sister Fei Fei, who demonstrated her icy abilities. A few seconds later, the huge, bloodthirsty whale began to freeze right before the eyes of the spellbound spectators and witnesses. After a while, the huge chunk of ice containing the vicious, aggressive whale began to sink to the bottom. Meanwhile, witnesses who were nearby asked each other if she had ultimately managed to escape. Other spectators and participants in this festive party began to think that this was the long-awaited end, and that they were safe. The joy and merriment of the happy mermaids was shattered when suddenly the huge bloodthirsty whale jumped out again. The poor frightened mermaids began to hide again and look for a safe shelter. Real panic and commotion began. The giant whale was quickly approaching the area where Mr. Yang Shi was located. The frightened young man decided to temporarily swim away from the scene of the battle. Yang Shi turned around and activated his plum-style function. The guy began to think that with his A-rank ability, he would not be able to destroy its defense. Mr. Yang Shi quickly swam away and put on the famous light glove that Qianbu Kui had given him the day before. And then a huge bloodthirsty whale approached Mr. Yang Shi, and there was a crack from a dizzying blow. Mr. Yang Shi managed to strike the giant whale in the belly with all his might. The guys stood still and watched the consequences. Yang Shi watched closely for the reaction of the bloodthirsty whale, which did not swim away and was writhing in terrible pain. Mr. Yang Shi was very frightened because he thought the whale had lost its life. Witnesses can reveal his true strength. Yang Shi decided to deliver a few more blows, while the other mermaids watched the dizzying battle. Mr. Yang Shi delivered about 10 blows, and thought he needed to use his acting skills a little more. The attractive girls Qian Dodo and Yu Ran watched Mr. Yang Shi's actions closely. They were worried about their friend's condition. Qian Dodo said that for a second, it seemed to her that brother Yang Shi had defeated the terrible whale. Blanche the swordswoman did not believe it. A few minutes later, the charming trio of girls saw the tired and exhausted Mr. Yang Shi fall to the bottom. In fact, Mr. Yang Shi had activated his unique ability of reverse transformation. No one guessed this. Yang Shi had already swum up to the mighty whale that had lost its life and taken its abilities as an A-rank monster whale. Younger sister Fei Fei quickly swam up to her brother Yang Shi and asked how he was feeling after the terrifying battle. Yang Shi turned to his younger sister Fei Fei and replied that the territory of the four seas was indeed deep. Suddenly, the brave swordswoman Blanche swam up to the wounded Yang Shi and said that the boy needed to be taken to shore immediately. The swordswoman Blanche picked up the frail young man Yang Shi and said that he shouldn't have taken such a risk and that they should have attacked the monster together. Mr. Yang Shi thought that he had no choice but to pretend to be seriously wounded. A few hours later, Mr. Yang Si was already lying in his warm bed, with the head of the Qianbu Kui family standing nearby. Mr. Qianbu Kui slowly approached Yang Shi's bed, who suddenly said that his wound was actually minor. However, Qianbu Kui stopped the young man's beautiful speech and said that he had long understood Yang Si's true power. Qianbu Kui said that he understood why Yang Shi had hidden his true abilities from other people. Yang Shi asked Qianbu Kui what he had learned about the huge whale he had to fight the day before. Qianbu Kui said that many powerful forces were watching them closely, and that anyone could have sent this whale. Qianbu Kui continued, saying that they would soon reach the island of love and find themselves on the territory of the Uruk family. Yang Shi remembered that the angry, aggressive guy who caused a scene at the auction belonged to the Uruk family. Qianbu Kui said that a little later he would spread the rumor that Mr. Yang Shi had been seriously injured and would have to pretend for a few more days. Yang Shi nodded and thanked the powerful head of the Qianbu Kui family. The guy was already starting to think about how to deal with Uruk. A few days later, the main characters were once again able to enjoy the breathtaking sunrise on board a ship. Yang Shi, accompanied by his younger sister Fei Fei, lay on sun loungers and rested. The relatives looked at the warm sun. Suddenly, the charming Fei Fei began to scream that she had seen another message from the dark blue race. The girl was very frightened. Yang Shi thought that Fei Fei had begun to see these episodes too often, and therefore he needed to find the Stone of Wisdom urgently. Fei Fei said that this time, she remembered more small details, and soon she would even be able to find their main base. However, Yang Shi told Fei Fei not to dream of helping him. Her brother was very concerned about his little sister's safety. Cheerful Fei Fei hugged her older brother tightly and asked him to read her memories to look for something new. Brother Yang Shi agreed, and after a few seconds, activated his ability to control and immersed himself in Fei Fei's inner world. Yang Shi did not look too closely at his little sister Fei Fei's dirty memories because he was very embarrassed. After a few minutes, Yang Shi began searching again for important information in the mind of his charming younger sister Fei Fei. And finally, Yang Shi noticed a mysterious, huge castle that belonged to the dark blue race. A few minutes later, Yang Shi also managed to see how a mysterious man poured a dark blue elixir into a large vat and began to stir it. A moment later, Yang Shi saw several ordinary people who drank this potion become infected. Yan Shi got up from the deck chair and thought that this time, Fei Fei had seen the images through the eyes of the mysterious old man from the dark blue race. This mysterious old man dissolved blue powder in water to infect as many innocent teenagers as possible with particles. Meanwhile, the stunning beauty was heading to her pool, which was scattered with rose petals. It was Jima Yurik, who was among the 10 most beautiful girls in the 4 seas. Zima Yurik immersed herself in the pool with rose petals and asked her beloved if he missed her. Zima Yurik took a small cherry into her mouth and asked her beloved fiancé to play a special game with her. The romantic tenderness ended when a voice said that a certain master, Ji wanted to see Madame Jima Yurik. Zima Yurik got out of the hot pool with rose petals and asked her beloved to wait for her. Jima Yurik turned and said that when she returned, they would continue playing their romantic and exciting game. The young master Ji was very happy to see his aunt Jima Yurik and asked her if she knew a man named Yu Ji who possessed spiritual power. Jima Yurik sat down on a comfortable sofa and asked if this mysterious Yu Ji was a handsome man. Young Master Ji said that he had never seen his real face. The guy planned to lure him away from the organization of judges. The elegant beauty Jima Yurik grew tired of listening to the words of her wayward nephew Jima and began to get up from the bed. Jima Yurik asked her nephew Ji to leave her alone with her thoughts, as she needed to remember this Yu Ji. Zima Yurik headed back to the pool, where her beloved was already waiting for her. Suddenly, the beauty stopped in shock. Instead of her beloved, the warrior of roses stood in the pool, in rage. The man said that they were engaged, and that Jima Yurik had betrayed him. Because of this shocking betrayal, the Rose Warrior planned to take the life of the beautiful Jima Yurik with his own hands. The Rose Warrior stood in front of the beautiful Jima Yurik and asked her why she was silent and did not answer his questions. Jima Yurik said that the Warrior Rose only knew how to hurt girls. He should find her lover first. The Warrior of Roses said that he had just killed another lover of the beautiful Jim Yurik, but the girl just laughed. The Rose Warrior realized that Jima Yurik was hiding another so-called lover from him and ordered her to point him out. The Rose Warrior grabbed Jim Yurik by the throat, and soon the charming beauty said that she had a relationship with Mr. Yu Ji from the judges' organization. The Rose Warrior eventually let go of his beloved Jim Yurik and swore that when he found the so-called Yu Ji, he would take his life. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Shi sat alone on the deck, staring into the distance. The guy was a little cold. Suddenly, Mr. Yang Shi's tranquility was disturbed when he heard some strange noises coming from the sea. When the clouds cleared a little, Yang Shi realized that he had seen a mysterious boat rapidly approaching their ship. Yang Shi turned his head and saw the swordswoman Blanche waving at him and saying that cruel pirates had captured their ship, the Sea Dolphin. The captain of the Sea Dolphin said that it was a pirate organization called the Falling Star Pirates. Their leader was Fan Pei. The captain of the Sea Dolphin said that Fan Pei's subordinates included a charming fox, a seaweed monster, and a tyrant of the deep sea. The captain said that the alarm would go off in 3 minutes, and the passengers were already safe, but the man needed help. Qianbu Kui replied that the pirates planned to find out how strong the organization of the judges and the great Qian family were. Mr. Yang Shi thought that until that moment, he had never seen people around him try to teach him anything. Yang Shi asked Bu Kui to assign leader Fan Pei to him, and Fei Fei. The rest of the pirates would remain under the responsibility of the Qian family. Suddenly, the charming Miss Yu Ran blocked Yang Shi's path, saying that the young man had not yet fully recovered. However, Qianbu Kui asked Yu Ran to leave the young man alone, as Yang Shi had already fully recovered and was ready to engage in a dizzying battle. The strict but fair beauty Yu Ran said that such serious wounds could not heal so quickly. Mr. Yang Shi asked the attractive girl Yu Ran not to worry, as every minute was important here. Meanwhile, the alarm on the Sea Dolphin ship had already begun to sound. None of the passengers yet understood the threat. A few seconds later, the entire Sea Dolphin began to emit dizzying alarm sounds. The pirates were attacking. Meanwhile, the criminals' ship, called the Falling Star Pirates, had already approached the Sea Dolphin. On board the pirate ship stood the undead mage Fan Pei, who told his subordinates that they were facing the Sea Dolphin of the Qian family. The undead mage Fan Pei turned to his pirate crew and raised his staff. The guy said what the guys really wanted. The great pirates also raised their weapons and said that they wanted gold, jewels, and beautiful girls. A few seconds later, the bloodthirsty pirates began jumping from their ship into the water to attack the innocent passengers. The pirates possessed dizzying abilities and could move across the surface of the water, but the cunning and treacherous pirates did not realize that a mysterious stranger in a dark suit would stand in their way. Mr. Yang Shi looked closely at the faces of the bloodthirsty pirates, who seemed to him like little capricious children. The charming fox was already standing aside and asked Yang Shi how long he was going to mock her companion. In the next second, the cunning, charming fox made a dizzying leap towards Mr. Yang Shi. Mr. Yang Shi quickly reacted to the attack from the cunning, charming fox and pushed off from the surface of the water. The charming fox's long claws were unable to reach Mr. Yang Shi's neck, which was already in the air. The charming fox turned her head and asked Yang Shi to behave like a real man and not dodge her blows. However, Mr. Yang Shi was in no hurry to satisfy the desires of the charming fox, who clearly wanted to sink her claws into his throat. Mr. Yang Shi decided to use his spiritual skill to attack in order to show the charming fox who was the third level here. In a moment, Yang Shi was already holding the frightened charming fox by the throat and squeezing her neck tightly. The charming fox said that Yang Shi had managed to cope with her spiritual attack, but she still felt very sorry for the boy. Meanwhile, behind Yang Shi, a pirate with a weapon in his hands was sneaking up. Fei Fei shouted loudly that her brother had turned his head. The mysterious magical skeleton representing the pirates of the Falling Star had already swung his sword at Mr. Yang Shi. However, Mr. Yang Shi clearly saw the impending attack from the magical skeleton, but continued to stand still. Mr. Yang Shi even smiled a little, to show the charming fox that he was not afraid of the skeleton's dizzying blow. Mr. Yang Shi quickly turned his face toward the skeleton, and the blow from the mystical pirate hit the charming fox's body directly. A moment later, Mr. Yang Shi was already extracting the wounded enchanting fox's incredible ability. Yang Shi said that the charming fox had taken the lives of many people, and therefore needed to be reborn in another body. Meanwhile, the powerful tyrant of the deep sea was already approaching the innocent, enchanting Miss Yu Ran. Frightened, Miss Yu Ran even closed her eyes, so she wouldn't have to see how the cruel pirate tyrant of the deep sea would attack her. A moment later, the brave Yu Ran mustered up her courage and decided to dodge the crushing blow of the tyrant of the deep sea. The tyrant of the deep sea was surprised by Miss Yu Ran's reaction and called for help from the seaweed monster, who was already preparing a trap. The seaweed monster shouted loudly that his dizzying trap was ready, and that Miss Yu Ran would soon lose her life. Miss Yu Ran watched the actions of the cruel, bloodthirsty pirates closely and tried to figure out how to deal with them. While Miss Yu Ran was thinking, the cunning seaweed monster's trap worked, and the poor girl began to be enveloped by seaweed. The brave swordswoman Blanche rushed to the aid of the frightened beauty Yu Ran and cut through the seaweed with a single stroke of her sword. The offended seaweed monster shouted that no one had ever managed to cut through its powerful seaweed before. The seaweed monster sent another batch of these nasty, slippery seaweed toward Blanche and Yu Ran. Now, Fei Fei came to the aid of the swordswoman Blanche and the charming Miss Yu Ran, shouting for the seaweed to freeze. A moment later, the seaweed did indeed freeze, and began to fall to the floor of the ship and shatter into small pieces. The captain watched the successful battle between the passengers and the cruel pirates intently through his binoculars. The captain understood that Mr. Yang Shi had already dealt with the charming fox, and now only 2 of Fan Pei's assistants remained. The fragile Miss Qian Dodo said that she would also like to fight the pirates, but unfortunately, she could only watch. Meanwhile, the Sea Dolphin found itself in the center of a mystical circle of unknown origin. The mystical circle gradually turned into a powerful golden dome, from which the passengers could not escape. It turned out that this magic was created by the undead mage Fan Pei, who struck the floor with his magic wand. The undead mage looked at Mr. Yang Shi and asked what he could do with his beautiful skull later. A few seconds later, the undead mage Fan Pei raised his magic wand in the air again, and began to recite some terrible spell. Strange things began to happen to the chopped-up skeleton that lay motionless on board the ship. When the clouds cleared a little, Mr. Yang Shi noticed that the skeletons of mystical origin began to move. Mr. Yang Shi was already looking at a huge monkey skeleton that possessed S-rank power. It was truly a terrifying monster. The undead mage Fan Pei asked Mr. Yang Shi how long he could hold out in a dizzying battle with such an opponent. Mr. Yang Xi did not say much, and simply replied in a quiet voice that it would be necessary to see what the monkey skeleton was capable of. The mystical monkey skeleton had already run towards Mr. Yang Xi. The guy racked his brains, thinking about how to deal with it. The terrifying monkey skeleton made a dizzying attack and struck the floor with its sledgehammer. Everyone thought that Yang Xi had been injured. However, a moment later, Mr. Yang Xi reappeared and hovered in the air behind the giant monkey skeleton. Mr. Yang Xi flew up behind the powerful monkey skeleton at lightning speed and kicked it. From the crushing blow, the huge monkey skeleton staggered backward and seemed to feel excruciating pain in its back. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi tried to strike the bloodthirsty monkey skeleton in the back again. However, this time Mr. Yang Xi was unable to get close to the magical monster because its tail blocked the young man's attack. Mr. Yang Xi understood perfectly well that if he did not get rid of the monkey skeleton's tail, he would not be able to reach its spine. To carry out his plan, Mr. Yang Xi secretly put on a glove of light, unseen by the other spectators and witnesses. In the next second, the brave Mr. Yang Xi struck the monkey skeleton's tail with all his might, with his fist wearing the glove of light. A few minutes later, the tail of the giant monkey skeleton began to emit thick smoke for some reason. Mr. Yang Xi could not miss such a unique opportunity, as the huge monkey skeleton was distracted by its own tail. Mr. Yang Xi was already running towards the huge monster to kick it in the back. The guy gathered all his accumulated energy to make the attack. A few seconds later, the enraged monkey skeleton was lying face down on the ground. Mr. Yang Shi stood over its body and enjoyed his victory. Mr. Yang Xi seemed to start clapping his hands and asked the undead mage Fan Pei what he had said, because he hadn't heard him. The undead mage Fan Pei became very angry and said that if Yang Shi really wanted to know what S-rank power was, he would show it to him right now. The undead mage Fan Pei said loudly that he had changed his mind and planned to turn Yang Shi's skeleton into a knight who would take the lives of his dear friend. The undead mage Fan Pei began to whisper something under his breath, as if he were reciting a terrible spell, and black smoke began to appear from the skull of his staff. A few seconds later, a mysterious magic circle appeared once again, where the undead mage Fan Pei had been standing. The frightened passengers who were standing aside and watching the battle closely began to point into the distance. Mr. Yang Shi turned his head and saw that the undead mage Fan Pei had summoned another magical skeleton. This time, it was a dragon. The poor passengers began to scream loudly because, for some strange reason, they felt a dizzying pain in their eyes. Mr. Yang Shi said loudly that this was a cruel move by the undead mage Fan Pei. It was his trump card hidden up his sleeve. Mr. Yang Shi said in a quiet voice that he was actually interested in fighting a worthy opponent. The frightened passengers looked at Yang Shi and said that this dragon skeleton was S-ranked and that the guy was crazy if he thought he could defeat it. Meanwhile, the huge dragon skeleton released its deadly breath in the direction of the calm Mr. Yang Shi. Yang Shi did not wait for the dead breath to reach its target and dodged the dizzying attack in the next moment. Mr. Yang Shi flew high into the air to deliver an incredible blow to the head of the powerful dragon skeleton. And finally, Mr. Yang Shi managed to deliver a crushing blow to the dragon skeleton's head with the help of his glove of light. Meanwhile, the undead mage Fan Pei thought to himself that Yang Shi was just a coward who could only dodge blows. Mr. Yang Shi turned around 180 degrees and once again delivered a crushing blow with the glove of light. The dragon skeleton became very angry with his opponent and breathed dead air toward Mr. Yang Shi, who managed to raise his shield. Mr. Yang Shi continued to hold his shield, but he understood that the dragon skeleton's power was truly enormous. Mr. Yang Shi managed to get closer through the dead breath of the dragon skeleton, and suddenly grabbed the monster by its huge mouth. The undead mage Fan Pei continued to smile and said loudly that grabbing the dragon skeleton by its jaws was also a pointless endeavor. The undead mage Fan Pei decided to fly closer to the dizzying battle to help the dragon skeleton end the confrontation. The undead mage Fan Pei shouted to Mr. Yang Shi that he clearly couldn't handle the next trick he was about to perform. Mr. Yang Shi just grinned, adjusted his expensive, fancy glasses, and looked at the treacherous pirate Fan Pei. Mr. Yang Shi looked closely at the face of his sworn enemy, the undead mage Fan Pei, and thought that he needed to change his tactics. Yang Shi stood still and said a little later that he didn't understand what other monster Fan Pei could summon, so he decided to attack him immediately. The undead mage Fan Pei had not planned to fight directly against the powerful opponent Yang Shi, and was very frightened. The undead mage Fan Pei tried to quickly fly away from the battlefield to stay alive. The guy even managed to turn around. However, Fan Pei was unable to escape, as Yang Shi had already struck him with his glove of light. The wounded guy was surprised once again. The dragon skeleton and the undead mage Fan Pei quickly fell into the deep sea. Neither of them showed any signs of life. The frightened pirates standing on the deck of their ship said that their boss had lost his life, and now they had to flee. Mr. Yang Shi hung in the air and watched as the magical skeletons and insolent pirates left the deck of the Sea Dolphin. Yang Shi tried to understand if any of his loyal comrades or friends had guessed what real power he possessed. Mr. Yang Shi continued to hang in the air and suddenly noticed one of the mystical pirates moving quickly underwater. Yang Shi thought that this mysterious pirate could become a problem if he wanted to quickly attack the Sea Dolphin ship. Mr. Yang Shi decided to use his cloning ability and sent Yuji's double to scout. Yuji's double jumped into the water at lightning speed to scout the situation and prevent the enemies from attacking the ship. In a few seconds, Lord Yuji had almost caught up with his mysterious enemy, who was moving at an unimaginable speed. Lord Yuji soon realized that this mystical pirate was not actually running away, but was trying to reach a specific secret location. A few minutes later, the mysterious magical pirate was already coming ashore and heading for an unknown place. There was a mysterious cave in a huge rock, into which the enigmatic magical pirate had already entered. Lord Yuji watched the pirate who entered the cave closely, and thought that it might be the lair of the Falling Star pirates. Inside the cave, a gruesome scene unfolded. Luochi grabbed the pirate and asked how an A-rank owner could defeat his godfather. The frightened pirate explained that Fan Pei, along with his assistants, the charming fox and the tyrant of the deep sea, had lost their lives. The remaining pirates clutched their heads and said that their opponents had gotten rid of the strongest members of their criminal gang. Luo Qi said that after the loss of their leader, Fan Pei, they must now become even stronger and more determined. However, the frightened pirate whom Luo Qi was holding by the throat said that they needed to split up. The other pirates supported this strange idea and said that everyone should split up and go their separate ways. The pirates said that they had worked too long for a falling star and clearly deserved a fair vacation. Luo Qi stood in a fighting stance and prepared to attack his foolish and ill-mannered subordinates who knew nothing about leadership. Luo Qi ran up to one of the pirates and punched him in the stomach with all his might. The guy said they couldn't split up. Luo Qi grabbed another frightened pirate by the throat, who was no longer able to resist. Luo Qi said that if the pirates did not want to end up like their godfather Fan Pei, they had to listen only to his orders. Luo Qi let the frightened pirate go and turned to face the rest of the criminal. The guy said that now they deserved a reward. Luo Qi reminded them that they had two beautiful women of rank in captivity who were waiting for their fate. Now the pirates could play with them. The happy pirates raised their hands and said that they were no longer afraid of anything and could now have fun with the beautiful ladies. Meanwhile, the poor captive sat on the cold ground in a huge cage. The frightened girls dreamed of being free. The bald, bloodthirsty pirate chose one of the charming girls and grabbed the poor thing by the arm. The girl began to scream loudly. The bald pirate sat his innocent victim on the icy floor and began to undress the attractive beauty, who begged him to let her go. Lord Yuji was already standing around the corner, watching intently as the bald pirate tormented the frightened girl. Lord Yuji understood that he needed to save the innocent victim urgently, and therefore needed to use one of his abilities. A few seconds later, all the pirates in the room were struck by a plasma beam. The frightened girl looked at the cold body of the bald pirate and thought that the criminal had already lost his life. Meanwhile, Luo Qi heard his subordinates fall to the floor and show no signs of life. Luo Qi turned his head toward the pirate lying on the ground, who opened his eyes to tell his new boss some information. The wounded pirate said that he was most likely being followed by one of the powerful heroes he had fought on the Sea Dolphin. The wounded pirate also stated that he had never expected anything good from his comrade Luo Qi, and that he was destined to lose his life today. Enraged, Luo Qi approached the wounded pirate again and grabbed him by the throat. The guy blamed him for the situation. A few seconds later, Luo Qi decided to kneel on one knee before the so-called honored guest. Luo Qi thought that he would pay the greatest honor to the powerful hero who had come to their land on a sea dolphin. Luo Qi loudly proclaimed that if Lord Yuji spared him, he would recognize him as his godfather and worship him. However, Luo Qi did not have time to finish his foolish sentence, as Yuji's sharp legendary blade soon pierced his chest. Lord Yuji slowly approached Luo Qi and said that he already had a godson, and therefore had to say goodbye to him. Luo Qi knew that he was taking his last breath, and said that he had dreamed of becoming a true hero of the four seas. Lord Yuji activated his ability to steal gifts, and realized that Luo Qi possessed the talent of red copper armor of rank A. Lord Yuji understood that this ability was too weak, and therefore needed to be urgently improved to the maximum. Lord Yuji approached the frightened girls who were still in the cage, and told them that they had been saved. Lord Yuji said that he would leave a third of the stolen treasures to these charming beauties. The joyful girls began to hug each other, and thank the powerful Lord Yuji for saving them. After a while, Lord Yuji was standing on top of the mountain, watching the sun set over the horizon. Lord Yuji thought that even S-rank abilities seemed too weak in the territory of the four seas. An original idea was born in Lord Yuji's mind, and he decided to try to upgrade one of his abilities to SS rank. A few seconds later, the ability of SS rank Golden God Armor appeared in the hands of the powerful Lord Yuji. Lord Yuji was overjoyed and tried to place the dizzying gift into his body. However, the attempt ended in failure. The offended Lord Yuji did not understand why he was unable to accomplish what he had planned. Something was clearly wrong here. Lord Yuji thought about it and decided to improve the quality of another ability whose potential was much more important. Lord Yuji once again thought that perhaps the mistake was related to the third level of spirituality. Lord Yuji said that he clearly did not expect that after reaching the third level, the magic ball could not be dismantled. Lord Yuji activated his cloning ability, and suddenly his double appeared. He told him that he needed to learn more about the armor. Lord Yuji's double turned to his master and said that he would do everything possible to help his master. To begin with, Lord Yuji decided to try out the third skill of the S-rank God's golden armor. The guy jumped high into the air. A few seconds later, a new hero nicknamed Monkey appeared. Now it was time to see what his demonic spear was capable of. Monkey would use spiritual, physical, and elemental attacks simultaneously. This meant that he would be invincible. Lord Yuji tried to deliver a crushing blow to the stomach of his new comrade, nicknamed Monkey. Lord Yuji struck Monkey again, and realized that his golden god armor had absorbed all existing attacks. Lord Yuji tried to attack again, and directed several plasma beams at the new hero Monkey. Lord Yuji activated the S-rank wind element, and soon a hurricane formed around Monkey's body from the organization of judges. Only a few seconds later, Monkey's demonic spear completely absorbed the S-rank wind element. Lord Yuji said loudly that now the third skill could be boldly described as sword against sword. Now Lord Yuji dreamed of seeing how Monkey would display the power of the third stage. The guy thought it would be impressive. A few seconds later, a dizzying whirlwind formed around the body of the new hero Monkey from the organization of judges. Meanwhile, a strange man was sleeping in his cabin on the ship, holding a half-empty bottle of alcohol. The sleeping man suddenly woke up because the ship began to shake violently. The frightened man thought a storm had begun. The frightened man grabbed his binoculars and looked into the distance. He saw an incredible wave approaching him. The poor man became even more frightened when he noticed that fish thrown out of the sea were flying towards him. The monkey hero calmed down and stopped. He thought that the power of the third level was truly impressive. The monkey hero thought that he was already eager to fight the next explosion, to see who was stronger. After a while, the monkey hero from the organization of judges decided to try the dizzying flight mode. With lightning speed, the hero Monkey from the organization of judges headed towards the sea to dive into the water, head first. A second later, the hero Monkey from the organization of judges collided with the surface of the water, and an incredibly powerful explosion thundered. The hero Monkey from the organization of judges plunged deeper and deeper into the depths of the sea, with each passing moment to test his strength. The hero Monkey thought that it was here, at the bottom of the sea, that he would be able to demonstrate the power of the golden eye fragment. A few seconds later, the poor fish swimming nearby felt the dizzying power of the hero Monkey. Meanwhile, the man who had woken up on the ship watched intently as a yellow flash appeared at the bottom of the sea. The frightened man did not understand what was happening and thought that he had drunk too much, as he began to have terrible hallucinations. After a while, Yang Shi and Mr. Qianbu Kui were back on the deck of the ship, looking into the distance. Mr. Qianbu Kui said that ahead was the first island of the archipelago, called Bai Lu. Yang Shi asked who ruled this first island. Qianbu Kui said that the leader of the Bai Lu alliance was Li Yu, the embroidered spring sword. Mr. Qianbu Kui said that the power of Bai Lu should not be underestimated. When their family fell, it was their organization that tried to take their place. A few hours later, the Sea Dolphin ship was already standing near the port of the powerful Bai Lu alliance. Yang Shi and Qianbu Kui were already meeting the great leader of their lands, Li Yu, who was accompanied by the charming girl Li Kai Wei. The attractive Li Kai Wei carefully examined the faces of the honored guests and bowed to them. Li Yu said that the visit of the Fanghai Chamber of Commerce was a great honor for them, and so the man shook hands with Qianbu Kui. Meanwhile, Li Kai Wei continued to stare at Mr. Yang Shi's face and said nothing. It was very strange. Mr. Yang Shi thought to himself that this mysterious beauty, Li Kai Wei, was behaving too indecently towards him. Li Yu told Mr. Qianbu Kui that this time he had not come alone, but in the company of young people who needed to be introduced. Qianbu Kui said that they were his great disciples. The word talented was not appropriate for them. Li Yu appreciated Mr. Yang Shi and said that perhaps in the future, this strong young man could occupy an important place in the territory of the Four Seas. Li Yu also said that Li Kai Wei was ranked 43rd in the Four Seas, and that the young men should get to know each other. The attractive beauty Li Kai Wei extended her hand to Mr. Yang Shi and said she was pleased to meet him. Li Yu said that Bai Lu's company had prepared a luxurious banquet and a prestigious hotel for the guests. The man planned to entertain his friends. Mr. Yang Shi was very happy that he would soon be able to relax in a comfortable hotel. Yang Shi suddenly laughed when the rest of the crew ran up to him and asked him to drink more at the banquet. A few hours later, Mr. Yang Shi was surrounded by his new comrades and friends who were forcing him to drink alcohol. Yang Shi was very tired and said he needed to go to his room. Already in bed, the guy thought that the liquor had made him hot. Mr. Yang Shi's peace was shattered when a mysterious stranger knocked on his door. Yang Shi opened the door and saw the charming Li Kai Wei, who said that there was a very beautiful place on the island. Yang Shi was very embarrassed and asked the attractive Li Kai Wei if they would go there alone, or if someone else would be joining them. Li Kai Wei replied that it would just be the two of them, but suddenly Yang Shi decided to politely decline, saying that he was very tired. Li Kai Wei looked strangely at the shy Yang Shi and continued to stand in the doorway. Yang Shi was already planning to close the door in front of Li Kai Wei, but unexpectedly, the charming girl asked him to stop. Meanwhile, a girl nicknamed Night Spider was talking to Mr. Li Yu and saying that Kai Wei had grown up before her eyes. Night Spider said she couldn't stand by and watch them use Li Kai Wei for their own benefit. Li Yu said that if they didn't use Li Kai Wei, they had no other plan to lure Yang Shi into a trap. Li Yu told Night Spider that the Qian family had to be deprived of the support of the judges' organization at all costs. Then the Bai Lu Association would have to be renamed as an organization. To do this, they had to frame Li Kai Wei. Meanwhile, Yang Shi had already put the charming beauty Li Kai Wei to bed, as she was clearly very tired. Yang Shi thought that he did not remember Li Kai Wei drinking much liquor. Then why was she so tired and drunk? Mr. Yang Shi again did not understand why he was feeling dizzy and hot again. Mr. Yang Shi decided to go to the bathroom to cool off and take a cold shower. The heat did not go away. Mr. Yang Shi undressed and stood under the cold shower. The guy thought that even a cold shower didn't help him cope with the heat. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Shi noticed that someone had opened the bathroom door. The guy began to get very worried. Mr. Yang Shi turned his head to see who had decided to enter his bathroom while he was taking a cold shower. Yang Shi was eager to see who dared to come in at such an inappropriate moment. Soon, the guy was very surprised. It was Li Kai Wei, who was already naked. The attractive girl said that she was also very hot. Li Kai Wei approached the naked Mr. Yang Shi and said that his body was cold. The guy asked her not to touch him. Mr. Yang Shi tried to resist the attractive girl Li Kai Wei, who continued to pester him. Mr. Yang Shi thought that since things had gone this far, he had no choice but to do something bad. A few minutes later, Yang Shi was sitting by the bed, thinking that he had been drugged. Meanwhile, Li Kai Wei was sleeping on the bed. Yang Shi had to tie her up so that she would no longer show such interest. Yang Shi began to wonder who could have set him and Li Kai Wei up. Moreover, the charming girl was the daughter of Mr. Li Yu, Soon, Li Yu burst into Mr. Yang Shi's room, clearly in a rage. Mr. Li Yu looked closely at the scene and did not understand what had happened. The night spider was also standing nearby. Mr. Yang Shi sat near the bed, where the beautiful Li Kai Wei lay bound and asleep. Silence hung in the air. Night spider quickly ran to the sleeping beauty Li Kai Wei and ordered her to get up immediately. Yang Shi thought that it was Li Yu who had drugged them, and was waiting for Li Kai Wei to force him to spend the night with her. Poor Li Kai Wei slowly opened her eyes, and did not understand what was happening around her. Suddenly, the beauty became very frightened. Li Kai Wei ran up to the night spider, who was her Aunt Yi, and said that she had almost made a fatal mistake. Li Kai Wei began to cry heavily, and tried to hug her beloved Aunt Yi tightly. However, after a few moments, the girl stopped crying. Li Kai Wei turned her head toward her father, Li Yu, and asked Aunt Yi why all the people had gathered there. The attractive girl Li Kai Wei thought for a moment, and eventually began to suspect her own father, Li Bi, of a terrible crime. Mr. Li Yu began to shout, and asked his daughter Li Kai Wei that he had never taught her to speak to adults in such a tone. Li Kai Wei became very angry and asked her father why he had used drugs on her. The girl screamed loudly. Li Kai Wei pointed her finger at Mr. Yang Shi and said that she would have gotten close to this young man anyway. Mr. Li Yu asked his angry daughter to be quiet and not forget that he was her real father. Li Kai Wei asked Li Yu what kind of real father would force his own daughter to sleep with a stranger. Auntie Ye decided to intervene in the conversation and promised Li Kai Wei that this would never happen again. Li Kai Wei turned to her beloved Auntie Yi and began to cry again. The poor girl was very upset. Mr. Yang Si watched intently as the charming girl Li Kai Wei hugged her Aunt Yi and said nothing. Mr. Li Yu was angry and tried to intervene in the conversation, but decided to stand aside for the time being. Yang Shi said that it might be better to leave Li Kai Wei and Aunt Yi alone, and that he would stay in another room. Auntie Yi asked Mr. Yang Shi to temporarily leave the room so that she could dress poor Li Kai Wei. A few minutes later, Auntie Yi bowed to Mr. Yang Shi and apologized for the situation. Mr. Yang Shi began to smile and said that he had not suffered at all from these dizzying actions of the Bailu Association. Auntie Ye asked Mr. Yang Shi to keep everything that had happened to him and Li Kai Wei a secret. The girl was also a victim. Mr. Yang Si nodded and said that he would never allow Miss Li Kai Wei's innocence to be tarnished. Auntie Yi thanked Mr. Yang Shi and said that perhaps in the future, the Bailu Association would cooperate with the judges' organization. Mr. Yang Shi thought that the cunning representatives of the Bailu Association acted first and spoke later. A few seconds later, the offended girl Li Kai Wei grabbed Auntie Yi's hand and asked her to leave the room immediately. Mr. Yang Shi was now standing alone in the room and thought that he would always remember this strange and unpredictable night. The mysterious stranger knocked on Mr. Yang Shi's door again. This time, the knock was a little quieter. Mr. Yang Si turned his head and wondered who else could be visiting him at such a late hour. Mr. Yang Shi opened the door and was once again very surprised. The young man did not expect to see the charming beauty Li Kai Wei again. Li Kai Wei lowered her head and blushed deeply. She thanked the young man for defending her in front of her relatives. A few seconds later, Li Kai Wei turned around and ran away, overcome with dizziness and embarrassment. This time, Mr. Yang Shi thought that Li Kai Wei was indeed a very sweet and beautiful young lady who would have a bright future. The next morning, the main characters gathered near the sea dolphin to set off on another exciting journey. Li Yu spoke with Mr. Yang Shi and asked him to stay in Bailu for a while longer. The man saw the young man as his future son-in-law. Mr. Yang Shi thought that none of the locals suspected that Li Yu was actually a professional liar. Yang Shi smiled at Mr. Li Yu and said that he must be joking, since Li Kai Wei had not even come to say goodbye. Mr. Li Yu did not respond to Yang Shi's strange question and turned his head toward the sea dolphin ship. Li Yu said that now was the most appropriate time to depart. People began to board the sea dolphin ship. Just as the sea dolphin was about to depart, a loud male voice called out, looking for Lord Yu Ji. It was the mighty warrior of roses, Jima Urik's fiancé. The man planned to find Lord Yu Ji and punish him for his betrayal. Witnesses raised their heads and began whispering that a dizzying conflict had occurred between the warrior of roses and Lord Yu Ji. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Shi, who was seeing the mysterious warrior of roses for the first time, wondered what the real reason was for him wanting to meet Yu Ji. Qianbu Kui told Mr. Yang Shi that it was the legendary Rose Warrior who, for unknown reasons, was looking for Lord Yu Ji. Mr. Yang Shi said that he had not seen Lord Yu Ji for several weeks and had no idea where he was now. Qianbu Kui said that he was acquainted with Lord Yu Ji in a way. The old man asked the Rose Warrior why he needed this mysterious UG. The Rose Warrior explained that his fiancée, Jima Uruk, had betrayed him with Lord UG, and he had come to restore justice and take revenge. The passengers aboard the Sea Dolphin began to talk again, saying that the Rose Warrior's arrival was quite justified. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Si thought that someone from the Uruk family was constantly causing him problems. He had never seen Jima Uruk. The Rose Warrior shouted loudly that Lord UG did not even dare to show up. The man said that the organization of judges included cowards. The Rose Warrior turned around and was already planning to leave the port. The man said that today he would have to act recklessly. Suddenly, Mr. Li Yu intervened in the conversation, telling the Rose Warrior not to dare insult the organization of judges. The Rose Warrior asked Li Yu not to interfere, as this was their business with Lord UG. However, Li Yu was already trying to attack the insolent man. The Rose Warrior asked Mr. Li Yu why he had decided to intervene in their conflict. The swords of the two opponents clashed in the air. Mr. Li Yu replied that no one was allowed to insult the organization of judges on the territory of the Bailu Association. The Rose Warrior did not respond, but Mr. Li Yu told the Qian family to immediately board the ship and sail away. The Rose Warrior became angry and said that he did not care about the actions of the Qian family and the other so-called heroes. The Rose Warrior shouted loudly that they should call Lord UG here, or they would face dire consequences. The Rose Warrior thought that the world was too unfair, as Mr. Li Yu had sided with the organization of judges. The powerful Rose Warrior had no choice but to use his unique abilities and attack Mr. Li Yu. A few seconds later, a mysterious snake appeared around Mr. Li Yu's leg and began to wrap itself around his limb. In an instant, the cruel warrior Rose jumped towards where the calm Mr. Yang Shi was standing. The young man prepared to dodge. Mr. Yang Shi closely watched the incredible speed of the great warrior of roses and prepared to repel his devastating blow. Secretly, Mr. Yang Si put on the glove of light and planned to use its powerful force against the warrior of roses. A second later, Mr. Yang Si turned to face the attacking warrior of roses and struck the man in the stomach with all his might. Mr. Yang Si thought that this was the maximum power of the glove of light, but the warrior of light was not seriously injured. And then a new hero appeared, Monkey, from the organization of judges, who said that he had seen enough of this boring party. The hero Monkey from the organization of judges said loudly that if the warrior of roses was really strong, he would have to lose his life today. The Rose Warrior thought that he really had problems, now that the first representatives of the judges' organization had appeared. The warrior of roses pushed Mr. Yang Si away from him to focus completely on his new opponent, the monkey from the organization of judges. The Rose Warrior thought that he had not planned to fight the judges' organization, but only to lure them to the side of the dragon Tisana. The Rose Warrior turned to face the hero Monkey from the judges' organization and tried to introduce himself before the dizzying battle. But the arrogant hero Monkey from the judges' organization told the Rose Warrior to talk less. It was time to stretch his legs. The Rose Warrior laughed and said that he had a conflict with Lord UG and that the hero Monkey from the judges' organization had nothing to do with it. The monkey from the judges' organization also laughed and said that first of all, the warrior of roses would have to fight him. The Rose Warrior became even angrier and continued to stand still, saying nothing. The man clearly had no intention of fighting. However, the hero Monkey was already behind the Rose Warrior with lightning speed. The man didn't even have time to blink. A few seconds later, Monkey kicked the Rose Warrior in the back, sending the poor man flying several meters. The Rose Warrior fell face down into the water and thought that this monkey from the organization of judges was not only fast, but also strong. The Rose Warrior was already coming out of the sea and turned his head back on the shore. The man saw that someone was approaching him again. The Rose Warrior saw how the hero Monkey from the organization of judges was once again preparing to kick him with his strongest leg. The Rose Warrior was tired of the bullying and therefore activated his ability called the Rose Sword Aura. However, the protective aura of the Rose Sword clearly did not help the Rose Warrior, who once again suffered a serious injury from Monkey's leg. A moment later, the hero Monkey from the organization of judges and warrior Rose sank deep into the bottom of the sea. The monkey from the judges organization pushed off with his foot from the Rose Warrior's torso, who continued to sink to the bottom of the sea. A few seconds later, the hero Monkey from the organization of judges jumped out of the sea at a dizzying speed. The monkey from the judges organization froze in the air and asked the warrior of roses loudly if that was really his maximum strength. Spectators and random witnesses said that this hero Monkey from the judges organization was really strong. Mr. Li Yu watched the actions of the monkey from the judge's organization closely and thought that he would never conflict with them again. The situation changed dramatically when a terrifying and powerful dragon named Sang appeared on the horizon. The hero monkey from the organization of judges shouted loudly for the dragon Sang to show all his strength, and then he would spare him in the end. The Rose Warrior laughed and said that in that case, he would show the monkey from the judges' organization a blade that would surely surprise him. The Rose Warrior took his sword and raised it up. A few seconds later, a magical portal formed around the man's body. This portal was dark red in color. The hero monkey from the judges' organization eagerly awaited to see how his opponent would try to fight. The mysterious man with a large mustache said that the Rose Warrior was actually a rather foolish person. However, the Warrior of Roses shouted that as long as the dragon Sang did nothing, all the glory would ultimately go to him. The mysterious man with a large mustache went downstairs to talk to the hero monkey from the organization of judges. The man introduced himself as Yang Zhang Lu. He said that he was passing by when he noticed that the warrior Rose was bullying the weak. Yang Zhanglu turned away from the hero monkey from the organization of judges to talk to his powerful dragon Zhang. Yang Zhanglu ordered the giant dragon Zhang to attack the arrogant and cunning Rose warrior, who did not deserve to live. The huge dragon Sang was already approaching the frightened Rose warrior, who was standing face to face with Yang Zhanglu. The Rose warrior turned around and realized that the giant dragon Sang was already preparing to launch a dizzying attack. However, for some reason, the dragon Sang was stopped by Monkey from the organization of judges, who said that the Rose warrior was his prey. Yang Zhanglu was very surprised and asked Monkey why he had stopped the dragon Zhang, since he was trying to help the Qian family. The hero monkey from the organization of judges did not answer Yang Zhanglu and noticed how his powerful energy began to dissolve. Meanwhile, the powerful dragon Zhang absorbed the energy received from the hero monkey from the organization of judges. Yang Zhanglu hovered in the air and looked intently at the monkey from the judges' organization. The man knew that the dragon had stolen his energy. The monkey hero from the judges' organization thought that this ability of the dragon Sang was very interesting. After a few seconds, Yang Zhanglu descended to the ground and stood opposite the great Rose warrior. The heroes planned to engage in battle. The Rose Warrior raised his legendary sword toward the old man, Yang Zhanglu, and asked by what right he dared to attempt to take his life. Old man Yang Zhanglu smiled again and said that now the Rose Warrior, who was clearly unable to cope, would have to do something. The Rose Warrior thought that, as always, he was very unlucky and therefore would most likely have to leave the field of the dizzying battle. Suddenly, the Rose Warrior's eyes widened as she felt excruciating pain. The poor guy was really scared. The Rose Warrior grabbed his throat and shouted at the old man Yang Zhanglu to let him live and not dare to take his life. The thing was, while the Rose Warrior was talking to the old man Yang Zhanglu, he did not notice how the giant dragon Zhang wrapped his tail around his neck. The poor Rose Warrior screamed that he would cut the hated dragon Sang in half, but suddenly stabbed his own neck with his sword. Xian Dodo and the swordswoman Blanche watched the old man Yang Zhanglu's actions closely and realized that he had summoned an invisible dragon. The monkey from the organization of judges turned to the old man, Yang Zhanglu, and said that he had broken the rules when he took the life of the Rose Warrior. Old man Yang Changlu asked the hero monkey when he had taken the life of the Rose Warrior. After all, the man had stabbed himself in the neck. The monkey from the judges' organization thought that old man Yang Zhanglu was wearing the same clothes as in Fei-Fei's vision. Monkey thought again that old man Yang Zhanglu might belong to the dark blue race. The guy thought that fighting him would be interesting. Old man Yang Zhanglu told the hero monkey to try to keep his arrogance after he crossed his path. The monkey hero from the organization of judges thought that the old man Yang Zhanglu was again trying to provoke an invisible attack. Suddenly, from behind, the mighty dragon Sang, who clearly had no pity for him, attacked the monkey hero from the judges' organization. The monkey hero from the judges' organization used the ability of the golden eye fragment and directed a plasma beam at it. The hero monkey from the judges' organization was greatly surprised when he realized that the dragon Sang had disappeared in an unknown direction. Soon, the dragon Sang appeared near the powerful old man Yang Zhanglu, who told him that he would soon avenge him. The old man Yang Zhanglu turned his head towards the hero monkey from the judges' organization and narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, it became clear that Yang Zhanglu had used an ability called virtual power. Old man Yang Zhanglu continued to hang in the air. A mysterious fire began to glow around the elderly man's body. A few minutes later, old man Ouyang Zhanglu released this fiery sweat called virtual power into the body of the dragon Zhang. And now the giant dragon Zhang was frozen in the air, staring at the brave face of the hero monkey from the organization of judges. Qianbu Kui turned to Mr. Yang Shi and asked if the hero monkey could handle such a powerful opponent. Mr. Yang Shi replied that monkey had incredible intuition and would never lose because of ridiculous carelessness. The long-awaited fight between Dragon Sang and Monkey from the judges' organization began. The young man landed several blows. A moment later, the hero Monkey from the judges' organization moved to the other side and shouted to Dragon Sang that he was open. Dragon Sang once again became very angry and decided to send a stream of fire towards Monkey from the judges' organization. Old man Ouyang Zhanglu was very surprised when he saw how Monkey from the judges' organization deflected the blow and used the golden eye fragment. A second later, the giant dragon Sang found himself in the sea. Old man Ouyang Sanglu said that Monkey had already dealt with 2 dragons. Old man Ouyang Chanlu began to whisper something under his breath, and soon a huge magic circle formed. From this mysterious mystical circle emerged another giant, powerful dragon, which was clearly stronger than the previous ones. The mysterious dragon asked old man Ouyang Zhanglu how much time had passed since the last summoning. About 10 years. Old man Ouyang Zhanglu said that he would need another 10 days to provide the dragon with the necessary prey. The angry dragon looked at the cunning face of the old man, Ouyang Zhanglu, and was upset because he expected a worthy offering from him. The dragon showed on his fingers that he would give Ouyang Zhanglu only 7 days, and then receive 20% more. Old man Ouyang Changlu nodded and said that he was ready to fulfill the dragon's request, but he needed to kill this monkey. The giant dragon understood everything and headed towards the hero monkey from the organization of judges. The dragon asked the monkey how he wanted his cold body to be treated after he took his life. The attractive Miss Yu Ran was very frightened and shouted that the old man Ouyang Zhanglu had summoned an ancient great creature. Surprised, Fei Fei looked at Qianbu Kui and asked if monkey from the organization of judges could have problems with the dragon. Mr. Qianbu Kui said that this dragon once helped people in their battle against monsters, but then ate a dozen superheroes. Fei Fei turned back and mentally conveyed a message to the monkey from the organization of judges that he had to win at all costs. The monkey from the judges' organization just smiled and said that it was not yet clear who would eat whom. The hero monkey from the judges' organization took out his favorite demonic spear and rushed at full speed toward the dragon. A few seconds later, the monkey from the judges' organization struck the giant dragon's head with all his might with his demonic spear. There was a deafening crash from the crushing blow of the monkey from the judges' organization. The huge dragon howled in agony and raised its head to catch its breath. The monster was seriously wounded. A second later, the huge dragon shouted loudly that he would make this ant feel real pain. And now the huge paw of this terrifying dragon was already moving towards the hero monkey from the organization of judges. However, the hero monkey from the organization of judges did not try to dodge the dizzying blow and continued to stand in place. A second later, the monkey from the judges' organization struck the giant dragon's leg again with his legendary demonic spear. The 2 powerful opponents continued their unpredictable battle. The dragon still couldn't trample the monkey from the judges' organization. No one was going to give up. The ancient dragon decided to change tactics and shouted that he would kill this insolent ant. The ancient dragon tried to grab the poor hero monkey from the organization of judges with his 2 paws. The brave hero monkey from the organization of judges responded to the ancient dragon and told him to attack and demonstrate all his power. And a second later, the ancient dragon's paws snapped shut. There was a deafening crack. Everyone was afraid that the battle was over. The ancient dragon had not yet opened its paws because it did not want to look at the cold body of its opponent, the hero monkey from the judges' organization. The ancient dragon was astonished when he noticed that his claws had not completely closed and Monkey was still alive. The monkey hero from the judges' organization said that now was his time for a crushing attack. The monkey hero from the judges' organization jumped high into the air to deliver a dizzying blow with his demonic spear. The ancient dragon did not wait for the blow and released blue plasma fire from its giant, vicious mouth. The monkey from the organization of judges managed to put his demonic spear in front and began to absorb the energy of the plasma fire. The hero monkey from the organization of judges asked the ancient dragon if he had finished his attack, as it was now his turn to strike. After a few seconds, the demonic spear in the hands of the hero monkey from the organization of judges began to increase in size. And then the brave hero monkey aimed this huge demonic spear at the ancient dragon and struck him on the head. The monkey from the judges organization was not going to stop there and struck another blow to the ancient dragon's long tail. The monkey from the judges organization thought this was too little damage for such a giant monster, so he struck its paws again with his spear. The ancient dragon turned to the old man, Yang Zhang Lu, and said that he no longer needed his offerings. The hero monkey from the judges organization ordered the ancient dragon to stay because he wanted to taste dragon meat. The monkey from the organization of judges once again aimed his giant long demonic spear at the ancient dragon. A few seconds later, the poor ancient dragon learned what real pain was, as the demonic spear pierced his vicious mouth. The ancient dragon was defeated, and after a while, its giant cold body completely dissolved into thin air. The hero monkey from the organization of judges landed on his feet and looked at the frightened old man, Yang Zhang Lu. Monkey asked the old man, Yang Zhang Lu, if he had any more tricks up his sleeve. The hero wanted to see every dragon. Monkey from the organization of judges wondered if the cunning and treacherous old man, Yang Zhang Lu, would dare to use the techniques of the dark blue race. Meanwhile, the ancient dragon, who had just dissolved into thin air, shouted that he would return someday and take revenge on his offender. The monkey from the judges organization quickly realized that he had actually only fought an ordinary double of the ancient dragon. A second later, the hero monkey from the judges organization grabbed the small real ancient dragon and said that he might spare it. The ancient dragon was very frightened and did not understand how the hero monkey from the organization of judges knew where his real body was. Monkey said that he had actually known not only the location of the ancient dragon's body, but also its identity for a long time. The old man, Yang Zhang Lu, took advantage of his uniqueness and soon transformed into human form. Yang Zhang Lu said that he never considered himself a traitor to humanity, as he had saved innocent people from danger more than once. Old man Yang Zhang Lu continued to say that the monkey would only justify his own name after taking the poor man's life. The monkey from the organization of judges grabbed the old man by the throat and said that he would not believe that even on the verge of death, he would not use dark blue techniques. The hero monkey from the organization of judges asked the insolent old man, Yang Zhang Lu, if he was tired of constantly pretending. Yang Zhang Lu said he didn't understand what the hero monkey was talking about and said he had a powerful nephew who would take revenge. Fei Fei asked the other girls if this was the same powerful villain who had used his relative's name. Miss Yu Ran said that the old man's nephew was a real god of wind named Yang Guanghe. The defensive front was under his influence. Fei Fei heard the charming Miss Yu Ran's words and began to cough. She asked everyone to forget her previous words. Old man Yang Zhang Lu seemed to be mentally communicating with his beloved nephew and asking him for help. Suddenly, on the other side of the dizzying battle, the so-called god of wind, Yang Guanghe, appeared. The wind god, Yang Guanghe, asked the mysterious hero monkey from the organization of judges if he was really going to take his uncle's life. The monkey from the judges organization simply laughed loudly and said that he was clearly not pretending when he grabbed the old man by the throat. Qianbu Kui said that the hero monkey from the judges organization was too calm a man. The old man Yang Zhang Lu asked his dear nephew, the god of wind, to save his life. The elderly uncle said that he would be indebted to him. The wind god, Yang Guanghe, asked his uncle if it was he who had said the day before, after leaving the island forever, that he would never ask for help again. Yang Guanghe also remembered the ancient dragon who constantly demanded dizzying offerings. The old man Yang Zhang Lu said that he had already summoned the ancient dragon Stark, but the hero monkey from the organization of judges had already dealt with him. The wind god Yang Guanghe approached the hero monkey from the organization of judges and asked him if he wanted to work for him. However, the hero monkey from the judges organization quickly replied that he had already sworn allegiance to his powerful leader. The monkey from the judges organization asked the wind god, Yang Guanghe, to step aside if he had nothing to say. The wind god, Yang Guanghe, said that the monkey from the judges' organization would be judged if he took the life of a person with a serial number. Ouyang Guanghe approached the hero monkey from the judges' organization and asked how he thought he would be able to defeat him. The monkey from the judges' organization replied that at the moment he was not sure of himself, but sometime in the bright future he might win. Ouyang Guanghe laughed loudly and said that in the future he would take the life of this old man, Zhang Lu. But for now, he should just let him go. However, the hero monkey from the judges' organization did not listen and continued to strangle the arrogant but frightened old man, Ouyang Zhang Lu. The monkey from the judges' organization said that he had a good reason to kill the old man, Ouyang Zhang Lu. The situation changed dramatically when the old man Ouyang Zhang Lu's face began to change color and took on a bluish tint. In the next moment, as if by magic, the hero monkey from the judges' organization found himself in the water due to a crushing blow. The old man Ouyang Zhang Lu was slowly approached by his nephew, the god of wind, who said that he was a representative of the dark blue race. Ouyang Guanghe said that he would never have thought that his uncle, the old man Kang Lu, would ultimately disgrace his powerful family. Old man Ouyang Zhang Lu said that all existing power was in the hands of his nephew Guanghe, and that he had no place in their family. Ouyang Guanghe said that over the past 7 years, his uncle, old man Zhang Lu, had used the family name solely for his own benefit. Old Ouyang Chang Lu hung in the air and said that his beloved family had become useless to him. There really was no benefit. The conversation between the two powerful relatives of the dark blue race was interrupted when a golden fragment of an eye appeared from the sea. Old man Ouyang Chang Lu was greatly surprised and looked at the surface of the water. The elderly man did not understand what was happening. It was a powerful monkey hero from the organization of judges who was already preparing to attack the so-called relatives of the dark blue race. The monkey hero struck old man Ouyang Zhang Lu on the head with his demonic spear, and he subsequently found himself in the sea. The monkey from the judges' organization turned his head to the wind god Ouyang Guanghe and said that he had really good reasons to kill his uncle. Ouyang Guanghe said that he would forget everything that had happened here if the monkey hero from the judges' organization took control of the 7th Defensive Front. The hero monkey from the judges' organization nodded and agreed to the tempting offer. The guy landed on board the ship Sea Dolphin. Qianbu Kui handed Mr. Yang Shi a mysterious object and said that from now on, he would call it the Moon Crow. Mr. Yang Shi clutched the mysterious and powerful artifact of unknown origin tightly in his hands. It was an amazing Moon Crow mask that possessed incredible strength and power. Yang Shi was very happy with the gift. Sometime later, the hero monkey watched as a ship carrying passengers dear to him sailed away. Qianbu Kui and the pretty girls waved to the mighty hero and thanked him for saving them. The monkey hung in the air and thought that the organization of judges needed to expand urgently. It was necessary to find new members. Mr. Yang Shi moved to the Heavenly Palace and thought that the organization of judges was very different from other associations and companies. Yang Shi also thought that the search for new members of the judges' organization was entirely his responsibility. Yang Shi planned to improve his contract skill to S rank in the near future. This ability had important prospects. Now the contract had reached a dizzying level, and Mr. Yang Shi could literally contact a person at any distance. Yang Shi thought that with the help of the seal ability, he would soon form several other masks and make the rest of the team wear them. Yang Shi was sure that they would have 12 zodiac signs and 28 constellations. Later, lower positions would obviously appear. Mr. Yang Shi planned to send these special masks to different parts of the Four Seas territory. Mr. Yang Shi thought that there would definitely be special people in the Four Seas who would want to join the organization of judges. Yang Shi also thought that those who were interested in finding the elixir of abilities would switch to searching for heavenly masks. Yang Shi guessed that the remaining fragments would be enough for him to improve one of his abilities to SS rank. Only the guy hadn't made a choice yet. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Shi settled on a unique ability called Super Brain. Yang Shi began to carefully study the talent he had received, which now included 5 new, amazing abilities. Mr. Yang Shi was very happy and admired the small gray ball with dizzying energy inside. Mr. Yang Shi suddenly stopped and asked himself what the 6th sense was. But what was this so-called 7th sense? Yang Shi decided not to put off this question, and in the next moment activated the ability of knowledge. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi thought that his thoughts could literally materialize. The guy decided to create a human being. Mr. Yang Shi watched intently as a real person began to appear out of the dark space. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Shi was looking at a cute, charming girl who was practically naked. Yang Shi wondered if the ability could completely recreate what was in the creator's mind at that moment. The attractive, half-naked girl bowed before Mr. Yang Shi and called him her older brother. Offended, Mr. Yang Shi did not understand why the stunning girl called him that. Yang Shi looked at the amazingly beautiful girl again, and even felt a little embarrassed. The guy asked the beauty to call him sir. Yang Shi said that there were 4 fortresses with 7 constellations in each. 9 heavenly spirits were temporarily staying there. Mr. Yang Shi cautiously looked at the gorgeous girl and asked her which fortress she would like to be in. The cheerful girl said that she was part of Mr. Yang Shi's thoughts, and therefore he should make her a phoenix. Mr. Yang Shi said that he would leave the design of the phoenix to this beauty, and asked her to put on something, as it was very cold here. A moment later, the incredible phoenix girl was fully dressed. Mr. Yang Shi continued to look at her with appetite. Phoenix rose into the sky and began to circle the giant territory of the heavenly palace, showing off her abilities. Mr. Yang Shi thought that, unfortunately, such charming girls did not exist, and that she was just a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, Mr. Yang Shi turned away and said that he had to leave because someone was looking for him in his apartment. Yang Shi asked the girl Phoenix to stay here in the heavenly palace and be the elder. The guy was counting on her. Mr. Yang Shi's younger sister, Fei Fei, knocked on the door of the cabin where he was resting and said that the sea dolphin was about to sail away. Fei Fei grabbed her brother's hand and said that Qian Bu Kui had invited them to a so-called sea ceremony before departure. Meanwhile, the other passengers and crew members of the Sea Dolphin looked up and said they were only waiting for Mr. Yang Shi. The captain of the Sea Dolphin saw that Mr. Yang Shi had finally arrived and shouted loudly that the sea ceremony had begun. Mr. Yang Shi held mysterious long matches in his hand and thought that he clearly did not expect uninvited guests to appear here. It was Mr. Li Yu, accompanied by his elegant daughter, Li Kai Wei. The man said that he had come here specifically to see the guests off. Qian Bu Kui bowed once again to Mr. Li Yu and thanked him for his help in the battle with the Rose Warrior. Mr. Li Yu had actually come here to say that his daughter, Li Kai Wei, was planning to leave with the Sea Dolphin crew. Mr. Qian Bu Kui and Yang Shi were very surprised and did not know how to respond to the respected leader of the Bai Lu alliance. Mr. Yang Shi wondered why the charming girl Li Kai Wei had once again become a toy in the hands of her deceitful father. However, the attractive beauty Li Kai Wei turned to Mr. Yang Shi and asked him to take her under his strong wing. Mr. Yang Shi looked closely at Li Kai Wei's lovely face and thought that she was truly acting of her own free will. A minute later, Mr. Yang Shi extended his hand to Li Kai Wei and welcomed her aboard the Sea Dolphin. Li Kai Wei gently touched Mr. Yang Shi's hand and once again thanked him for his kindness and courtesy. A week later, Qian Bu Kui and Mr. Yang Shi were standing on the deck. The old man suddenly said that Fanchu Island was ahead. Mr. Yang Shi peered intently into the distance to see this fabulous island located in the territory of the 4 seas. Yang Shi thought that the time had come for him to show his abilities in the territory of the 4 seas. And so, the Sea Dolphin approached the port of Fanchu Island. Mr. Yang Shi was already eagerly awaiting what would happen to him there. The other passengers and crew members were delighted and said that they had waited too long for this unique moment. Qian Bu Kui addressed the crew members of the Sea Dolphin and said that he was now working with the organization of judges. Qian Dodo began to cry because she understood that the organization of judges was capable of restoring her former power and authority. The attractive Yu Ran was not as sentimental as Qian Dodo and simply looked at Bu Kui. The main characters headed to the great estate of the Qian family, which was truly impressive with its dizzying structures. Mr. Yang Shi told Qian Bu Kui that when a person from the organization of judges arrived on Fanhai Island, they should begin the first stage. Mr. Qian Bu Kui asked Yang Shi who would be visiting them in the near future. The old man also asked if anything needed to be prepared. Mr. Yang Shi thought that Qian Bu Kui would obviously be delighted when he first saw the beauty of the charming girl Phoenix. Mr. Yang Shi said that Phoenix was higher in rank than the other zodiac signs and supreme judges. It was she who invented the elixirs. Yang Shi also noted that this time he would ask Qian Bu Kui for help in arranging a meeting with several journalists. Yang Shi said that he planned to make a shocking announcement that would subsequently make the people of the 4 seas stronger. Mr. Qian Bu Kui thanked Yang Shi and said that they would indeed make a sensational press release soon. Mr. Yang Shi went to the Heavenly Tiger Palace. The guy noticed that it was in a great location. Ms. Phoenix said that there were also 3 types of tasks here: regular missions, information-gathering missions, and secret missions. Miss Phoenix began to explain that she would use the spheres of ability to improve weapons later. Yang Shi was impressed. Ms. Phoenix also said that a regular mission was just gathering daily resources while fighting monsters. Ms. Phoenix reiterated that her thoughts were simply a reflection of Mr. Yang Shi's. The girl had not come up with anything new. Mr. Yang Shi thought about it and realized that Miss Phoenix was indeed right and could not be wrong about the details. Phoenix said that gathering information meant exchanging the collected information for so-called points. Phoenix turned to Mr. Yang Shi and said that this type of task required a precise time and place as soon as it began. Mr. Yang Shi asked Phoenix what she had come up with regarding the distribution of the heavenly masks. It was a unique way to attract attention. Miss Phoenix replied in a quiet voice that the first dizzying weapon would appear soon. Meanwhile, on Candy Island, on a randomly chosen pasture, a mysterious boy fell asleep next to a sheep. The boy slept and spoke in his sleep that he would do everything possible to become stronger and save his little sister from demonic captivity. The poor boy's peaceful, measured sleep was interrupted by a dizzying rain that created a terrible thunderstorm and lightning. Frightened by the loud noise, the boy stood up and did not know what to do to avoid getting wet. The naive boy did not yet understand that he would soon receive his first heavenly mask from the organization of judges. The frightened boy took the mysterious mask in his hand and shouted loudly that he did not understand this heavenly sign. Despite his overwhelming sense of panic and fear, the young man nevertheless put the mysterious mask on his face and suddenly found himself near the heavenly palace. The door to the giant heavenly palace was suddenly opened by the serpent from the organization of judges, who said that the boy had become the first lucky one. The serpent from the organization of judges patted the frightened boy on the head, who was already planning to cry. The guy asked him not to cry. The serpent from the organization of judges asked the boy his name. The young man replied that his name was August. The serpent asked him to put on his heavenly mask. A second later, Zmei from the judges' organization asked August that after he put on the mask, he should no longer answer questions. The snake from the judges' organization said he would show August around and tell the boy the necessary information. An hour later, the boy was very tired, so he sat down on the nearest bench. August seemed to be very upset. Zmei from the judges' organization said that August had just joined a special company and needed to be a little more cheerful. August raised his head and said that he didn't really have any abilities and wouldn't be able to handle a D-rank monster. The snake from the judges' organization thought for a moment and turned his attention to his assistant, Ms. Phoenix. The boy asked for her opinion. Phoenix said that people without abilities could be allowed to gather information and exchange points for C-rank elixirs. Zmei from the judges' organization thought that now August would have to kill a D-rank monster almost every day. Ms. Phoenix said that this was only the beginning and that it was reckless to force poor August to fight. Ms. Phoenix reiterated that she was only voicing Mr. Yang Shi's thoughts, and that August could also engage in gathering resources. The snake from the judges' organization thought about it and agreed with Ms. Phoenix. The guy said that this step would be called a credit of assistance. The snake from the judges' organization said that August, as the first lucky one, was destined to play a dizzying lottery with him. The joyful boy August began to spin the huge wheel of this so-called lottery and eagerly awaited the final result. The pointer of the giant lottery wheel stopped at category B. August looked into the face of Snake from the judges' organization. Zmei from the judging organization said that August was very lucky. He had to go back, and his prize would be delivered to him shortly. A moment later, the cheerful and happy boy August found himself near a small wooden house where roosters were crowing. August opened his eyes to find that a mysterious stranger had poured a whole bucket of water on him. The boy was very frightened. August realized that his so-called father was standing there with a whip in his hand, saying that he had already sold his sister for cheap. The strict parent asked the boy why he had fallen asleep again. August begged him to stop beating him with the whip. The cruel father insulted his offspring with harsh words and said that he was just as stupid as his silly little sister. The harsh father turned his back on the boy August and ordered him to return to work immediately or he would be whipped again. August looked at his heavenly mask and thought that perhaps he had dreamed it all and that no organization of judges had ever existed. However, a few minutes later, August's heavenly mask began to glow brightly and suddenly blinded the naive boy. The charming Lady Phoenix appeared before Augustus and handed him an elixir with the ability of rank B. Frightened, August at first couldn't believe his eyes, and even thought he had fallen asleep again, but suddenly grabbed the flask with the elixir. August asked Phoenix if he should drink it right now. The girl nodded, and the boy immediately drank it all. Meanwhile, August's cruel father was tormenting the frightened girl in the house. The man was beating his victim with a whip. Suddenly, the man stopped abruptly because of a loud noise, and went out into the yard. The father immediately recognized August, who had already put on his heavenly mask. August stood calmly in front of his so-called parent and looked him straight in the eye. The man asked if his son wanted another beating. The cunning father had already raised his leg to strike his son Augustus, who had clearly changed significantly. August easily caught his cruel father's leg and asked him who he had sold his little sister to. The man was a little scared. The cunning father decided not to hide the truth from August and said that he had sold his sister to a legendary company called the Star Club. August heard the information that was important to him and in response kicked his father in the stomach. The boy said that because of people like him, his homeland had turned into evil. A few minutes later, August was already leaving his hated parental home, which was already burning with blue flames behind him. Sometime later, August's sister asked her only brother not to worry about her anymore. She could take care of herself. However, her brother August, who had already put on his heavenly mask, said that he had come to the Star Club to save his sister. The vicious, aggressive leopard said that he had long since paid for Euphemia, and now she belonged only to him. The angry leopard grabbed poor August by the throat and asked him what right he had to kidnap his people. The boy tried to resist. The enraged leopard said that Augustus had become too cocky and that he would have to take the poor boy's life. A few minutes later, the aggressive leopard was lying unconscious on the cold ground. August stood over his body. Witnesses were greatly surprised when they saw that August had managed to kill the owner of the V rank. The boy said that he had been working with the organization of judges. Meanwhile, Snake from the judges organization was in the White Tiger's palace and said that the first stage of advertising had been successful. Meanwhile, in the mysterious cave of the dark blue race, a dizzying situation was unfolding. A mysterious and powerful lord of the dark blue race sat surrounded by enigmatic blue flowers that had begun to bloom. For some reason, one of the blue flowers began to bloom more profusely and attracted the attention of the great lord of the dark blue race. The lord of the dark blue race said that he was very disappointed in Ouyang Zhanglu, and now he would have to change his plans for the territory of the four seas. The blue flower, in which the soul of the old man, Ouyang Zhanglu, was located, said that he was not really to blame. He was killed by a mysterious man. The lord of the dark blue race became very angry with this little flower and said that he did not dare to argue with his master. The lord of the dark blue race stood up and said that Ouyang Zhanglu had lost his body, and now a new ruler had to be found for the island of Moonlight. The blue flower said that their plan was progressing more than successfully, and that they would indeed be able to arrange a dizzying surprise. The lord of the dark blue race said that a press conference would be held soon, and that in the meantime, they would monitor the situation. Meanwhile, Yang Shi lay on a bench in the White Tiger Palace, and thought about asking Arthur about the famous castle that Fei Fei had seen in her dream. Yang Shi activated his puppet control ability. Arthur was on the island of the third chain of Posey. Arthur was very surprised that his master, Yang Shi, was able to connect with his mind and thoughts from such a great distance. Master Yang Shi ordered Arthur to report on the current situation. The boy replied that he was planning to go to a family dinner. Yang Shi asked Arthur who would be at the meeting. Arthur quickly replied that his brother Chris Green and his sister Victoria, a V-rank holder, would be coming to dinner. Yang Shi nodded and asked him to first look at the photo of the castle that the gentleman had sent him the day before. Meanwhile, in the dining room of the huge castle, the honored guests were already gathering to discuss important topics. Arthur stood aside and continued to talk to his boss, Yang Shi. The guy said he didn't know where this mysterious castle was located. Arthur turned his head and saw his dear beloved sister Victoria bowing to her older brother. Arthur told Yang Shi that she was his younger sister Victoria. The gentleman told the guy to kiss his relative on the forehead as a sign of respect. Arthur nodded and tried to find his younger sister Victoria, who, by a strange coincidence, had disappeared somewhere. A few seconds later, the lovely girl Victoria reappeared, and Arthur did as the powerful Mr. Yang Shi had ordered him to do. Yang Shi instructed Arthur to speak with his brother, Chris Green, while he closely observed the other guests. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi quickly spread the blue strip of contact with the other honored guests at this dinner. Mr. Yang Shi's attention was strongly drawn to Arthur's brother, Chris Green, who clearly stood out from the huge crowd of guests. Mr. Yang Shi quickly asked Arthur if his brother Chris Green's power could be higher than the third level of spiritual mastery. Meanwhile, a strange thought popped into Chris Green's head, that one of the guests had started using investigative magic. Mr. Yang Shi told his protege Arthur to be very careful with his brother Chris Green. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Shi woke up and saw a charming girl named Phoenix who said that information had appeared about a new member of the organization of judges. Mr. Yang Shi picked up a book with notes and wondered who would be attending the upcoming press conference today. Ms. Phoenix replied that all the media companies and news sites would be there. A couple more people had asked to attend. Ms. Phoenix added that only the Yang family had not received an invitation because they were too far away. Ms. Phoenix said that the press conference was about to begin, and Mr. Yang Shi needed to prepare seriously. Mr. Yang Shi got up from his chair and said that it was time to act. Before opening the door to the large hall, he asked if everyone was ready. The monkey hero, from the judges' organization, said that now no organization could stop his great ambitions. Mr. Yang Shi, accompanied by Hero Monkey, had already opened the doors to the large hall. The guys felt a dizzying sense of responsibility. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi and the monkey hero were already floating in the air, looking at the faces of the journalists. Experienced reporters looked up to see who from the judges' organization had come out to meet them. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Shi and the monkey hero from the judges' organization landed on the ground to greet the guests. Mr. Yang Shi loudly announced that the solemn press conference was now officially open. Behind the powerful Mr. Yang Shi, several giant screens began to rise so that the journalists could all see. On one of the benches sat the charming beauty Jima Uruk and her nephew, who was very nervous. Jima Uruk turned her head toward her so-called nephew, and her eyes quickly changed color to bright blue. Jima Uruk asked the poor guy if he felt uncomfortable around his beloved aunt. In front of Jima and her nephew sat the director of the Uruk family, an S-rank holder named Walton. The boy began to cough loudly. The nephew began to smile broadly and said that it was actually a great honor for him to sit next to a woman like Jima Uruk. Miss Phoenix also appeared in public and hovered in the air. The attractive beauty looked at the journalists. The reporters also noticed the charming girl Phoenix and were struck by her dizzying beauty. The journalists exchanged glances and said that Phoenix's body and energy were in no way inferior to the beauties of the four seas. The nephew looked at the stunning beauty Phoenix and thought that she had an all too familiar spiritual power. Soon, Lady Phoenix also landed on the ground and greeted Mr. Yang Shi and the hero monkey. Mr. Yang Shi and the hero monkey from the judges' organization bowed before such an outstanding beauty as Phoenix. Jima Uruk was very surprised that Lady Phoenix was higher in rank than the hero monkey from the organization of judges. Miss Phoenix turned to the moon crow and said that today the judges' organization had prepared a gift for him in the form of an elixir. Mr. Yang Shi, already known as the Moon Crow, thought that an elixir with abilities never needed a digital copy. Mr. Yang Shi thought that now he had to demonstrate his talents, so he quickly drank the elixir in front of the journalists. The journalists began to discuss among themselves and asked if this was really the elixir that could give ordinary people abilities. The reporters were interested in what the elixir tasted like and did not notice how Mr. Yang Shi began to improve rapidly. Mr. Yang Shi asked the assembled guests if it was true that the public had long suffered from constant monster invasions. Mr. Yang Shi did not wait for an answer to his rhetorical question and said that the organization of judges had presented its plan for heavenly spirits. Yang Shi continued to say that the organization of judges would soon open 36 vacancies for the owners of heavenly spirits. Mr. Yang Shi continued talking and said that the heavenly spirits would be represented in the form of mysterious masks. Yang Shi said that only one heavenly mask remained today. The rest had already been sent to different parts of the four seas. Yang Shi also added that this heavenly mask would be a gift for whoever could win a series of dizzying battles in the arena. Suddenly, someone in the hall shouted loudly at Mr. Yang Shi, saying that they were against such a battle. It was Ji Ning from Qinghua Island. Ji Ning asked how a novice like him could defeat such a powerful monster. Mr. Yang Shi said that he had prepared a special gift for each participant. Mr. Yang Shi said that young participants could obtain a B-rank ability called Star Cloak. Miss Tian Tai, who was standing with her nephew Uruk, thought about going first since most of the men were still very afraid. Miss Tian Tai Yao from Fenyuan Island said loudly that she was ready to go first, while the others stood aside and watched. Miss Tian Tai Yao loudly introduced herself as the Rainflower Swordswoman and picked up her legendary weapon. A few seconds later, the brave Miss Tian Tai Yao ran towards the calm Mr. Yang Shi. Mr. Yang Shi did not rush to dodge the dizzying attack of the charming Miss Tian Tai Yao and activated his talent, Misty Steps. And then, a few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi grabbed Miss Tian Tai Yao's blade with the claw of an ancient demonic dragon. The spectators watched Mr. Yang Shi's actions and defense intently and began to applaud. They thought that the effect of the elixir was unmatched. However, Miss Tian Tai Yao clearly hadn't finished her dizzying attack and had a surprise in store for Yang Shi. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi noticed that Miss Tian Tai Yao's blade began to behave strangely and shake violently. To dodge the terrifying attack of the charming Miss Tian Tai Yao, Mr. Yang Shi decided to move to another place with foggy steps. After a certain amount of time, Mr. Yang Shi waited for the right moment to launch an attack on the attractive Miss Tian Tai Yao. And finally, Mr. Yang Shi activated the shockwave function. Miss Tian Tai Yao's dizzying attack ended. Miss Tian Tai Yao thought that Yang Shi was clearly not even in the top 30, but after taking the elixir, he became so strong. Miss Tian Tai Yao continued to think that even if she used too much strength and energy now, she had to block Yang Shi's attack. A few minutes later, Miss Tian Tai Yao activated the magic defense circle function, and an amazingly terrifying explosion sounded. The piercing sound after the explosion caused the audience and journalists to cover their ears with their hands and scream loudly in pain. The reporters saw Mr. Yang Shi step on Miss Tian Tai Yao's legendary sword with his foot. Mr. Yang Shi bowed his head and said that he was very grateful to the charming Miss Tian Tai Yao for her courage and bravery. Behind Mr. Yang Shi, a mysterious stranger was approaching. The man said that defeating a girl was no reason to be proud. Mr. Ji Ning from Jihua Island challenged Yang Shi to a fair fight. The guy looked slyly at his friend, Miss Tian Tai Yao. However, the charming Miss Tian Tai Yao smiled noticeably, as she understood that Ji Ning would also lose the upcoming battle. Mr. Ji Ning asked to test the power of his flying fire claw of the god of lightning. The guy was already anticipating the sweet taste of victory. A few seconds later, Mr. Ji Ning was already running towards the calm and friendly Mr. Yang Shi. Meanwhile, journalists said that Ji Ning's technique called the lightning heart attack was used against the S rank. Mr. Yang Shi caught the claw of the fire god of lightning and thought that Ji Ning was indeed strong and that he would need to improve instantly. Mr. Ji Ning watched Yang Shi's reaction closely and asked him if he could withstand such power for a few more seconds. Mr. Ji Ning said that there was an incredible amount of energy in his body, and he could easily defeat Yang Shi. However, Mr. Ji Ning's hope for a clear victory quickly faded when he realized that Yang Shi had begun to gradually absorb his energy. Mr. Ji Ning was very upset because he realized that the deceitful Yang Shi had actually been hiding his true power. A few minutes later, Mr. Ji Ning was already on his knees, begging for mercy. Yang Shi let the powerful hero go. Mr. Yang Shi looked at the other honored guests and asked Chris Green if he wanted to try his hand. However, Mr. Chris Green remained seated and said that his younger sister Victoria actually wanted to try. Yang Shi kept his eyes on the mysterious Mr. Chris Green, who was displaying a dizzying calm. Chris Green also watched the reaction of his potential opponent, Mr. Yan Shi, closely. Yan Shi thought that Mr. Chris Green's spiritual power was clearly above the third level. Something was wrong. Chris Green was already in a fighting stance. Yang Shi thought that during the fight, he needed to seal the particles in his body to track their location. Mr. Yang Shi had already put on his gloves of light and thought that Chris Green's ability was called the Bloody Viscount and that he was weak against holy light. During the dizzying blow, Mr. Yang Shi thought that he would now place the F-rank sphere directly into Chris Green's body. From Mr. Yang Shi's crushing blow, poor Chris Green bounced back several meters. The guy clearly did not expect to be injured. A few seconds later, a bright, piercing light began to swirl around the arena, literally blinding the journalists. Chris Green tried to dodge the numerous blows from Yang Shi, who thought that he was simply avoiding him and not trying to attack. Mr. Yang Shi decided to activate the explosive tidal wave function to deal with the agile and nimble Chris Green. And once again, there was a dizzying crash. Journalists and reporters were very frightened. One of the spectators sitting in the front row couldn't hold on to his hat, which flew off in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Mr. Chris Green stopped to catch his breath and restore his human form. At that moment, Mr. Yang Shi decided to take advantage of the unique situation and struck Chris Green in the stomach with his light glove. Mr. Yang Shi managed to move the sphere with the ability from his hand to later find out the location of his opponent. Yang Shi thought that Chris Green possessed a third spiritual power, but was trying to hide his true power from the journalists' cameras. Mr. Yang Shi continued to think that he was not used to yielding to anyone in acting skills, and decided to play along with his opponent. Mr. Yang Shi tried again to strike Chris Green in the face with his light glove, but his opponent managed to block the attack. Mr. Yang Shi played to the crowd and jumped far away from his opponent, Chris Green, showing off his dizzying power. Yang Shi stopped and shouted loudly that he realized Mr. Chris Green was much stronger than his previous two opponents. Mr. Yang Shi handed Chris Green a mysterious elixir with special powers and told him to drink it as quickly as possible. However, Mr. Chris Green was in no hurry to carry out the request from his former opponent, Yang Shi. The guy was very surprised. Chris Green turned to his younger sister Victoria and said that he would give this powerful elixir to her. Mr. Yang Shi thought that Victoria would be the first person to drink this elixir, and she was not yet a representative of the judge's organization. The attractive Miss Victoria drank the flask of mysterious elixir without much hesitation and waited for the results. A few seconds later, the charming Miss Victoria shouted loudly that she could now fly. The surprised journalists and other spectators began to clap their hands as Miss Victoria mastered the ability to levitate. Mr. Yang Shi said loudly that now all the guests present had witnessed that the elixir really worked. Mr. Yang Shi stretched out his hand and asked the great Mr. Ni Xiao Guan of the Campbell family to come out onto the stage. Mr. Ni Xiao Guan from the majestic Campbell family was already climbing onto the stage and saying that he would easily obtain this heavenly mask. Suddenly, someone from the audience stood up and asked that Walton from the Chamber of Commerce be the first to enter the arena. The audience began to whisper and ask if they had not knelt down to organize this magnificent event. Mr. Yang Shi looked at the expression on the face of the mysterious Walton from the Chamber of Commerce and thought he was too strange. A few seconds later, Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce entered the arena and waited to see what would happen next. Zima Yuruk said that with such an expression on his face, Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce looked like an ordinary puppet. Zima Yuruk added that it didn't matter anymore because Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce would soon lose his life. Mr. Ni Xiao Guan had already run up to Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce and said that he would show him a special move. And so, Ni Xiao Guan attacked the poor, frightened Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce with dizzying force. A few seconds later, Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce was lying unconscious on the cold, icy floor. The nephew of the Yuruk family opened his eyes in surprise as he realized that Ni Xiao Guan had simply struck Walton with his palm. Meanwhile, Mr. Ni Xiao Guan was already rubbing his hands and turned to Yang Shi, asking him where they had left off. The shock was overwhelming when Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce suddenly opened his eyes. The audience was surprised that he was still alive. Mr. Walton got to his feet, picked up two maces, and shouted that the dizzying battle was not over yet. Walton was already running towards Mr. Ni Xiao Guan, who clearly did not expect his opponent to attack after such a blow. Mr. Ni Xiao Guan was very confused and did not understand how to dodge the terrible attack of Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce. After a few seconds, Mr. Ni Xiao Guan finally reacted and dodged Walton's numerous blows. Ni Xiao Guan decided to use his dizzying speed and try again to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. And so, Mr. Ni Xiao Guan managed to deceive the naive Walton from the Chamber of Commerce and once again strike him on the head. Mr. Walton did not fall to the ground and continued to stand in place after several blows. Ni Xiao Guan was ready to defend himself. Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce activated his primitive scream ability to deal with his opponent, Ni Xiao Guan. A few seconds later, the huge blue screen behind Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce broke in half. Suddenly, Mr. Walton's head from the Chamber of Commerce began to be covered with a mysterious blue liquid of unknown origin. Surprised, Mr. Ni Xiao Guan watched the actions of his opponent, Walton, from the Chamber of Commerce, and did not understand what was happening. After a certain amount of time, Walton from the Chamber of Commerce, in his blue guise, struck his opponent, Mr. Ni Xiao Guan, in the stomach. Ni Xiao Guan doubled over in agony and loudly asked the other spectators what the blue liquid was. The frightened spectators in the front row decided to flee from the scene of the clash between the two formidable opponents. The charming Miss Phoenix decided to intervene in the fight and stared intently at Mr. Walton's blue liquid. The blue liquid, which until recently had been Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce, spread out on the floor. Mrs. Phoenix continued to watch the so-called fairy tale picture and stood still, showing her calmness. Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce, in the guise of blue liquid, was already trying to hit poor Phoenix, but Monkey blocked his path. The hero, Monkey, from the organization of judges, delivered a dizzying blow to Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce. The hero, Monkey, from the organization of judges, took out his demonic spear and prepared to strike his opponent again. The monkey hero from the judges' organization threw the demonic spear at the so-called blue liquid. Poor Mr. Walton, from the Chamber of Commerce, disguised as blue liquid, was seriously injured and continued to lie on the floor. Meanwhile, the charming Jima Uruk asked Monkey from the judges' organization if they were capable of defeating such an opponent. The hero Monkey from the judges' organization understood that Jima Uruk was behind him, but he did not rush to turn to face her. The attractive beauty Jima Uruk shouted loudly that the organization of judges was too weak and pathetic. Meanwhile, the blue liquid reappeared, and the demonic spear of the hero Monkey from the judges' organization did not help. A few seconds later, the huge blue hand of Mr. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce grabbed the poor monkey from the judges' organization. This mysterious blue hand pulled the frightened hero Monkey from the judges' organization down. The guy was thinking about how to avoid negative consequences. For some strange reason, the blue liquid suddenly began to glow, and the piercing light forced the audience to turn away from the arena. Jima Uruk approached Mrs. Phoenix and said that it was time to stop playing and that she needed to taste her country of ravens. A dark stream, called the Land of the Mighty Black Crows, appeared from the eyes of the charming beauty Jima Uruk. This huge dark stream, called the Land of Black Crows, was rapidly approaching the innocent and charming Mrs. Phoenix. And so Mrs. Phoenix found herself in a strange and terrifying world. Jim Uruk's voice said that now she was mired in the world of her own dreams. Nightmarish skulls began to fly around the gorgeous body of the charming Miss Phoenix, biting her hair. After a few seconds, Miss Phoenix noticed that everything around her began to shine, and the nightmarish skulls completely disappeared. Jima Uruk said that even those with the third spiritual power could not cope with her dizzying power. A few minutes later, poor Miss Phoenix fell onto some strange rainbow field. There was no one around. Phoenix continued to lie on this mysterious rainbow field in complete solitude. The poor girl did not get up. Soon, the charming Miss Phoenix noticed that flowers were growing on this rainbow field that could injure or wound her. Gradually, Miss Phoenix's stunning body began to be enveloped by these nightmarish flowers that could bite the poor girl. Jima Uruk appeared in the form of a cloud and said that she knew perfectly well that no one could escape from her country of black crows. But Miss Phoenix continued to show her incredible calm and soon began to burn with a strong fire. Jima Uruk, in the form of a huge cloud, opened her mouth in surprise and said that Miss Phoenix should have already fallen. Jima Uruk sent the powerful Lady Phoenix to the third world of dreams, where the poor woman drowned in the depths of the sea. The attempt to take Phoenix's life failed, and Jima Uruk sent her to the fourth world of dreams, where she had to literally burn alive. However, this attempt also ended in failure. Then Jima Uruk sealed Phoenix in ice in the fifth world of dreams. Jima Uruk, in the form of a giant cloud, said that she had finally succeeded in killing the hated Lady Phoenix. Miss Jima Uruk's joy and merriment ended when suddenly a huge piece of ice broke off and Lady Phoenix emerged as if nothing had happened. Jima Uruk opened her mouth again and said that she was already practically at the third level of spiritual mastery. Mrs. Phoenix did not say a word and continued to stand in place. The attractive girl waited for her turn to attack. And finally, Ms. Phoenix raised her hand to deliver a crushing blow to her opponent, Ms. Jima Uruk. Everything around them began to crack. Frightened, Jima Uruk was very scared and asked who Mrs. Phoenix really was. A few minutes later, Ms. Phoenix was standing over the poor frightened Ms. Jima Uruk and asked her to tell her her real name. Jima Uruk knelt and nodded her head. The girl replied that her real name was Mandina Pessi. Mrs. Phoenix said that Mandina Pessi would now be put on trial for committing a crime against honor. The strict but fair Mrs. Phoenix reached out her hand and activated her amazing ability called fire torture. A second later, Mandina Pessi was completely engulfed in flames. The poor attractive girl screamed in agony. Soon, a blue streak flew out of the body of the charming Miss Mandina Pessi, saying that she would not receive the punishment she deserved. Mr. Yang Si saw that the blue streak was trying to escape in an unknown direction, but he had already surrounded the area with spiritual power. The brave Chris Green came to the rescue and shouted that the sworn enemy must not be allowed to escape. Mr. Chris Green released a mysterious red scarf that completely covered the enigmatic blue streak. The powerful Mr. Chris Green tried to control his red scarf, which was fluttering from side to side. But poor Mr. Chris Green could not have foreseen that at the most unexpected moment, the red scarf would disappear right before his eyes. Chris Green turned his head and saw that his red scarf was in the hands of Mr. Yang Shi. The guy noted the strength of his former rival. Mr. Yang Shi watched closely as the blue stripe of Mandina Pessi lost its life inside the red scarf. Yang Shi looked at Chris Green and thought that he was indeed strange for not using his vampire energy. Mr. Yang Shi wondered what would happen if he tried to take away the abilities of the dark blue race. After all, Mandine Pessi no longer needed them. And so, in Mr. Yang Shi's hands appeared the first ability of the dark blue race, which originated from the dark blue mother plant. Yang Shi noticed that this ability was classified as S rank. The guy thought it was an excellent catch. Meanwhile, Lady Phoenix approached her master, Mr. Yang Shi, and said that the problem had been eliminated and she needed to return. A few minutes later, the hero monkey from the organization of judges flew out of a huge hole in the floor. The audience gave the hero a standing ovation. Monkey from the judges organization said loudly that he clearly did not like this slippery and sticky abomination. The hero monkey from the judges organization approached Mr. Yang Shi and said that now all power was in his hands. Meanwhile, Mr. Ni Xiaoguan was kneeling and treating his numerous wounds. The guy was clearly exhausted. Mr. Yang Shi approached Ni Xiaoguan and said that the mask was now his. He hoped that the young man would use it for good purposes. Ni Xiaoguan looked closely at the mysterious heavenly mask and thought that he was very lucky to have obtained such an artifact. Mr. Yang Shi and his younger sister Fei Fei wondered how many people had already received masks. The young man replied that there were 6 people in the Free Union. Lady Phoenix replied that among the heroes of the 4 seas was a mutual acquaintance, the Dragon Lord Luo Mun. Mr. Yang Shi was very surprised and asked Phoenix when this unique guy had managed to move to the territory of the 4 seas. Lady Phoenix asked her lord if he had figured out how to get rid of the hated Dragon Lord Lo Moon. However, Lord Yang Shi replied that he did not wish to deal with Lo Moon. The guy would allow him to work for the organization of judges and bring at least some benefit. Mr. Yang Shi said that they had already collected enough S-rank spheres, and now they could upgrade the cube from the parallel world to the SS category. Mr. Yang Shi carefully examined an ability called a parallel world cube, which can store items and transport them over long distances. Mr. Yang Shi said that living beings cannot enter the parallel world, which means that only inanimate beings are capable of doing so. Mr. Yang Shi also believed that those forms that entered parallel worlds could lose their lives. The young man activated the Gate of Fortune function. After a few seconds, a purple hole formed in space, into which Mr. Yang Shi threw a small fish to test the reaction. A few minutes later, the purple hole in space threw the so-called fish back into Mr. Yang Shi's hand. Mr. Yang Shi thought he understood everything. The parallel world collects life energy and cannot transport living beings. Mr. Yang Shi continued to think that if he tried to attack the purple hole in space with several fish, and once again, Mr. Yang Shi used a dizzying ability called the Gate of Fortune to test his brilliant theory. Mr. Yang Shi thought that the world vortex was a cosmic-type skill, which meant it could absorb an enemy's attack. Mr. Yang Shi thought carefully once more, and said that he would give this SS rank ability to a pig, which would provide good combat power. Mr. Yang Shi had no choice but to embark on the important and responsible task of forming a new, powerful hero. A few seconds later, a new unique hero, Pig, from the organization of judges, appeared before Mr. Yang Shi. Meanwhile, Ms. Phoenix shared the latest news. The Heroes Association was conquering other worlds to obtain the status of mediator. I turned my head to Phoenix. Could it be that the dark blue race also came from another world? They clearly did not need another mediator. Mr. Yang Shi thought that the people from another dimension and the dark blue race were not on the same side. They had different ways of transferring abilities. Ms. Phoenix said that Yu Ran Qian Dodo and the swordswoman Blanche had just arrived at the Turtle Palace. Pig was very upset. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Shi, accompanied by the charming Phoenix, headed for the Turtle Palace. Swordswoman Blanche said that there were so many missions and tasks to complete in order to obtain the coveted elixir of ability. Qian Dodo simply nodded her head. Qian Dodo said that according to the rules, in order to deprive monsters of their lives, Yu Ran would have to fight 18 monsters. Attractive Miss Yu Ran. Wouldn't it be too difficult to simply obtain the coveted elixir of abilities? Fei Fei also had missions to collect resources, rescue people, and special assignments. They also gave good rewards for them. The charming girl's various thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a mysterious blue portal appeared. Everyone was a little scared. The great Lord Yu Ji appeared before the stunning girls and said that he had called everyone together to discuss the Zodiac plan. Lord Yu Ji said that each member of the judges' organization would receive a so-called credit as startup capital. Swordswoman Blanche asked Lord Yu Ji if they could buy the elixir with abilities right now. Yu Ran was very happy. Lord Yu Ji took out a huge list of abilities and asked all members of the judges' organization to quickly choose one of them. Lord Yu Ji thought that the stronger the key members were, the faster they would gather all the important information and the more chances humanity would have. Meanwhile, a very impressive situation was unfolding at the port of Banana Island. The ship arrived at its destination. Mr. Yang Shi was told that this was the last island where they could rest, before reaching the 5th defensive front. Mr. Yang Shi sat down by the pond and thought that he had not seen such a picturesque and colorful landscape as on Banana Island for a long time. Mr. Yang Shi was told that this was the Moon River, the largest water resource on Banana Island. Everyone who drank from it would find good fortune. Mr. Yang Shi scooped up some water from the Moon River and wondered if it really had such a dizzying effect. Mr. Yang Shi watched long and carefully as the beautiful water spread across his snow-white palms. It was amazing. Suddenly, Mr. Yang Shi thought that there was actually an incredible amount of important tiny particles in the water. Mr. Yang Shi thought that most likely, the 3rd episode in his younger sister Fei Fei's nightmarish introduction took place right here. Mr. Yang Shi continued to think and ask himself why the people of the dark blue race had poured blue powder into the Moon River. Mr. Yang Shi turned to Uncle Fu, who was standing nearby, and told him about the local landmarks where the source of the river was located. Uncle Fu quickly replied that the source of the Moon River originated in the middle of Mount Jizang on Banana Island. A few hours later, Yang Shi reached the source of the Moon River on the mountain. He thought that an ordinary person would not be able to drink this water for 6 months. Mr. Yang Shi continued to ask himself what the powerful dark blue race really had in mind. Mr. Yang Shi thought about why not set up a secret headquarters on Mount Jizang to make it easier to track their actions. Behind Mr. Yang Shi, the serpent from the organization of judges suddenly appeared. The guy asked his assistant to keep an eye on this place. The snake from the organization of judges simply nodded his head and made it clear that he understood Mr. Yang Shi's order perfectly. It was no problem. After some time, the main characters were already approaching the 7th island of the archipelago and the 5th point of the defensive front. The passengers and crew members were already preparing to go ashore and began carrying huge boxes containing valuable items. The main characters were first greeted by a handsome guy with blue hair, who was known here as the Guardian of the Stones. The leader here was Duan Li Bang. The man asked which of the judges had arrived on their island, Lord Yu Ji or the hero monkey. Behind the leader Duan Li Bang stood his faithful assistant, who simply remained silent. The locals called him the firefighter. Mr. Yang Shi replied that the organization of judges had sent him as a representative of one of the signs of the zodiac. Now he would provide protection. Leader Duan Li Bang was very upset because he had actually planned to meet Lord Yu Ji himself. Mr. Yang Shi thought that he clearly could not tell Duan Li Bang that he was Lord Yu Ji, the monkey and rabbit Mao. Mr. Yang Shi turned his head and said that the beautiful girls standing behind him were S-rank holders. The leader, Duan Li Bang, said that he couldn't just believe Mr. Yang Shi. Words meant nothing in this territory. The stonekeeper intervened in the conversation and said that he would personally check these charming beauties during the trials. The firefighter also said that he would not fight skinny girls because they could break their own limbs during battle. Mr. Yang Shi turned to the firefighter and asked him to choose one of them. If the man won, Yang Shi would give him the glove of light. The firefighter quickly made his decision and pointed his finger at the attractive swordswoman Blanche, who had not said anything until then. The stonekeeper said that the swordswoman Blanche should think carefully and accept her defeat before the dizzying battle. The keeper of the stones had already demonstrated his unique ability, and magical stones moved quickly in his hand. The keeper of the stones said that he would not strike the delicate maiden Blanche in the face, for he was, in fact, a gentleman. The swordswoman Blanche did not respond to the rude and insolent keeper of stone, and kept a close eye on the stones. Blanche thought that if the stonekeeper knew what trials she had already gone through, he would understand that his words had no effect on her psyche. Swordswoman Blanche prepared to repel the dizzying attack of her opponent, the Guardian of the Stones. A few seconds later, the brave swordswoman Blanche struck a crushing blow with her legendary sword at the stones. Swordswoman Blanche ran at lightning speed toward the surprised Guardian of the Stones, who tried to dodge the blow. Blanche jumped high and prepared to strike with her sword at the huge shield of stones formed by the Guardian of Stones. After the amazing blow, the Stone Guardian's magic stones began to break and fall to the cold ground. A second later, the legendary sword of the brave swordswoman Blanche was already near the neck of the frightened Stone Guardian. Duan Li Bang began to smile broadly and asked for this crazy fight to end. He planned to visit the commander's house. Duan Li Bang stretched out his hand and politely asked the honored guests to follow him to the commander's house. Mr. Yang Shi, along with the swordswoman Blanche Fei Fei and Qian Dodo, nodded and followed the courageous Duan Li Bang. Mr. Yang Shi thought that in this unfair world, one must possess incredible strength to conduct important negotiations. Meanwhile, a terrible scene was unfolding on this dizzying island. Soldiers were fighting powerful monsters. The patron of dragons swam to the bottom of the sea and thought that representatives of another world were hiding there. He could earn points. At the bottom of the sea, in a huge shell, sat a charming, mysterious stranger who said that the monsters were still messing with people. The mysterious girl thought that the city authorities had sent them here to teach these stupid monsters a lesson. The mysterious stranger said that she only needed one transparent crystal to reach the second rank. Suddenly, the mysterious girl heard a strange sound and told the shell that someone was quickly approaching. It was the dragon patron Lo Moon, who had already directed a purple beam toward the mysterious stranger. The purple plasma beam from the dragon patron Lo Moon hit its target, the shell inside which the mysterious girl was hiding. A few seconds later, the brave mysterious stranger jumped out of her shell and shot an arrow from her bow at Lo Moon. The dragon patron Lo Moon reacted quickly and dodged the arrow. The guy looked closely at the mysterious girl. Only the evil demon Lo Moon did not expect that the arrow fired by the mysterious stranger would make a dizzying turn. The dragon patron Lo Moon was very afraid that he would soon be seriously wounded by the mysterious girl. The mysterious stranger asked the dragon patron Luo Mun if he knew how to dodge homing arrows. The mysterious girl whispered quietly to herself so that the arrow she had shot would begin to grow. A few seconds later, the dragon patron Lo Moon noticed that green magical plants began to wrap around his limbs. The mysterious stranger thought that her opponent did not even possess magic and could not fight her on equal terms. The mysterious girl plunged back into her giant seashell and disappeared in an unknown direction. Mr. Yang Shi stared intently at the huge screen. Miss Phoenix said that this recording had been sent to them by the dragon patron, Lo Moon. Mr. Yang Shi thought that people were planning to fight against the powerful inhabitants of the Osid Plain. Yang Shi thought that, first of all, they had to become much stronger. They were not only the best at leveling up their abilities. Miss Phoenix said that, fortunately for them, there were many people, and every day new geniuses appeared among them. Mr. Yang Shi turned to the charming Miss Phoenix and asked how their brilliant plan for the heavenly spirits was progressing. Phoenix said that the three clans had already found the heavenly masks, and Ni Xiaoguan's mask had been stolen by representatives of the Ouyang family. Meanwhile, a terrible scene was unfolding in the Ouyang family. The man told Jingzhu that he was leaving this heavenly mask to her. The modest girl, Jingzhu, said that the organization of judges was capable of creating elixirs with abilities and needed to be conquered. The man replied that everything should take its course. It was difficult for the organization of judges to fight against the Iron Blood army. Jingzhu asked the head of the Ouyang family if she should bring the coveted elixir she had exchanged the day before. The head of the Ouyang family quickly replied that there was no need to do so, as he still had things to do within the clan in the near future. The cunning and arrogant gaze of the head of the Ouyang family caused dizzying fear, not only in his enemies but also in the members of his clan. Meanwhile, in the huge hall, the top three guy, Ouyang Xuan, was just meditating. A few seconds later, Ouyang Xuan opened his eyes when he heard someone quickly approaching him from behind. A gorgeous girl named Jingzhu approached Ouyang Xuan and said that his father had left her a heavenly mask that she wanted to give to him. However, Jingzhu added that Ouyang Xuan was forbidden to wear the mask because he was the heir to a trading association. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Blood army said that Tian Yang would soon have to deal with the organization of judges. Tian Yang stood next to Commander Roger and nodded his head. The man understood perfectly well that he had a special responsibility. Meanwhile, a dizzying scene was also unfolding in the Heroes Association. People were very worried about their future. The head of the Heroes Guild listened to the report of his powerful soldier and was deep in thought. The great soldier said that people from another world were constantly growing stronger as their powerful representatives weakened. The great soldier also said that if the person who said that meditation was the best way to save people was right, the great soldier thought that their people possessed the method of meditation, but they could not teach it to others. The head of the Heroes Guild asked his loyal soldier if he had heard anything about the so-called elixir of abilities that could replace their method. The great soldier replied that he had already heard about this mysterious elixir, but it was unclear whether it was capable of creating heroes equal to them in strength. The head of the Heroes Guild laughed and said that it would be much better if these people with abilities surpassed them in strength. The great soldier said that the matter of organizing the judges should be left to his best student, Yu Bei. Mr. Yang Si thought that it seemed to him that no one wanted to look for the stone of wisdom, but were simply trying to understand how people from another world were pumped up. A mysterious man approached Mr. Ouyang Xuan and asked him if he had already chosen an ability for himself. It was Ouyang Lan, who said that he had already chosen an ability with the unique name of Dragon Messenger. Ouyang Lan also noted that thanks to Ouyang Xuan, he had been given the dizzying opportunity to become much stronger. The calm conversation between Ouyang Lan and Ouyang Xuan was suddenly interrupted when the powerful Lady Phoenix appeared before them. The poor guys were very frightened by the appearance of the uninvited guest, who possessed astonishing beauty. Ouyang Lan and Ouyang Xuan noticed that the stunningly beautiful Phoenix was wearing expensive, bright shoes this time. Ouyang Lan thought that this was the first time such an event had happened to him, as he had not sensed the approach of the charming Lady Phoenix. Lady Phoenix turned to Ouyang Lan and asked him if he was ready to receive his coveted elixir with abilities at that moment. A few seconds later, a small flask with a mysterious elixir inside appeared in Mr. Ouyang Lan's hand. Cheerful and happy, Mr. Ouyang Lan replied that he was ready to accept the gift from the charming Lady Phoenix. Mr. Ouyang Lan asked the attractive Lady Phoenix if he could empty the flask with the elixir right now. After Mr. Ouyang Lan drank the so-called potion, he decided to try to summon a powerful dragon at that very moment. A few minutes later, the head of a real dragon appeared from a giant magic circle, having come at the command of its master. Mr. Ouyang Lan literally burst into tears and said that for the first time he had taken a real dragon in his arms that would fulfill his wishes. Lady Phoenix turned away and was ready to return, but suddenly she was asked to stop so that she could be asked something. Mr. Ouyang Xuan asked why the main task of the organization of judges was to fight monsters. The elixir is somehow connected with the destruction of monsters. Ouyang Xuan told Phoenix not to explain that it was the very activator that was constantly mentioned in alchemy. Ms. Phoenix asked why Ouyang Xuan called it an activator. In the organization of judges, it was a gene with abilities. Mr. Ouyang Xuan explained that for many years, alchemists had called this gene with abilities an activator. Mr. Yang Shi listened carefully to Ouyang Xuan's remarks and thought that he should make him his subordinate. Meanwhile, at the top of Mount Jingchang, where the secret headquarters of the organization of judges was located, a peaceful scene unfolded. The snake from the judges' organization was peacefully reclining on a comfortable sofa and reading interesting books to keep himself entertained. Suddenly, Mr. Yang Shi entered the room and asked the snake from the judges' organization if he was comfortable there. A minute later, Mr. Yang Shi held out his hand and told the snake from the judges' organization to take the SS rank plasma sphere from him. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang Shi stopped and thought that something terrible had happened somewhere. The guy needed to figure it out. The fact was that the F-rank sphere inside Chris Green's body had detected activity on the territory of Banana Island. Mr. Yang Shi activated his unique ability called Control, and soon he found himself in Arthur's body. Arthur was at an internal meeting of the powerful Green family. The guy was sitting in a comfortable chair. Chris Green said that after the last battle with the Chien family, they had the opportunity to reach the third level of the elite. Chris Green shouted that from now on, he would hope that the members of his family would become full-fledged representatives of the dark blue race. Chris Green said that only by sacrificing their own bodies could they subsequently save humanity from extinction. Arthur wondered why Chris Green was trying to portray the betrayal of humans in a noble light. The youngest member of the Green family stood up and shouted that he had no intention of turning into a terrifying monster. Chris Green loudly asked the angry boy, who he had just called a terrifying nightmare monster. The brave boy said that he had never been afraid of his older brother Chris Green, and now he wanted to go home. Mr. Chris Green grabbed the disobedient boy by the arm and led him in a direction unknown to us. The poor boy asked what he wanted to do with him. Mr. Chris Green said that any sacrifice was worth it to keep the flame of humanity alive. Mr. Chris Green stood next to the frightened boy and looked at the other members of his powerful family. The frightened boy lay on the floor and showed no signs of life. It seemed that the boy had lost his life. The frightened members of the Green family stood silently in place, watching the scene unfold. No one showed fear. Arthur decided to break the terrible silence and said that he would follow Mr. Chris Green in order to save civilization. Mr. Chris Green began to smile broadly and replied that the meeting was going very well for him. Arthur was in the VIP room of a hotel on Banana Island, thinking that he had only 3 hours left, unaware of what the dark blue race had in mind. Meanwhile, in room 68, there was the 8-armed fist fighter, Nai Peng Basilin, who had been kidnapped the day before. Mr. Chris Green said that he had invited this boxer here for good reasons. Mr. Chris Green went on to say that one of the reasons for the fist fighter Nai Peng's stay was to watch the grand show. The boxer, Nai Peng Basilin, was very frightened and did not understand what Mr. Chris Green really wanted from him. Meanwhile, a terrible and frightening scene was unfolding. A huge red truck crashed into a dark-colored passenger car. The driver of the passenger car said that the giant truck had changed course and crashed into his car. The criminal had to pay. A few minutes later, the driver of the huge red truck got out of the cab and seemed to be hiding his head. The driver of the passenger car watched the actions of the other driver from the red truck closely. The driver of the passenger car was very frightened and told the red truck driver that his gas pedal was probably broken. The driver of the passenger car shouted loudly that he had warned the driver of the red truck that if he took a step, he would call the police. A few seconds later, the red giant truck activated its unique transformation ability and took on the appearance of a monster. Fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin asked Mr. Chris Green if he had spread the virus throughout Banana Island. Mr. Chris Green replied that they had never used such low methods. He used 3 driving forces for the dark blue race. Mr. Chris Green said that the inhabitants of Banana Island were already drinking water with tiny particles in it. The concentration was insignificant. Mr. Chris Green said that there were thousands of inhabitants on the island, and that these 3 provoking factors would grow to the 3rd rank. Chris Green watched as a terrifying monster pulled elementary blue particles from the cold body of the car driver. Mr. Yang Shi, who was in Arthur's body, thought that he had to urgently figure out how to stop this terrifying phenomenon. Fighter Nai Peng Basilin said that Chris Green had gone mad because he was using living people to create a 3rd rank elite. Fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin said that Mr. Chris Green should prepare to lose his life because he would make any sacrifice. Mr. Chris Green watched the reaction of the crazy boxer Nai Peng Basilin and stood still. Meanwhile, fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin clenched his fingers into a fist and quickly ran towards his opponent Chris Green. However, Mr. Chris Green did not wait for the crushing blow to hit its target and directed a blue plasma stream at his opponent. This devastating blue plasma stream hit the fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin's arm directly. The guy was seriously injured. Fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin grabbed his arm and showed signs of excruciating pain. The guy was really in a lot of pain. Mr. Chris Green demonstrated his strength and told the boxer Nai Peng Basilin that he should no longer have any desire to engage in combat. To confirm his strength, Mr. Chris Green once again struck his opponent, the boxer, several times. Mr. Chris Green said that he could easily cut off his opponent's limbs and sever the neural connections in his brain. Mr. Chris Green turned to his uncle Baizong and told him that he was leaving the boxer Nai Peng Basilin to him. Meanwhile, the boxer Nai Peng Basilin continued to lie on the ground, suffering from dizzying pain. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, thought he had been tasked with dealing with the fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin. He needed to help him restore his nervous system. Yang Shi approached Uncle Baizong and told him that he was a hereditary master, and no one was sure that they could do without rebinding. Uncle Baizong quickly replied that everything would be fine, since his brother had already wounded the fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, said that safety was his top priority. Therefore, he had to make sure. The boxer Nai Peng Basilin lay there and said that they could not consider themselves human beings. Terrible people watched as monsters destroyed civilization. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, slowly approached the wounded fighter and asked him if he could still speak, as food must remain food. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, lifted the arm of the poor, frightened boxer Nai Peng Basilin and saw that blue blood was flowing through his veins. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, thought deeply about how to help the injured fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin. After a few seconds, Yang Shi in Arthur's body noticed that the small blue particles in the wounded man's blood began to break down. The boxer Nai Peng Basilin was very surprised because he did not think that Mr. Arthur could help him in such a serious matter. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, turned to Uncle Baizong again, this time tying the boxer Nai Peng Basilin more tightly. The boxer Nai Peng Basilin was indeed tied up and continued to lie on the cold, icy ground. Uncle Baizong carefully examined the knots that Arthur had made and was forced to admit that he had done quite well. Meanwhile, the fist fighter Nai Peng Basilin shouted loudly for all representatives of the dark blue race to leave immediately. Mr. Chris Green had already come downstairs and was standing on the ground. The guy was suddenly surprised when he heard the piercing sound of glass breaking. Mr. Chris Green looked up and thought that his beloved Uncle Baizong had probably lost his life. Mr. Chris Green saw a huge hole in one of the windows. Bats began to fly into this mysterious hole. Gradually, the these bloodthirsty bats began to form a mysterious image resembling a human being. It was truly terrifying. Mr. Chris Green carefully examined the cold body of his beloved Uncle Bai Zhang and realized that this wound had been inflicted by a fist fighter. The various thoughts in Mr. Chris Green's head suddenly stopped when he heard a suspicious rustle behind him. Overcome with fear, Mr. Chris Green crouched down and saw a dark blue stream of energy heading in his direction. Mr. Chris Green continued to experience incredible fear and asked loudly who was actually lurking in the darkness. Mr. Chris Green once again felt uncontrollable fear and panic when he saw that terrifying bats were flying toward him. A few seconds later, Chris Green was very surprised when he saw that his brother Arthur was just standing there and asked why his older brother had returned. Mr. Chris Green realized that Mrs. Phoenix was hiding somewhere nearby because he felt her dizzying third level of spiritual power. Chris Green said that when Mr. Say arrived on Banana Island, he was already completely under the control of the organization of judges. Chris Green also added that their leader planned to deal with the organization of judges, and taking Phoenix's life would be the first step on that path. Mr. Chris Green began to quickly approach his so-called brother Arthur, who was actually controlled by Yang Shi. Yang Shi, in Arthur's body, thought that the snake from the organization of judges had been sent to eliminate the 3 mutants, so he needed to delay his opponent. Yang Shi in Arthur's body instantly reacted to Mr. Chris Green's dizzying attack and said that he should not have attacked. Yang Shi in Arthur's body added that Mr. Chris Green could easily deal with his younger brother Arthur if he didn't stop attacking. Mr. Chris Green turned his head toward Yang Shi and said that Arthur could lose his life, but he would do so with great honor for the dark blue race. A moment later, Mr. Chris Green decided to use his unique gift called the Land of Black Crows. Miss Phoenix appeared out of space and stood in the way of the young Arthur. The attractive girl distracted attention. Meanwhile, the fist fighter Nai Peng ran away from the dizzying battle and said that he would actually deal with the monsters outside. Ms. Phoenix nodded silently and continued to stand in place. The charming beauty was preparing to fend off Chris Green's attacks. Mr. Chris Green was clearly even more angry and shouted that he would not allow the fist fighter Nai Peng to flee the scene of the crime. And then Mr. Chris Green made a crazy leap toward the naive fist fighter Nai Peng, who was already approaching the door. The fist fighter Nai Peng stopped near the exit because he felt that Chris Green could seriously injure him at any moment. Yang Si, in Arthur's body, thought that on Banana Island, the only ones who could deal with the terrifying monsters were him and Nai Peng. Arthur took out his legendary sword to protect the poor fist fighter Nai Peng, who could lose his life in the next moment. Arthur was distracted for a moment, and when the guy thought he could save Nai Peng, his older brother Chris Green dealt him a crushing blow. Meanwhile, in the business district of Banana Island, nightmarish giant monsters were already attacking innocent people. Popular blogger Ken D filmed everything that was happening around him on his phone and reported live that the monsters were attacking all the residents. Ken D watched closely as a mysterious man in a cowboy costume tried to fight back against the giant green monster. Ken D did not immediately recognize that the mysterious man resisting the monster was his older brother, Sheriff Ferrero. During the battle with the powerful monster, Sheriff Ferrero thought that he just needed to hold out until the 8-fisted fighter appeared. Sheriff Ferrero noticed that his huge opponent, the monster, was quickly moving towards him. The guy tried to dodge. After a few seconds, Sheriff Ferrero realized that he could be seriously injured by this nasty monster. Sheriff Ferrero tried to hide from the giant monster, but the beast eventually found the frightened man. Ken D continued to stand around the corner and watched the monster's actions closely. Then the monster turned its head directly toward him. Ken D tried to record everything with his phone until the very last moment, but soon the image disappeared completely. Poor blogger Ken D screamed loudly and called for help, thinking that the monster would easily defeat him in a fair fight. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically when blogger Ken D saw some kind of plasma beams flying toward the bloodthirsty monster. In an instant, the giant bloodthirsty monster was lying on the cold ground, showing no signs of life. Blogger Ken D was happy that someone had finally saved him from certain death. The guy even jumped for joy. Poor frightened boy Ken D looked intently at the back of the head of the powerful snake from the organization of judges. The snake from the judges organization held a purple ball of energy in his hand and told blogger Ken D to find a safe place to hide. The snake from the judges organization struck another crushing blow to the head of the huge monster to make sure to kill it. In the next moment, Snake from the judge's organization had already activated his unique ability, called talent theft. The Snake from the judge's organization began to study this ability of the dark blue race with a mutation. The guy was again delighted with the worthy reward. Mr. Yang Si wondered if this mysterious ability with mutation could completely rid his sister Fei Fei's body of the blue particles. The Snake from the judge's organization thought that a fighter from the Qian family named Qian Bu Chio had a similar situation and that he should try it on him first. Meanwhile, blogger Ken D grabbed the legs of the powerful Snake from the judge's organization and asked him if he could go with him. The Snake from the judge's organization said that first, blogger Ken D had to let go of his legs, and only then could they talk. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Si, in the body of Arthur C, was experiencing dizzying anger. The guy didn't understand how it was possible to take his brother's life. Mr. Chris Green asked loudly why he was now experiencing uncontrollable anger and rage. Mr. Yang Shi, in Arthur Shea's body, told Chris Green that he would soon bring the treacherous and insolent attacker to justice. Mr. Chris Green was once again very frightened and asked who would actually conduct this solemn trial. Suddenly, Ms. Phoenix appeared on the horizon, hovering in the air. The girl said that Chris Green had committed the sin of greed and must admit his guilt. Mr. Chris Green knelt before the charming girl Phoenix and tried to find the right words. However, Miss Phoenix had no intention of listening to excuses from the self-centered Chris Green and sentenced him to torture by lightning. A few seconds later, Mr. Chris Green was completely engulfed in dizzying yellow flames. He screamed in intense pain. Chris Green thought to himself that if the situation continued in this vein, he would have to say goodbye to this body forever. Miss Phoenix turned her face toward the hole in the window and said that Mr. Chris Green should suffer in agony. A few minutes later, Mr. Chris Green crawled over to the cold body of his younger brother, Arthur Say. Chris Green tried to apologize to the powerful Mr. Arthur C. and said that he was a true friend and comrade to him. Mr. Chris Green hugged the icy body of his younger brother, Arthur C., tightly, and thought that he was too angry now. After a while, the cunning and clever Mr. Chris Green flew out the window in the form of a small bat. Mr. Arthur C.'s cold body remained lying in the huge building in complete solitude. Meanwhile, on the city streets of Banana Island, the locals were literally shaking with uncontrollable fear. A huge, ferocious monster was approaching the terrified locals of Banana Island, who thought that no one could save them now. Suddenly, the picture changed when the residents saw the legendary fist fighter, Nai Peng, appear behind the giant monster. Fist fighter Nai Peng delivered a crushing blow to the head of the bloodthirsty monster, which subsequently fell to the ground. The legendary hero, the bare-knuckle fighter Nai Peng, jumped on top of the giant monster's body and looked at the happy, peaceful residents. Fist fighter Nai Peng tried to hold the powerful monster's head and shouted for the locals to run away immediately. A few seconds later, the terrifying monster stuck its head out of the pit, and poor bare-knuckle fighter Nai Peng flew in the opposite direction. The frightened boxer Nai Peng clearly did not expect this monster to have such incredible power and strength. A second later, the boxer Nai Peng broke the glass in the window of a multi-story building and landed on the cold floor. The bloodthirsty monster made dizzying sounds and rejoiced in its victory over a mere human. Fist fighter Nai Peng thought that he would have to use a secret technique to kill this monster in one fell swoop. A few minutes later, the boxer Nai Peng used his secret technique to try to attack the insolent monster again. Fist fighter Nai Peng let out a fierce cry, and his muscular body was completely covered in bright orange flames. The eight-armed fighter Nai Peng was already flying towards the bloodthirsty monster that continued to roam the city streets. The locals saw how the fist fighter Nai Peng used his ability called confrontation. After a dizzying blow, the powerful fist fighter Nai Peng stood over the body of the huge monster and anticipated the taste of victory. However, the joy and excitement of the fist fighter Nai Peng quickly ended when he suddenly heard loud footsteps behind him. Fist fighter Nai Peng turned his head and saw a long blue knife in front of his face that could really take his life. Standing in front of the boxer Nai Peng was the ruthless Mr. Chris Green, who was already ready to deliver a crushing blow. A few minutes later, the poor boxer Nai Peng fell from a great height onto the cold ground. Frightened locals began to approach the frozen body of the boxer Nai Peng, who lay unconscious. Mr. Chris Green grabbed the poor boxer Nai Peng and dragged him to a giant monster lying nearby. Mr. Chris Green said that this fool had not even reached the third level in such a long time. The monster began to absorb the energy of the fist fighter. Mr. Chris Green said that this monster was just another piece of trash that was good for nothing. He planned to devour him. After a few minutes, the the huge, vicious monster got to its feet and began to make loud, piercing sound. Only the vicious monster did not yet understand that he had actually healed himself in order to give up his own energy in the near future. Mr. Chris Green had already begun to absorb its power and said that it was a very pleasant feeling of increasing his own strength. Mr. Chris Green thought that it was very interesting to him how much he now surpassed his powerful master. Chris Green was very frightened when he heard a man's voice behind him asking if he had arrived too late. Chris Green was delighted when Snake from the Referees Association appeared, as he had planned to practice on one of the zodiac signs. Chris Green asked Snake from the Judges Organization why he hadn't started attacking him, as he was getting stronger by the second. Snake from the Referee Organization said that he was just waiting for Chris Green to finish absorbing the monster's energy so that they could fight on equal terms. Chris Green laughed and said that thanks to his strength, he would be able to cut Snake from the Judges Organization's face into 3 equal parts. A few seconds later, Mr. Chris Green shouted loudly that he now had 3rd-level power and was ready to attack Snake. Snake from the Judges Organization felt Mr. Chris Green's crushing blow hit him right in the chest. Mr. Chris Green noticed that Snake from the Judges Organization had activated his dizzying Shadow Stream ability. Chris Green loudly asked Snake from the Referee Organization why he thought the Shadow Stream could cope with his majestic energy. A few seconds later, Snake from the Judges Organization directed several dark rays at Chris Green's opponent. However, Mr. Chris Green managed to put up a defensive block in time and simply laughed in his opponent's face. Snake from the Judges Organization noticed that his powerful opponent, Chris Green, was able to predict his location. Zmei from the Organization of Judges decided that he needed to wait a little while his opponent Chris Green made a mistake. Soon, Snake from the Organization of Judges used the ability of the Plasma Storm, and a whirlwind formed around Chris Green. However, Mr. Chris Green did not wait to be injured and turned into a flock of small bats to avoid colliding with the storm. But Mr. Chris Green's plan didn't work out because the plasma storm still hit the little bats. Chris Green transformed back into human form and thought that only the right tactics would help the weak defeat the strong. Mr. Chris Green thought about how many more times such a powerful and incredible attack could be used. A few seconds later, Mr. Chris Green felt a powerful blow to his back from a demonic spear. Chris Green saw Ms. Phoenix and the hero monkey from the Organization of Judges approaching him. He simply had no chance. Mr. Chris Green realized that he could not win, so he tried to pull the blue stripe out of his own body and escape. The hero monkey from the Organization of Judges said that Chris Green managed to escape even with the seal activated. Ms. Phoenix noticed that Chris Green had used too many particles to open a hole in the seal to escape. Ms. Phoenix and the hero monkey from the Organization of Judges went to help the local residents of Banana Island. Sometime later, Ms. Phoenix told Yang Shi that after the incident on Banana Island, the Judges Organization had become much more popular. Ms. Phoenix said that most people wanted to join the Judges Organization, but the number of places was limited to 36. Ms. Phoenix added that some users of abilities who had come to the Qian family would send their spies to gather intelligence. Mr. Yang Shi turned around and said loudly that it was time to return to his native city of Lugan. And so Lord Yuji was already standing on the roof of the skyscraper, saying that he greatly missed the city smell of his homeland, Lugan. Lord Yuji thought that he urgently needed to improve his control ability to SS rank. Now he had 36 subordinates. A few seconds later, the sphere with the control ability in Lord Yuji's hands changed color to gray. Now this amazing ability was called Iron Control, and Lord Yuji gained the skill to control divine metal. Lord Yuji understood that the so-called divine metal was a metal with dizzying strength and power. Meanwhile, a huge monster invaded the city of Lugan and was already looking for new innocent victims. The monster was hungry. Lord Yuji looked closely at the giant monster and realized that he had to save the local indigenous people no matter what. The bloodthirsty monster smashed the glass in one of the many skyscrapers and opened its mouth to the frightened people. It was a real S-rank monster called a demonic fox. The beast could move vertically. Suddenly, a small drone appeared on the horizon and told viewers that an S-rank monster had appeared in the town. The poor local resident, who was about to fall from a great height, opened his eyes and asked if he was still alive. Meanwhile, the demonic fox attacked a red passenger car driven by a charming girl. Mr. Liu Yuan, accompanied by his mysterious assistant, was preparing to attack the demonic fox. The mysterious assistant was already running towards the powerful beast, which clearly surpassed him in strength and agility. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu Yuan had already transformed into a shaggy werewolf and was preparing to help his gifted assistant. In the television booth, Director Ge said that such a monster could indeed cause enormous damage and losses. Director Ge also noted noted that the heroes would have to try very hard to restrain the monster after the appearance of the powerful soldier, Luo Quan. Mr. Liu Yuan's partner dodged the numerous glowing spheres formed by the demonic fox. Suddenly, Mr. Liu Yuan's partner stopped when he heard someone behind him asking him to be careful and cautious. It was Mr. Liu Yuan, who had already taken on the appearance of a shaggy werewolf. He was trying to restrain the demonic fox's huge paw. Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, turned to his responsible partner and said that he had a great chance to attack the demonic fox. Mr. Liu Yuan's partner nodded and aimed his legendary sword at the powerful demon fox. The demon fox could clearly see Mr. Liu Yuan's partner's small sword approaching its mouth. Therefore, the demon fox performed a lightning-fast evasive maneuver. Mr. Liu Yuan had never seen such speed. In a second, the demon fox's huge mouth was already near the face of Mr. Liu Yuan's frightened partner. Unfortunately for the demon fox, an arrow from a mysterious archer hit its beautiful eye. It was the brave girl Lu Zitian. The courageous heroine looked at the giant body of the demon fox, which was screaming in pain. Lord Yuji thought about it and was very surprised that the heroine Lu Zitian had hidden from the public that her skills had improved to S rank. Lord Yuji also noted that according to spiritual scanning, Lu Zitian's improvement had occurred in a short period of time. Director Ge from the television booth said that all the people on Orchid Street were still alive. A man who could control metal appeared. Director Ge thought for a moment and said that this person who could control metal could be Lord Yuji. Meanwhile, a mysterious purple portal appeared in the sky, which had not been there a few minutes ago. The frightened werewolf Liu Yuan and his loyal partner opened their mouths in surprise and did not understand what was happening. It turned out that the demonic fox had activated its night uprising ability, which meant that the heroes would have to try to save the town of Lugan. The demonic fox began to let out a dizzying roar, as if calling for helpers. The heroine Lu Zitian was preparing to shoot her arrow again, but for some reason, she felt confused. Before Lu Zitian could release her arrow, the demonic fox jumped at lightning speed toward the darkness. Director Ge from the television booth noted that this demonic fox could use the darkness to hide from any attack. Director Ge continued to say that due to the incredible speed of the demon fox, it was difficult for the heroine Li Zitian to aim. Suddenly, the paws of the giant demon fox found themselves in the hands of the powerful werewolf Liu Yuan, who was trying to hold it back. The werewolf Liu Yuan turned to the charming heroine Lu Zitian and asked her to shoot the demon fox immediately. The heroine Lu Zitian nodded and loaded her bow with a majestic arrow. It seemed that she would definitely hit the target. And so, another arrow from the courageous heroine Lu Zitian again hit the demonic fox right in the eye. The huge demonic face tried to hide, but let out loud cries of pain. Meanwhile, the werewolf Liu Yuan was already under the giant paw of the powerful demonic fox. He thought he would never escape. Mr. Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, thought that his godfather, Lord Yuji, had unfortunately not come. Mr. Liu Yuan's frightening thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly heard a mysterious male voice insulting him. Mr. Liu Yuan opened his eyes and asked loudly, who dared to insult him in such a brazen manner? Due to fatigue, poor Mr. Liu Yuan was unable to stand on his furry paws. Still, he kept his eyes open. A few seconds later, Mr. Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, saw his beloved and dear godfather, Lord Yuji, coming down to him. Mr. Liu Yuan, in the form of a werewolf, even began to cry a little, as his godfather, Lord Yuji, had come to save him. Meanwhile, Lord Yuji approached the charming heroine Lu Zitian and asked her what her real name was. Lord Yuji looked at the attractive heroine Lu Zitian and said that she had done well. The modest heroine Lu Zitian, for some reason, said nothing and continued to stand still. In the television building, Director Ge met the charming Miss Lin Nai Shui and said that today's report on the metal hero was important. Miss Lin Nai Shui thanked Director Ge for his kind words and said that if he no longer needed her, she would have to leave. The charming Miss Lin Nai Shui was already planning to leave the building where she had been working hard, but suddenly Director Ge asked her to stay. Director Ge said that Miss Lin Nai Shui had been doing well lately and would soon be able to become a senior reporter. Miss Lin Nai Shui once again began to thank her immediate supervisor, who was actually inviting the beauty to dinner. Miss Lin Nai Shui was very surprised and was already trying to find the right words in her lovely head to refuse. Suddenly, her beloved Yang Shi approached Miss Lin Nai Shui from behind and told Director Ge that the girl was busy that evening. The lovely Lin Nai Shui looked at her fiancé Yang Shi with loving eyes and asked why he had come there. The brave young man Yang Shi quickly replied that he had actually planned to pick up his beloved Lin Nai Shu and surprise her. Miss Lin Naishui asked her beloved fiancé Yang Shi why he hadn't told her that he had returned. Miss Lin Naishui also asked her beloved Yang Shi how long he would stay with her this time. Mr. Yang Shi said that the couple would have plenty of time together. Miss Lin Naishui said that she was planning to visit a Japanese store. Meanwhile, Lord Yuji looked at the couple in love and said that in fact, his clone would be staying with Miss Lin Naishui temporarily. Mr. Liu Yuan entered his office. The naive young man had no idea that a surprise was waiting for him in the room. Inside the office sat Lord Yuji, who greeted his godson and asked if he would like to go to the Four Seas. Mr. Liu Yuan was very surprised and asked his godfather, Lord Yuji, exactly which territory he was referring to. Lord Yuji nodded and walked over to the window. The young man said that this was where the true elite and powerful masters lived. A few minutes later, Lord Yuji turned his head toward his godson, Mr. Liu Yuan, and asked him what he thought about it. Mr. Liu Yuan knelt before the powerful Lord Yuji and began to thank his godfather for his care and protection. Lord Yuji said that there was no need to thank him for this, and that Liu Yuan's abilities were still too low. Lord Yuji also said that he could give Mr. Liu Yuan credit in the form of points so that he could exchange them for an S-rank elixir. Lord Yuji and Mr. Liu Yuan were already on their way to the Turtle Castle. Yuji asked his godson what ability he would like to obtain. Master Liu Yuan quickly replied that he would like to improve his werewolf ability to the maximum limit. Lord Yuji replied that for the first time, his godson Liu Yuan had acted wisely, and he also reminded him of his own promise. Mr. Liu Yuan thought that Lord Yuji planned to become his real father, which would be very cool for the boy. Lord Yuji handed Mr. Liu Yuan a heavenly mask of a tree wolf and said that now this mask was his. Mr. Liu Yuan thought that they could become real relatives, but only after the organization had finished forming. Mr. Liu Yuan once again thanked his beloved and dear godfather, Lord Yuji. Lord Yuji put his hand on the shoulder of the brave Mr. Liu Yuan and told him not to worry, as that day would soon come. Lord Yuji thought deeply about what his clever godson, Mr. Liu Yuan, had said. Lord Yuji said that the tree wolf belonged to the White Tiger Castle. Together with Liu Yuan, another person would go west to the Free Union. Lord Yuji asked Mr. Liu Yuan to finish his important business within a few days, and then follow him. Mr. Liu Yuan looked at this mysterious tree wolf mask and thought that dizzying adventures were surely awaiting him. Mr. Liu Yuan stretched out his hand and said that soon, the organization of judges would become even more powerful. Lord Yuji had already stood on his metal board and, unexpectedly, sneezed loudly. The boy thought that someone was thinking of him. Meanwhile, on the roof of one of the many skyscrapers, the brave boy Yu Fang was training and doing push-ups. Suddenly, Yu Fan felt someone approaching him quickly, and his aura was as strong as that of his teacher. It was the great Lord Yuji, who was already asking the boy Yu Fan how things were going. The boy Yu Fan knelt on one knee before his master, Lord Yuji, and greeted him. Lord Yuji said that he had already heard that Yu Fang had won first place in the competition. The young man should have already received an important invitation. Yu Fang nodded and said that Li Zitian, Luo Su Ao Chao, and Hua Ju had also received invitations from the Heroes Association. Lord Yuji asked Yu Fan how close he was to the charming girl Li Zitian. Yu Fan replied that he hardly knew her. Lord Yuji asked if the girl had any special habits that the boy already knew about. Yu Fan thought for a few seconds, and suddenly said that he had actually noticed how Li Zitian liked to meditate often. Lord Yuji thought that it was impossible for the sweet and modest girl Li Zitian to have learned the method of meditation on her own. Lord Yuji said that he had to leave urgently, and that the boy Yu Fan needed to train and develop even more. The boy Yu Fan nodded, and thought that someday he would become a powerful weapon in the hands of his master. Lord Yuji stood on his metal board and was about to fly away when he suddenly sneezed loudly again. He thought he was getting sick. Meanwhile, in the forest park of Lugan City, the pretty girl Li Zitian sat alone and meditated. Lord Yuji watched the charming Miss Li Zitian closely and thought that it was impossible to get an S rank so quickly. Suddenly, the attractive Miss Li Zitian opened her eyes and asked loudly who had approached her so quietly. The brave Miss Li Zitian grabbed her bow and arrows and ordered the mysterious stranger to come out of hiding and into the light. Lord Yuji raised his hands and came out into the light. The young man asked the beauty not to shoot, as he actually wanted to offer her a deal. Miss Li Zitian lowered her bow and asked Lord Yuji what kind of deal he was referring to during their conversation. Lord Yuji slowly approached the charming Miss Li Zitian and said that now he understood why the girl had grown so quickly. Miss Li Zitian was very frightened and thought that Lord Yuji had managed to expose her and now knew her secret. Lord Yuji said that as a gift, he could offer Miss Li Zitian the ability of SS rank. Miss Li Ziti was clearly interested, but asked why Lord Yuji had chosen her. She had no connection to the organization of judges. Miss Li Zitian also asked if the organization of judges had such capabilities, why did they need to know her secret? Lord Yuji said that the so-called elixirs of abilities could have a beneficial effect on far from everyone. Lord Yuji also said that the main goal of the judges' organization was to increase humanity's combat ability. Li Zitan understood that this was true. Miss Li Ziti said that she had recently discovered, quite by accident, that her ability to meditate had helped her develop in such a short time. However, Miss Li Ziti noted that her meditation on hunting magic was far from perfect. Lord Yuji asked if Li Ziti wanted to say that meditation could improve her powerful rank. Lord Yuji smiled broadly and said that he could easily help Li Ziti become even stronger and faster. Mr. Yang Si, in Lord Yuji's body, thought that Miss Li Zitian was literally capable of forming a real army. Li Ziti grabbed Lord Yuji by the neck and asked if his offer was still valid. The girl chose lifelong protection. Lord Yuji handed the charming beauty, Li Ziti, a moon deer mask, and said that in case of danger, Lady Phoenix would come to her aid. Miss Li Ziti looked closely at the heavenly mask and repeated that her meditation was not complete and only worked for her. Lord Yuji said that he only needed a fragment of her ability gene to form an elixir from it and then give it to reliable hands. Miss Li Zitian began to slowly back away and asked how this event would affect her gorgeous body. Lord Yuji replied that it would only take 2 or 3 minutes to extract the ability gene. The process was harmless. Li Ziti agreed and lay down on the stone. Lord Yuji asked the charming beauty not to try to resist mentally. A few seconds later, Lord Yuji shouted loudly that he had already finished extracting the ability gene from Li Zitian's gorgeous body. The attractive Miss Li Ziti was very surprised and asked if Lord Yuji had indeed finished the important process. Lord Yuji thought that Miss Li Zitian's words sounded very strange to him. It was as if the girl was thinking about something else. After a while, Mr. Yang Shi was already in the turtle castle, carefully examining the girl's energy, activity, and magical power. Mr. Yang Shi studied the mysterious archery scroll intently and wondered if this thing really worked. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Si was sitting on the floor, trying to immerse himself in the dizzying process of meditation. Mr. Yang Si exhaled deeply and thought it was worth watching the strange process of how meditation took away dark energy. Meanwhile, a terrible scene was unfolding in the front world. Bloodthirsty monsters were waiting to invade the other world. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Shi appeared here in a new form for himself, with a bow and arrows in his hands. Mr. Yang Shi tried to use an amazing technique called the three-eyed demonic bow. Mr. Yang Si, in his new guise, shouted loudly for the monsters to turn to ashes from the fire, or simply disappear forever. A few seconds later, the arrow he shot flew toward a huge bird covered in flames. Mr. Yang Si finished his meditation and finally realized that it helped him quickly advance from rank F to category D. Mr. Yang Shi opened his eyes and found himself back in his turtle castle. It was a new and dizzying process for him. Yang Shi said that he was used to the instant absorption of dark energy, and this meditation process was too slow for him. The flow of meditation and spiritual power came and went, and with their movements, they preserved the dark energy. Mr. Yang Shi finally understood how this strange meditation process worked and wondered where people from another world had learned it. Mr. Yang Shi thought that the meditation process for people from another world stemmed from the word meditation. That was the main problem. Yang Si thought that he would only be able to fully uncover the secret of meditation once he mastered meditation from another world on the Osid plane. And so, after a certain amount of time, Lord Yuji and Mr. Liu Yuan looked out over the lands of the four seas. Mr. Liu Yuan hugged the powerful Lord Yuji tightly, who asked him to pull himself together as they were heading to an important meeting. Lord Yuji, accompanied by Liu Yuan, landed on the shore of the 7th island of the archipelago, where they were met by the serpent from the organization of judges. Mr. Liu Yuan also noticed Qianbu Kui, who remained behind Snake from the organization of judges. Lord Yuji grabbed Liu Yuan's godson by the hand and introduced him as a tree wolf. He asked him to take care of him. Mr. Liu Yuan bowed and introduced himself as the Wood Wolf. The young man hoped that he would be able to get along with the other members of the judges' organization. The serpent from the judges' organization also bowed to the Wood Wolf and called him by his real name. Mr. Liu Yuan turned his head toward Lord Yuji's godfather and thought that the honorary members of the judges' organization knew his true identity. Lord Yuji said that he personally trained the moon crow, or snake, and that was why he had revealed certain information about him the day before. Lord Yuji said that the moon crow, or snake, was responsible for defending the Fifth Front and needed help lately. Mr. Liu Yuan thought that in reality, Lord Yuji was not on the best of terms with the moon crow. Mr. Liu Yuan also thought that Lord Yuji had deliberately sent him here to prevent the pawn from getting out of control. Mr. Liu Yuan smiled broadly and continued to think that his godfather Yuji trusted only him. Liu Yuan turned his head toward Lord Yuji and loudly declared that they would soon be able to regain the lost territories. Lord Yuji watched his godson, Mr. Liu Yuan, closely and wondered if he had understood everything correctly. A few minutes later, Lord Yuji turned to the head of the Qianbu Kui family and asked him to leave so that they could have an important conversation. In the reception room, Lord Yuji said that the organization of judges was planning to conduct a secret experiment. Yuji asked Qianbu Kui if his family was interested in participating directly. The old man asked for an explanation of the essence of this experiment. Lord Yuji took a deep breath and asked Qianbu Kui if he had ever heard of a process called meditation. Qianbu Kui was very surprised and asked when the judges' organization had learned this dizzying method. Qianbu Kui quickly replied that he had first heard about meditation from his son, Qian Yu Chu, who said that only an expert could master it. Qianbu Kui added that the meditation of people from another world was very different from their method, as it was clearly incomplete. Lord Yuji said that now the organization of judges had hunting magic meditation, and it would help other people become stronger. Lord Yuji added that in order to speed up the development process, the organization of judges would continue to use low-level elixirs. Qianbu Kui decided to ask Lord Yuji if his family was ready to help the organization of judges, but he did not understand what exactly was required of him personally. Lord Yuji said that for the first secret experiment, he needed 100 girls and boys who could endure heavy loads. Qianbu Kui said there was no need to worry, as he had a special plan to identify the best students. Lord Yuji nodded and said that when the time came, they should meet on Banana Island. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang Si was already in the Heavenly Palace, where Lady Phoenix said that she had found out something about the archery scroll. Phoenix said that during meditation, spiritual power also changed, and this change was caused by the body absorbing dark energy. Phoenix continued that her gathering in its true form and shape of cubes was very different from the usual. She called it magical energy. Phoenix said that when magical energy entered the body, it began to flow through a special channel, and most of it disintegrated. The archery scroll could not only regulate the process of gathering dark energy, but also use it to improve certain skills. Mr. Yang Shi said that this meant that the archery scroll had a dizzying and irreplaceable effect. Mr. Yang Shi closed his eyes and thought that he could form his own scroll from Li Zitian's scroll. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Shi tried to concentrate on the mysterious archery scroll. Mr. Yang Shi opened his eyes and asked if it was true that transportation from the Heavenly Palace and back greatly facilitated this process. A strange image had already formed in Mr. Yang Shi's mind, in which many students were kneeling and looking at the scroll on archery. Mr. Yang Shi smiled broadly and told Mrs. Phoenix that the judges' organization definitely needed to experience this for themselves. Miss Phoenix said that a name had to be thought up for the group of people who belonged to the Turtle Castle. Mr. Yang Shi quickly thought of something and announced loudly that from now on, this mysterious group would be called the Hunting Force. Meanwhile, the dragon patron Luo Moon was meeting with the best students who had come to him to pass on their ability genes. The dragon patron Luo Moon turned his attention to one of the students and thought that he emanated an amazing energy. The conversation between the dragon patron Lo Mun and the students was interrupted by some mysterious strangers who were slowly approaching them. The mysterious men addressed the brave and courageous students and asked them if they were representatives of the organization of judges. The disciples began to discuss among themselves and asked if the heavenly mask that Ni Shao Guan had stolen was on the stranger. Lord Yuji appeared at the most opportune moment and asked if all the worthy disciples had gathered here. The patron of dragons, Luo Mun, asked Lord Yuji if he had come here to collect samples of the students' ability genes. Lord Yuji smiled broadly and called the dragon patron Luo Mun his old comrade and friend. The dragon patron Luo Moon replied that he was now equal to him in strength, and that someday he would be able to defeat Yuji in a duel. Lord Yuji thought that the dragon patron Luo Moon behaved in a dignified manner, despite the fact that he was just a puppet. Lord Yuji put his hand on the shoulder of the dragon patron Luo Moon and said that he would start with him. Lord Yuji asked the dragon patron Luo Moon to relax and not try to resist with his spiritual power. Master Wu Yang watched Lord Yuji's actions closely and thought that he had to figure out how to extract ability genes. A few seconds later, Lord Yuji shouted loudly that the process of extracting the ability genes was already complete. The dragon patron Luo Moon was very surprised and asked why it was over so quickly. Yuji laughed again. Master Wu Yang was also very surprised and thought that Lord Yuji had just extracted the ability gene, but he didn't feel anything. Master Ou Yang continued to think that next time he would be more attentive and understand how Lord Yuji extracted the ability gene. Lord Yuji turned his head toward Master Ou Yang and told the next disciple to come closer to him. A few minutes later, Lord Yuji said loudly that his mission here in this territory was complete. Lord Yuji stood on his metal board and said that the organization of judges would form elixirs with abilities for each disciple. The joyful and happy disciples began to leave, and some of them even knelt down to show their gratitude. Master Ou Yang raised his hand and loudly asked Lord Yuji to stay for an indefinite period of time. Master Ou Yang asked Lord Yuji to explain how the process of extracting the ability gene actually worked. Lord Yuji looked at the disciple of the storm god and said that he had to refuse his curiosity. Master Ou Yang said that he could reveal one mind-boggling secret in exchange for the information. Yuji was interested. Master Ou Yang asked Lord Yuji if he knew that some masters of the Four Seas used special skills. Master Ou Yang said that Blast Tuntian and even his powerful father, God of Storms, practiced a special method called meditation. Master Ou Yang also said that each powerful hero had their own unique path. Lord Yuji asked Master Ou Yang if he planned to use the information from the organization of judges to find his own path. Lord Yuji told Master Ou Yang that if he wanted to advance a little in meditation, he could indeed help him with that. Lord Yuji told Master Ou Yang that in a few days, a secret experiment called hunting magic would take place on Banana Island. Lord Yuji quickly replied that they needed to find a special place to discuss this experiment in private. The main characters had already disappeared over the horizon, and Master Ou Yang's poor, frightened assistant was left all alone. Master Ou Yang's loyal assistant was very offended that he had been left here all alone, and began to shout loudly. Meanwhile, a huge sea vessel arrived at the seaport of Banana Island. It was obvious that there were outstanding students on board. A modest, cute boy named Qian Wei Chen opened his eyes and saw a charming girl in front of him, trying to wake him up. The attractive girl said that the ship had finally arrived at its destination, and that all passengers had to disembark. The young man introduced himself as Qian Wei Chen, and asked the mysterious stranger her name. After all, they had been sailing on the same ship for so long. The mysterious stranger turned her head toward Qian Wei Chen, and asked why the young man had only remembered their acquaintance when it was time to disembark. The girl introduced herself as Yang Chu Yu, and said that it was quite possible that she was a relative of the famous Lord Yang Shi. Qian Wei Chen thought that perhaps the charming girl Yang Chu Yu was the aunt of the great Lord Yang Shi. The cheerful Yang Chu Yu laughed loudly, and said that she was probably Qian Wei Chen's grandmother, since he called Yang Shi his brother. Qian Wei Chen also smiled, and said that his grandmother always gave him pocket money every time they met. Yang Chu Yu's fun and joy suddenly ended when she heard a dizzying sound behind her. Lord Yuji was standing nearby, carefully examining each passenger as they disembarked from the ship. Lord Yuji slowly approached the young man Qian Wei Chen and told him that he was glad he had finally returned. Yang Chu Yu was very frightened because she thought Lord Yuji had heard her jokes and was upset. Qian Wei Chen said there was no need to be afraid. Lord Yuji thought that he would have to remember this cheerful couple, his aunt Yang Chu Yu and his brother Qian Wei Chen. A few minutes later, Lord Yuji turned to the passengers and students and asked if they wanted to become stronger. The passengers and so-called disciples shouted for Lord Yuji to choose them to receive the elixir with abilities. Lord Yuji did not respond to the numerous disciples and passengers, and simply thought that the situation was developing perfectly. A few seconds later, Lord Yu-ji used his unique ability to demonstrate his spiritual power. The poor disciples felt a dizzying pain in their heads and began to scream loudly. The guys didn't understand what had happened. The girl Yang Chu-yu also couldn't stand on her feet and knelt down because of the excruciating pain. Lord Yu-ji reached out his hand to her. Poor Qian Wei-chen also fell to the cold ground and tried to resist the intense pain. Qian Wei-chen gathered his strength in his fist and managed to get back on his feet. The boy thought he would never have imagined that the organization of judges could be so challenging. Qian Wei-chen held on until the very end, but ultimately fell to the cold ground. The poor guy was exhausted. A minute later, Lord Yu-ji loudly announced that the 18 people who had fallen to the ground last had passed the first test. A day later, at the pinnacle of knowledge in the heavenly palace, Lord Yu-ji welcomed the first worthy disciples. Lord Yu-ji said that the future of all humanity literally depended on the experiment in which the disciples would participate. Lord Yu-ji looked into the faces of the surprised disciple and said that they already knew that their abilities had been awakened completely by accident. Lord Yu-ji continued that now the organization of judges had a unique method called hunting power meditation. One of the happy students asked Lord Yu-ji if it was true that from now on, ordinary people could obtain abilities. Lord Yu-ji nodded and replied that soon the disciples would see how effective meditation was. Yu-ji said that they would be divided into two teams. The first team would receive F-rank hunting magic bow ability, while the second team would have to awaken their abilities themselves. Lord Yu-ji asked those who planned to study the unique meditation process to take a step forward. Lord Yu-ji actually used his mind control ability to control every move the students made. Qian Wei-chen and Yang Chu-yu stepped forward and loudly declared that for the sake of humanity's future, they chose meditation. Lord Yu-ji mentally applauded his talented disciples and said that they could begin in a few minutes. After a certain amount of time, the disciples were already sitting on the cold ground and trying to learn the amazing process of meditation. Lord Yu-ji thought that the universality of this so-called meditation was too small. Anyone who wanted to could develop it. The dizzying learning process was suddenly interrupted when Lord Yu-ji realized that the southern continent and the chain of islands were calling him. Lord Yu-ji thought that what he had just spoken aloud had happened too quickly. It was very strange. Meanwhile, the organization of judges was already preparing for the upcoming dizzying battle with powerful monsters. The Moon Wolf stood at the front, telling the other members of the organization of judges to prepare to attack the monsters. A few minutes later, loud, piercing explosions rang out from the clash between the members of the judges' organization and the monsters. Mr. Liu Yuan, in the form of a shaggy werewolf, also fought the bloodthirsty monsters and tried not to fall face down in the mud. Mr. Liu Yuan dodged the monster's terrifying blow and even managed to grab it by its huge paw. A few seconds later, Liu Yuan, in the form of a huge werewolf, slammed the monster to the ground and said that it had no right to attack first. The Moon Wolf watched the actions of the powerful Lord Liu Yuan closely and thought that the battle was going quite well. The Moon Wolf thought that soon he would need to come up with a new animal that would also take direct part in the battles. The Moon Wolf did not notice a mysterious monster approaching him at great speed, which subsequently struck him on the head. A few seconds later, the Moon Wolf plunged into the depths of the sea and thought that he should not have been distracted by his thoughts. The Moon Wolf slowly sank to the bottom of the sea and saw a cunning crocodile. The guy thought about it and chose it. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger swam up to the huge crocodile, who had already managed to deal with the dragon's protector, Lo Moon. The mysterious girl turned to the bloodthirsty crocodile and asked him if he wanted to sit at the bottom of the sea while the battle was going on. Mr. Yang Si thought that he had originally planned to pretend to be a being from another world, and he was lucky enough to find people from a parallel world. Mr. Yang Si thought that he could make this mysterious stranger his puppet so that he could later learn meditation. Meanwhile, the brave girl stood with her foot on the crocodile's huge head and thought that something was wrong with this monster. The mysterious stranger realized that there was not a single wound on the crocodile's body, but it was pretending to be dead. The mysterious girl saw the huge crocodile open its eyes and asked it where it was looking. A few seconds later, the mysterious stranger froze in place as Mr. Yang Si had already activated his ability to control. Mr. Yang Shi had already immersed himself in the inner world of the mysterious girl and wondered if he would be able to find the episode with meditation here. After a certain amount of time, Mr. Yang Si was very happy and shouted that he had managed to find the necessary fragments in her memory. Mr. Yang Si had already selected the desired episode and prepared to watch the selected picture. The guy anticipated victory. Meanwhile, the mysterious stranger somehow began to glow dark blue, and a strange pattern appeared on her forehead. Mr. Yang Si did not understand what had happened, and was very frightened because he felt resistance to control for the first time. Mr. Yang Si realized that when he tried to interact with his memories of meditation, some kind of magical seal had been activated. Mr. Yang Si continued to think that the body of a person from another world could burn to ashes in order to protect information about meditation. Mr. Yang Si thought he was very lucky that he quickly fixed everything, as it could have ended very sadly. Meanwhile, the battle between the members of the organization of judges and monsters from another world was over. The monsters lost badly. The mysterious girl sat astride a huge whale and tried to escape from the scene of the dizzying battle. The mysterious girl thought she had to leave this place temporarily, but she promised to return soon. The mysterious stranger headed towards the 9th island of the archipelago, called Red Frost, and so, the charming, mysterious beauty took a step and set foot on the dry land of the island of Red Frost. The mysterious stranger walked to the appointed place and thought that the situation in the captured lands was very unfavorable. It was impossible to breathe here. Mr. Yang Si continued to monitor the movements of the mysterious girl and thought that people from another world had not begun to restore these lands. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of the charming girl, thought that only the guild building and a few other administrative centers were located in the center. A few minutes later, Mr. Yang Si, in the body of the mysterious stranger, approached the doors of the guild on Red Frost Island. At the entrance, the attractive beauty was met by a guard, who asked her if she really wanted to receive a reward for completing the mission. Mr. Yang Si now learned the name of this mysterious stranger, who was called Anastas. The girl nodded her head. The guard held out her hands and said that there were 9 gamma-rank crystals here, and now they would go to the beautiful Anastas. Yang Si, in Anastas's body, thought that this was about 100 units of dark energy, but he did not understand how to use it properly. Yang Si, in Anastas's body, left the guild and thought that it would be better for him to find the Stone of Wisdom soon, as he could feel its energy. Yang Si was very happy that this charming girl, Anastas, had wings, and he could easily fly away in the right direction. After some time, Yang Si, in the body of the attractive stranger Anastas, landed near a giant cave. Mr. Yang Si's calmness in Anastas's body was shattered when he saw a snake's head approaching near the huge cave. Anastasia looked closely at the head of the giant snake, which began to hiss strangely when it saw the cute, modest girl. Mr. Yang Si, in Anastas's body, loudly ordered the bloodthirsty, insolent snake to shut its mouth. The beast was greatly surprised and even frightened. The giant snake obeyed the order and slowly slithered away. Anastas rejoiced in her so-called victory over the monster. Mr. Yang Si thought that he needed to understand how Anastas made the other monsters obey her and carry out her orders. And now Anastas was once again approaching the mysterious door. Mr. Yang Si noticed that people had been living here for a long time. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of the charming beauty Anastas, wondered if behind this door was the very same daimon who kept the Stone of Wisdom. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of Anastas, slowly opened the door to see what was really behind it. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of the charming girl Anastas, decided to enter the room and stopped in the center of the room to look around. Mr. Yang Si began to worry greatly when something started to happen to the body of the attractive beauty Anastas. A few seconds later, Mr. Yang Si saw a magical window of unknown origin appear in the space. The mystical window was a kind of amazing labyrinth, which later turned out to be the right decision. A door opened, behind which was a huge chest. Mr. Yang Si, in Anastas's body, did not understand anything and came closer. Anastas looked closely at the mysterious chest and did not understand how it could actually be opened. Mr. Yang Si's calmness in the body of the charming girl Anastas was shattered when a strange man appeared behind him. The mysterious man asked Anastas if she was from the Sequel family and how the colonists from the Ossid Plain had managed to break through the defenses. The mysterious man was very upset because he thought that the blue star was supposed to perform a real miracle. Yang Si transformed and said that he was the lucky one who managed to find the reference book. The guy introduced himself as a member of the blue race. Mr. Yang Si realized that he was standing before the legendary Master Daimon, who had hidden the book with the secret records. Master Daimon said that he was interested and asked the boy to tell him his name so that he could understand who he was dealing with. Mr. Yang Si decided to trick Master Daimon and introduced himself as the legendary Mr. Liu Yuan. Meanwhile, somewhere far from their conversation, Mr. Liu Yuan sneezed loudly and thought that someone was remembering him. Master Diamond said that before Mr. Yang Xi could receive the coveted Stone of Wisdom, he had to talk to him. Mr. Yang Xi asked Master Daimon what exactly he planned to talk about. Daimon asked how things were going with the Blue Star race. Mr. Yang Xi began to tell Master Diamond the latest dizzying news, and after an hour, he even sat down on the floor. Master Diamond finally said that in order for Mr. Yang Xi to obtain the magic crystal, he had to pass a series of tests. Master Damon looked at Mr. Yang Xi again and said that he would definitely be able to handle a series of dizzying trials. Master Damon told Mr. Yang Xi to prepare himself to see the true wonder of the Ossid Plains. The young man waited eagerly. Mr. Yang Xi kept his eyes fixed on the mystical box, standing next to Master Damon. Soon, for some reason, the mystical chest began to open slightly. Mr. Yang Xi felt a strange sensation again. Master Damon loudly declared that inside was the true power of life, which was constantly changing and did not obey the rules. Finally, the chest opened completely, and Mr. Yang Xi was already looking at the mysterious pink Stone of Wisdom. Mr. Yang Xi slowly reached out his hand to touch the dizzying power of the Stone of Wisdom. However, his attempt to grab the Stone of Wisdom ended in failure, as Mr. Yang Xi's hand passed right through it. Master Diamond loudly asked Mr. Yang Xi what he was waiting for. He had to get this Stone of Wisdom as quickly as possible. Mr. Yang Xi wondered why he had been unable to touch the mysterious Stone of Wisdom. Mr. Yang Xi decided to make another painful attempt to grab the mystical Stone of Wisdom, but it also ended in failure. Master Diamond said that the situation in which Mr. Yang Xi was unable to touch the Stone of Destiny was strange. It was as if the stone hated him. Suddenly, Mr. Yang Xi stood up and said that someone was approaching quickly and that they needed to hide as soon as possible. However, Master Diamond replied that he had waited too long for his guest to arrive and was not going to hide from honorable and respected people. But Mr. Yang Xi was no longer listening to the powerful Master Daimon and closed the mystical door. Poor Master Diamond shouted that Mr. Yang Xi should not have done so, as she wanted to talk a little more. Mr. Yang Xi quickly transformed into the charming girl, Anastas, and soon heard a man's voice asking a strange question. It was the son of the Lord of the Bright City, Duran Kate, who turned to Anastas and asked the beauty what she was doing there. Mr. Yang Xi, in Anastas's body, realized that Duran Keith was one of her suitors who wanted to marry her because of her pure lineage. Mr. Yang Xi, in the body of the charming girl, Anastas, decided to respond very arrogantly and boldly, and said that it was none of his business. Offended, Duran Kate tried to stop the insolent girl Anastas and said that he had already done a lot for her. Duran Kate continued to ask questions and told Anastas to stop turning her nose up at him and agree to his marriage proposal. The brave Duran Keith ordered his beloved Anastas to finally give in and become his wife for the sake of a bright future for their race. Suddenly, the cunning and treacherous Duran Keith decided to demonstrate his abilities and began to transform into a monster. Mr. Yang Xi, in the body of the charming girl Anastas, decided to respond to the attack and fired a blithe arrow at the criminal. Meanwhile, Duran Keith, in the guise of a so-called dragon, shot a stream of fire from his mouth to stop Blythe's arrow. The fiery flame from Duran Keith's mouth hit the blithe arrow right on target, melting it right before the eyes of the attractive girl, Anastas. Mr. Yang Xi, in Anastas's body, carefully examined his magical blithe arrow, which lay on the floor covered in flames. Duran Keith asked his beloved to think again, and if she gave a positive answer, he would become much gentler. Duran Kate was very frightened when the brave and courageous girl Anastas suddenly performed a terrifying maneuver. Anastas jumped into the small flame on the floor and said that she would not give up to Duran Keith. Duran Kate watched the dizzying consequences closely and said that Anastas could lose her life. A few seconds later, Duran Kate decided to jump after his attractive bride Anastas, thinking that he could save her. After a while, Duran Kate emerged from the fiery pit and said that nothing remained of the stunning beauty Anastas. Duran Kate's assistants and bodyguards came to his aid and assured him that Anastas had simply run away in an unknown direction. None of the bodyguards realized that the person standing before them was no longer their master Duran Keith, but the powerful Yang Xi. Duran Kate decided not to focus on his fiancée Anastas and ordered his guards that it was time to leave. Suddenly, Duran Keith stopped when he saw a figure who told him that Duran should never suffer losses in matters of love. Master Yang Xi, in the body of the courageous Duran Keith, decided to ask the mysterious figure who he really was. The mysterious figure quickly replied that he was just an ordinary mercenary. Duran Keith said that he should not get involved in matters that did not concern him. Mr. Yang Xi thought that, According to Duran Keith's memories, he was a criminal who was wanted in the Bright City. The approaching mercenary said that Duran Keith's father had cut off his upper limb, and now he had come to take revenge. One of Duran Keith's brave bodyguards said that the mercenary was close to the third rank of spiritual power last time. Duran Keith turned his head again toward the approaching mercenary, who, for some unknown reason, disappeared in an unknown direction. A few seconds later, Duran Keith dodged a dizzying blow from the professional mercenary. The surprised mercenary asked Duran Keith how he managed to predict his terrifying movements. The guy replied that he just guessed. The battle between Duran Keith and the professional mercenary temporarily ended when a dizzying explosion sounded. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of Duran Keith, turned his head and realized that the door behind which Master Diamond was hiding had exploded. Master Diamond said that this alchemical matrix could indeed be used to escape the trap. Master Diamond quickly flew up to the brave Duran Keith and said that he would give him a hint soon. Meanwhile, the professional mercenary said that Duran Keith had the Philosopher's Stone, and therefore could not count on mercy. Duran Keith's brave bodyguards asked him to immediately leave the battlefield and report to his powerful father. The two brave guards argued fiercely over which of them would stay and try to detain the professional mercenary. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of Duran Keith, thought that people in this world also had no divisions between good and evil. Master Damon said that two people with the third level and two with the second level would never be able to fight him on equal terms. Master Diamond turned to the brave bodyguard Duran Keith and asked him to hit as hard as possible to absorb his energy. Meanwhile, the professional mercenary had already opened the magic chest to seize the famous Stone of Wisdom. The naive professional mercenary, like Mr. Yang Si, tried to grab the Stone of Wisdom, but the attempt ended in failure. The frightened professional mercenary began to shout loudly, not understanding the real reason why he could not take the Stone of Wisdom for himself. Duran Keith quickly replied that the Stone of Wisdom chooses its new owner on its own, and now the mercenary would get nothing. Meanwhile, Duran Keith's experienced guards began to transform into powerful beasts and tried to attack the mercenary. Duran Keith's second bodyguard also turned into a real monster. The sight of the ferocious monsters was truly terrifying. However, the first attempt to attack the professional mercenary by Duran Keith's experienced bodyguard ended in his injury. Duran Keith's second bodyguard managed to grab the professional mercenary's sharp blade and turned his head toward his master. Duran's bodyguard, Kate, asked her master to try attacking the professional mercenary with dragon breath. Duran Keith nodded, and in the next moment, attacked the professional mercenary with dragon breath. The professional mercenary managed to react in time to Duran Keith's dizzying attack. The professional mercenary jumped out of the way of the dragon's breath and miraculously survived. The poor guy was exhausted. Duran Keith approached his responsible bodyguard and took him by the hand. They tried to flee the battlefield. Meanwhile, the powerful Master Daimon constantly absorbed the dark energy that emanated during the dizzying battle. A few seconds later, Master Diamond raised his finger, as if pointing to the sky, and stood still in a waiting mode. A terrifying pink stream of crazy energy descended toward Master Diamond, indicating that he had almost completely recovered. Master Diamond looked intently at the sky and said that he did not expect such a huge hole to form after his recovery. Master Diamond said that a strong and very greedy person would return as soon as possible for another meeting. Meanwhile, huge bloodthirsty birds began to fly out of the spatial portal in the sky, clearly planning to attack people. The giant bird constantly circled in the sky, as if looking for its next victim to attack. The disciples who were hanging in the air asked each other what those pink rays of light were from which the terrible beasts had flown out. One of the outstanding students said that these birds were most likely guarding secret treasures, as they were much more sensitive than ordinary people. Master Diamond flew up to Duran Keith and told him to listen to him very carefully, or he would reveal his true identity. Mr. Yang Si, in the guise of Duran Keith, nodded and asked if the Stone of Wisdom was the work of his powerful hands. Master Diamond was very surprised and asked Duran Keith when he had managed to figure him out. Yang Si asked what he could do for him. Master Diamond said that he needed to make people fight. The more innocent victims there were, the stronger he would become. Mr. Yang Si thought that Master Daimon planned to absorb energy through battles and then simply escape. One of the wounded bodyguards told Duran Keith to wait until the famous Snake, a fourth type master, appeared. The professional mercenary said that Duran Keith was very lucky this time, and that if he survived, he would never fall behind them. The professional mercenary turned around and was already planning to flee in an unknown direction. The guy had practically disappeared. However, The professional mercenary's attempt to leave the battlefield failed, and he froze in agony. The poor professional mercenary screamed in pain and then simply fell to the cold ground, showing no signs of life. Duran's bodyguard, Kate, had already transformed into human form and asked her master if he should check on the mercenary. Mr. Yang Si wondered what the real reason was, that the Stone of Wisdom had taken the life of this professional mercenary. However, the situation changed dramatically when the immobilized professional mercenary began to glow with a pink light. In a moment, the mercenary stood up and shouted loudly that he now possessed permanent energy regeneration. Mr. Yang Shi, in the body of Duran Kate, looked at Master Damon and tried to find the words to ask him what had happened. The professional mercenary shouted loudly that from now on, he was immortal and nothing could scare him anymore. He was ready to fight Duran Kate. Duran Kate slowly approached his wounded guard and pulled the knife out of his hand. The poor bodyguard cried out in pain. A few moments later, Duran Keith threw the sharp blade toward the huge hole that had been created by the explosion of pink energy. Duran Keith was not at all surprised when the sharp blade that belonged to the professional mercenary hit the huge bird directly. Meanwhile, the professional mercenary was very surprised that Duran Keith was able to hit the huge bird from such a distance. In fact, Mr. Yang Si, in Duran Keith's body, expected the angry bird to respond to such insolent behavior from ordinary people. In the next moment, the giant bird directed a dizzying blue stream of energy toward the professional mercenary. However, the professional mercenary just smiled and said that now he was truly immortal and invulnerable. The picture changed dramatically when the mighty White Snake Swordmaster appeared from this giant hole and recognized his nephew, Duran Kate. The White Snake Swordmaster loudly asked who among the gathered people dared to offend his nephew, Duran Kate. Duran Kate said that the professional mercenary did not want to go directly to his father and tried to cold-bloodedly take the life of his son. The White Snake Swordmaster put his hand on his nephew Duran Kate's shoulder and said that his beloved uncle had come to take revenge. The cunning professional mercenary told all the assembled guests to attack him at the same time. The professional mercenary also added that now he could show the insolent upstarts his true strength and power. Duran Kate's assistants looked at the professional mercenary and understood that this was a real provocation on his part. The White Snake Swordmaster said that they did not need to attack the professional mercenary because he was going to cut him in half. The White Snake Swordmaster said loudly that he wanted to see how long the professional mercenary could withstand his attack. A few seconds later, the White Snake Swordmaster raised his legendary sharp blade, and something strange began to happen. A thick fog spread around the gathered people, obscuring their vision. However, the professional mercenary eventually managed to make out a huge poisonous snake appearing in the fog. The professional mercenary even tried to stab his leg with a knife so that the excruciating pain would help him come to his senses. Meanwhile, the giant poisonous snake had almost crushed the poor professional mercenary, who was suffering from dizzying pain. The White Snake Swordmaster asked her nephew, Duran Kate, if that mythical crystal was indeed the Stone of Wisdom. Duran Kate shrugged and said that it didn't matter, because soon the Stone of Wisdom would belong to the White Snake Swordmaster. The White Snake Swordmaster began to laugh loudly and said that when he got the Stone of Wisdom, he would definitely share the reward with his nephew. Meanwhile, around the corner, Master Diamond watched the situation closely and thought that the mercenary was still useless. Master Diamond continued to think that he had only given the mercenary a unique chance, but now he would have to act on his own anyway. A few seconds later, the professional mercenary stopped screaming in agony as a pink beam flew into his head. After a while, the professional mercenary seemed to be reborn and turned his head toward the bloodthirsty snake. The professional mercenary cut the poor poisonous snake in half with a single blow of his sharp blade. The professional mercenary laughed loudly and said that this was all that the legendary White Snake Swordmaster was capable of. The professional mercenary continued to stand still and looked into the face of the White Snake Swordmaster, who said that he was very lucky. The White Snake Swordmaster shouted loudly that he would now show the insolent upstart what a real, decisive, and crushing blow was. The White Snake Swordmaster raised his legendary sword and summoned his unique ability called Snake Waterfall. A few seconds later, a real dizzying snake waterfall fell on the head of the confused professional mercenary. One of the White Snake Swordmaster's loyal assistants said that the final attack was literally uncontrollable. The frightened assistants of the White Snake Swordmaster were terrified when they saw that his poisonous snakes were already crawling everywhere. The poisonous snakes quickly spread across the territory and were ready to carry out the orders of their master, the White Snake Swordmaster. Meanwhile, a terrifying scene was unfolding on the street. A giant blue whale that could fly was slowly approaching the main characters. Frightened people clutched their heads and were already planning where to run after the dizzying attack from this huge whale. The alarmed people were right, because a few minutes later, a destructive beam of light came out of the blue whale's huge mouth. The destructive beam of light approached the poisonous snakes that had spread across the ground at lightning speed. Soon, the destructive beam of light also headed towards the loyal assistance of the White Snake Swordmaster. One of Duran Keith's bodyguards, named Ma Chiao, suddenly began to disappear right before the eyes of his comrades and friends. Duran Keith was terrified because Ma Chiao had saved his life more than once. The guy couldn't bear to watch his friend lose his life. The second bodyguard also opened his mouth in dizzying surprise and sadness, as he had not planned to see Ma Chiao for the last time today. The second bodyguard quickly transformed into a powerful monster and shouted that he must avenge his comrade Ma Chiao. However, Duran Keith decided to stop the naive bodyguard, who was clearly unable to withstand such a powerful force. Duran Keith said that he would swear here and now that he would soon deal with this hateful blue whale. The second bodyguard obeyed and stopped. The man turned his head and noticed that the cold bodies had begun to disappear for some reason. Duran Keith also turned his head and saw that a mysterious alchemical circle with enigmatic patterns inside had appeared on the floor. Duran Keith continued to watch as the cold bodies of his companions literally began to disintegrate into pink particles before his eyes. Meanwhile, one of the White Snake's living assistants, a swordmaster, noticed that this pink light helped him reach the second level of spiritual power. Yan Shi, in Duran Keith's body, thought that taking a life was stronger than another person. Such was the cultivation of the Stone of Wisdom. The White Snake Swordmaster approached his nephew, Duran Kate, and said that the situation had gotten a little out of control. The White Snake Swordmaster also said that each taking of a life released energy that made the rest of the living people stronger. The White Snake Swordmaster said that the difference between the gathered people could become almost equal in a short time. The White Snake Swordmaster was even a little scared, because now it was unclear who exactly would have the advantage. Meanwhile, Master Diamond stood in the corner and thought that now they had no chance to stay on the sideline. The angry people looked at each other and said that they had to fight, so that the energy would spread to everyone. One of the White Snake Swordmaster's loyal assistants stopped because someone had stabbed him in the back with a sharp blade. It was the legendary White Snake Swordmaster, who understood that he needed to feed on this energy in a short time. The frightened people understood that the White Snake Swordmaster was ready to go to the most extreme measures to feed on the energy, so they ran away. The White Snake Swordmaster turned his head to his nephew, Duran Kate, and told him to hold on to him and stay safe. Duran Keith told his uncle, the White Snake Swordmaster, that he clearly had his own reasons for such dizzying actions. The White Snake Swordmaster laughed and said that he now had a worthy heir who was capable of literally conquering the world. Meanwhile, the professional mercenary was already wiping the red liquid from his sword and telling the others to also take the lives of everyone around them. The professional mercenary said that if the White Snake attacked, he would not have a single chance of victory. A few seconds later, the cunning and very treacherous mercenary was already absorbing the dizzying dark energy. The frightened people did not want to take part in this horrific scene and tried to leave the area immediately. However, the frightened people were unable to escape from this treacherous room because a strange mystical wall had formed. A charming girl, the Queen of the Broken Lotus, appeared on the horizon and asked the people where they were going. The charming girl, the Queen of the Broken Lotus, was joined by her faithful assistant, Yam Mad, who hung in the air. The frightened man froze in place and did not know how to respond to such an attractive girl as the Queen of the Broken Lotus. A few minutes later, the Queen of the Broken Lotus jumped high into the air to attack the innocent resident. A White Snake Swordmaster appeared in the path of the Queen of the Broken Lotus and said that he would not allow her to deal with the crowd of people. Mr. Yam Mad said loudly that if the White Snake Swordmaster had been in their place, he would have acted even more ruthlessly. Meanwhile, Master Diamond remained standing in the corner and thought that these foolish people were taking each other's lives, which made him stronger. The cold bodies lying on the ground continued to decompose into endless pink particles, which then moved on to others. Mr. Yam Mad said that soon he would reach the third level of spiritual power, and then they would be forced to fight. However, the White Snake Swordmaster did not plan to wait until his opponents truly reached dizzying power. The White Snake Swordmaster used his unique ability, and a thick fog formed around Mr. Yam Mad. The White Snake Swordmaster struck the thick fog with his sword with astonishing force and commanded it to explode. A few seconds later, there was a dizzying explosion of terrifying power. Everything around literally stopped. Gradually, the thick pink fog began to dissipate. However, it was still impossible to see anything. The Queen of the Broken Lotus and Mr. Yam Mad licked their wounds after the devastating and terrifying explosion. Mr. Yam Mad asked the White Snake Swordmaster if he was friends with his head, as the poor man had lost his own arm. However, the brave White Snake Swordmaster said that he had his own plans for a bright future. The White Snake Swordmaster also lost his arm for some reason, and suddenly noticed a professional mercenary approaching him. Naturally, the White Snake Swordmaster managed to dodge the professional mercenary's dizzying attack and stabbed his sword into his chest. The professional mercenary just laughed and said that the White Snake Swordmaster must have forgotten that he had infinite regeneration. However, the White Snake Swordmaster looked into the eyes of the professional mercenary and asked him if he was 100% sure. The frightened professional mercenary looked at his numerous wounds and did not understand why they were not healing. The White Snake Swordmaster said that he felt sorry for the mercenary because the Stone of Wisdom had ultimately chosen him. The professional mercenary still did not believe the words of the White Snake Swordmaster and said in a quiet voice that the Stone of Wisdom was on his side. However, the White Snake Swordmaster kicked the naive mercenary in the head, and his opponent's cold body fell to the ground. The Queen of the Broken Lotus and Lord Yam Mad stood opposite the great White Snake Swordmaster and thought about how to deal with him. The White Snake Swordmaster said that their powers were equal, but he was already considered immortal, and now they could not withstand his attacks. Lord Yam Mad raised his hand and said that they needed to take the nephew of the White Snake Swordmaster, Duran Keita, hostage. A few seconds later, a huge armed army of bloodthirsty people approached the terrified Duran Keita. Duran Keita thought for a moment and made the only right decision. The guy shouted that he would no longer take part in this circus. A moment later, Duran Keita's stern face changed dramatically, and he announced in a loud voice that the rest of the people should prepare to feel fear. After a while, Duran Keita appeared before his opponents in the form of a huge, fire-breathing dragon. Mr. Yam Mad said that this could not be true, as this fire dragon possessed the third level of spiritual power. Next to Mr. Yam Mad was his loyal comrade, who also opened his mouth in dizzying amazement. In the next moment, the giant fire-breathing dragon grabbed one of his bloodthirsty rivals and bit him in half. The fire-breathing dragon struck the second opponent hard on the head with its long tail, and the poor guy fell back several meters. A few seconds later, Duran Keita, in the form of a giant fire-breathing dragon, once again delivered a crushing blow to the head of one of his enemies. The Queen of the Broken Lotus watched the fire dragon's actions closely and literally trembled with uncontrollable fear. Duran Keita, in the form of a fire dragon, said that he was from a noble family and had no equal among the second and third levels of spiritual power. Meanwhile, the cold bodies that continued to lie on the ground dissolved into pink particles. The fire dragon turned to the White Snake Swordmaster and said that if they worked together, they would easily defeat the 5 enemies. The White Snake Swordmaster thought that the fire dragon must have a lot of power if he defeated 3 third-level masters with a single blow. The White Snake Swordmaster thought that perhaps the fire dragon did not understand that the third level, when it lost its combat capability, gave him an advantage. Nevertheless, the White Snake Swordmaster told his nephew, Duran Keita, that they needed to join forces to deal with the villains. Master Diamond thought that Yang Si was right, as his dizzying blow had killed 3 people at once. Mr. Yam Mad decided to attack at the most inopportune moment and activated his surprise attack function. Mr. Yam Mad actually attacked his charming assistant, the Queen of the Broken Lotus, who asked him what he wanted from her. Mr. Yam Mad no longer listened to the requests of his companion, the Queen of the Broken Lotus, and continued to strangle the poor woman. After a few seconds, the Queen of the Broken Lotus showed no signs of life. Her friend, Mr. Yam Mad, had taken her life. The White Snake Swordmaster shouted loudly that Mr. Yam Mad was actually much more ruthless than him. The White Snake Swordmaster turned to the fire dragon and said that first of all, they needed to take Mr. Yam Mad under their own control. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of the fire dragon, thought that Yam Mad was a cunning man and that he was constantly increasing his power and strength. Mr. Yam Mad shouted that only the fire dragon and the White Snake Swordmaster remained. It was necessary to attack the remaining 3 opponents. The fire dragon thought that Yam Mad was indeed cunning and that he would clearly not rely solely on hope when his survival was at stake. However, the White Snake Swordmaster asked Duran Keita not to listen to the cunning Lord Yamrad, and to prepare for an attack instead. Master Yamrad shouted that they were real blockheads, and flew toward a huge blue whale that was nearby. The White Snake Swordmaster watched Mr. Yammad's attempt to escape closely, and was ready to do everything possible to stop him. The giant whale saw the cunning Mr. Yam Mad approaching and fired a destructive beam of light at him. Meanwhile, the White Snake Swordmaster was greatly frightened when he realized that a new opponent, a fourth-level master, had appeared. Mr. Yam Mad was quickly approaching the blue whale and suddenly stopped because he was really shocked. A few seconds later, poor Mr. Yam Mad was already on the ground. There was a dizzying crash from his fall. It was the great Master of Light Eclipse who had deflected Mr. Yam Mad's attack with incredible ease. Mr. Yam Mad got to his feet and raised his head to see who dared to launch such a powerful attack. The White Snake Swordmaster understood perfectly well that the Master of Light Eclipse from the Alfonso family possessed the fourth level of spiritual power. The Master of Light Eclipse landed on the ground and saw the White Snake and Mr. Yam Mad bowing before him in greeting. The Master of Light Eclipse said that Master Diamond had not lied to him and that he had indeed found the legendary Stone of Wisdom here. The Master of the Light Eclipse laughed loudly and said aloud that he would finally be able to revive his beloved daughter. The Master of Light Eclipse literally burst into tears and said that he would do everything possible to make his plan a reality. The Master of Light Eclipse raised his hand forward, and his limb began to glow with a dazzling bright light. Meanwhile, Master Diamond stood in the corner and wondered why the Master of Light Eclipse made him hate him. Master Diamond thought that the Master of the Light Eclipse's body possessed enough energy to break his terrible seal. Master Diamond continued to think that if the Master of Light Eclipse used even a little of his potential, he had a chance to break free. After a few seconds, the Master of Light Eclipse lowered his hand and put it in his pocket. He continued to look ahead. Yan Shi, in the body of the fire dragon, thought that this was the first time he had seen what a person with fourth-level spiritual power was capable of. Meanwhile, Diamond decided to be cunning and ordered the others to attack the Master of Light Eclipse, and he would grant them triple healing. The Master of Light Eclipse turned toward the fire dragon, the White Snake Swordmaster, and Mr. Yam Mad. The White Snake Swordmaster spoke first, asking the Master of Light Eclipse if he wanted to receive the Stone of Wisdom. The White Snake Swordmaster hovered in the air and said that the Master of the Light Eclipse should first ask his sword for permission. The Master of the Solar Eclipse began to slowly rise into the air and asked the White Snake Swordmaster why he dared to stop him. The Master of Light Eclipse turned his head toward the fire dragon and asked if he was also on the side of the White Snake Swordmaster. Yang Shi, in the body of the fire dragon, thought that he still had an ace up his sleeve, but he really wanted to see the power of the fourth level. Yang Shi, in the body of the huge fire dragon, approached his so-called uncle, the White Snake Swordmaster. Durand Keith, in the form of a fire dragon, said that the White Snake Swordmaster was his uncle, and that he would fight exclusively on his side. Mr. Yam Mad also thought that it would definitely not hurt him to experience the dizzying power of the fourth stage for himself. The Master of Light Eclipse thought that the situation was developing in an unusual way, and that he needed to train first. The Master of the Light Eclipse grabbed the legendary blade in his hand and prepared to attack his naive opponents. The Master of Light Eclipse said that his opponents were well aware of their level, and still decided to go against such a powerful opponent. The White Snake Swordmaster prepared for a dizzying attack, and a terrifying poisonous snake appeared behind him. The Master of Light Eclipse said that the guys probably did not understand the difference between the third and fourth levels of spiritual power. A few seconds later, a mysterious sphere appeared near the Master of Light Eclipse, which he controlled. All he had to do was give it a slight flick. The magical sphere from the Master of Light Eclipse was directed straight into the mouth of the huge poisonous snake that was standing near the White Snake, the Master of the Sword. In the next moment, the poor giant snake swallowed this mysterious sphere from the Master of Light Eclipse. The Master of Light Eclipse quietly commanded his sphere to destroy the powerful enemy. The next moment, the giant poisonous snake formed by the White Snake Swordmaster began to disintegrate into small particles. The White Snake Swordmaster began to scream loudly because the poisonous giant snake that had disappeared was actually his right hand. After a certain amount of time, the White Swordmaster's arm began to gradually recover. The guy thought he was very lucky. Then, the Master of Light Eclipse ordered his mysterious sphere to attack again and pointed his finger at Mr. Yam Mad. A second later, Mr. Yam Mad howled in agonizing and terrible pain. The poor guy began to disintegrate into elementary particles again. The wounded Mr. Yam Mad continued to scream and said that he should not have fought a fourth-level master with such idiots. Yan Si, in the form of a fire dragon, wondered if this magic ball or sphere from the Master of Light Eclipse was really such a threat. The cunning Master Diamond, who was standing around the corner, thought that even a trace of his complete cleansing could wipe them off the face of the earth with incredible ease. The White Snake Swordmaster began to transform into a snake and said that he did not believe that the Master of Light Eclipse was stronger than him. The White Snake Swordmaster ran at lightning speed toward the approaching mysterious sphere and put his hand forward. The White Snake Swordmaster tried to block the hated sphere from the Master of the Solar Eclipse. The Master of Light Eclipse closely watched the actions of his powerful opponent, the White Snake Swordmaster. Meanwhile, Master Damon, standing in the corner, said that White Snake would soon finally reach the 4th level. The White Snake Swordmaster froze in midair and could not make a single movement. The poor man thought he had already lost the dizzying battle. After a few seconds, the White Snake Swordmaster managed to spread his arms in different directions and said that he felt such pleasant sensations for the first time. The White Snake Swordmaster seemed to have become much stronger and, surrounded by several poisonous snakes, tried to attack the Master of Light Eclipse. Master Diamond spoke in a quiet voice, telling the White Snake Swordmaster to use more force to break the seal. The Master of Light Eclipse was a little scared, because he felt that the White Snake Swordmaster had almost reached the next level. Yang Shi, in the body of Duran Keita, also noticed that the White Snake Swordmaster was on the verge of reaching the 4th level of spiritual power. For some reason, Yang Shi in Duran Keita's body began to feel a certain vulnerability in his unique ability to steal talents. Mr. Yang Si continued to wonder if the White Snake Swordmaster could melt or even turn into real energy. Meanwhile, the Master of Light Eclipse said that as soon as he obtained the coveted Stone of Wisdom, he would resurrect his beloved daughter. The cunning Master Daimon smiled and said that there was very little left to finally break the hated seal. Master Diamond saw that the Master of the Light Eclipse had decided to use a sneak attack. He couldn't let that happen. The Master of Light Eclipse directed several streams of light rays at Diamond, which were supposed to seriously injure him, but the light arrows collided with a pink barrier in the air. Not a single arrow hit Damon's body. Master Daimon thought that thanks to this pink barrier, the arrows from the Master of Light Eclipse had become significantly weaker. The Master of Light Eclipse thought that the Stone of Wisdom was just a stone, and that its qualities and merits should not be overestimated. Gradually, it became clear that the light rays from the Master of Light Eclipse had ultimately broken through the pink barrier. And then the rays of light and arrows hit the body of the White Snake, the Swordmaster. The guy screamed loudly and said that it hurt him very much. The White Snake Swordmaster raised his hand and seemed to see something in the sky. The guy whispered something quietly to himself. After a few seconds, the White Snake Swordmaster realized that he had indeed seen something divine in the sky. No one expected that in the next moment there would be a dizzying explosion. Everything around them shone brightly. A few minutes later, it became clear that the witnesses were looking at a new White Snake Swordmaster who already possessed the 4th level of spiritual power. The Master of the Light Eclipse approached his opponent and said that his attacks were a little late because he had managed to reach the next level. The White Snake Swordmaster thought about how to repay the Master of the Solar Eclipse, maybe by hurting him as much as he had hurt him. The White Snake Swordmaster thought that this was actually not a bad idea. But first he had to do one more important thing. Meanwhile, Mr. Yammad was very frightened when he realized that the White Snake Swordmaster was planning to attack him. And then, a few seconds later, the giant poisonous snake controlled by the White Snake Swordmaster swallowed Mr. Yammad. The White Snake Swordmaster turned to Duran Kate and said that as soon as he defeated the Master of the Solar Eclipse, he would share the Stone of Wisdom with him. The Master of the Solar Eclipse told the White Snake not to rush, as 2 more rivals would soon arrive. The White Snake Swordmaster paused and thought that he could indeed sense the approach of 2 powerful energy fields. The first muscular Atlantean was the Wind God, Ouyang Guan He. He was indeed a powerful hero. The second worthy Atlantean was a dark blue gentleman. His charming mustache made the surrounding crowd smile. The 2 companions looked at the so-called Stone of Wisdom and thought that with its help, they could become nobles. The Master of Light Eclipse greeted the 2 friends and asked them to make a deal. He wanted the Stone of Wisdom in exchange for a special surprise. The Wind God Ouyang Guan He asked the Master of Light Eclipse if he was joking, as his family, the Alfonsos, were planning to take the planet's treasure. The Master of Light Eclipse replied sharply that his family members did not need the opinion of a dark blue bug. The muscular dark blue gentleman intervened in the conversation and quickly replied that the Stone of Wisdom should belong only to them. The cunning Daimon thought that the 4 heroes were constantly chatting, and he needed them to start their dizzying battle. Daimon tried to get inside the dark blue gentleman's head and told him how much running and terror that guy had caused on the Osid Plains. For some reason, the dark blue gentleman listened to Daimon's advice and decided to use the clean air to attack his opponents. And in the next moment, the cunning dark blue lord attacked the harmless white snake swordmaster. The dark blue gentleman clearly did not expect that his crushing blow would hit the air, and the head of the white snake swordmaster would dissolve. The Master of Light Eclipse smiled when he saw such a funny picture. Now the rivals were on equal terms. The Master of Light Eclipse directed a shield of righteous light toward the dark blue gentleman, which was clearly meant to inflict injury. The dark blue gentleman noticed that these two forces absorbed each other, and the white snake swordmaster quickly recovered. The white snake swordmaster turned to the Master of Light Eclipse and suggested that they temporarily forget their old grudges and join forces. The white snake swordmaster was distracted by the Master of Light Eclipse in vain, as he was betrayed with a stab in the back. It was the wind god, Ouyang Guanhe, who looked at the cold body of the white snake swordmaster and laughed. Duran Keith was very frightened for the condition of his uncle, the white snake swordmaster. The boy could not lose a relative. The wounded white snake swordmaster shouted at Duran Keith to immediately flee the battlefield and save his own life. Yang Shi thought that in the future, he would take revenge for the death of the white snake and cold-bloodedly take the life of the dark blue lord. Meanwhile, the main characters stopped when they heard the door behind which the chest with the Stone of Wisdom was hidden open. For some strange reason, the Stone of Wisdom flew out of the magic chest and hung in the air. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of Durand Kate, could not believe that the Stone of Wisdom could leave the magic chest on its own. Mr. Yang Shi, in the form of Durand Kate, continued to stare at the Stone of Wisdom, next to which a demonic scroll had appeared. The main characters heard the mysterious Stone of Wisdom say that it was finally free. The Stone of Wisdom headed for the sky, and now the Master of the Light Eclipse shouted that this stone should belong only to him. The dark blue gentleman and the wind god Ouyang Guanhe turned their heads when they heard a voice, saying that the Stone of Wisdom was in the hands of the Organization of Judges. It was Pig from the Organization of Judges who controlled the demonic scroll. The guy ordered the Stone of Wisdom to land in his hands. The Stone of Wisdom whispered quietly that Diamond had deceived him once again, and that he had to obey the orders of Pig from the Organization of Judges. And finally, the Stone of Wisdom ended up in the hands of the hero Pig from the Organization of Judges. The guy looked at it closely. The trio of great heroes stared intently at the face of the Pig from the Organization of Judges and did not understand how he managed to command the stone. The Master of the Light Eclipse asked the Pig from the Organization of Judges who he really was and asked him to give the Stone of Wisdom to him. The wind god Ouyang Guanhe said loudly that it was one of the zodiac signs of the popular Organization of Judges. The dark blue gentleman said that he had long been in a business relationship with the Organization of Judges, and therefore Pig should share the reward. The Pig from the Judges Organization turned to the dark blue gentleman and said that he had to refuse him because the Stone of Wisdom was of great importance. The dark blue gentleman asked Piggy what the Judges Organization planned to use the power of the Stone of Wisdom for. The hero Pig from the organization asked the dark blue gentleman if he remembered what had happened to the dragon last time. The hero Pig from the Judges Organization said that he planned to use the Stone of Wisdom to revive the legendary dragon. The dark blue gentleman was very surprised when he realized that the Wisdom Stone was capable of reviving people who had lost their lives. The wind god Ouyang Guanhe replied that this rare artifact was originally used in the plains to revive people. The Master of Light Eclipse shouted that it was time to end this boring conversation. The Stone of Wisdom must be in his hands. The dark blue gentleman said that the dark blue race could help the Master of the Solar Eclipse, and he did not mind taking Pig's life. The wind god Ouyang Guanhe said that this relic belonged to all of humanity, and that it was unacceptable to speak in such a tone. The Pig from the Judges Organization turned to the wind god Ouyang Guanhe and said that the two fourth levelers could not do anything to him. The wind god Ouyang Guanhe was very surprised that the Pig from the Organization of Judges spoke so arrogantly about the owners of the fourth step. The wind god Ouyang Guan said that if the Pig from the Judges Organization was so confident, he would just watch from the sidelines. The Master of Light Eclipse was also very surprised that the hero Pig from the Organization of Judges behaved so boldly. The dark blue gentleman looked at the brave Master of the Solar Eclipse's face and nodded his head, letting him know that he would support him. The brave hero Pig from the Judges Organization said that no one was going to attack him, so he had to leave. However, a moment later, the Master of Light Eclipse directed a beam of light at the hero Pig from the Organization of Judges. Pig from the Organization of Judges continued to stand in place and watched closely as the beam of light passed right through him. A few seconds later, Pig from the judges' organization said that the Master of Light Eclipse had demonstrated considerable power. Pig added that now the power of the fourth-level masters was harmless to him. He waited for all those present to leave. In the next moment, the hero Pig from the judges' organization teleported to an unknown location. The wind god, Ouyang Guanhe, was greatly surprised and asked the other heroes if the young man had lost his life. The dark blue gentleman asked the Master of Light Eclipse if the organization of judges was really that strong. Mr. Yang Si, in the body of Duran Kate, watched the conversation between the powerful heroes closely and thought he could laugh right now. Meanwhile, Pig from the organization of judges landed in command mission number 5 and realized that the Stone of Wisdom remained in the virtual cube. Mr. Yang Shi, in the guise of Duran Kate, thought that after a dizzying series of trials, he had finally obtained the Stone of Wisdom. Mr. Yang Si thought that from now on, he could use this magical artifact to its full power. The wind god Ouyang Guanhe waved his hand at the Master of the Light Eclipse and said that it was time for him to go, as the Stone of Wisdom had been lost. The Master of the Light Eclipse remained alone and thought that this stone was his last hope for his daughter's resurrection.